and we have a window that faces the front of the house. That front of the house faces the woods, right? So I'm inside the house when the bright light returns. I mean, just this beam of light, like it's shining straight through the window. I look in the bed, my old lady's asleep, and so I go back downstairs and go outside. Looking up in the sky right now is where I'm going to sound like a freaking lunatic. And I'm fine with sounding like a lunatic. I'm just going to tell you what I saw. So, that bright light is in the sky. It's above the trees. It goes up above the trees and it shrinks down to size. It goes up above the trees and then it shrinks down in size. But then these other balls of white light start to emerge from the trees. And by the trees, I mean from the ground where the trees are. They're going up through the trees and into the air. The closest one to me was probably about 45 yards across the road. And I'm watching this bubble of light rise up into the sky, and there is a giant wolf inside of this bubble. It looks like a giant werewolf inside of this bubble, scratching and clawing at this bubble of light to get away. As I scan right to left, there's 8 more bubbles going into the air. I can't really see what's in them, but they're humanoid in shape and they're massive bubbles. This goes on. These things slowly rise up into the air to that bigger white bubble, and then it all disappears. Woof, just pure darkness. Now, I don't know if that means that cryptids come from UFOs. I don't have no clue what the hell it means. All I'm telling you is this. That's what I saw. And I just wanted somebody to hear about it.
Cause the saints don't mind clapping their hands. They don't mind patting their feet. They don't mind dancing. Hallelujah. I want you to come on in the balcony, down here on the main floor. Put your hands together. Let's praise God for a minute. Come on.
I was born and raised in Mississippi. Southern Black Baptist Church all the way. Man, I remember as a kid, and especially as a teenager, I went to Sunday school. Then I went to church. Then on Monday nights, I went to Bible study. And on Wednesday nights, I went to Bible study. And then Friday nights, we had a retreat at the church every Friday evening. That good, strong upbringing led me to Jackson State University, where I graduated with a degree in political science. And from there, I moved to Memphis, Tennessee, and took a job working for the mayor's office. While in Memphis, that's when things in my life started to take a bit of a downturn. And I had my encounter with these black-eyed kids. Initially, things were going pretty well. I was working for one of the deputy mayors, and life was looking good. And although I graduated with a degree in political science, I didn't really understand politics. So when I was living in Memphis, it was my first time actually seeing and understanding how true power works. I did my best to keep with my family's upbringing and traditions. So the first thing I did when I moved to Memphis was ask around about a good church. I found one called Mount Zion. Started visiting there religiously. So time passes. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 8 months. And I start to infiltrate the power structure of Memphis. And that's when I realized There was really no duality to it. You see, I found myself trading off my Wednesday night Bible study for Wednesday night socializing. Hanging out, having drinks, talking about politics and what was going on. And that was just the beginning. Then I met Fred. I'll never forget it. The very first conversation I had with this man, his exact words were, "Those who sin together win together." That was exactly how he started his conversation with me and two other young men who were at the bar. Fred turned out to be a pretty powerful dude in Memphis. Multiple city contracts. 30% of the sanitation business. Paper supply. Uniforms for the prisons. And even parking meter business. I can honestly say to you that once I met Fred and started hanging out with him, I believe that really started my down spiral. I don't want to make this sound completely and totally negative because there was a lot that I learned from this man. But I had moved away from the spiritual path that was laid before me. Started going down some pretty dark roads. His slogan, "Those who sin together win together," he really lived by it. Although Fred was married, we spent night after night in the strip clubs. And we're not talking about regular strip clubs. We're talking about clubs where the girls were prostitutes. I traveled around with him on the weekends on his private jet with his friends going down to Miami, New Orleans, Vegas. And these guys were wild. Drugs, alcohol, you name it, they had it. And you know the craziest thing was? While hanging out with Fred and his homeboys, my career skyrocketed. I went from working for one of the deputy mayors to actually being a deputy mayor. Talk about rapidly amassing power. In 3 years, I went from a nobody shuffling paperwork to one of the most powerful people in the city of Memphis. With direct access to the mayor, the governor, state representatives. Shit, I probably could have got to the president if I wanted to. It was at the peak of my career plateau when I had my black-eyed kid encounter. The mayor was running for re-election, and I had been tasked with organizing a fundraiser for him. So for 2 weeks, I had been working the phone, getting checks in the doors, and setting up all the arrangements for this fundraiser. The night of the event comes, and I'm stressed out, trying to make sure that everything goes well. The caterers are bringing in food through the back door. The flowers are coming in through the front door. There's not enough tablecloths. There's not enough chairs. I'm running around like a madman trying to make sure that everything is on point. And at the same time, I'm pissed off because I hired an event planner named Leslie to make sure everything went smooth. I had walked her out of the back door to give her a piece of my mind. I just wanted to let her know how disappointed I was in her performance. And as she and I exited the back door of the kitchen and stepped out into the alleyway behind the convention center, I realized that this woman already knew what I was about to say. So she cut me off and said, "Listen, I'm sorry about things not being in order. I'm going to fix it. We still got an hour and a half before the event starts and guests start arriving. By the time this event starts, everything will be in order. I promise you. Please, give me 35 minutes. She was begging with me, tears in her eyes. And so I told her, "Till I give you 25 minutes to get it together. And if not, you'll never work in this city again." She turned around and walked back into the door. And I kind of stood there leaning on the wall, searching my pockets for a cigarette. I had just found that cigarette, put it in my mouth, and was pulling my lighter out of my pocket when I heard what sounded like someone kicking a tin can coming down the alley. I look over to my left, and I see these two figures. At first, it was just silhouettes. But as they got closer, I realized that it was two kids. Now, these two boys had to be about 15, 16 years old. They had on black slacks, black shoes, white dress shirts, and a black blazer. They were dressed as if they were literally going to my event. The odd thing was, as they walked, there was this synchronized motion, both of them with their heads down. I light my cigarette, and as they get closer, I'm thinking to myself, two 16-year-old boys walking up on me in a back alley. Yeah, if they was dressed a little bit differently, I would worry, but I don't think this is anything to worry about. But man, I was totally wrong. I'm puffing my cigarette, and they get within 10 feet of me. And when I tell you these two boys lift their heads up, and I get a glimpse at their eyes, they're black. Not like black contact lenses, but I mean completely black. And then for a second, I stopped focusing on their eyes and started to look at their faces. They were identical twins. And I don't mean these were some ugly, unattractive young men. These were two young white boys. Looked like the Jonas brothers or something, except for they had black eyes. Looking at these two kids was shocking. And I think they enjoyed the fact that they scared me, because they both had a little bit of a smile on their face. That's when one of them says, "Will you let us in?" By now, I'm still trying to take a puff of this cigarette, but my hand is literally shaking. It's sad for me to say this, but I was so afraid that I didn't even say a word. The other one then said, "Will you let us in?" I don't know if my brain was still trying to process what was going on, or if fear had completely paralyzed me. I would like to believe that my brain was stuck in some kind of mud puddle, because these two black-eyed kids were standing in front of me asking about going into my fundraiser event. But once I got over the initial shock of the encounter, I looked at them and said, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with your eyes? And no, you can't come into my event. Get the fuck out of here." Now that's when shit got even more creepy, because these two little motherfuckers started backing away from me. They didn't turn around and walk away. They backed away in synchronized steps in the fastest kind of fluttering motion I'd ever seen in my life, almost like something from a fucking ghost movie. I stand there and watch them back all the way up to the end of the alley to where they're out of my sight. And then I turn and go back into the venue. When I walk in the door, the event planner says, "Where have you been? The event has already started. They're looking for you. It's time to go on stage." And I tell her I was just outside smoking a cigarette. She said, "No, you weren't. I opened the door looking for you. You weren't there." And I was like, "No, I was standing right outside the back door smoking a cigarette." "No, you weren't," she insisted. That's when she handed me my index card and said, "You're 10 minutes late. Get your ass on stage. Everything is ready to go." Now, I don't know how this whole black-eyed kid thing works, if they're aliens or demons or ghosts or whatever. But all I know is somehow I lost 35 to 40 minutes of my time. I went on stage, made my introductions, collected my checks, and the event was a smash hit. But later when I got home, I couldn't sleep. All I could see was those freaky little Jonas brother kids with the black eyes.
You are now tuned in to Dark Waters Radio with Dark Waters, the king of horror.
Kirby, are you there, my friend? Kirby.
Hello?
Yeah, Kirby, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, DW.
Thank you for joining us, Kirby. I wanted to, ladies and gentlemen, Kirby is here. Before we get started talking, Kirby, I know there's a lot of stuff that you want to share with me. I was just telling them about, NOLA Defender, making an announcement that now I'm working with NOLA Defender, being a paranormal blogger, which is huge. It's a magazine here locally. It's very popular, and it's actually popular worldwide. So I'm proud to announce that, Kirby. I'm really proud to announce that.
And I'm proud to say congratulations to you, DW.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Well, awesome job. Did you ever introduce Kirby properly? Because a lot of people I saw did go back and read the comments. Much love. Kirby feel the same way about you. However, they really need to know what Kirby's real name is. It's not KRBY.
Yes, KRR-B.
And what does it stand for?
Keeping it real, brother. That's what it stands for. That's what it always stands for. Keeping it real, brother.
Yeah, but you didn't say it. It's keeping it real.
I can't say it like you said, man.
You didn't get to tell me that the brother out. The brothers got a pause to it. See, brothers got a little swag till they walk like Dogman. Dogman don't just be running around crazy. Dogman got a swag, so it's keeping it real, brother. Got to put the pause. If you do the pause, you know Kirby. If you don't do the pause, you know you don't know Kirby.
Well, I know Kirby, and I didn't do the pause. So let me apologize, Kirby, for not doing the pause. Now,
apology not accepted. You've been knowing Kirby too long to be messing up my name. But we can move on past that.
Yeah, let us move past that. Let us move past that. Now, Kirby, you were telling me earlier that you are now representing Dogman, and as a spokesperson for all the Dogman clans around the world right now. and that you have some problems with some of the things that have been said about Dogman, some of the things that are going on with Dogman. And I want to get into that. I want to touch on some of that.
Well, this is so true, and I need to give a a disclaimer, because some people think Kirby's crazy already. I know it, but we all in good company. What people don't know is that Dogman chooses you. He doesn't just show up at anybody's house. He chooses you. So just as you have that special magnetism that calls Dogman and Sasquatch and Bigfoot, whatever your chosen name is, Kirby has that too, and this is a gift. I must offer this. This is a gift that we all can obtain. You just have to be free of mind, free of thought, and free of judgment. And then you can speak the language of Dogman.
Is that the same as the language of love?
No, language of love was an example, man. Everyone speaks a different language. Like when you're talking to, I don't know, you have to be able to communicate.
Wait. What's a dun-dun-dun?
Well, I don't want to give the politically correct term because it might offend somebody, but you know, somebody who's just a little bit, ain't the sharpest marble in the box. One of them. Or, see, this female thing, you got to know how to speak to the females too. But if God would just admit that he made a mistake with these females, we can fix them.
Wait,
but
what?
Because we think he's infallible, we got to accept what they are. And unfortunately, DW, there's female dog. Well, dog woman? Would that be PC? They got female dog women out here too. They need special attention.
So dog girl need love too.
You hit it on the nail.
All right, so Kirby, let me ask you this question. What is Dogman's main problem with what's going on right now? Because I know a lot of people are out here accusing Dogman of killing children, raping cattle, raping horses.
I've hit a cattle or two, but I ain't touched no children.
Wait, what?
Have you ever hit a cow or a sheep? I know you done been with a sheep, DW, because you're from Mississippi. And that's one thing we do in Mississippi is we tear sheep up. But now, because it's not on the forefront, we mad because Dogman getting some sheep. There's nothing wrong.
Hold on, Kirby. I ain't never did nothing. Kirby, hold on. I ain't never did nothing with no sheep, man. I ain't never touched no sheep.
You can keep it to yourself. It's all good. Keep it real, brother.
Oh my God. So Dogman is upset because he's getting this bad rap. Now, I have heard stories about Dogman raping horses. You saying that Dogman is not out here raping animals, is what you're saying?
Would you mind if Kirby speaking first person for the Dogman?
Okay, that's fine. If you want to speak for Dogman in the first person, go for it.
Truth be told, there's only one horse that I would hit, and that's the big fine Clydesdale. Them little mares and all of that, no, that's too small, because Dogman's got a big, righteous bird, and I don't mind pulling. It's got to be something that can handle a cow. You can put an arm in a cow, and he just look at him. Ooh, he just turn around. It don't really affect him. So Dogman don't mind hitting a cow, but a horse, it's got to be Clydesdale, baby.
Okay. What about these accusations that you are running around eating people, Dogman? What about those accusations? Are y'all eating people or what? Because we're hearing all this stuff. Are y'all eating people?
That is absolutely preposterous. We like people. The problem between us and people is that people don't understand us. We're not dogs. We're not man. We are dog man. When you see our powerful visage, you get afraid, and that's understandable. But them guns, we know how to carry guns now. Those guns are not necessary. So there's how does Dogman say this properly? If you would greet us differently, maybe with a little French bread, that might work. Maybe with some different music than Zydeco, you might not bring the beast out in us. So it's all in the approach. If I approach you, DW, the wrong way, you're going to respond accordingly. Same exact thing with me. Don't come at me with no fear. I can't stand fear because I see you as a cow, and you know what I do to cows? I'm going to get that ass.
Oh, my God.
So yes, it could happen, but if you approach me like a man, then I'm going to treat you like a man.
Wow. Okay. I guess in some way, shape, or form that makes sense. You know, you approach me like a man, I'll treat you like a man. Well, what do you say to this, though? What do you say to this, Kirby? Because I know you speak for the dog man. What do you say to this, dog man? The accusations that you guys do just terrifying things. You'll walk out, show yourself to somebody, growl, grunt, chase them off. Why do you guys do that? Why do you do that?
Man, we are talking. That's not growling and grunt. What do you want me to say? Pass the great poop on? I'm a dog man. Should I say more? What else? What do you? Let me ask you a question, DW. What do you want me to sound like?
You know, I don't know what you should sound like.
Exactly.
I don't know.
So a dog man is what a dog man is, and a dog man's going to be what a dog man is. So we have to put the fear aside. These creatures are not. We are not here to harm you. We'd have been did it. You know, we knocked the cow down, and you never saw no cows have babies. So why not get a little dog man love in your life? That's possible. But you got to lay on your back, on your stomach. I'm sorry, lay on your stomach, like in the fetal position, and let us do what we do. We're not gonna hurt you. Might bite you on the nape of your neck. And after we finish, I'll show you one thing. You're gonna be looking for dog man next week.
Now let me ask you this other question, because there's this speculation about where dog men come from, where you guys come from. You know, I'm a believer of that. When God created the earth, the angels fell from heaven, came down and slept with the daughters of men. And in the Bible, it says that those spirits corrupted every form of flesh. So I believe, and I could be wrong, you speaking for dog man, that you guys were some kind of mutant creation from these fallen angels. But maybe you can give us some information about exactly where the hell y'all come from.
I could absolutely address that question. First, I have to digress just a little bit and give you a little history. When God sent those angels here the first time, they took the women as wives. Now, that was against the rules. And that's where the giants came from, so on and so on. We know that story. Then he flooded the earth. The biggest mass murder in world history. Killed everybody except 6 people. Now, if you fast forward, you heard about this dude named Goliath. Goliath was another giant. I thought God made a mistake at that point. I said, hold on, he killed all the giants, but there's one left. Found a mistake. But then I found out, because Kirby studies a lot of stuff in Dogman. I'm Dogman right now. Dogman studies, no Dogman on Kirby studies, but he told Dogman. So Dogman says that if you fast forward, you'll see that there are more giants after the flood. And I found out that God sent more angels. And they had sex with the women again. Now, we're not going to stay on the fact that God is a poor judge of character. We're going to circle back to that. That's another show. What we're going to focus on here, DW, is that if the angels from heaven who's sucking the heavenly nipple, if they can't keep their hands off these women, DW, how in the hell do you expect you, me, Kirby, and anybody else to keep their hands off these women? So as Dogman, I fall under the same curse. If the angels got to knock down these women, with Dogman need to get 1 or 2 also. That's just the way it is. It's the way it was. But yes, we are offspring of such. You may have even seen our visage in a pyramid or 2. We've been here for a long time, but back then we had birdmen, dogmen, cowmen, pigmen, but now they killed all them. But we are still here, and we're gonna be here to the end of time, DW.
How did y'all survive, man? How did y'all survive all that? Because everything else died. What happened to y'all? How did y'all survive?
Well, that's a good question. I haven't been here forever, but I can talk to my grandfather, and he can probably tell me, and I'll let you know on the next show.
All right, well, talk to Grandpa Dogman and see what he has to say. Now, with all this negative PR going on around about you guys, and all these stories flying around, and I might be guilty of it because this is Dogman week, but with all this negative PR, nobody talks about how Dogman feels. How do you guys feel when you hear this type of stuff being spoken about you? Because it's kind of like everybody's talking at you. Nobody's talking to you.
Dogman needs a hug. We're tired of all this. We are obviously revealing ourselves to chosen people. You're probably blonde hair, blue eyes, maybe brunette with brown eyes, thick thighs, slim waist. That's what we're looking for. But if you're seeing a big burly man out there because you're scared, well, we got to show him that I'm the big dog. I'm the big dog, not you. I'm the big dog. So send the old lady back out. Let me talk to her because Dogman speaks the language of love. So it's a huge, huge misconception and miscommunication, misnomer, all them misses together. But the bottom line is you just missed the point. Invite Dogman, because that's what Kirby did to us. He invited us in. He took the time to understand what really made the Dogman bark.
I ain't hugging no damn
made
dog,
the Dogman
man.
howl.
I ain't inviting no dog, man. I ain't hugging none of y'all. What the hell was that?
Dogman came out me. Sometimes, you know, when you can do that too, DW. You just have to free your mind, free your thoughts, free your heart, and don't pass judgment. It's like when you see somebody you never saw before, you're like, God messed up with him. His head is way too big for his body. You got to embrace those kinds of people. We're all different, but we fear that which we are. Hello? Did I lose you?
I'm here. I'm here. Oh my God, man. You got me dropping stuff in here. Oh my God. My eyes are watering, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now, it also is.
Dogman just needs a gentle reception, DW.
Walk us
I
through
disclosed to y'all earlier that I had class. I am a creature of class. We like a Merlot with preferably some French bread. That's all we need. Put it out on a white plate. Got to be white plate because you know that you want to make sure the stuff is clean. Remember, we're part man. The man in us wants a clean plate. Remember, French bread, a little olive oil, smashed tomato, no chunks, oven for 325 for 6 to 7 minutes. That's it. And a little glass of Merlot. We'd have a good time.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, my eyes are running. I can't talk. Now, let me ask you this. It's my understanding that also you've been in communication with Bigfoot about their needs, their wants, and their desires. What's going on with Bigfoot nowadays? Because, you know, is Bigfoot getting jealous of Dogman from your communications with them, Kirby? Because
I'm sorry, repeat that. I had to release the hounds.
I said, in your communications with Bigfoot, are they getting jealous of Dogman getting all this shine and all this attention? Because years ago, it was all about Bigfoot. Bigfoot this, Bigfoot that.
I heard you. I can howl and listen. Bigfoot is mad with Dogman. I'm listening.
Are they getting jealous? Because Dogman is getting all this shine right now. Everything is about Dogman. I saw Dogman here. They got books. They got articles. They're getting accused of killing little kids, all kind of stuff. They're getting all attention. Do you know if the Bigfoot are getting jealous?
It's not that Bigfoot is jealous, but everybody likes to be in the spotlight. Bigfoot right now has to play the darker side of the moon and let the Dogman shine. The reason for this is that dog is a man's best friend. So there's something innate in nature. See, that's root, innate in nature. They go together, but there's something innate in nature that makes us gravitate toward the Dogman. But Bigfoot, God bless America. Have you ever seen a Bigfoot up close?
No, I haven't seen a Bigfoot up close. I don't think I want to see a Bigfoot up close. Have you seen a Bigfoot up close?
Well, thank God for small favors, because hell yeah, I seen the Bigfoot up close. I tell you, they got one in West Wego. They got a couple in West Wego. They got a whole family living in West Wego. You know what they call it in West Wego? Somebody landed in that God forbidden part of town and said, "Where are we?" And they had some name back then. And he said, "Well, where's California?" He said, "West." And they said, "Well, West we go." And it kind of stuck. But anyway, what happens is that Dogman definitely got the shine right now. And as Bigfoot, yes, we are crypto terrorists, as you like to call us. We like to growl and grunt and beat our chest. That's what the Bigfoot do. Dogman don't do all that. So when I say to Bigfoot, is that, hey man, you got to slow down a little bit. All that chest thumping and growling and all that foolishness, that's not the way you get a woman. As it is in humanity, it is in the crypto terrorist world. It's all about the ladies. No money, no honey.
So you saying right now everything is about procreation. Everything is about finding a woman. So what happens how does a male Bigfoot behave when he ain't getting something? You know, I know how we behave when we
that's
get on a little bit of a dry spell.
That's the only reason why you see it, a male Bigfoot. Because he ain't getting none. So naturally you're going what they call that cock strong. Naturally you're gonna run into a cock strong Bigfoot. Because he hasn't gotten none. That's the only reason he come out. Because naturally, the more orgasmic energy I get, the more invisible we are. So the less orgasmic energy, the more visible we are. A lot of people don't know that, DW. It's about the orgasmic energy. It ain't about procreation. To hell with procreation. It's about the orgasm, the big O, baby. Keeping it real, brother.
Oh my goodness. Breaking news. It's all about the orgasmic activity of Bigfoot. Energy of Bigfoot. Wow.
That's the only reason you're going to see Bigfoot, because he hard up and he ready to shake something down. Bang, bang. That's what Bigfoot do. Bang, bang.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Oh, my God. Let me catch my breath. So we went over the fact that Bigfoot is actually jealous of Dogman. That the only time we see a Bigfoot, and just reiterating what you told me so far, the only time we see an actual male Bigfoot because they're hard up. How come we never see a female Bigfoot?
Yep, you got it.
How come we never really see female Bigfoots? Now, I've heard stories where people have seen big-breasted female Bigfoots running around. And they couldn't look at nothing but them breasts.
She is what we call the Jezebel of the Bigfoot tribe. So as it is with the male Bigfoot, the orgasmic energy creates invisibility. So when that female needs it all day, bang, 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 when she needs that all day, that's the Jezebel of the Bigfoot family. She just can't get enough. Hence, visibility. And boy, you got to know, them Jezebels always got them big breasts and big thighs. A big leg woman ain't got no soul. That's the truth. As it is in humanity, it is in Bigfoot land. So those are the two reasons, and the only reason, the one reason that you ever will see Bigfoot. She's either the Jezebel or the cockstrong Bigfoot male. They go together. If they sexed up, they're invisible. But that Jezebel, absolutely do not approach her. Because she'll sneeze on you. And once she sneezes on you, DW, you're under her spell. And if you ever saw a man in love with a Jezebel Bigfoot, it is something to see. God bless America for small favors. If you lucky enough to fall in the arms of a Bigfoot Jezebel, oh my God, you will never touch one of these human women again.
Hold on, Kirby.
Just might adopt you if you can satisfy her.
Kirby, hold on. You sound like you're talking from experience, personal experience. Now I saw the pictures of Patty. Patty had a big old booty on that. You saw the Patterson film where they had Patty. Patty had a big old booty.
Mm-hmm. You on something? Keep going.
Well, that's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say is Patty had a big old hairy booty. And
you can read between the lines, DW. These women, if you shave them up, I mean, they still look like a dog in the face. You might see one or two on Jerry Springer sitting there telling lies. But if you shave them, you got to shave them twice, every 2 days. Because the hair grow back quick, real quick. And they always have hair down there. They can't get rid of that. That's the key. It's not that these women are bringing the hair back. It's Bigfoot that made it fashionable again. And we're not smart enough or informed enough to know that it's the Bigfoot. Camel toe, when you see that big old giant camel toe, that's because the hair is there. And the male Bigfoot, when he see camel toe, good Lord, it's lights out for her. Don't be walking around with no Lululemon tights on if you live in West Wego. You have been warned, because he might think you a cow. Wear your ass out. You'll never forget it.
I can't breathe, Kirby. I can't breathe. All right, I got it together. For a second there, man, I laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. This is ridiculous. This is going way too far.
Kirby only knows one way to go, DW, and that's wide open. You know that.
One more
Kirby
question,
don't know what
Kirby.
else to be but wide open. If you call Kirby, this is what you're going to get 24/7.
Oh, my God.
Got a house full of nobody. They're everywhere.
I got one more question for you, Kirby, before I let you go. Is there anything you want to tell the members of the Dark Waters family? I've been sharing your channel link with them. If you want to address the Dark Waters family directly and let them know what's coming down the pipeline with you, tell everybody what they can expect. I think they love you. I'm reading the comments.
I have listened to DW, and he's convinced me to put up a channel, but this is me, DW. And I said I got a house full of nobodies. They everywhere. They really don't, Kirby's not lonely, but some people get put off by Kirby's energy. And they said, I don't know how to be nothing else but me. This is me 24/7. This is me. So I can't do nothing but be me. So if the whatever community you just called them, Dark Waters people, if they will embrace Kirby as me, then Kirby will be happy to talk about anything and everything. But you're gonna get Kirby. So if you don't want Kirby, if I offend you with this or that, then goddamn it, tune out. Don't even tune in once. But if you want somebody who can keep it real, brother, I might be your man.
All right, Kirby, man. Thanks for spending some time with us, dude. Go ahead and handle your business. I appreciate you calling in, my friend.
Make sure you put that notice out. Do not wear Lululemon tights in West Wego. The Dogman will tear your ass up. Keep it real, brother.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Oh, my God. Y'all just don't understand. Like, I'm over here with a microphone muted and literally falling out of the chair. My vision got blurry because I was laughing so hard. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling y'all, Kirby will be on one of these radio channels probably within 90 days with his brand of comedy. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely funny. And it's one of those things that you're just not going to find that anywhere. You're not going to find that absolutely nowhere on the internet. Not even on the internet. You're not going to find that on the internet. You're not going to find it on the dark web, the deep web. You're not finding that type of... catch my breath, man, because I'm having a hard time breathing from laughing so hard. You're not going to find that type of comedy anywhere. And that's complete and total improv. There was no, hey, man, we're going to talk about this. I say, hey, man, this is what's coming. I'm just going to ask you a question. All right, this Kirby, I'm going to do it. And that was all it was to it. So I'm glad you guys had the opportunity to listen to Kirby for some time. I'm going to post the link one more time in the chat. Go over and subscribe. It's literally 270 people here. Let me go check and see how many of y'all subscribe. See if y'all acting like suckers out here. Let me go look for myself. Paste and go. 88, really? We didn't even hit 100. Wow. Okay. So we got a few haters in here that don't want to subscribe, but it's all good. I see some people getting banned. We must have had the Hot Pockets come in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lines are open. There was someone who actually called a few seconds ago. I think that was Dark Wolf. I don't know if Dark Wolf is listening. There was someone who actually called a few seconds ago, and it was someone who called actually a few seconds ago, and I want you to go ahead and call back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the rules for calling me. Gotta let you know, I'm old school. So be respectful, and we don't have any problems. Hey, is this Dark Wolf?
Yeah, Black Wolf. Hey, DW, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, my brother. What's happening with you tonight?
Not much, man. A single dad here. I'm from around Tennessee, and man, I just want to say, everybody, I'm sure they feel the same way. We appreciate your work, man, and where you're going with the entertainment part of it, I think it's great, man. I mean, more power to you. I'm proud to be a part of the Dark Waters family.
Thank you, man. You know, I think people take this a little bit too seriously, and that's why you get those people who just go overboard with it. And this is no. You can't be too serious about anything in life, man. We only live once.
Right,
We're
man.
family.
You're just gonna cause yourself trouble about it. You know, you're just gonna wear yourself to death.
Yeah. So you know what we do? We hanging out, we having fun, and that's what we do. Man, we've been texting back and forth for a little bit. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to call you, but I'm so happy that you did call me to speak. So what's on your mind? You were telling me that you had a couple of stories you wanted to share. I love hearing stories.
Yeah, man, I've got something I've got to lay on you, because this is how I got turned on to you. I've always been a Coast to Coast fan, and I was checking back on that. I hadn't listened to it in years because, you know, I don't listen to radio anymore. But I was looking it up on YouTube, and I run across, you know, your little spot you did on there, and man, it was great. And then I went right over to YouTube, and the stuff I was listening to, man, the Siege of Lockett Ranch. Oh my God, man! Believe it or not, I'm a traveling musician. I'll keep the story kind of short.
No, you don't have to keep it short. You tell your story, baby. I ain't in no rush. Take your time.
Man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I'm super excited, man. And a big shout out to all the mods too, man, because they always, as soon as I come in, they've always been quick to, you know, take care of business. They got you back, and man, they're great. Lakea, I told you to give you a shout out, so shout out to Lakea and all them. Extremes, man. He's another one. Great guy, man. I've talked to him a little bit. Anyway, back to the story. Sorry, man. I'm a traveling musician. You know, I don't travel as much, just on weekends now. And that's kind of where we got crossed up with trying to get back with the text and stuff. But anyway, I was in, we used to play Vicksburg and Hattiesburg and a lot, you know, all around. And I was in New Orleans about Mardi Gras 08, man. Y'all people, man, y'all know how to throw down in New Orleans, man. Let me tell you. Anyway, I got hooked in. I'll just say Taylor Road, and the girl I was dating, man, her last name was Taylor, and that's all I'll give about that. But, you know, we every time I was roll back in town, you know, I'd see her, and I remember her telling me a story, and I don't remember it because I wasn't really paying attention back then, but she told me a story, you know, vaguely about, you know, she called him lougarou, which you know, or Dogman, you know, werewolf, whatever you want to call them, how, you know, they was real. And I always thought it was more of a thing because, you know how it is being a traveling musician out on the road, man. I mean, sometimes stuff happens, and we'd always I was younger, and we'd hang out and party a little bit. And I always thought she was just fucked up, to be honest with you. But she took me, man, to freaking Taylor Road, and she told me this story, and she was jacked up, man. And at that point, I done gave all the bad stuff up. And I was like, man, you know, you out here tore up, we out in the middle of nowhere, you telling me this crazy story about Dogmen. You know, she's like, man, she was real adamant. They messed her family up. They've had real problems with them. But she said, where we was at, you know, it's trees and basically four-wheeling trails. And she said, no, you know, it's about 5 o'clock, and the sun's, it's up all right. You know, we can see, but I'm just thinking she's tripping out. Like, you need to sandwich and nap and rethink reality for a little while.
You need to rethink your life and your choices.
Yeah, I love you to death, but you space cadetting right now. You know, and I got mad at her, and I made her take me back to my hotel room, which was it was a pretty good drive, but I think it was in Hattiesburg at that time. You know, it was a little bit of drive, and I was like, man, just take me back. And I never really messed around with her again. And then here I am. This was Mardi Gras 08 when I was down there this last time. And then, man, I heard your story about the Siege of Lockett Ranch and just the stuff that connected the Taylor everywhere, man. I mean, it just blew my mind. And that's one of the things that I really wanted to share with you. Another thing, man, I've seen it one time in my life. And it was another riding down the road, you know, in our band van, which there's captain's chairs in the back. I'm kind of a tall guy. So I was sitting up, resting my back, and I had pretty good eyesight of the road coming down. As we're going down the road, and it's just real mountainous road in between. Just Murphy, North Carolina to right around Cleveland where we was coming through. It's a long stretch of road, but it was mountainous. And man, it was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that. And I've seen a lot of eye shines in nature. I mean, a lot, growing up country boy. And man, what nobody ever really describes, they always say the Dogman eye shine, describe the amber and
Right.
the orangish red. Man, what nobody ever says is exactly how it is, because man, I know what we seen was it had to be a Dogman, because it was like down in this big drainage ditch that our lights hit a little straightaway coming down the mountain. It looked up kind of surprised, and I seen his eyes till we passed it. I mean, we was hauling ass, but I mean, it's just weird how you remember the details when you see something like that. The inside, man, where his pupils are, you could tell that's where the yellow was, and then the outside was more of a reddish amber. I mean, it was one of the most trippiest things I've ever seen in my life, man. But I've seen a lot of eye shine, and that was just totally alien to me. You know what I mean?
And then those eyes are big too, so you can't help
Big,
but
yeah. And how I could tell it was a dog, man, because when it come up, you could tell it was laying down like a somebody in a trench. You know what I mean? There's a big drainage ditch coming down the mountain. You could tell it had a big long snout, because when it turned to look our way, it had to lift its head up off the ground to make the turn. You know what I mean? So then it seen us and ducked straight back down. And I was like, man, I seen the whole top of his head. It looked like a big freaking dog, man. I mean, but this was, you know what I mean? I've seen many dogs. I've worked on greyhound farms when I was younger. I know dogs. This was something else, man. I'm telling you, I've never seen dogs and stuff like that. They got the pretty eye shine. It's warm. It's nothing. That was something else, man. I'm telling you.
No, that had to be. You guys were moving when you saw it, though, right? You were driving in the vehicle, right?
Correct. And I'm sitting in the left-hand side where I always sit. It's got the little vent window for me to smoke out of. And I'm sitting right on the the driver's side, and I could see the whole pan, because the other guy that was up front, the passenger side, he was reclined back. So it's a pretty big window. I could see coming straight out, and it all happened with him, man. It wasn't maybe 8 seconds, because we're hauling ass, and it hit the straightaway, and then you could tell our lights went over, into the darkness, basically where he was dipped down at, where the road blocked the light. He come up into the light. It was a weird thing about it, because you could tell he was looking at the light. He looked like dead away from us, and then panned, lifted his snout up. You could tell he'd smack it on the ground if he at the angle he was at. Lifted it up, turned around, and then ducked. And I couldn't even say nothing for a few minutes, but had my jaw dropped. And even though my buddies, man, I've known them for years and stuff. The guitar player I played with like 20 years. I was still like, man, what do I tell these dudes? I mean, I never said nothing about it. But somebody that's skeptical like that, they just don't understand until you actually see it and get run-ins like that. Because even my almost run-in feels relevant, compared, or the way it tied in with the Lockett Ranch thing, which was incredible to me. But man, just the subject of Dogman, I mean, it's always fascinated me, and ever since I got turned on to you, man, I've been dying to talk to you. I'm honestly, man, I'm just proud to have the chance to do it.
Well, thank you. Let me ask you a question, though. When
Yes,
you
sir.
actually saw it, how did it make you feel? What was the emotions that you were going through when you saw it? Because one of the things that I know I've talked to at this point when it comes to Dogman encounters, I've talked to about people, I would say about 600 people. That's not even, it may be less than that. It may be 620. The last,
Right.
I stopped counting at 600 because some of them are just people lying. But there's these things that are common emotionally when people see it. And that's why I was interested in what emotions you felt.
Well, all the research I've done on it, man, I really didn't feel nothing out of the ordinary other than just pure shock, because I really felt like I knew I was looking at. This hadn't been that long ago, and then bouncing the story with, dating a Taylor girl, man, I know it's just come to one of those things. I was shocked, but doing the research, I really believe, man, any big animal, big predator, there's all kinds of animals in nature right now that do the infrasound that, that I don't think anybody ever addresses. That is, is science, but scientifically, it shuts down your nerves by disrupting the, we're all run by electricity. It shuts down your nerves, and lions do it. There's all kinds of stuff in nature. And I really believe that's where that sheer just terror, because if you imagine, it's like mildly being tased. You're not getting the jerking motion off of it, but it's a whole attack on your senses, and that's really what I believe it is. But as far as mine, no, I was, I didn't feel nothing other than pure shock.
No, you're 100% right when you talk about. I don't refer to it as infrasound. I just say that it's the frightened terror that comes from hearing that growl. But when you start talking about physiologically what happens to a human's body, that probably is the most accurate description of it. Because I've talked to a number of people who've been very, very close, and growls through windows, growls through car doors, and they always have that same effect. Now, the thing that I find is interesting is that, when you tell your story, and this is not me, don't take anything I say in the wrong way at all.
No, please say anything you want to. I'm honored to hear it.
No, I was going to say, I believe your story because it's consistent with people who get the glimpse of Dogman. Like, they'll say, I got a glimpse of it and I was in shock. But when they have the actual encounter, like you were driving a vehicle and you saw it and you said you were in shock. That's why it was such an accurate description of the emotion. And I believe it because that is consistent with what I've heard when people get a glimpse of it from a vehicle. And I actually take notes on these things. So, that's why I asked you the emotion, because I jotted down. So it's consistent. Now, when people actually are on foot and they're in a situation where they encounter this thing and there's no way of getting away, oh my God, the rest of the emotions kick in. And
yeah, man. And on top of the adrenaline, man, if you imagine if the infrasound theory is sound, pardon the pun, but think about it. What do you do to prepare for that? There's nothing you can do. What are you going to do? Find some way to mildly tase your nervous system to build up to not be affected by that? You know what I mean? It'd be like the perfect predator thing. If they wanted to instill fear or whatever, that would be the way to do it. Well, you got to imagine it could only be like a mild seizure or something like that, because that's the effect of your nervous system, basically.
Oh no, absolutely. So it sounds like how long have you been kind of researching the topic of Dogman?
Oh man, since I caught them werewolves, basically a kid. Me and my, I got another story I'd like to get with you later and share for sure, man. But no, really, my whole family's all we're all kind of Cherokee descent, and we've all kind of been open, to the spiritual side of the world, and that's another thing I love about your work is like Dogman Genesis, as far as the native perspective of everything. That's beautiful. I don't care if it's I know it comes from pure fact, because that's what your work does. But even if it wasn't, man, that is a beautiful story of Native American history, and what their take on, creation and everything else. And man, if anything, it's entertainment. It's great entertainment. You know how you lock people in. You're good at it. But it's great entertainment, man. And the way you're branching out to, I always felt like it was kind of limiting yourself, saying, you're the horror genre, because now you're branching out in the entertainment genre, man. And I think it's great, man. I think it's really great.
No, thank you. My goal for the Dark Waters channel is to turn into a Dark Waters media operation. It'll be centered around paranormal, but everything is centered around paranormal. But who says that you can't be funny when it comes to the paranormal? Because one of the things that people need to understand is that we as a whole, there are people who think we're crazy anyway. So if we don't make fun of ourselves and our topic, somebody else is going to take that space up and they're going to make fun of it. So it's one of those things where you turn everything on its head. People are going to say we're crazy because we believe in Dogman. Okay. Let's take that and monetize that, because you think we're crazy. Oh, we're going to show your ass what crazy is. Here's crazy.
Real, man.
Here's crazy. So, there is the contrast. You want to know what crazy is? Hello, say hi to Kirby. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And how do you follow that, man? Kirby's off the chain, man. That was great, though.
A long time. Well, buddy, I'm going to let you go and try and get somebody else in here, but you got the number. We've been texting back and forth, and you and I will talk. It probably won't be till Saturday. but we'll talk and we'll chop it up a little bit more. Okay.
No problem, brother. Thank you for having me, man.
Oh no, thank you for calling in, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Talk to you later.
All right, bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we open for the next caller who calls in. Now we're going. I told you we're gonna go 30 minutes till after Kirby was done. We at 8 o'clock, so we got 30 minutes left in the show. Anybody who wants to call in, call in. In the meantime, while I'm waiting on someone to call in, Lakeia hit me to a story last night when we were talking about a pack, quote unquote, a pack of wild dogs that attacked the little girl on Pine Ridge Reservation. Now, this is an older story, happened in 2014, but nonetheless, it is a story. Pine Ridge authorities are looking for a pack of wild dogs that attacked and killed the 8-year-old girl Tuesday, and they're warning parents not to leave their children outdoors unsupervised. The story goes on to talk about how this little girl was out sledding and she was attacked by a pack of wild dogs. Now, the internet is alive with rumors that this actually was a dog man attack. Do we know for sure if that's what happened? No, we don't. We have no way of knowing for sure if that's what happened or not. But it's always fun to speculate. Now, what is disappointing is that either way it goes, an 8-year-old little girl is dead. There is nothing, good about that. I don't like the concept and idea of that, which is a perfect segue into something I read into the chat. Steve Gunn. I don't know if you realize I saw your comment, but brother, I did see your comment about losing your daughter a couple of years ago. And I am very, very happy that the Dark Waters family and the Dark Waters brand of entertainment is helping you get through it. I will have you in my prayers at night, and I will keep you in my prayers moving forward, because there's nothing like losing someone close to you. I don't know if you realize I saw that, but I did see that. I actually try and multitask while I'm doing this. So I just want you to know I heard you and I saw you. And each and every person in the Dark Waters family is important to me. The lines are open, ladies and gentlemen. Could the moderators please post the Skype ID in the chat? It's darkh201@outlook.com. For some reason, the dyslexia kicked in and I did darkh20 instead of darkh20. So you guys can feel free to call in. I'm excited, though. I really am. I'm excited, and I didn't really get a chance to get into the NOLA Defender deal. I'm really, really excited about that. And I'm excited about some of the things that are coming down the pipeline at the end of the year, some of the projects that I'm working on in the paranormal. One in particular that is going to blow people out of the water. What I do like about the NOLA Defender thing is because it opens doors for us, ladies and gentlemen. When I say us, I mean us, because we are family. And the door that it opens is this. The owner of NOLA Defender actually sits on the board with some people who are in the NOLA film industry. And you guys know for a very, very long time, I've been talking about reenactment shows of people's encounters. I had an offer to do one. It kind of didn't pan out. Then the guy wasn't quite able to do what he wanted to do. Then he came back and he tried to turn around and say, people in Hollywood don't like how you're posting stuff on your Facebook page. And I was like, I don't know about that. Let's take this call real quick before, it goes crazy. Hey, you're on Live with Dog Waters. How you doing today?
What's up?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, so, this is Rich from New Jersey, and got a little bit of story to tell you. It's probably not as exciting as some of the other tales, but it's pretty interesting.
Well, Rich, let me stop you right there. Let me say this to you. It's all about the stories, and each story has its different details. But really, the stories for me it's more so about you than just the story. I tell people all the time, people are like, "Oh, it's not a scary story." No, Rich is about you. It's about your encounter and your life experience, and everyone getting to know you. So I want to tell you, thank you for calling and having the balls to call in and even tell a story. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to hear your story. I would love to hear your story.
Okay, all right, let's get into it. All right, so I'm a Jersey boy. I lived here most of my life, but I did some traveling. And 2015, I was out in Arizona, and I don't know if I want to give away too many details about where.
You don't have to.
But we'll say it's Coconino National Forest. I think that's close enough and vague enough. So I'm there, I'm camping out, and we have a pretty nice group with us. Most of the group is off in town on this particular night. And I'm there with my girlfriend, just the two of us and a dog. And where we were, there was a gravel area for everybody to park. And all those vehicles that were usually there, they were all out in town that night. There was an event going on. So it was just us, just my vehicle and hers. And I hear somebody running in the gravel. Now, we were inside a tent at the moment. So I hear someone out there, and I figure, okay, let me go see who it is. I knew everybody who was around the area. And we were about, 50 yards out into the scrubland. It's just little junipers and small plants. But I make my way to find the trail back to where my car was. My big concern was somebody is going towards my car. Concern for my security and my belongings. And that's all I was thinking of was, who is this? Let me go see who they are, see what's going on. So I approached what I heard. It was a guy running on the gravel, boom, 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 footsteps on the gravel. And it sounded like it was going from where the entry road was over towards where I parked. So I ran towards there, quickly moved towards there. And I realized in my search towards the sound, I had missed the slight trail that got me from out in, basically a desert area towards where the car was. So I got lost. And at that point, I had, whoever was running, I didn't hear him. Now, my big concern at that point, let me just find my way back. It was already dark at this point, and there was no one else around. Normally I could see lights and hear music from the cars, and, at least I could shine my flashlight and hit some reflectors on the cars. I didn't see any of that. So I'm getting lost. I mean, this isn't a huge area where I was at least that I had explored. That would extend really far out into the distance. But I had an idea of, the geography and where everything was. I just tried to find my way back to the car. It's like, okay, crap. I'm searching for someone. I got lost. Let me just go back. And I kept going. And I figured, okay, it was kind of a horseshoe. And I went past the horseshoe. So I'm going to make a left turn and make another left turn in a little bit. And I'll get my way back. And I got further out. I knew the area. So I knew if I kept going in a certain direction, I can get back. But, before that really happened, I hear something behind me. It was a boom, boom, boom. It was loud footsteps. It wasn't far behind me. And my first thought was, oh, shit, this is it. This is how I'm going to go. Out in the desert, nobody around. And I was scared. I didn't want to leave it on. I don't think I said a word. Now, I'm thinking whoever this is or whatever this is, they're going to hear in my voice that I'm a little scared. So I won't say anything. And I just kept going ahead, and I hear it again. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, that is a loud footstep. I couldn't mimic it if I tried. And I did try the next day. My feet were nowhere. I couldn't even hear my footsteps. It's hard packed sandstone. I didn't hear it. But I heard those steps. And I tried to put it out of my mind. Well, just going to keep going forward. And I hear it again. It's boom, boom, boom. I don't know how many times that happened. It happened quite a few times. I had a very bright flashlight with me too. And so I'd stop and I'd, turn around and I'd shine the beam over, and I didn't see a thing. Like, okay, this is kind of creepy because there's something following me. I don't know where I am. I'm off the trail and something's following me, and it's really big. But I didn't hear every step. I didn't hear it follow me every step of the way. I'd go maybe 20, 30 yards, and then I'd hear it again. The same distance behind me, maybe about 5 yards behind me. It happens again, and I turn the light, and I see a juniper branch swaying. And this isn't wind. This is somebody brushed the branch, and you could see it make the wider arcs, and the arcs get narrower because it had just been brushed up against. But I don't see anything there. And it happens again. You know, I find a wash and I find a couple signs. Eventually, I find a trail. Not the trail I'm looking for, but it gets me back. And that's about it. That happened that night. But what really comes in, you know, what really makes it interesting was, and it wasn't until listening to your show and other shows I realized that there might be something to this. Well, that morning, one of the rangers came by. Okay, rangers came by, do a check on the people, and check on the site and all. And she asked me, "Have you seen any?" She asked me a lot of questions, general stuff. How long have you been here? Where are you from? Blah blah blah. She also asked me, "Have you seen any black dogs around?" And I say, "Well, only the black dog that my girlfriend has right here." And she says, "Oh, okay. Well, then never mind." But after hearing that,
let me ask you a question. Now, I'm gonna tell you what I find. Let me pause you for 1 second.
Yeah.
What do you think it was? Because you give me two descriptions, like the boom, boom, boom. Are we talking about bipedal footprints? Are we talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what. When it was running, because whatever was there, it's the same thing I heard initially that got me out of the tent. It sounded like a guy running on gravel. Of course, I'm hearing it from 40, 50 yards away. They're very loud footsteps. At that point, I wasn't thinking this is anything other out of the ordinary. But those initial footsteps was what drew me out. But it was the ones that followed me. And it's not like you're hearing an elephant and you hear every footstep. This was very silent. It was almost like it was stalking. I felt like I was being stalked. And I was a little bit too nervous to turn around and really try to identify what was stalking me. My only concern was moving forward and getting back. Eventually I got back safely. But
let me ask you this: why did you leave your girlfriend though, dude? Why did you leave your girlfriend?
Well, she was in the tent. We were both safe, and all I thought was, hey, I hear someone in the parking lot. Let me go check in my car.
Okay, that makes sense. So this was a place that you were very, very familiar. How many times had you been to this place?
Well, I had been there for a few weeks at that point.
Oh, so you've been staying there for a few weeks?
Yeah. I mean, we did leave a couple times, leave on a weekend, but yeah, it was a spot that we were familiar with, and we knew other people who were even more familiar with.
Oh, so this was a camping trip? There was like an extended.
Yeah. Well, we were just kind of living on the road, but this is a public site that was free to use for anybody.
Oh, that's interesting. So what did your girlfriend have to say? Did she hear anything?
She heard the foots. She heard whoever was running in the parking lot. She heard that. We both heard it. And I said, I'm going to go check. I'm going to bring the light. I'll be right back. And it's only a 2-minute walk from there to the car. I really didn't expect it to be anything more than that. I'll go check on the car. It'll be fine, or it won't be, and I'll come right back.
Oh, so you could have pretty much thrown a rock to the car from where you were, had you got not twisted around.
A little bit further than that, but yeah, it's not far. If I ran in a straight line, no obstacles, yeah, I can get there in probably 20 seconds. It's not a huge distance away.
Do you think it was Dogman? What do you think it was?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't really know what to think. All I knew, there was something making footsteps, stomps, heavier and louder than anything I could do. I tried. I tried to mimic it for people the next morning. When I stomped, I could barely hear it. But when I heard those stomps the night before, they were loud. They were heavy. If I had to guess, we're talking 800 pounds heavy, something big. Now, I never even thought of Dogman. I hadn't even heard of that. Now, my girlfriend, she talked about bear dogs. She never really got into what bear dogs were.
What the hell is a bear? Wait. What the hell is a bear dog?
I don't know. I think it's something back in history. Dogs and bears shared the same genetic line at some point, same family tree, and then it split off. She never told me. I never got the story. But
that's a new one to me. Well, man, I appreciate you calling. You have a magnificent voice. I mean, you have a wonderful, magnificent, well-trained voice. It's amazing. I really like it. Call back anytime, my friend. I love sharing stories with people. I'm going to get to the next caller, and then I'm actually only got 6 minutes left, and my girlfriend is calling me. So you guys know when the old lady, when your old lady calls, you got to go, man. You got to take care of that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to talk like Kirby, but you got to take care of home. Thanks, my friend. I appreciate you, man.
All right. Thanks a lot.
It's a great story, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great story. I really appreciate people calling in and sharing their stories. I mean, it's one of those things to where, stories are not necessarily, they're not necessarily, it's not about being spooky or scary, or because each individual person has their own story to tell. And what happens is something that's frightening to me may not be frightening to you at all. It may not scare you one bit, but what's frightening to you may scare the hell out of me. So it's really not about the story being spooky or not. It's about the person. It's about that individual sharing a story. It's about that person having the will and the nerve to call in and share their story and tell their tale. So I mean, that's a great thing. I really, really like when people call in and we can talk. It's what the Dark Waters family is about. You guys are getting a little bit of example of just some of how the conversations happen in private when people actually call me and they turn around and share their stories. That's what happens on the cell phone. Like I have people texting me right now as we speak. Some of them are afraid to actually call in, which I don't know why you're afraid to call in. Nobody's going to bite you or kill you. But it's one of those things to where if you have a story to share, you can call me, you can message me, you can email me, and I'm more than willing to listen. And the Dark Waters family is willing to listen. With that being said, guys, that's it for the Dark Waters live stream tonight. I think it was good. 2 callers, 2 stories. Kirby going ham. If you haven't subscribed, to Kirby's channel, I'm gonna post a link one more time. Head on over and subscribe. Kirby is the man, and as you guys know, Kirby will be moving forward. And I think Kirby's going to be a powerful force in the paranormal industry in the next couple of months. The Dark Waters family and brand is expanding with your help and your assistance. I appreciate everyone who donated in the super chat. My girl donated again, and I'm going to have to call her, and she's not going to have a conversation because, I mean, darling, you are amazing for what you've been doing over the past 2 or 3 live streams. And, I can't thank you enough. Regina, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. And if there's anybody else out there, the next time we go live, feel free to call in. Feel free to call in and talk and share your story and share your encounter. Hot Pockets, you're welcome to call in as well. I'm not going to mistreat you unless you mistreat me. I believe in respecting people and treating them well. As long as they respect me, I respect them. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the live stream tonight. I appreciate you. I love you. And I'll be talking to you guys later.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the sites of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on this show. In other words, I will not be held responsible if you are attacked by dogmen, molested by Bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the Men in Black, investigated or arrested by local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or any other alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy the show. It's important that we maintain our agreement not to disclose the location of my family's property. In exchange, I will do my best to explain to you what I know about these creatures you call dogmen. My first encounter with these creatures was when I was 12 years old. My family's lineage goes back to 1832, when Taylor, Mississippi was founded. My family was some of the first people to move into this area. They worked the mills owned by Mr. John Taylor himself, founder of Taylor, Mississippi. Eventually, the Lockett family, my ancestors, were able to acquire a sizable piece of land.
where my grandfather, Edward Lockett Sr., and grandmother, Virginia Lockett, built a farm. My mother, Elizabeth Lockett, died at childbirth, and I was raised by my father, Edward Jr., and my grandparents. As a boy, I was responsible for a number of chores around our property, ranging from feeding the hogs and chickens to gathering corn from the fields, simple tasks that children today never do. The property my family owns is very large, with areas that have never been explored. To give you a description, if you can imagine a 5-acre rectangular clearing in the woods. The property is oriented north to south, with our home at the southeast corner of the clearing. Behind our home is a cornfield that extends the entire depth of the clearing, moving north, and it stops 75 feet from the wood line. To the west of the cornfield was our barn, hog pens, chicken coops, and storage shed. Further west was a ridge line that ran along the length of the clearing and beyond. At the base of the ridge was a drainage ditch, and moving inward, back towards the house, was a dirt road. I was told that the property was purchased from the Chickasaw Indians. The Chickasaw were a proud and civilized people with their own laws and religion. They were above all other things warriors and developed a reputation as a fierce fighting force. My father told me that deep within the boundaries of our property was the heart of the Chickasaw Nation, a place where they buried their dead and praised their gods. Life was very quiet on our farm for many years, until 1948 when my grandfather signed a deal to provide oak and hickory wood to a local sawmill. From that day on, the property was teeming with life, logging trucks going back and forth, and people constantly on the land. The dirt road was widened, and trees were cleared deep into the woods, creating a roadway that led to the back side of our property. After 2 weeks of clearing work, my father and I drove the roadway that extended at least 7 miles deep into the woods. There were these huge oak trees with limbs that grew in all types of directions, twisting and turning, covered with moss. You could tell that this area had not been disturbed by humans in a very long time. It had a feeling to it, like there was something just beneath the surface, waiting or lurking. My father was not very comfortable in this area at all. As I climbed the limbs, he urged me to return to the truck. The look on his face was one I will never forget. It was a face of fear of the unknown. He knew something was not right. The following week, full-scale logging commenced on the property. A crew of 30 men, along with a foreman named Mr. David, were present on the property daily. Grandfather, along with his best friend Barnabas, spent hours deep in the woods hunting and trapping. It was on one of these hunting trips where my grandfather was first alerted to something being wrong on the property. While deep beyond the area where the loggers were working, they came across several severed deer heads, just the heads only, and one of the heads had been positioned on top of a stick and stuck into the ground. It seemed like a marker of some sort. Barnabas described the feeling of being watched on all angles during dinner that night. He said it was almost as if the forest was alive. Not long after that, tales started coming in from the loggers about fast-moving figures that would follow them out of the woods, and they began to leave the area long before sunset. Mr. David, the foreman, was not a superstitious man at all. He insisted that the men worked every hour of daylight possible. I remember. It was a Tuesday evening, right before sunset, when a group of loggers came barreling down the road in a pickup truck, driving like they were running for their lives. They were met at the front of the property by Mr. David, who stood there blocking the road. Mr. David was a big man. He towered over most men at 6 feet 9 inches. He had worked in the logging business since he was 19 years old. Standing there in front of the speeding truck,
I knew he was fearless. The men came to a stop just before they hit him, and all exited the truck, some looking backwards towards the woods and up at the ridge line, and others just looked like they saw a ghost. Simultaneously, they all began to speak like a symphony of chaos and fear. The overwhelming point being made was that one of the men had disappeared. He was gone. They only were able to find his torn shirt with blood on it, but nothing else. Now, these men were loggers, some of the toughest people I have ever known. They had seen death over and over, gruesome deaths, horrible accidents. But whatever this was, this time was something unnormal, even for them. One of the men said, "I was talking to him. He was right there behind me. Then I heard a grunt, and he was gone. He vanished in thin air. There's something in these woods, something we don't need to be messing with, sir." Mr. David, my father, Barnabas, and my grandfather all went into the woods that night looking for the missing logger. When they returned, they all were speaking in hushed tones, something that was unusual for my household. See, there were very few secrets held in my house. My grandfather, Ed Sr., didn't believe in secrets. He believed that a boy should be raised to be a man. But that night, something was being kept a secret, and I knew it. That secret came spilling out at 4:30 a.m. the next morning. The dogs on the property began to bark like I've never heard them bark before. We had 4 dogs. They were all mixed breeds, German Shepherds and Collies, which made them both huge and smart animals. But this barking was different than anything I ever heard before. When I moved to the living room, everyone was already awake, weapons in hand and at the ready. Confused, I asked my grandma, "What's going on?" That's when she told me they had shot a big animal in the woods earlier, and they believed the others had followed them back to the house. The dogs were quickly brought into the house, and my grandmother and I were rushed up to the attic. Below, we could hear the dogs running from room to room inside the house, barking and growling. Then, above all the noise of the dogs and the sound of everyone talking, came a growling sound, so powerful that I swear it shook the floorboards in the attic. My grandmother moved towards the front attic window and looked out. She never quite described what she saw to me. There really was no need for her to. By the way she reacted, I knew it was some type of monster. Then there was the sound of something smashing against the side of the house. Not the sound of something ramming, but the sound of something smashing against the side of the house over and over again. That was followed by gunfire that lasted for the next hour and a half. Shots rang out into the night. There were multiple growls that rumbled the house, silencing the dogs all at once. Then there was a howl in the distance, and all activity stopped. Later that morning, my grandmother packed her things and went 2 towns over to stay with Mr. David's wife. She didn't say much as she left, and I can still remember the touch of her hand on my head as she walked away. That day, there were more loggers on the property than I had ever seen, but they were not equipped with saws. They were equipped with shotguns and rifles. There was a large crowd of men gathered along the side of the house, standing there talking. When I finally worked my way through to see what they were talking about, it was a dead hog. It had been smashed against the house until it was nothing more than a blob of fat, blood, and bone. Blood spatter was all along the walls of the house, and the smell of blood and the sound of flies made my stomach turn a bit. There were large canine prints that seemed to be everywhere around our house. That day, we ventured deep onto the property in search of these beasts. 34 men and 1 little boy entered the woods that day. The landscape varied from small hills and ridges surrounded by large moss-covered oak trees that barely let any sunlight in, to wetlands that were hard to travel, my 12-year-old body waist deep in water, gun high above my head.
There, beyond the wetlands, we came across these giant structures. They looked like some form of a nest where someone or something had burrowed its way into the ground. By noon, we were tracking our way back out of there to the trucks when Mr. David and my father found what they believed to be a Chickasaw burial mound. There was a number of large rocks that formed a rectangular shape inside a small clearing. The ground rose steeply, forming a large mound flanked by 2 trees. The discovery seemed to bother Mr. David, and he hurried us away back to the truck. We arrived back at the house right before sundown and met the men in the barn to do a head count. All 34 men were present, and 10 men volunteered to stay in the barn and serve as armed guards for the night. Ed Sr., Ed Jr., Barnabas, and David all stayed in the house. 2 dogs were placed in the barn, and the other 2 were left inside the house. That night, my father stepped out onto the back porch for a smoke, and that was the first time I saw the Dogman with my own eyes. I was opening the porch door to bring my father some matches when I saw a large figure standing among the rows of corn in the field. The corn had begun to die and was turning brown, and this massive gray figure stood out from the moonlight. Charlie, the largest of all 4 dogs, came flying by me through the open door, positioning himself between me and this gray figure, which had to be 10 feet tall. Initially, it was not looking my way, but the growl from Charlie caught his complete and total attention. The moonlight seemed to reflect off his eyes as it turned to face Charlie, giving them an amberous reflection. That allowed my mind to realize and come to terms with the fact that this was some type of monster. Then it stepped forward out of the cornfield and into the open. I still remember the way my dad said it. Oh my fucking goodness. What I saw was a giant wolf head. It was 4 times the size of Charlie's head, and his snout was thick, wide, and long. It had a fresh scar on its nostrils. Then there was this popping noise, like the sound of a human joint crackling, but way louder. And this animal was down on all 4s in a split second. My father reacted, pulling me into the house while firing his shotgun at the creature and slamming the door behind us. Charlie was left outside to fend for himself. There was barking, and then a loud yelp, and Charlie cried out in pain. Then came the loud thud against the top of the door. That night was horrific, with sounds of screams from home and gunfire. The entire farm was alive with hogs and chickens panicking and making noise. Along the side of the house, it sounded like something was dragging its claws the entire length of the house. They were on the roof walking, looking in the windows, growling. Barnabas, my grandfather's best friend, counted 12 different creatures that night. The odd thing was, they were sure that they were hitting these animals, but the bullets seemed to not even slow them down at all. That night was long and terrifying, and at sunrise, the 10 men in the barn shared their descriptions of these beasts. Some were slender and lean, with wolf heads and shorter snouts. They all switched from 2 legs to 4 legs rapidly. They found Charlie's body torn to pieces among the rows of dead corn in the back of our property. That day, no one showed up to log the property, and 5 of the 10 volunteers left the property, urging my family to leave as well. Barnabas was on the fence about staying. Mr. David, the foreman, was hell-bent on finishing the job.
Are you fascinated by the unknown, the paranormal, and the unexplained? Do you find yourself drawn to stories of creatures lurking in the shadows and inexplicable encounters with beings beyond our understanding? Look no further than your one-stop shop for all things eerie and inexplicable. We specialize in bringing you the most chilling tales of the unknown, straight from the source. Our team of experienced researchers and storytellers have scoured the globe for the most shocking and awe-inspiring stories of Bigfoot encounters, UFO sightings, ghostly apparitions, and more. But don't just take our word for it. Check out our best-selling book series, Shocking Bigfoot Encounters, on Amazon. With dozens of real-life accounts from eyewitnesses and experts, these books are guaranteed to send shivers down your spine and leave you questioning everything you thought you knew about the world around us. So what are you waiting for? Join the thousands of other curious minds who have already delved into the dark waters of the unknown and discover the truth for yourself at Shocking Bigfoot Encounters on Amazon.
Let me start by saying this. If you are sensitive to racial issues, you're going to need to not listen to what I have to say, because I'm telling you this story from my perspective as a 34-year-old white male who's been working for DirecTV for 5 years in the Chicago area. When I first got this job, I was immediately assigned to the south side of Chicago. Later, only later, did I learn that the last dude quit because he had been robbed at gunpoint 3 times and said, I'm done. I will get another job. Now, my background, I served in the military with all kinds of people. And even though I'm the whitest of the white boys, I fought alongside some of the bravest men I've ever known. And many of them were black. So I have no problem with dealing with the cultural differences between blacks and white. Even with all the events that I'm about to share with you, to this day, I still don't have any issues. I just have a unique understanding of black culture. Not the best shown on TV, but the real black street culture. First day on the job, I have to do an install right off Sherman Park on 54th Street, Black P. Stone's territory. And it was just my luck. My first install was at a freaking drug house. I pull up and watch. The house is popping. People coming in and out of the door every 5 to 10 minutes. So I get my 9mm and my holster, tuck it, hop out. And when I get to the gate, I scream, "Cable guy, I'm coming in." This dude opens the door when I knock, and I'm not bullshit when I say he's 6'8", 6'9", looks like he needs to be starting for the Chicago Bears. And listen, a man of that size, you just know he's going to have a deep voice. But no, he's got this squeaky, stupid, half-retarded voice, and he says, "You here for the internet?" Trying not to laugh, I say, yeah, that's why I'm here. I gotta pat you down. Dude, as this big mother patted me down, I look through the door, past him, and there's this skinny dude, no shirt on, dreadlocks, smoking weed. And he says, "Yo, if that's the cable guy, man, let him in. You see them got a whole DirecTV shirt on, and there's an entire truck parked outside. What's wrong with you? Let the man in." That kind of is the reason why can't nobody get no cable around here right now, because y'all beef with people, man. Let the man in. And boy, when I tell you, I was so happy that he spoke up when he did, because Big Man was just about to touch my appendix where I was carrying my weapon. For the purpose of the story, we'll call him Skinny. Skinny looks at me and says, "Come on in, but if you tell anyone what you see, we gonna kill you." Now, when I walked inside, this was a for real drug house, about 30,000 cash on the table, weed, coke, chicks taking Molly and putting it in bottles of Benadryl. I look around and say, "Listen, I gotta go to the utility pole out back, run a line from there to the house. So I'm gonna start outside, then move back inside. That way, y'all can handle y'all business and I'll be out of the way. Is that cool?" I tell Skinny, "Listen, when I need to come back in this house, I'm gonna knock on the door 6 times. I don't want there to be no confusion. I don't want no drama. So I'm gonna knock 6 times. Skinny looks at me and says, "You one smart white boy. You probably gonna be all right around here in this neighborhood." And my reply to him was simple. "Listen, man, I hear no evil, see no evil. All I want to do, get my, you understand?" So now I'm outside to the truck, up the utility pole working. I was there about 15 minutes when I hear footsteps below me. Looking down, it's this kid, gotta be 13 to 14 years old, blonde hair, black as midnight. He puts his finger over his mouth and says, "Shh, how many people in that house? I know you just left out of there. How many people in that house?" Now listen, I find myself in a dilemma. Because I say when I was in the house, I saw no more than 6 people. 2 of the 6 were women. Now, and looking around, this kid got 5 people with him. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if these get to shooting and I'm up here on this pole, this is going to be a problem. So I lied. My man, I saw 16 people in that house, armed to the teeth. You might want to skip this or come back with more people, because this not going to end good for you at all. The kid looks at me. This 13, 14-year-old kid, who, by the way, is holding an AR-15 rifle, red dot scope, looks at me and says, "Good looking out, white boy." Turns around and they leave. I need you to picture the scene, me suspended 20 feet in the air, them walking away from me, every last one of them armed. And I'm saying to myself, holy, I gotta get this job done and get it over with. So I head back to the house, knock on the front door 6 times. And when big man opens, I walk in and I'm like, look, I need y'all to listen to me. I don't know y'all and y'all don't know me, but I'm here. Some 13-year-old blonde-haired kid was on the backside of the house with 5 other dudes. AR-15s, Mossberg, AK pistols. And they asked me how many people were in this house. This look of pure aggression comes over everyone's face in the room. I said, hold on. Before y'all go off, listen to me. I told them it was 16 people in here. So before you jump on me, I advise you to get on the phone and get as many people here as you can, because that kid seemed real determined. I've seen that look in a man's eyes before. That is a man who's up to no good. Slim looks around the room, then looks back at me and says, yeah, that's blinded little. I thought we killed him about 2 months ago. But you know what, white boy? Good looking out. Don't worry. We're going to be good. Next thing you know, everybody in that room is on their cell phones. So I tell them, look, I got to go back to the truck, then into the attic, drop the lines down the walls. And after that, I'm going to install the sockets and the devices, and I'm out. By the time I got what I needed from the truck, 4 cars pulled up, each carrying 4 people. That's 16 mother going into this house. And by the time I came down out of the attic, finished that job, it was 30-something people between the inside and outside of that freaking house. I'm standing there in the midst of all this marijuana smoke, drugs, guns, and cash. I tell Skinny, listen, man, I'm done. Y'all good to go. Everything is installed. Enjoy your new cable and your new internet. As I'm turning to walk away, I look at him and say, listen, man, y'all be safe, because that looked like it was about to end bad. Before I could walk out of the door, he says, yo, before you go, what's your name? Now, I don't want these dope dealers knowing my real name, so I tell him my friends call me B. He says, listen, B, I'm Skinny Joe. That's my bodyguard, Big Hurt. And if you ever in my hood and you need help, just knock on these doors. I don't give a what it is. You got a flat tire trying to rob you, police chasing you. If I bully your kid at school, knock on my door. Then he takes this wad of money off the table. When I say a wad, it's a fist full of money. Stuffs the money into my pants pocket and says, you're going to accept that because you saved us today. Don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it and go about your business. And if you need me, knock on this door. Listen to me, when I tell you this is crazy, it was crazy, because Big Hurt walks me outside to the door of my truck, takes the keys, opens the door, escorts me into the truck like I'm his freaking date. I sit there for a moment and watch him walk back into the house. And when I finally dig into my pocket and count the money, it's $8,200. Are you listening to me? $8,200. So I call my wife and I tell her what happened, asking her advice as to what I should do, because I felt like I shouldn't be taking these people's money. But my wife, who's not only beautiful, but has a hell of a lot of common sense and a lot of street sense, she says, well, you saved his life and it looks like you made a friend. But what I want you to do is get you out of that neighborhood and get home. We'll talk about the rest of this when you get here. Now, if you listen to this story and you think my first day on the job was eventful, wait until you hear about the third day. Two days after the shootout, my nerves are bad, and I knew it was going to be a bad day. But what I didn't know was how bad it was going to be when I got out of the shower that morning. This particular day, I have 3 install jobs and 1 maintenance job. The first at a small corner store. Now, I won't tell you the name of the store because it's real and it got real that day. But I get to the store and the layout is like this. It's a barbershop on the left, store in the middle, and a hair salon on the right. This is a mini strip mall. Now, outside of the store are all types of nefarious characters. Literally pimps, whores, prostitutes, crackheads. And then there's this other thing. Honestly, at first, I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. But for the purpose of this story, we're going to call it The Thing. This individual is about 6'6" tall, has a red, short sundress on, skin black like midnight, gold hoop earrings, flat-chested, with the biggest booty I ever seen, a blonde wig on, and green contacts. Now, when I pull up and I observe the scene, my eyes are instantly drawn to The Thing. And I'm saying to myself, yo, this has got to be a dude. Look at the muscle structure on this. It's got to be a dude. Now, when I get out of the truck, Thing walks up to me and says, "What you doing around here? You undercover?" And I'm like, "Nah, what are you talking about? I got a job to do." And the Thing replies to me, "I don't believe that. You look like one of them old CIA, FBI, DEA mother. What you need to do is get the from around here with all that law and order and justice bullshit that you got going on." Now, pause. For those of you who don't know anything about black culture, and especially hood black culture, confrontation is a part of living in this community. So you have 2 choices in that situation. You can stray away from the confrontation, and it's literally only going to escalate, or you can meet it with your own form of aggression. I decided to meet it with aggression, saying, "Listen, I don't give a what you got going on out here. I got a job to do. Get the fuck out of my way. Let me go handle my business and do what I need to do." I raised my voice saying, "You do you, I'm gonna do me." You understand? Now, inside the store, I'm talking to the Indian owner, and he's telling me that he thinks the internet is the reason why his surveillance cameras are not working right. I'm trying to explain to him, "No, dude, your cameras are hardwired. They are not using the internet." Now, he and I are arguing back and forth, and he's trying to explain to me that he can't log in from home and look at his business at night. And he's standing there hitting me with the Indian head roll. Don't call me racist. If you know anybody who's a real Indian, when they talk to you, they tend to roll their head. Next thing you know, people come running into the store, stumbling, falling, sliding on the floor, and you hear gunshots. And I ain't talking about one shot. I mean, they are outside letting loose. It sounds like we in Baghdad. Everybody's on the floor. I'm literally crawling over the store owner to get behind the counter. The glass starts to shatter, and I'm like, man, this day ain't even got started yet, and this is happening. Now, I'm dug down behind the counter, and I hear a crash. I'm not talking about something crashing outside. I'm talking about a vehicle crashing into the store. And when I peek my head up over the counter, I see the big black blonde man. Pause. Let me express to you. I now know for sure this is a man climbing out of the back seat of the Honda Accord with a Desert Eagle. Now, how do I know this is a man? I know because the son of a was not wearing any underwear under that sundress. And he needed to be a porn star. For real. This dude starts shooting and talking. Y'all think y'all could come up here on my block and just take? Hell no. You gotta bring it to get. You gotta bring it to get. Listen to me. Can't tell you how many people were outside shooting at this man. But what I can tell you is this was not scared at all. Because when his magazine runs dry, he ducks back into the car, pulls out a rifle, and goes to shooting again. Yeah, y'all done picked the wrong block. Listen to me, y'all. I done been in some intense situations in my life. For real. I'm talking about intense military combat. But that was in a foreign country. This type ain't supposed to happen in Chicago. That's supposed to happen in Iraq. And listen to this. When the dust settles, 8 people been shot. Now ask me how many of the people were the ones that was doing the shooting. Not a one. Not one of them got hit. 3 days later, I'm over at West Pullman School. Well, not at the school, right across the street from the school. This time I had just pulled up and the drama pops off. Two people are outside in the front lawn across from the school arguing something about a woman. Seemed like one dude had come to another man's house to confront him about his woman. And the woman that actually lived inside of the house with the guy who was being confronted was not making the situation any better. She comes outside and says, Jeff, your ass needs to leave and go on about your business. Now the whole situation, I ain't gonna lie, the whole situation was very entertaining until the guy on the lawn says, I see how this is. I'm coming back, and I'm killing both you. Now, for those of y'all who do not understand this pivotal moment, and I ain't talking about black folks because y'all know that pops off. I'm talking about people with the skin color just like mine. And you may not understand this. When someone says something like that in a heated argument in one of these type hoods, you need to take that very, very seriously. How do I know? Because my dumb ass didn't take it seriously, and I'm about to tell you all about it. Now, instead of leaving, I'm looking at the situation saying to myself, all right, there's no way he about to wild out like this. He right across the street from the school. So I sit there foolishly and I play around on my cell phone. No. I was wrong because he comes back 15 minutes later. I'm going back to my truck from the house that I was working on, and I see him pulling up, hopping out of an old beat up pickup truck, no license plate, walk up to the front door with a shotgun, shoot the lock off, go inside like he's the SWAT team. Then the screaming starts, and you hear one shotgun blast. Then you hear what sounds like a 9mm shooting 6 shots. He comes stumbling out of the house, rolling into the lawn. And this kid, 15 years old, is chasing him, firing shots. And then the older guy that was arguing with him at first comes outside, and these are all shooting literally across the street from a school. Now, clearly, nobody in this situation ever went to target practice because absolutely nothing got hit. He hops in a truck, drives off, and I'm like, what the? 20 minutes later, the police are on the scene, and they come up to me, I guess because I'm white, and they figure I'm going to talk, and they want me to be a witness and tell them what I saw in the situation. Now, I tell the officer, sir, I have to work in this area every day. I didn't see a damn thing. Whatever happened with those people, and that is their business. The police officer looks at me like he's disappointed. I'm like, yo, dude, you got to be kidding me right now. You really think I'm about to get involved in this? Are you out your mind?
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal.
Look, I told my boss after the last shooting at the damn convenience store, I needed a break from the area. This son of a tried to force me to go right back in there and do more installs. So I told him, look, you can't force me to do. I'm not doing it. It's too dangerous. It's not like I'm trying to quit the job. I just want a few days off so I'm not in that area. Understand, at this point in time, I realized that my boss had never ever been in any kind of situations like the ones that I was finding myself into. But he insists and he keeps pressing and he keeps pushing. So we go to human resources, and human resources is supporting him. So I said, guess what? I call in sick. I got plenty of sick time. I'm not feeling good. I'm not coming in today. That's what happened on Monday. On Tuesday, I'm not feeling good. I'm not coming in. On Wednesday, I call in. Man, I got a fever of 109. I think I need to go to the emergency room. Listen, when I tell you I had to take a week off to get my mind right before I went back to work, I used an entire week of sick leave. And look, when I finally decided to go back to work, the first day was perfect. Not an issue at all. But the very next day, I'm back in the area over there by Skinny, but not really in the area about 5 blocks north of where I was with Skinny, and I run into that little teenager Blondie. Understand, my heart is racing because it's him and 3 other guys, and every last one of them are printing. Look, for normal men who are into guns and carry a gun, printing means you got a concealed weapon, but you can see it. But for these guys, what I mean by printing is you can tell that they got AR-15s inside their jeans. You can literally see the magazines protruding on the backside of their freaking jeans. Blondie looks at me and says, "Yo, ain't you the white boy from the alley?" Standing there thinking to myself, oh, it's going to go down like this. And I'm like, nah, I don't know you. Where we supposed to know each other from? And he's like, nah, Dad, I remember you. I remember you. Look, good looking out, white boy. Because we was about to run up in that house and we would have got up. I whipped around that block about 30 minutes later and there was about 50, 60 months out there, man. White boy, you might have saved our lives, man. Look, if you ever over in my hood and you need something, holler at me. I really appreciate you, right? Sure enough, my next install is dead smack in the middle of Blondie's little territory. Listen, just in case somebody hears this, I don't mean it in an insulting way. But he does have a smaller portion of territory. However, when I pull up over there, there is a very distinct difference in how things are operating. Over in Skinny's area, it's really business-like. It's quiet. You can tell he's well organized. Over here by Blondie, Lord, it's straight up thug heaven. People smoking weed, shooting dice, playing dominoes. Hell, there was a freaking rap video being filmed on the same block where I was doing the install. When I hop out of my truck, I'm saying, Jesus, take the wheel. Please don't let no crazy stuff pop off. Let me get in and out of here. But true to Blondie's word, I moved all around that house, inside and out. People looked at me, but I didn't have not one issue. But listen to this. As I'm wrapping up and coming out of the house, I noticed this white guy walking down the street. And I know it's tight because I've worked with them. Super duper liberal. Gentrification minded. He wants to move into the hood and buy a house before the prices skyrocket. But this dumb bastard done bought this house way too early. Not looking at the scene, he's walking down the street with his head down texting, and he's literally on a crash course with the cameraman who's recording the rap video. So I'm like, hey, bro, hey, look, hey. The man lifts his head up for a moment and gives me this look like I'm getting on his nerves. I try to get his attention again and I say, hey, come on over here. But he doesn't even look in my direction. Listen, he keeps walking with his head down in that damn cell phone and literally walks right in front of the camera as they are recording this rap video. You know how in those old Western movies when people walked into the barroom or the tavern, the music would shut off and everybody would freeze and would go quiet? That's what happened on that entire freaking block. The rap music shut off. The cameraman looked at him like he was retarded. And it was about 45 thugs. I mean hardcore thugs pointing guns at the camera while they were recording the video. They all stop and look at this man. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus, he is about. But I say to myself, oh God. Funny when he told me this is funny. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus. Hold on. Let me get it back. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus, this boy's about to get mollywopped. Sure enough, next thing you know, the cameraman done pulled the gun, put it to his head. They surrounded the man and they make him strip down completely naked, fold his clothes, leave them on a curve with his wallet and his cell phone, and tell him to walk back home naked. Now listen to me, as he's stripping down naked, they are taking pictures of this man. He is now looking over at me for help, and I'm saying to myself, no, 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 no. You, bro, I tried to warn you, bro. You treated me like I was crazy. You looked at me like you didn't give a damn what I had to say. Nope, you brought this all on yourself. And I stand there as he walks in the direction from whence he came, buck naked, headed back down the street. They turn the camera back on and continue the rap video. As I'm sitting there cranking my truck up, I think to myself, this has to be the dumbest son of a on the planet. He might have gotten away with walking down the street, blending in and being completely invisible, had he just paid attention and did not walk in front of the camera. Now, finally, let me say this. Don't take this as being racist, because people are all sensitive. I'm not saying that neighborhoods should be segregated, because I don't believe in that. But what I'm saying is this. If you gonna move into somebody else's neighborhood, pay attention to what the you doing. Look, 4 days after homeboy walked home naked, covering his family, I have to go to this training class, right? Get the class, they going through the little preliminaries, what's your name, where you from, what area you work in. And as everybody's going around the room telling their areas, they get to me and I tell them, look, I work on the south side. And people start laughing. Now, I ain't really like it at all, because I'm trying to figure out what the hell is so funny, but these dudes is kind of being condescending towards me the whole freaking day. The whole day, taking little shots at me, saying stuff like, well, this install should take you about an hour, but if you're working on the south side, nobody will blame you if you cut a few corners here and there. The more this goes on, I realize that this is some racist. I may be a white boy, I may be from the country, but the one thing I'm not is I ain't racist, and I don't appreciate this. So the instructor's name is Brian. He gets to talking slick again, and I intervene and say, listen, people like you who ain't never been to the hood to the south side, you wouldn't last 10 minutes over there. So I would appreciate if you stop painting people with broad brushes. Everybody in the hood ain't bad, and everybody in the hood ain't good. Just like everybody in this room is not bad, and everybody in this room is not good. Based on your behavior, you're clearly not a good person. Listen, I get pissed off when people do stuff like that, because in the military, when you fight alongside men, yeah, you know the color of their skin and you know their ethnicity, but at the end of the day, that don't matter. We all trying to get home alive. And that's how I met all my people. But this little, clearly he grew up somewhere where he figured he could just judge people based on their looks, and I just wasn't having it. Now, there was a brother in the class named Terrence. Terrence chimes in, and he's like, yeah, I'm black, and I don't even go to the south side. And I tell you what, I'll bet my paycheck, Brian, that you won't last a day on the south side. I'm thinking to myself, well, that's one hell of an idea. Brian, I tell you what, are 2 paychecks against yours that you won't last 48 hours on the south side. Come with me to the south side for 48 hours and do 2 installs, and we'll see if you last. Now, you would think that some vanilla folder white boy who ain't never been nowhere, and we know he ain't never been nowhere, would not take us up on this offer. But no, he's got a point to prove. He goes on talking about how he worked in Long Beach, California, and that the neighborhoods in Southside Chicago can be no worse than the neighborhoods in the LBC. Now listen to me. He's talking in full white boy voice on top of this. There's no way that the neighborhoods in the South Side could be any worse than what I've experienced in the LBC. You crazy. I look at Terrence. Terrence looks at me and says, you done lost your damn mind. We about to get your entire paycheck. Listen, I tell Brian, give me 2 days. I'm going to come by. I'm going to pick you up, and you going to go out with me. But I got a bunch of installs in real bad neighborhoods tomorrow. I'm going to make it easy for you. Give me 2 days, and I'm going to pick you up.
The very next day, I head to the south side and pass over there by Blondie. He's nowhere to be found. So I leave word with his people, tell him I need to talk to him, and get to work. Halfway through the day, I'm over there at Popeyes in the drive-thru, and Blondie pulls up on me. He's like, yo, what's up? You okay? You okay? My people said you was looking for me. Something happened? I'm like, nah, Blondie, I just need to talk to you about something, man. He spazzed and said, man, I've been riding around this all day looking for you because you got me thinking something done happened. I'm like, nah, Blondie, I just need to chop it up with you. Let's talk. So I get my food, pull over, and explain to him, I got this racist guy that's going to be on my route with me tomorrow. I got to do 2 installs. They both going to be in your area. I'm going to drop him off at one house, and I'm going to go to the other house. Now listen to me, at this point in time, I didn't really understand what happens when you tell a black person that somebody else is racist, right? Like, I knew that it would alarm Blondie, but I didn't know it would like literally summon some kind of racial demon that will rise up out of his body with wings and turn him into a whole nother individual. This look comes over his face and he's like, what? This gonna come to my hood? What? And I realized in that moment that I need to tone this down because he may just kill this man. And I said, Blondie, listen, I ain't trying to hurt the man. I just want to teach him a lesson. You know what I'm saying? We scare him a little bit. Tell him don't be judging people, blah, blah, blah. I ain't saying we need to drag the man from a truck. I'm not saying we need to do anything like that. I'm just saying I want to teach him a lesson. This look of calm starts to come over Blondie's face, and he hits me with the question. I got you, but what's in this for me? Why should I do this? And I tell him, listen, Blondie, we got to bet. He going to bet his entire paycheck that he can come to the south side and survive for 2 days down here. This is what I'm going to do. Listen, we're going to chop his money into thirds, me, you, and my other friend at work, Terrence. So what's in this for you at the end of the day is money. Listen, Blondie agrees to the terms, and I reiterate to him again, dude, I don't want to see this man hurt. I just want you to scare him, man. Please don't hurt this dude. As he's driving away, he looks at me and says, I'll scare the shit out of him, but I can't make you no promises on how he gonna react to what happens to him. Listen, Blondie done pulled off now. I'm sitting there finishing my lunch, and then this other crazy stuff starts to happen. And honestly, this was absolutely fascinating to me because the level of talking that went on in this argument, man, if I could bottle that up, put a label on it and sell it, I would be a billionaire. So now, the guy that's in a drive-thru has both his driver window and his passenger window down. The girl that's serving him through that window has that window open. He is telling her, look, you have forgotten to give me my french fries. That's all this man says, and he doesn't say it rudely. He says, excuse me, you forgot to give me my fries. Now, understand, the woman's reply was completely off base based on what he said, and this started the most epic freaking argument I personally had ever heard. Because she says, get your broke from around here. You know you didn't order any french fries. He looks at her again and says, I'm telling you, I ordered some fries. They're on my receipt. Here is my receipt. Listen to me. She takes the receipt, looks at it, and says, you cannot write on this receipt with a pen saying that you ordered fries. You did not pay for no fries. Get your broke out of our line and stop holding it up, or give me the money for the french fries. Now, I don't know if these two people had history, but based on what I was hearing, it seemed as if this had happened before between the two of them. Because the first word that comes out of his mouth after this is you ugly. If you didn't have all that ching chong dead Chinese woman hair covering your ears, you could hear my order correctly and I would have my fries. She tries to say something back to him and he cuts her off again and said, woman, you are ugly. You look like your mama made it with a gorilla. She tries to talk again and he hits her again. You so ugly, you need to be buried. Now understand, I am sitting there laughing, choking on my food,
trying to drink something when he says, look at your dirty fingernails. You need to be put in somebody's washing machine. I do not even know why they have your ugly ass at the drive-through window. Nobody wants to see an ugly person like you handing them their food. Now the manager's walking up to the window trying to calm the situation down, and he goes off again. Look, if the ugly back there that looked like a gorilla with blonde hair would have given me my french fries, I would not be sitting here in this line holding everyone else up. I want you to understand, woman, I am not moving until I get my french fries. Feel free to call the police. Feel free to call whoever you want, but I want my fries. So you got two options. I can give you money for my french fries, or you can give me the fries free for the inconvenience. But either way it go, this line gonna be backed up to the mother street until I get my goddamn gone french fries. Listen, the manager's next words were muffled, but his words were very, very clear. Because he looks at the manager and now says, you look like something from The Color Purple, and starts quoting the movie, you told Harpo to beat me. Listen, at this point in time, my stomach is cramping, I'm feeling nauseous, and he just will not stop talking about these women. You fat, fake, broke Oprah Winfrey looking, give me my french fries, take this money, or I'm gonna sit here. And I'm going to talk about all you inside of this Popeyes, including the gay one standing back there looking like a black broomstick with a wig on. Look, I guess the manager had enough of the foolishness because she literally takes a bag of fries, throws them into the front seat of his car. He pulls off, and the whole situation goes bye-bye. Listen, when I was in the military, we talked about each other. You know, we snapped on each other here and there, little small things about somebody's nose, their eyes, their lips, you know, their feet. But I ain't never heard nobody go off like I heard this man go off. Anyway, fast forward. The next morning, I have Brian with me, and he's being all proper. And I tell him, listen, Brian, you're going to need to drop that whole proper accent and stop acting like you in a corporate boardroom somewhere, because you out here on the streets, and that might get you killed. What you need to do is just be yourself and be who you are. Relate to people on whatever level you can and keep it moving. But don't come out here being pretentious and acting like you own everything, because you're going to get hurt. I'm telling you, don't do that. And based on his response, I knew he wasn't going to listen, and I knew he was going to learn the hard way, because he's like, I've been in the field for 15 years. I've seen it all, okay? There's nothing that you're going to show me out here that I'm not going to be able to deal with. I've seen everything. You understand what I'm saying to you? There's not much that I'm not going to be able to deal with. Now, the minute we hit the first block of Blondie's hood, kids are on their bikes following us, and they just whistling away, riding around whistling. He looks out the window and says, man, what are all these kids whistling for? I'm thinking to myself, well, I tried to warn you, but you're going to find out real soon. I take him to the house. He gets his equipment, and I'm like, look, here's my cell number. If you need me, I'm going to be about 4 blocks away. Give me a call. A few minutes later, I'm at my location. I'll hop out, get to work. Halfway through my job, I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. But I'm in the attic in an awkward position, and I can't get my hand to my pocket. So I'm thinking, okay, whoever it is, I'm going to call him back later. But it starts to vibrate again and again and again and again. And now I'm like, damn it. So I climb down from the attic, reach into my pocket, and there's Brian on the phone. And he sounds scared. And I say, yo, Brian, what's up? What's going on, man? He says, I've been told that I have 10 minutes to leave this neighborhood, and I have wasted 5 of my 10 minutes calling you. I'm going to need you to come get me, and I'm going to need you to come get me right now. I'm like, look, Brian, I'll be there in a few minutes. Just chill out, relax. He starts screaming, you're clearly not listening to me. I'm telling you I have 5 minutes left, and you need to come get me right now. Listen, at this point in time, I don't know what the hell Blondie said or did to this man, but all I know is he scared the living daylights out of him, because when I get there, he is laying on the ground next to a wall, hiding behind 3 garbage cans. And when I pull up, he runs to the car, hops in, and says, we gotta go, and we gotta go right now. When I try to figure out why he needs to go right now, he tells me that this little blonde-haired kid threatened to kill him and told him that nobody gave him permission to come into his neighborhood and do cable work. There is only one cable guy allowed in his hood, And that was me. Now understand, it took everything inside of me not to laugh, and I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, my plan was to head on over to Blondie, introduce the two of them, and make him understand that Blondie is not such a bad guy. So I tell him, look, Brian, let's go talk to this kid and find out what's going on and see if we can square it away. But he's too afraid. He insists that I take him back to the office. And I tell him, I said, you do understand that if we leave this neighborhood right now, we are not going back to the office. We're going straight to your bank, whatever bank you bank with, and we're going to get my money. His reply to me is, I bank with Chase Bank. You can stop by any Chase Bank and I will give you your money. But we need to get the hell out of here right now. So I drive him over to Chase Bank, watch him get out, go into the bank, come back outside with my money, and I drop his scary back off at the office and head back into the neighborhood to finish doing my job. I do those 2 installs, head on over to Blondie's block and have a conversation with him. The first thing I say is, Blondie, man, I don't know what the hell you did to this dude, but he was scared out of his mind. And that's when I learned how bad he got. Picture the scene. He's outside in the backyard on a ladder, drilling a hole through the house so he can run a wire to the inside. Brian saw Blondie and his boys walking up. He lets them close in on him. He's still on the ladder when they close in on him. And when Blondie presents him with the question, excuse me, who are you and why you're here? He tells him that he's the cable guy and he's here to install cable at this house. And he tells Blondie that frankly, it's none of his business. It's between him and the homeowner. Blondie goes on to tell him that there's only one cable guy that's allowed to work in his hood, and it ain't you, so you need to pack up your and go find the normal cable guy. He climbs down from the ladder, looks him in the eye, and says, I've worked in the LBC, and people like you do not intimidate me. Say that. Lord Jesus, what would make this man say something like this? Next thing you know, guns get pulled. They run his pockets, get his wallet, his driver's license, his personal cell phone, and tell him he's got 10 minutes to get the fuck out of their hood because they're going to the store to get something to drink. And if any of his is still here when they get back in 10 minutes, they're going to kill him. Look, now I'm really feeling bad about the situation. I'm saying, Blondie, man, I thought I asked you not to hurt the man. Blondie says, listen, man, I ain't do nothing to him that nobody going to be able to see. Hit him a couple times in the chest with that pistol, made him lay it down, took his stuff. He going to be fine. Now, he might have a bruise, but he'll be fine. Tell him rub a little bit of dirt on it. It'll be okay. Now I'm digging in my pocket, right? I'm trying to give Blondie the money that I owe him for doing this. He's looking at me like I'm crazy. Sticks his hands in his pockets and pulls out like $25,000 cash. We talking about a stack of money so tall that it ain't folded. He had to slide it out of his pocket. He tells me, look, hold on to that money because I need it way more than he does, and keep that racist out of his neighborhood.
Froze over, red rover, better get your ass before the snow get colder, for your soul get frozen. Am I supposed to let it go when my hopes get dashed by this bleak weather forecast?
All I wanted were some sunny days, but they never seemed to come to me. Tried to get him out his dungarees, never got past having lunch with me. Guess it's funny how in some degree funny people seem to reek like CK's other hand that's not touching on the telephone. Keep it bouncing like the hands upon a put out like let it go. Singing Elsa touched my testicles.
Damn, why you gotta ruin children's movies for the spectacle?
Just pop her up on the scene, baby.
Bring, go away. Don't come and get her all fucking spray some shots into the air like every concert every day. Gathering a child's flavor. Give a fuck about the gun laws. I sit you down, and they should take up all the legal shit.
Now, things have been going well for me on my job. Was it wild? Yeah, it was wild. The most absolutely insane, random, crazy things would happen when I was on the south side. But you know how we human beings are. We adjust. And I started to develop this sixth sense. Like I got to the point to where I can see the situation before it happened. Damn near like I had this hood psychic ability, and I knew when to get the hell on out of the way before some went down. And over time, I started to develop an appreciation for people who lived in the hood like this, because they all had the same psychic ability. Everybody knew when it was time to get the hell out of the way because some drama was about to pop off. It's absolutely amazing once you develop that skill. It's almost as if this antenna pops out of people's head and they read the situation and they say, oh, they about to start shooting. I'm getting in my car and I'm about to leave. Now, the day all this craziness I'm about to tell you about went down was a Friday. I get this assignment, a trouble in an area I've never been before, the Heights. And the minute I pull up, I knew this was going to be because the box that I needed to repair was right on a corner where these cats was hustling and selling dope. So I circled the block, pulled back up and asked them for direction, saying, yo, I'm looking for street. Do you know where it is? This brother walks up to my truck, takes his hat off, revealing that there's literally a chunk of his head missing. He says, listen, this the block you looking for right here. But we out here putting in work. You gonna have to bring your back later. Listen, I'm in a situation here where I'm not about to argue with this man, especially when he got 6 other dudes behind him, all of them looking at me like they're willing to put a bullet in my ass. So I tell him, look, dog, I got other jobs to do, but I'll pass back in a few hours. But I got to tell you, if I don't get this problem taken care of today, my boss is going to be on my, and I'm going to be left with absolutely no choice but to tell him that I can't get access to the box because you guys are out here on the corner hustling. Now that's going to end bad for all of us. And I don't want nothing like that going down because I got to work in this area. I don't want to snitch on you, just like I don't want you hating on me. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the block, go handle my other jobs. I'll circle back and check back in with you. Out of respect, bro, that's what I'm going to do. But I got to get this done today. They got little old ladies in y'all neighborhood that don't have their cable and they call in the station and my boss is spazzing out. We on the same page, homie? Nah, this dude with this gigantic chunk missing out of his head looks me dead in the eyes and says, yo, I appreciate that. Circle the block back later and I promise you we're going to let you get to work. So I pull off, go around, handle the other work, and I pass back 4 hours later. Pull up, hop out, and I'm ready to get to work. The only problem is the dude with the chunk missing in his head is not there anymore. It's this other cat, and he ain't having it at all. As I walk up to the box, he says, hold us up, white boy, what you doing? I'm like, yo, listen, man, I'm sorry, but I got to get these people their cable back on out here. It's been out for hours. I try to tell him, listen, I was just up here a few hours ago talking to your partner with the hat and the funny looking head, and he told me to come back. So I'm back. Now picture this. The original guy I talked to with the chunk missing out of his head, his body language wasn't aggressive at all. But this dude, his body language is aggressive. And that's when one of the other guys behind him butts in and says, yo, chill. Chunk told him to come back over here and get his job done. The two of them have an agreement. Let that man handle his business. Man, this crazy looks at that dude, reaches in his pants, and draws his gun, saying, this is my time on the block. I'm capped. For the next 12 hours, all you here, every last one of you is going to do what I tell you to do. Then he looks at me and says, and you, white boy, you going to need to get from around here. Now listen to me, the entire time he's ranting and raving, going back and forth, he's swinging his gun around, going the fuck. And this white boy not finna draw attention to our block while I'm out here trying to get this money. So white boy, you gonna need to leave or you gonna get a bullet in your head. Look, this situation has gotten to the point to where I'm not comfortable with this at all. I dealt with a lot of crazy mother in the hood, but this dude is going overboard. So I tell him, listen, here's our two options. I could duck off over here, handle my business, or bro, I'm gonna have to call my boss. My boss is gonna call the police. They're going to come out here, they're going to clear this block so I can get this job done. Like I told your mans with the chunk missing out of his head, I don't want none of that. All I want to do is do my job. I can get this done in 30, 45 minutes. If y'all just let me handle my business, I'll be gone. Listen, imagine me standing there, my arms up in the air, palms faced out, straight up trying my best to disarm this situation. I tell him, yo, hold on, dog, what's your name? His reply is Leslie. I'm thinking to myself, this standing in front of me, waving a gun around, his name is Leslie. And I'm telling you, it was hard for me not to laugh at that point in time, but I knew if I ran and laughed, this was going to turn into some type of shootout. Now, I don't want to be calling no grown man a woman's name, so I'm like, Leslie, what's your nickname? He says, my nickname is the same as my mother's name, Leslie. Now, I'm telling you, this has the most terrible attitude of any individual I've met from around the entire world. Now, I'm going through the process of repeating all this that I just said to him all over again, trying to make sure that there's absolutely no other option. Leslie, dude, I just need 30 minutes to handle my business. 30 minutes is all I need. If I don't get them 30 minutes, again, I'm telling you, I gotta go to this truck right now, take out my phone, call my boss, and tell him that I cannot get this trouble fixed because people on the block will not let me get it fixed. It's better if the two of us work together. Y'all just give me the block for 30 minutes and let me handle my business. Leslie, can we do that? Can you just give me 30 minutes to handle my business? Now, the rest of the crew on the block, they all shaking their head in agreement because what I'm saying makes perfect sense. But nope, not Leslie. He starts to go the off again. If Chunk won't come back on this block and let you handle your business during his time on the block as captain, then you got to deal with Chunk. But as long as I'm out this, as long as Leslie is on the block, you not doing. And again, the same cat who spoke up earlier starts to speaking up again. And he says, yo, Leslie, this don't make no mother sense. This white boy could have been a puss. He could have just straight up called the police, ran us off the block, did his work, and went on about his business. But no, he's being a man. He came at us like a man. He understands what's going on. All he want to do is put in his work and make his paycheck. I don't understand why the you won't let this happen, Leslie. This don't make no sense. You all up in your head trying to act like you tough. This man just trying to handle his business like we handling our business. Leslie, right now, you are up, and you are up on a level that's going to come back to haunt every last one of us out here. You know, if this block gets shut down, that's your ass. So I don't even understand why you out here doing this. Listen, that back and forth between the two of them only infuriates Leslie even more. And he says, man, for all that, if Amazon won't bring his mother down from his high tower and come to this block and check me, let him come. But as long as I'm here on this mother block, this white boy ain't doing, and he lucky I don't shoot his. Listen, if you listen to the story, I want you to realize right here, there's nothing else I could do. I done tried to plead with him. I tried to reason with him. His people tried to reason with him. He ain't hearing nothing that nobody got to say. So the only thing left for me was to carry my bag to the truck, call my boss, and tell him what was going on, and wait until the police came, right? Listen to me, I'm picking up my tool bag, and I'm headed back towards my truck. And this is when Leslie up. Because as I'm reaching down to pick up my bag, he points the gun directly at me. Now, when I tell you, I didn't do this on purpose. My military training just kicked in. I reach for the weapon, pull down, tap it, rack it, bust him in the face again with the weapon, and he falls to the ground. Now it done got very, very real. And I'm thinking, I'm about to have to shoot every last one of these out here because I done bust their boss all in the face. His nose is bleeding. He got a chipped tooth, and I got the gun drawn on him. Scanning the crowd, nobody's moving. They're all looking at me like, man, you need to shoot this stupid. But listen to me. I ain't out here trying to be violent because I already know that violence only begets violence. I tried my best not to let this escalate whatsoever. So I tell Leslie, get your off the ground and let's talk about this like men. Because you done pointed a weapon at me and I got every right to kill you, but I ain't out here for this. As he and I are holding this conversation, up rose this blue drop top Bentley GT. And when I tell you the driving this Bentley GT looks like a supermodel, this dude looks like a supermodel. I still have the weapon pointed at Leslie, trying to calm myself down in the situation, when this dude gets out of the car and I realize that he has got to be the baddest from around this area, because everybody immediately started treating him like he was Mufasa in The Lion King. This brother is light-skinned with green eyes, bald-headed, about 6'6", muscular as a mother, and he has tattooed teardrops going down the right side of his face. He looks at me and says, "Put that gun down." Then he looks at the crowd and tells everyone else, "Take your guns out and put them all down on the ground." I'm still holding my weapon as I watch the rest of them start pulling weapons out of their pants and laying them on the ground, and I realize that I don't know who this is, but whoever this is has got a whole lot of power. So I put the weapon on the ground. Then I reach inside my pants and take my concealed carry weapon and put it on the ground, because I don't want no smoke with whoever this is. Now listen to this gangster that walks right up to me, extends his hand, and introduces himself as Amazon. He says, "I have been watching this entire thing transpire. Sir, I would like to tell you that I appreciate the respect that you have shown. But this no good right here is about to make my block hot, so I came here to deal with him." Now listen to me, there's things that you understand about human nature. And looking in this man's eyes, there was literally no soul there whatsoever. I had seen those eyes plenty of times when I was serving in Afghanistan. Men who had taken so many lives that they were just soulless. And those men who behave that way, they have this calm about them. There is nothing, no situation that can rattle them. This is what I was experiencing with this cat Amazon. He looks at Leslie and says, "You out here, not my money, with this man when he's showing the proper respect, and you are causing problems." Now you could tell by the look on all those guys' faces that they were trying to figure out how the hell he knew what was happening. When he says, "Yeah, I have eyes everywhere. I see everything you do." And like I done told y'all over and over and over again, this organization is about making money. It's not about violence. It's not about being tough. It's not about murder. It's about money. And y'all are out here up my money. Listen to me, I never caught this other cat's name, but he speaks up again and he says, "Amazon, my man, we've been trying to tell him to let this dude handle his business. Everyone on the block is in agreement that this man needs to be able to handle his business. This right here, this your man that you hired, your man is wilding. You put him in charge, he wilding, ain't nothing we can do." Now listen to me, it had already gotten real, but this one went up to the roof and completely jumped off. Because Amazon says, "I'm going to pay $10,000 to the first one who picks up a gun and puts a bullet in Leslie's." Remember when we was kids and you played dodgeball and they had all the balls lined up on the ground? But in order to start the dodgeball game, everybody had to run to the balls, pick them up, turn around, run it, then throw them. That's kind of like how this went down. Because these went to reaching, falling, pushing, scratching to get to a weapon off the ground. And the next thing you know, Leslie had bullets all up in his. I'm falling backwards, rolling, trying to get the away. And Amazon didn't even move. He's standing right next to this man while they are shooting at him, and he didn't even flinch. And listen to this shit. When the shooting was over, he turns around, walks to his car, gets back in, and says, "White boy, you got 45 minutes to get your job done." Then he turns to them and says, "Y'all have 15 minutes to clean up this mess. If he's still alive, take him to the hospital. If he dies, you know what to do. But get this blood off my block and get y'all back to work." Now pause for a second, because I've seen a lot of violence. I really, really have. But the shit that went down this day completely my head up. Because I watched these dudes get Leslie up off the ground, put him in the back of a car, drive him off, roll out a pressure washer, pressure wash his blood off the ground. After they pressure washed the blood away, I watched them come out with one of those little squirt can containers, squirt the substance on the ground, and then pressure wash it again. within 10 minutes, you wouldn't have never even known that someone had gotten shot. So the only thing left for me to do was to do my job. I'm there for the next 15 minutes, working on a box, trying to get the cable up, when Chunk walks up on me and says, yo, white boy, I'm gonna need to get a copy of your ID. I tell him again, I don't carry my wallet. All I carry is $20 for lunch, my work ID, my concealed carry weapon, and my office cell phone. These are the only things I keep on me when I'm on the job. Chunk repeats himself again, saying, look, Amazon told me that I need to get some information on you, and I don't want no problems with him, so we gonna have to figure this out. Where is your ID? I tell him, my ID is back at the office in my locker. You are more than welcome to snap a picture of my work ID. I'm everywhere on the south side every day. I don't want no problems with y'all, Chunk. I went out of my way to make sure we don't have any problems. To which this man replies, I realize that. I know this, but I still have to do what I need to do. Let me see their ID. So he's there snapping a picture of my work ID. And I say, man, you know, what's the deal with this Amazon dude? Why do they call him Amazon? And he tells me the most gangster that I've ever heard. He says, we call him Amazon because he's a lot like the company Amazon. He can get you that work anywhere in the United States. And at the same time, if he wants to get you touched, he can get you touched anywhere in the United States. But Amazon is the boss because he don't mind touching you himself. Listen, man, when I tell you I've never fixed any kind of trouble or problem that fast in my life, I've never worked that fast. And true to their word, they vacated the block for the entire time I was there. They scattered in all directions, went across the street and sat on a porch. Some of them went inside the store up the street. And nobody was there but me and Chunk. When I was done, Chunk walked with me back to my truck and was like, yo, dog, if you ever got to come back down here and do some work again, please come over here and talk to one of us first so we don't have no problems, man. Look, I gave him my word that if I was ever anywhere within the vicinity of their area, that I was coming to this block to see them first. Because this here was way beyond anything I get paid to deal with. Now listen to this. At the end of the day, I head back to the office, right? My boss pulls me in and starts chewing my out. He's like, look, you were supposed to get this taken care of in the AM. You didn't get it taken care of until 3 o'clock in the evening. If you don't get your together, we're going to fire you. Huh. Man, I'm sitting there across from his desk, leaning back, looking at him like he done lost his mind. I tell you what, if you think you got somebody that can handle this better than me, and you can send their into that neighborhood to deal with this better than me, please send them over there and me to another area, because the shit I'm experiencing is not worth $75,000 a year. It's not. So if you have someone better for this job, or anybody in this office, understand at this point in time, I'm getting loud. Any in this office that's willing to carry their ass over there and do what I do, please reassign them and let me get the hell out of there. Send them there for a week. Send them there for 1 day. And let's see if they can do what the I can do. Man, when I tell you I was pissed off. His didn't even care to know the reason why I couldn't get the job done on time. He never asked. So I went on and explained the whole situation to him. And upon completing the explanation as to why I couldn't get the job done in the morning time like he wanted it, he only sat there with his mouth hanging wide open. So I tell him, boss, I think I'm feeling a little bit sick right now. I might need to take a couple of days off. Touching my forehead. Yeah, I think I got a fever. I might be coming down with a cold. And guess what? I get my ass up, walk out of that office, go home, and for the next 3 days, I call in sick. You want to know why? Because I wanted him to send somebody else into that neighborhood so they can all figure out what the hell is going on.
Don't slip on the trail. Don't slip on the trail. Tempo, tempo. Can you keep up with my tempo? Tempo. Yeah, blowing up, C4. I just hit the Mike Jackson on my tiptoes. Oh yeah, I know we go wherever that wind blows the end of. Don't step on the
I want you to understand something. To me, people are people. I don't care what your skin color is or your politics is, or I just don't care. I don't care what your gender is. People are people. And I hate to see people get hurt, especially over unnecessary stuff. But that's what I started to experience more and more on a job. Like I told you, after my boss started, I decided to take a couple of sick days. During that time where I took sick days, he tried to send another person into the South Side to handle business, and they were literally ran out within an hour. So now I'm back on the job, and I have a backlog of work because nobody else has the balls to do what I do. Now, sidebar note, because all of the stuff that had went down, and I was the only person that could go in there, before I went back out on a job again, I sat down with my boss and negotiated a raise. I needed more money to do this. Understand, baby, I was feeling unappreciated because nobody else was going into this area. So I told him, hey man, if I'm gonna keep going out here risking my life and risking my limbs for this company, I'm gonna need a little bit more money. Get this, he offers me $10,000 more a year. We're sitting there talking and I tell him, boss, put your hand on the table. He puts his hand on the table. I pick up a pen and I say, boss, how much money would you be willing to pay to guarantee that I cannot stab you in the hand with this pen? To which he replies, well, to me, my hand is priceless. I smile and say, exactly, boss. You asking me to go into this dangerous neighborhood for $10,000 more. A man like me is actually priceless to this organization, especially when you know you can't get nobody else to go in there. Even the black folks won't go into this neighborhood, boss. So I'm priceless. Now, we got two choices. I can get a raise of $25,000, $30,000 and go to work, or I can take all my experience, all my relationships, all the understanding I have of this neighborhood and go to one of your competitors and go work for them and ask them for $120,000, $130,000 because I've been in there when their people were there and they get ran out as well. So we got a choice on our hands, boss. You can pay me more money now and to give me a raise at the beginning of the year, or I can take my skills elsewhere. But what's not going to happen is I'm not going back in there for $10,000. He looks at me and says, listen, I don't want you going anywhere. You're right. You're very valuable to us. Let me do some talking and let me see if I can come back with a number that makes sense. I gently remind him, $10,000, boss, don't make no sense. It doesn't. What makes sense to me is $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 because I'm literally risking my life going to work. He agrees. I get up and I head back to work. Now, like I was saying, because nobody went to work for those couple of days, the jobs were backed up. So I'm bouncing around everywhere. But I saved my last couple of jobs for the area over there around Blondie. I hadn't seen Blondie in a while. I wanted to holler at him. So now I'm over in Blondie's neighborhood, actually on the block where him and his people hang out. I'm up in my bucket truck working on a line when I notice this black sedan pull up on the block. Now, on the other end of the block is Blondie and his crew. They're out there filming another one of their rap videos, bouncing around, dancing. The cameraman is literally in the middle of the street. They're doing what they normally do. Now, this black tinted out vehicle definitely got me nervous. So I'm keeping an eye on it as I'm doing my work. Maybe about 10, 12 minutes pass when I see a cat get out of the back seat of the vehicle, circle around to the trunk, and grab an AK-47. Listen to me, while he's in the trunk, that door is left open, weed smoke is coming all out of the vehicle, and I see that there's at least 2 more people in that back seat of that vehicle. So now I'm like, holy, some crazy stuff about to go down. And the only thing in my mind that could be popping off is they going up the street to over Blondie and them. Now, understand, as cool as me and Blondie was, I don't have Blondie's number in my phone. I don't have no way of calling him and letting him know what's going on. And at the same time, these dudes are close enough to me to where if I start trying to alert him or scream or holler, all they got to do is start shooting at me. So now I find myself in a moral dilemma. Do I try and get down, speed up the block and let them know what's coming? What the do I do in this situation? Listen, I'm up there debating. What the should I do? And by the time I decide I'm about to get out this bucket,
get in my truck, drive down there and let Blondie and them know that these dudes is coming. They slowly pull off. Now I'm whistling, screaming, waving my hands, doing everything I could do to get their attention. But they're filming a rap video and the music is blasting too loud. So the only thing I could think to do was to draw my weapon and start firing rounds in the air. Now picture the scene. I'm up 25 feet in the air in the bucket. My weapon is pointed to the sky and I empty the magazine. Blam, 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 blam. Understand, my ears are now ringing. The vehicle is speeding down the street. I can see that Blondie and his crew now are focusing in on that vehicle. And then all hell breaks loose on some bombs over Baghdad, people shooting, running, ducking. The cameraman gets ran over. And what I mean by ran over, he's hit by the vehicle, popped up into the air, flips over the hood, lands on the ground behind the vehicle. Cats is falling, running, ducking, sliding. It's going crazy. Now, listen to me. Whoever these dudes was in this vehicle, they was about that life because they speed up, dumping. One guy is hanging out the sunroof, yak, 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 shooting. Listen to this. They hit the corner, turn right, make a U-turn and come back. Yak, 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 yak. Listen to me. I'm up and up looking at this, saying to myself, oh my God, this is wild. Then I watch as that same vehicle speeds by me, up the street, makes a left, and disappears. Now listen to me, when I tell you this was some wild violence, this was some wild, violent, because I get down from my bucket truck, drive down in that direction, and it's blood and skin and people laid out everywhere shot. Everywhere. Now listen to me when I tell you, either Blondie is the luckiest little ever met in my life, or he's got a super duper guardian angel, because everybody that was standing around him was shot, except for him. And to be clear with you, there was like 50 dudes on this video set. Blondie was at the front of this crew, right next to the main rapper. All 10 people in the front were shot. Blondie was the only person laying on the ground that wasn't shot. Now listen to me, I know if you listen to me, you ain't never seen no like this, because I went to war and I ain't never seen no like this. People are coming out of their houses. It's this gigantic commotion. People coming out of their houses looking. Dudes literally on the ground crying, screaming for their mamas, asking for Jesus. And Blondie's little mini gets up and starts to walk around the corner away from the scene. So now I'm driving in that direction, pulling up on him, and I say, yo, Blondie, you all right? He says, yeah, man, them just tried to hit us. I was like, dude, I saw them coming. I did everything I could. I started shooting before they got there so I could let you know that they was coming. He says, word, that's what I heard. I was like, yeah, that was me shooting in the air so y'all will pay attention. Blondie's like, bet, I'm going to arm up. We about to go get these right now. And then he walks off. Now understand, here's what I'm trying to relate to you right now. In a normal world, people try and make sure that other people are fine. There's literally people laying on the ground bleeding to death. And under normal circumstances, you tend to those wounded people. That's what we do in the military. Your brother in arms is down. You try and stop the bleeding. You try and save him. But this ain't no military shit. There's no rules and morals to this. Listen to me. Right there in that moment is when I realized I needed to put some barriers between me and Blondie and a lot of these other people out here. Because in my mind, those were your friends. And you should have been there trying to help your friends. And that's how you walked off? If a shot me, man, there's no chance that you would ever help me. So that day, I decided, even though I'm cool with these dudes that I know them, I'm going to make sure I keep my distance under all circumstances, unless I absolutely have to, because their moral structure was completely different than mine. And there was nothing I could do about that. I can't change that person from what they are to what I want them to be. I just have to accept them for who the hell they are.
Is it in my mind? Listen to the signs. Mission of precision, I give vision to the blind. Busy on my line, cause I'm busy on my grind. It could get freaky like Missy when I rhyme. You piss poor hopeless to get more focused than me. Got a Zoe Kravitz, I'm as cold as Lenny. The bravado, Lovato, you hoes is dimmy. It's a wolf in the night, you don't know what's in me. I go wave by wave, I'm stuck in my ways. It's day by day, I'm glitching the matrix. Okay, I'm learning the patience.
Man, I should have known that this conflict was inevitable. When I met Blondie, he was trying to kill Skinny. You know how it is when you know a person, you try and tell yourself and justify in your mind that this person is not the way they seem. That's what I've been doing with both of them, projecting my goodness on them. As it turned out, it was Skinny's crew that tried to kill Blondie. How do I know? Because Skinny himself confronted me about it 3 days later. I'm back over at Popeye's getting lunch when I see Skinny pull up. Ford minivan, baby on board, sign in the back, and he's like, "What up? Haven't seen you around. What you been up to?" I'm like, "Nothing, man, working, trying to survive in these streets. What's up with you?" Says, "Good. Glad to see you safe. So, you remember I told you I owed you a favor, right?" And I'm like, yeah. He says, "Well, consider that debt paid. You warned Blondie the other day that we were coming. My people wanted to hit you right here, right now. But I told them, you saved us, so we gonna save you. But listen, dog, if you ever stick your nose in my business again like that, I don't care where you at. I'm coming to your mother's house. This is life or death out here on these streets for us. You understand? We got to eat and sleep where we. So when I bring out the cleaning supplies and start cleaning up the mess, don't take it upon yourself to bring none of that soft around here. The only way to clean up this mess is with bleach. Wipe it clean, you heard me?" Pause. I'm sitting here debating how to respond to this threat. Understand, Skinny was just that, a little skinny. He wasn't the problem, his crew was. And there was no way that I was going to deal with all of them. So I played weak. You know what, man, you right. I didn't know it was y'all. I just saw a dude I was cool with and some people rolling up. Skinny, I would have did the same thing for you. But listen to me, I understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from. But I need you to understand, Skinny, I'm just trying to survive this just like you. Is there any way the two of y'all can work this out?" He looks at me and says, "Yeah, we can work it out if he pays me the money that he owes me." Now, at this point in time, I didn't know anything about the dope business, but that day I learned that Blondie owed Skinny $36,000. You see, Skinny had fronted him some dope, and Blondie went and sold it and said he wasn't paying a dime of the money back. And listen to me, and I would like to sit here and tell you that I was the man and I was able to work out this situation between the two of them. But like I said before, I decided it was time to distance myself from all that. 2 days later, I'm over in Skinny's area working inside a house when shooting starts outside. This time, I'm not emotional at all. I just lay flat on the floor until it's over. Get up and finish doing my work. Now, when I'm finally done with the job, I just so happened to buy the house where I met Skinny. It's yellow tape everywhere, police, murder scene. Remember Big Boy with the funny voice that I first met with Skinny? He's dead, laying there on the sidewalk, blood oozing out of his chest, neck, and arms. And it was right there in that moment that it started to sink into my mind. This place was so violent, it doesn't make any sense to make friends. Because one day they're going to be here, and the next day they're going to be gone. Now, on another level, I started to struggle when I was off work. My wife wanted to go have dinner with this couple, a woman she worked with. We're sitting there at this table. We're sitting there at the table, and they're talking about their first world problems, how their kids are spending too much money on video games, and how the hairstylist made her hair too red. Imagine me. I'm sitting there with a glass of wine in my hand, looking at them thinking, this is this you got a problem with? All the things going on in life and video games and hair color is what you stressed out about? So I decided when it was my turn to talk, I would tell them about my problems. Her husband looks at me and says, "So how are things at work? It's my understanding that you're working in one of those bad neighborhoods." So I lay into him. "Oh, man, work is great. Got a $30,000 a year raise, another $15,000 coming at the end of the year. It's really going awesome. Oh, and today I watched a crackhead give another man head in the alleyway for some drugs." You know, when you're up in those bucket trucks, you get a bird's eye view of everything. After that, I went to a house to work on this lady's cable. Except for they started shooting outside. Bullets came through the window. Poor old black lady fell, trying to get to the ground, busted her mouth wide open. Then after that, I left the house, rode by a murder scene, yellow tape, just like in the movies. Except for there were no reporters, no marchers, no fanfare. Yep, just people trying to live their lives and survive, and other people dying. And then I sarcastically hit him with this. So how was your day, Tim? This look comes across everyone's face at the table, and they realize how trivial the coming out of their mouths actually was. Then, nothing but silence. I took the check, paid, and we went home. This is the point where my wife and I started having issues. Her mind couldn't wrap around the concept of me not being able to leave work at work. But understand, my wife works in an office building writing RFPs. When she pulled into the parking garage and went into the elevator, she knew exactly what to expect every day. As for me, going to work was like a game of Russian roulette. It literally felt like just a matter of time before my luck was going to be up. It's Christmas season and so much has transpired, it's hard to track it all. The drama on the south side, especially during the summer, is bananas. As the cold weather set in, my job got easier in the sense that it was freezing and the thugs moved inside. But there were these occasions where I found myself in a house full of 16-year-old thugs with guns and dope. Things had gotten worse. I think it was the stress from my job, but my wife and I were drifting apart. We had an office Christmas party. Everyone is there with their wives. I walk off for 10 minutes, come back, and my wife is talking to Preston. Now pause. Preston is one of those fake tough guys never served our country, bodybuilder who thinks he's God's gift to the world. And I see him slip his phone number into my wife's hand, just a little piece of paper. Now I'm watching to see what she does. And instead of dropping it, she tucks it into her purse. Imagine me standing there watching this go down. I'm saying to myself, ain't this a... And when I finally approach the two of them, he starts to shoot this saying, man, I borrowed your beautiful wife for a moment. Let me go now and finish mingling. Listen to me when I tell you, everything inside of me wanted to beat his right then and there. Sure, he had muscles, but men like him, they've never been to war, they've never been to combat, they've never seen any blood. The minute I hit him in his throat and started hammer fisting him in his nose, he would lose it. But the truth of the matter is, this wasn't on him. He took his shot at my wife, and she accepted it. So I played it off like nothing happened. Get home, go to sleep, and then the holidays roll into the New Year's and work starts on its normal schedule. Listen to me when I tell you I never showed any emotions about what happened. I just wanted to see how it played out. It's been over a month since the party, and I noticed my wife has got a new password on her phone now. Red flag number one. Also, I noticed Preston has been avoiding me. I come into the break room and he leaves. I go into the bathroom when he's in there and he rushes out. I'm like, okay, so going down. Now I'm pretty sure you're saying to yourself, why is he sharing all of this with us? Because I want you to understand the mindset I was in when the rest of this stuff went down. The day all of this went down, I'm in an area by Chunk. I pull up, get out the truck, looking for him, and can't find him. So I head on into the convenience store and ask the man behind the counter, I'm like, yo, have you seen Chunk? He was like, he was just here, he'll be back in a few minutes. Listen to me, remember, I have a standing agreement with these men. Before I do anything in their area, I'm talking to them first. So I find myself waiting inside this convenience store for the next 30 minutes until Chunk shows back up, and I tell him, listen, I gotta go 2 blocks up the street and handle some business. I just wanted to make sure you and I are cool. Are we cool?
He says, yes, we good to go. Go handle your business. Look, it's 16 degrees outside. I'm up in a bucket truck working on adding a new drop to this house. And I see these dudes coming up the block with hoodies on. They stop over there by Chunk, peep their head in the door. He comes outside and they start exchanging words, going back and forth. I could tell by his body language that the three of them ain't agreeing on whatever the hell it is they talking about. Then Chunk points directly at me, points at them, starts waving his hands back and forth, and I can't make out everything that he's saying because they're so far away, but I can definitely read enough of his lips to see whether he's saying, leave that man blank, blank, blank. They continue to argue back and forth for like the next 5 minutes, and then Chunk turns around and goes back inside. And now I notice these two dudes are making a beeline directly for me. Now, like I told you, I was about 2.5 blocks away from that store. The two of them walk the first block on the same side of the street. But when they get to the corner, one crosses over to the other side of the street, and my spidey senses start to kick in. Remember, I'm way up in the bucket truck, and something is saying to me, this is a jack move. Don't let these catch you up here in this bucket. Get your down and get down right now. So now I'm rushing to get the bucket out of the air, and if you ever seen a bucket truck like mine, the bucket itself rests towards the front of the truck. So as the bucket comes down, I climb up over it and slide down the hood of the truck, landing on the ground. And when I peep around the front left-hand side of the truck, which is the opposite side of the street where the guy had just crossed, he's now veering directly towards me, reaching into his pants. But he's still not close enough for me to see exactly what he's reaching for. Now they're about 60 yards away, and I can clearly see that he has a gun in his hand. So with absolutely no hesitation, I dump on him. 3 shots. Bam, bam, bam. The first one, I know for a fact I missed it. The second one hit him in his stomach because he hunched over. The third one, which was supposed to hit him to the mass, hit him in his shoulder because his body jerks and twists around and then falls to the ground. Now, I'm sliding over on the ground trying to get to the other side of the truck to peep and see where his partner is. This guy is crouched down behind a car, hiding. Next thing you know, this punk just starts shooting blindly. And when I say shooting blindly, I mean he's just shooting blindly. Reaching a gun around the car, pulling the trigger. He don't have no clue on earth what the hell he's shooting at. So now I'm on the right side of my truck, down on one knee, peeking around the front end, waiting to get a shot on him. He's around and stands up. Wham! Wham! One shot for sure hit him in the side of the neck because I saw the blood just gushing and squirting everywhere. Now I noticed Chunk starting to run up the damn street. And I've already fired 5 or 6 of my 9 shots, and I'm like, oh, this was Chunk sending these dudes to get me. So I start popping at him. Bam! 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 Now Chunk is sliding all on the ground, screaming and hollering. Hey, it's me, it's Chunk. Stop shooting, chill. My magazine is now dry. The spare magazine is in the glove compartment of the truck. And so now I'm squatted down trying to figure out how in the hell I'm going to get inside the truck with Chunk running me down. That's when I hear 2 more shots. And peeking over the hood of the truck, I see Chunk standing there in the middle of the street, finishing off the first guy that I shot. And I hear him saying, yo, you need to roll out. You need to roll out. Now imagine me there on the ground for the next 3 to 4 minutes trying to find each and every one of my shell casings. But nah, I'm not like these dudes. I wasn't gonna run. I got back in my bucket and finished doing my job. Listen to me, 45 minutes later, 2 police roll up. 2, only 2. They hop out, take a look at the scene, call the coroner. An hour later, 2 detectives pull up. They start canvassing the area, asking questions, knocking on doors. When they finally get to me, I tell them, man, I just got here. Didn't see anything. And the craziest thing was, that was enough for the 2 of them. They really didn't give a. They could care less how it went down, why it went down, or who even got shot. As for me understanding, it took a lot for me to cage the man inside of me, the dark man inside of me that was in war. But at that point in time, he was back. That cold indifference that I don't give a damn what happens, it all came out of his cage that day. And when I got home from work that day, my wife didn't bother to ask how my day was. It was turning bad. And it was going bad extremely fast. You see, most people think the opposite of love is hate. But no, the opposite of love is indifference. She didn't give a damn what was going on with me. That night I found myself sleeping on a sofa. My demons came back, the demons of war. So I prayed and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed, asking God to intercede. The next morning, I'm up cooking breakfast. My wife comes in to get coffee, puts her phone down to get coffee from the pot, and a message from Preston comes through. And that was just the confirmation I needed. She had his number saved in her phone. So I figured there's no better time than now. I pick it up, and when she turns around, I say, "You actually are having an affair with the guy from my job? Seriously? Seriously?" Number one, you should have seen the look on her face. Number two, the excuse that she gave was just lame. She says, no, we're not having an affair. We just text each other. Like I told you, the dark side of me had come out. So I told her, here's what you need to do. Text him and tell him you need a place to stay. And I want you to do it right now. You see, my wife knew that man that was talking to her right there in that moment wasn't the same man that was around 2 or 3 months ago. She knew this was the old man. So she texted him. And you know how there's those 3 dots on your phone when someone's typing back? You see those 3 dots again, do you see him going away? Like he's typing and deleting, typing and deleting. It happens again and again and again. And then finally, there's nothing. So I tell her, stupid, pack you're getting ready to leave my house right now. Now she's pleaded with me, swearing to me that her and Preston have never met in person, that they've done nothing wrong. But I want her to understand something. The only reason why this man was even entertaining her is because he wanted to hurt me. So I go upstairs, pack a bag for her, take it out to her car, put it in the trunk, gently escort her out of the house, hand her her car keys, and say, go be with him. Then turn around, go back into the house, and finish my coffee. Now pause, because I know you're saying to yourself, man, you're going way overboard with this behavior based on her just texting this guy. But again, she needed to understand the only reason why Preston even approached her in the first place is because he had this hate and disdain for me. I'm everything that he wants to be, but he was too much of a coward to put his body and his life at risk to go be it. But get this, when I get to work that day, guess who's called in sick? Preston. So I go out and do my work. Head over the blondie section of town, head in the skinny section. I see Skinny, we nod. I'm not in the mood for none of this particular day, so I keep it pushing. That particular day, I ignored everything that happened. Just didn't care. When I get home, she's sitting outside, tears in her eyes, promising me again that nothing happened. She was just flirting. Felt like she needed attention. So we go inside, sit on the sofa. And so I go on to explain to her that while she was neglecting her husband and acting like a selfish child, I told her everything that happened on my job, every freaking minor detail, things that she had no clue that had went down. And I tell her, so while I'm out here risking my life, trying to keep a roof over our heads, you're acting like a teenager. Then I gave her a pillow and a blanket and told her I'll see her in the morning. Went upstairs and went to bed. 2 days later, I'm at work and Preston comes in. Now, I'm sure he's expecting me to say something, but I didn't say nothing, not a word. I'm not about to lose my job because of him and my stupid wife. Not only would I end up being divorced, but I would be divorced with no job. Not gonna happen. But I did decide I was gonna get Preston. You see, he worked downtown, rich folk area. So instead of me confronting him in the office, I busted my last favor out. Hollered at Blondie. Listen, I know I told y'all that I was gonna stop dealing with these dudes. I find Blondie, I give him the number to Preston's truck. And all I say is, yo, Blondie, this dude is trying to mess with my wife. I done told him to back off, but he not listening. Man, I can't lose my job around trying to fight this dude. Is there anything you can do? Now, of course I knew there was something that could be done. I knew it for a fact. Blondie had told me a long time ago that he had a clique down there called the 44 Boys. And I just told him. And so my final words to Blondie were, you handle the situation how you see fit. Get this, that following Monday I'm at work and people are talking about Preston and how he got jumped, got his arm broken, leg broken, and shot in the foot. But get this, after all this that I've been going through, this incident with Preston is now the talk of the office. They want to have weekly and daily safety meetings about the violence in the neighborhoods around Chicago. And I'm like, ain't this a now? All of a sudden, now they're concerned? Now, honestly, I should have been upset. I should have been offended. I should have been angry. During those meetings of that week, I should have stood up and stumped on the table and cursed them all out. But I didn't give a f. I had made up in my mind. I'm just going to go get my paycheck, deal with whatever I got to deal with, and keep it pushing. At home that evening, my wife is now scared. For sure, she's scared. I can tell by the look in her eyes, which meant to me that she was still talking to Preston. So I gave her the cold shoulder and left her on the sofa. That night, she came to the bedroom with every text message printed out in her hand between her and Preston, showed them to me, and tried to explain herself. She apologized. I accepted it, but it wasn't the same. I was not the same person. You see, I needed her to pull me back from the edge, but she was too busy playing games, and it was too late. I had already started slipping into darkness.
Yeah. Ooh, why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Ooh, why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Telly. Yeah, why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Ooh, why don't you see? Call you Telly, yeah. People act like they know me, but you don't really know me. I've been out here on my own. I've been grinding all alone. Yeah, get up after 9. We can pour out the wine. I got cash on my mind. Yeah, I don't really mind.
Now my life seemed like it was spiraling out of control, and it's not, but it just feels that way. At work, I gotta keep looking over my shoulder. At home, I gotta look over my shoulder as well. I wouldn't say I was depressed, because I've seen a lot in my life, but I wasn't right mentally. It's a Monday morning, I'm headed to work. When I get to the office, my boss calls me in, closes the door, and he has human resources in there with him. So I'm sitting there, they start the meeting off. That's when the HR person starts talking in these general terms with this soft monotone voice like she's a psychiatrist. Well, you know, this job can be stressful, and it can take a toll on a family. We just wanted to sit down with everyone and let them know that in times like these, the company is here for you. Now pause. I'm thinking this gotta be done lost her mind. The company is a piece of paper. So this piece of paper is here for me and my family. She goes on. As a part of your medical coverage, you can see a psychiatrist without paying any deductible. So we wanted to open the door of communication to you guys in the field and let you know that we're here for you. We understand. That's when she looks me dead in the eye and says, we understand you've been dealing with a lot on the south side. Would you like to talk about it? Would you like us to set up counseling? How can we help you? I'll admit to you, this chick was smooth. I really got to give her that. But I ain't no fool. My reply was simple. I really didn't know that was a part of our healthcare coverage. But I'm doing great. I love my job. The people in the area are amazing. Of course, there's a few bad apples and there's some bad incidents that happen. But for the most part, everyone there is fantastic. The two of them exchange glances, unspoken words. And my boss steps in, presupposing things, saying, you know, times like this, just leaving out of holidays, they're stressful. Combine that with work stress, it's easy to get overwhelmed and make mistakes. You know that feeling of being overwhelmed. Do you feel it? Nope, not at all. In fact, my wife and I are headed out of town this weekend, flying down south to Florida to get away from the cold. Listen, I'm ahead on my install schedules, and Dispatch loves me because I take care of troubles relatively quickly. I don't have any problems at all. Listen, clearly these two wanted me to start saying something, but I gave them absolutely nothing, and then started taking from them, saying, "So how's Preston doing? Is he okay? You know, that area he's in is a pretty good one. What's he making, $115,000 a year, I think? I think I overheard him saying that a few weeks ago. Considering how dangerous it is where I'm working, shit, boss, I don't know. I might need to get a bigger raise." This look comes over his face, and I say, "Listen, I know you gave me an extra $15,000, but people are getting shot. And you would have to agree that the area I work in is 3 times more dangerous than anything Preston has ever touched. And like I've said 1,000 times before, boss, my contribution has to be worth a lot to this company." His look comes over my boss' face like, "You son of a..." And then she decides she's going to deflect. "Well, this meeting is not about your pay. It's about the company letting you know we're here to support you if you have any problems." Then she leaves this long pause, like that was supposed to work on me. And I said, "Well, I realize that. And the best way the company can help itself is by helping me and reward my effort and courage for going into that neighborhood. I'm thinking $35,000, $40,000 more a year. You know, I've been getting contacted by headhunters down in Florida. Do they have hurricanes? Yes. But the cost of living is cheap. It's sunny, no snow, less crime, more house for your money." But that's when my boss realizes that this conversation is not going in the direction that he wants it to, and he cuts everything short, saying, "Listen, we can discuss compensation later. As of right now, we just want to make sure you're okay. And moving forward, if you have any issues around this office at all, feel free to come to us, and don't think you have to take care of anything on your own." I couldn't help but laugh walking out of there. The rest of the day was normal, no drama. But then I had to go home. Understand, my wife is trying to get out of the doghouse, and I'm not ready to let her out. She needs to suffer. The next day, I'm back over there on the south side by Chunk. I pull up, and he must have had people looking for me, because no sooner than I turn off my truck, I see him pulling up in the car. It's freaking freezing outside, snowing. And he's like, let me in the truck to sit with you." So I let him in. And he's like, "Yo, that happened the other day was crazy, man. I tried to tell them boys not to with you. I had seen you in action. But you know who people that was, right?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm not sure who they were." He says, "That was Leslie's cousins. They was pissed because he got dealt with. Word on the street was it was your fault that Amazon flipped out on him. But I was telling them dudes, it ain't had nothing to do with you. Their cousin wasn't, he brought all that down on himself." Listen to me when I say this to you. I had never been this close to a murderer. Sure, I had taken lives for my country, and I've been around other men who've taken lives for their country. But there was nothing exciting to me about taking another man's life. Chunk, on the other hand, was excited about what happened. He felt like that incident created a bond between the two of us. And it didn't. He goes on to say, "The crazy is, I can't believe you didn't even leave the spot, B. Like you plugged them and didn't go nowhere. That's some white privilege shit right there." Listen to me, I tried to explain to Chunk that what I did was self-defense, and had he not got involved in this situation, I would have waited and spoken to the police. But once he got himself involved, I decided the best thing to do was to say absolutely nothing. Understand, we're both sitting in this truck, and I'm trying my best to relay to Chunk that my mindset and his mindset when it comes to violence is completely different, but it's not sinking in. Because he goes on and said, "Listen, I was talking to Amazon. He came up with an idea of how you can get some paper. You see, you drive around all day long in this truck. How about you let us put a few of them things in the back of the truck? You ain't got to do nothing. All you got to do is move around. Our people come take it out of your truck, leave $500 in there. You never touch a thing." Listen, Chunk, that's not my thing. I don't do that. I'm here to do my job, make my money, and go home. That's all I want. He cuts me off saying, "Listen, Amazon is willing to make this worth your while, man. How about we do it for $1,000? Listen, that's good money. We talking about $1,000 every 4 days, man. You do the math. That's a hell of a lot of money." Pause again. I need you to understand. I find myself in another very, very delicate situation. You see, I don't know Chunk. I know him, but I don't know him. I know who Amazon is, but I don't know him. And oftentimes, when you're dealing with people like this, their egos are fragile, and when you decline them, they get angry. But if I don't decline, there's no telling what this will lead to. So sternly, I say again, Chunk, you good peoples, man, and I really appreciate you, and more than anything, I appreciate what you did. But listen, that's not for me. I don't live that life. I don't want nothing to do with that life. And I want to make that clear with you. No disrespect, but I don't want nothing to do with that life. He sits there, staring at me straight in the eyes for about 10 seconds, then says, look, I understand, but at least let me give you this for taking care of Leslie's. Please let me do something for you, because Leslie was a problem. He pulls out this wad of 20s, puts it in my hand, hops out the truck, and then pulls off. And as he's driving away, I count the money, and it adds up to $2,200. Friday morning rolls around. My boss calls me into his office, and it's like, listen, I need you to level with me. Did you have anything to do with what happened to Preston? Listen, guys, I'm no fool. I'm not answering that question. So I hit him with my own question. Wait, what are you trying to say to me right now? Sitting at the desk, both elbows pressed down on the table, his head falls into his hands, and he says, so you don't know? Oh my God, you don't know. Well, according to Preston, him and your wife had a little tiff going on, and he believes that you sent some thugs to hurt him. Now he's looking up at me, trying to read the emotions on my face, so I fake him. Hands over my open mouth, shoulders hunched forward, body leaning in. I say, wait, are you telling me my wife was cheating on me? I made sure my voice cracked at the end of that sentence. Now his head literally drops and hits the desk. And he says, oh my God, you didn't know. I'm so sorry you had to learn about it this way. But we have to figure out what's going on. The police are getting involved. Now listen, inside I'm steaming, pissed off. I wanted to flip that desk over, take the phone, smash him across his head. Because now I know that my family's business has been a talk of the office. Now, looking back on it, it's probably what I should have done, because it would have made me feel a lot better. But instead, I began to have this outer body experience. And what I mean by that is that it was almost as if some other part of my brain took over. It saw the situation for what it was and knew how to deal with it. I turned my back to him, walking over to the window, staring out over the city, and tears began to roll down my face, saying, so you mean to tell me everyone in this office knew that Preston was sleeping with my wife, except for me? I stand there staring out of the window for a moment, then begin to pace back and forth in front of his desk, saying, listen, I didn't have anything to do with what happened to Preston. I didn't know that my wife was cheating on me with him. And then, for you to call me in here and accuse me of doing him something, even though under the circumstances I have every right to do something to him, I would never do that. But you know what I want you to do for me? I want you to get human resources in here right now. Because now I understand that the two of you knew about this earlier in the week when you met with me. You could have told me about this then, but you waited until now, and I want an explanation as to why that was done. He picks up the phone, calls human resources, and I was standing there waiting for human resources to come. I look at him and saying, how many other men's wives has Preston slept with in this office? Do you know? Because according to you, he singled me out as the culprit, but he's running around sleeping with married women. There's no telling who is pissed off at Preston and how many other married men want to whoop his. Listen, as the word is coming out of my mouth, in walks the human resources woman, and I light into her saying, and you, with all this, the company is here to help. So you knew at the beginning of the week that I was being accused by Preston of bringing physical harm to him because he was sleeping with my wife, and that is why you offered to help me get psychiatric counseling, but you wouldn't even tell me that he had been sleeping with my wife? What kind of company is this?
Now that I had the two of them in the room together, that's when I really went off. I don't care whose son-in-law he is, whose dick he's sucking, whose uncle, sister's cousin, brother, dog he knows. I want Preston fired. You have no clue how many other employees' wives this man is screwing. Things are completely out of control. You two tried to cover it up, and then it all falls down on me? Like I'm the guilty party? When he's the one running around having inappropriate relationships, not only with married women, but women in this office? Oh yeah, don't act like the two of you don't know about that. So, I don't know whose dick Preston is sucking, but Preston needs to go. And I tell you what, if you thought I was angry, if you thought I was upset, if you thought I personally did something to bring bodily harm to that man, let me tell you something. If I come back in this office and I see him, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of doing. And I'm not shooting him in the mud. You understand? That's when a woman from Human Resources chimes in and says, we suspect that Preston has been involved in 3 or more inappropriate relationships in this office. And now, in light of what you just disclosed, we're definitely going to have to do something about this. Looking at my boss, tears are in his eyes as he says, listen, I'm sorry, man. I wish I would have told you. I'm sorry. Then I storm out of the room to the elevator, down to the garage, and get to my truck. And I sit there laughing for the next 15 minutes and get back to work. Now get this, 3 days later, Preston is not fired, but he's offered another job, same company, in another state. My boss gives me $30,000 more on my salary. Now, all I needed to do was to get my house in order. So my wife and I schedule counseling, and I get back to work. And that following Thursday morning was a Thursday morning I will never forget. I'm out in the area by Skinny, and notice 6 unmarked SUVs rolling around, public license plates, black on black tinted SUVs, and I'm like, this got to be the ATF or the FBI. Understand, I'm headed to do a job when all of them come zipping past me, making a quick left, and I remember thinking, man, them boys finna jump out on somebody, and I swear to God, whoever they gonna get is in some serious trouble. Never in a million years did I think it was Skinny. But as I turn left behind them, 2 vehicles make a quick right turn, cutting up the alley, and the other 2 literally drive up on Skinny's front yard. They jump out, stack up, and go. Now remember what Skinny told me. He told me I needed to mind my damn business. So I kept on driving. What was happening to him in that moment was none of my business. But by the time I got to the stop sign at the end of that block, you could hear the shooting. And I admit to you, I liked Skinny. He was cool. Part of me really felt bad about that situation. But again, he told me it was none of my damn business. Now get this, later that day, I run into Blondie. His little ass skipping around, jumping up and down, excited, happy. I never seen such a big smile on his face. He's like, yo, you heard the news? Somebody done dropped a dime on that Skinny. Smiling from ear to ear. I say to him, now I wonder who would do something like that. Blondie shrugs his shoulders, smiles, and says, man, I have absolutely no clue who would hate that man so much that they would call the police on him. Then gives me a pound and walks away. Now, as far as I was concerned, Skinny had threatened me, and that was a threat that needed to be removed. Blondie, on the other hand, he and I had a good relationship. But even that relationship was one that would soon be tested. Relationship troubles.
Move with pride, I could live a lie, but I rather try. See, it's hard to tell in this universe if using verses to get pretty girls is really worth it, or was it cursing me? Man, I gave heartache and hard dick to basic hoes who seemed to want to help me through my hardships. I parlayed the hard days with mermaids and Sade, but now that's just blasé since you in my passe. A snack temporary, but girl, you my entree. You Badu, I'm Andre. I love when you ranche. I love when you sweet too. These other see-through, these wanna be you, but they don't do what we do. I bleed through this open book.
So like I said, my wife and I started counseling, and it didn't really go as planned. You see, I let her pick the counselor. We end up in front of this feminist moron. It starts off like this. Skinny white girl, about 22 years old, short skirt, boobs partially out. And she says, before we get started, I need to make sure that you guys are actually here to try and work out your issues in this relationship. And with that said, she looks at my wife and says, you start. My wife starts by saying how I've changed, that she wanted me to be the man she married, the funny, loving man who everybody loved, that her friends felt unwelcomed around me. And she goes on to talk about how she's afraid around me, at times because I seem cold and distant. The counselor looks at me and says, do you feel like you're cold and distant? Now, frankly, I was sitting there offended. I didn't come here to talk about my feelings, more about facts. How we get through what happened to the two of us. So I verbalized it saying, I know women like to talk about feelings, but let's start with facts. The reason why she is in this doghouse with me is because she was sending pictures of her to my coworker. And the fact that she didn't start this conversation with that makes it worse and leads me to believe that this whole counseling is not going to work. She, the counselor, tries to cut me off and says, well, how does that make you feel? My response? How do you think it makes me feel? My wife decided to inch her way into having sex with another man. The counselor cuts me off mid-sentence and says, well, sexting is technically not cheating. And I'm like, what? I look at her and say, see, this is not going to work because you're just as thrown off as she is. No, they didn't have intercourse. But she definitely, given the right opportunity, would have slipped and fell all over his dick. She just didn't have the chance. And then the counselor replies by saying, so you have trust issues. Now I'm rolling my eyes. My feet are ready to walk out on their own. My blood pressure is rising. I say, how about we start with you asking her why she felt the need to be a Pornhub model for another man? How about we start there? You see, I'm not the one who's cheating. She is. Again, the counselor cuts me off and says we have to be careful with our words. She did not cheat. She made a mistake. Listen, that's when I click out. Take out my phone and snap a picture of the counselor and say, did I mistakenly just take a picture of your overly exposed breast? I stand up, walk around to the side of her desk, hold the phone directly over her breast and take another picture and say, was that a mistake as well? What the f are we talking about here right now? She didn't make a mistake. She made a decision. And if we can't start with truth, then I don't know if this relationship is going to be moving forward. Now her eyes are big. My wife's eyes are damn near popping out of her head. And I said, listen, we got two choices here right now. We can have a real conversation about how to repair this relationship. Or I can leave and you two can sit here and talk about unicorns and lollipops. That's up to y'all. I think I got my point across. Because she looks at my wife and says, well, why did you do it? What made you take those actions? My wife responds by saying she felt alone and like she needed attention. Well, why didn't you communicate that to your husband? That's when my wife shrugs her shoulders and says, I don't know. Well, do you believe you were being selfish? Yes. I cut them off and say, listen, I can get over the pictures. What I cannot accept is my wife not taking responsibility for her actions. That right there doesn't work for me at all. Again, the counselor cuts me off saying, listen, she's here with you right now discussing the problem. You're going to have to work on letting some things go. And the two of you need to agree that you're going to get past this. She looks directly in my eyes, points to me, and says, you are going to have to give a little in this equation. Here's what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to take a trip out of town. I don't care where you go, Miami, New York, anywhere. Get away from the city and reconnect. Can we at least agree on you guys doing that before you make any drastic decisions? So my wife and I agree, and a week later, the two of us are headed to San Diego. Well, La Jolla, California, boutique hotel right on the beach. Things are going well. We're getting along, having fun for the first 2 days. Then she wants to have dinner at a fancy restaurant. I had so much cash money stashed away from what they gave me in the streets. It wasn't a problem. We get dressed, hop in an Uber, and when we get there, it's real fine dining. I kind of felt out of place. You know how it is? You go to one of those places that's so fancy you worry about being able to pay for an expensive meal, even though you know you got enough money in your pocket? That's what this place was like. We have a seat, order wine. The conversation is going well. My wife admits that she never had intentions on sleeping with Preston. She just wanted me to pay attention to her. And I explained to her what was going on with me at that point in time was I was stressed from dealing with all that at my job. The appetizers come, crab cocktails, and now we're laughing, ordering another bottle of wine. When the waiter comes over and says, "Sir, your meal has been comped. It's on the house." The two of us look at each other like, "What?" "Sir, one of the partners in the restaurant has decided to comp your meal. Might I suggest some of the finer things on our menu since it's all on the house?" My wife looks at me, then looks at the waiter and says, "Excuse me, who is the owner of this restaurant that so graciously decided to give us a free meal?" He points to a booth at the back of the restaurant, and I can see this light-skinned black guy sitting there. He smiles, nods his head, and I'm like, "Babe, I'll be right back." Now understand, emotionally, I'm grateful, but I'm absolutely sure that this person has mistaken me for someone else. As I approach the table, I'm thinking, man, this dude looks familiar. And when I get 5 feet away, I realize it's Amazon. There's no tattoos on his face, but I'm certain it's him. He's sitting with this woman who looks like Angelina Jolie. Absolutely beautiful. Only difference is she has bigger boobs. And he says, "Funny running into you here." Listen, I'm standing there, my mouth dropped open, and he says, I know, I don't look the same. It's makeup. My woman's idea. She says that the tattoos scare people, huh, babe?" This beautiful woman looks at me and smiles. And I'm just speechless. He goes on to say, "Why don't you and your wife come over and join us? We could use some company." My immediate response was no. Listen, we're here working on something as a couple, and I just really need to spend some time with her alone. Just then, my wife walks up behind me and says, "Sir, thank you so much. We really appreciate your generous gesture. However, where do you know my husband from?" And he says, "We kinda, sorta, maybe work in the same area. I just invited your husband to join me and my woman, but he's being a little standoffish." I follow up by saying, "Babe, this is Amazon, the guy I told you about." Her eyes get huge, and she takes a step back, hiding her body behind me. He says, "I see your husband has told you the worst about me. But trust me, I'm a civil man. I'm just in an uncivilized line of work. Guys, I insist that you join us." Now my mind is racing. How do I deal with this? Do I tell this man no and risk getting on his bad side? Or do I say yes and risk saying something that will piss him off either way? I decide that it's best that we have a seat. And what happens next is one of the most entertaining nights of my life. We laughed, talked about sports, movies, politics. There was no subject that went untouched. He started telling me stories about when he met Dave Chappelle backstage at one of his concerts. Dave asked him for some weed, and instead of giving him a small bag, he gave him an entire duffel bag. That's when Dave Chappelle, the Dave Chappelle, went on stage and started telling jokes about him. Dave Chappelle goes on stage and says, "I just wanted a little weed before the show. You know, something to take the nerves off. Knock out the jitters. I met a backstage named Amazon. Yeah, this name is Amazon. Understand, I'm looking to roll me a joint, brings me a duffel bag of weed. I look in the bag, look at him, look in the bag, look at him, and say, nigga, this is enough to get my black for distribution. How much is this weed gonna cost me?" And the nigga Amazon tells me it's free. "Oh, free? You ain't gay, is you? 'Cause I'm not giving you my for no weed, man. You can keep that nigga." And he sounded just like Dave Chappelle. My wife and I are crying, laughing. We get drunk as a skunk, full as a tick. He pays the bill. When it's time for us to go our separate ways, he tells my wife, "Listen, your husband is a good man, and you're lucky to have a man like him. If you're having problems, you know, just polish the knob, baby, and make it right." His lady chimes in saying, "Yeah, nothing like a little sloppy head to make problems go away." We leave, get back to the hotel, and I'll be damned, my wife went
crazy. We wake up the next morning, hungover, laughing, get some breakfast, chill the next few days. By the time we get back to Chi-Town, things have improved dramatically. The next day I'm scheduled to go to work. My wife is up early. When I get to the kitchen, she has a gift wrapped for me on the counter. She says, I ordered this over 2 weeks ago, and I know it's crazy, but you probably should wear it. Also, I'm looking for a job in Florida. I think we should move. Your job is way too dangerous, and I don't want to lose you. Opening the box, it's a bulletproof vest. And truly, it was the perfect gift for what I was dealing with. We kissed, and I headed back to work. When I got to the office, everyone had this strange look on their face, like they had seen a ghost. I noted it, but kept moving. On the streets, it felt weird in Skinny's area without him. Understand, I knew what to expect when he was around. And of course, I had 3 installs in that area in one day. But it was quiet. That afternoon, I went over by Blondie, and he was absolutely nowhere to be found. Truthfully, I felt relieved. Things seemed to be looking up. But then came hump day. My boss catches me before I get out of the office and is like, today, you're doing some training. I need you to train Preston's replacement. Son of a... And behind him is this dude that literally looks like Napoleon Dynamite. Big glasses on, looked like he could see into the future. Stupid hair. He's like 6'6", skinny, not a working muscle in his body. My boss has this frown on his face and he says, you're the top dog, you're making all the money, so now you're going to do all the training. Think of it as adding value to the company. And if that wasn't enough, my first install of the day was over there by Blondie. I'm driving, hoping and praying that his crew is chilling, that they went out late last night, had too much to drink, and are sleeping in. But nope, hell no. They were outside, all 30 of them in the middle of the street, filming another rap video. Napoleon is scared because this house is on the same block where they're shooting the video, except for it's 6 houses down on the other side of the crowd. And that wasn't all. The street that they decided to do this video on was a dead-end street. And we literally have to drive through the video shoot to get to the house. So I pull up, stop, and wait for them to cut in the filming. Napoleon looks over at me and says, why are we just sitting here? And I tried to explain to this man that we're showing them the proper respect. We got all the time in the world. We're going to let them do what they're doing. When they take a break, we'll pull up and drive through. But this idiot, this fool, this buffoon reaches over and blows the horn. I'm like, hell no. Have you lost your freaking mind? The music stops. All of them look in our direction, and they start to move towards the truck. 30 dudes all coming in our direction. Now, Napoleon Dynamite is scared. So I jump out of the truck and say, what's up, fellas? My bad, I hit the horn by mistake. When they realize it's me, 2/3 of them turn around and go the other way, but Blondie keeps walking. All the while, looking at Napoleon through the windshield, and he says, what's up, homie? Gives me a pound. Who's this cat you got with you? I'm like, man, he's a new guy, a nobody. I'm training him. Now picture the scene. Some of them are maneuvering to the passenger side of the vehicle. Inside, Napoleon is scrambling to lock the doors. But one of them says, yo, your man's over here. He ain't gonna make it out here on these streets as a cable guy. Look, you need to get him back into the office before he does something stupid and get the 2 of y'all hurt. I get real close to Blondie. We hold a little conversation. I'm asking him how he doing, how things going. And I say, listen, man, I need to go ahead and get up the block and get this work done. You mind if I drive through right now? He says, sure, go ahead. So we drive to the house, and before we get out of the vehicle, I tell him, listen, when you're in a black neighborhood, respect goes a long, long way. Treat people like you want to be treated, and you can survive and make allies. But if you come around here acting stupid, you might mess around and get a bullet in your head. It's important that you listen to me. Understand, Mr. Know-It-All, he's scared out of his mind right now, and he's all ears. We get out, I raise the bucket to inspect the drop to the house, and sure enough, the wires are old and shredded. Literally the perfect first job for Napoleon. He climbs up and gets to work. And I'm talking him through it from the ground. Then we head inside to the house and do the troubleshooting. Understand, this had to be one of the worst houses I'd ever been in. It was raised, holes in the floor, stuff hoarded everywhere. And what I found real hard to understand was,
This house had a 50-inch flat screen TV and cable, but they was living with holes in the floors. I'm over at the box checking it out. Napoleon Dynamite is standing right there at the door, halfway in, halfway out, acting like he's a germaphobe, when I hear a single gunshot. Immediately, I think to myself, okay, they down there doing a video shoot, and it was an accidental discharge. But then you hear sirens and gunfire. Napoleon turns his stupid around and runs out of the house. I'm standing there thinking, Lord Jesus, this man is an idiot. So imagine me now, I'm climbing over boxes, knocking over magazines, and I step on a box of adult diapers. My foot goes into the box. I'm stumbling, trying to kick this box off my foot, and when I get to the door, this fool is literally running to the end of a dead-end street. Katz is out there running in all directions, shooting at the police. I'm yelling at him to get down, get down. And it looks to me like this man has never run before in his life, because he ran with his back straight, wrists bent, flopping all over the place, and his knees were going way too high, which made him damn near run in place. I'm standing there behind cover thinking to myself, if this dummy gets shot on his first day of field training, ain't no telling what the hell is going to happen. So now I'm racing out of the door after him, still trying to kick off the box of adult diapers. After the first few steps, it falls off. I run him down, grab him, pulling him to the right, and we hide in between two houses. For the next 3 to 5 minutes, there is a shootout. A couple of dudes come running past us, jumping the fence, going into the next street over. And then it goes quiet. When I look at him, there are tears in his eyes, and he done pissed his pants. And I'm like, okay, this is enough. I'm calling it a day. So now we're peeking around the corner, making sure it's safe to go to the truck. And I realized that in all that shooting, nobody got hit. Not a police officer, nor a criminal. Now, as we're walking back to the house, I notice the cover is on my bucket. But I think nothing of it. Head inside, tell the homeowner, listen, I'm done for the day, your cable is working, you just need to do a hard reset on your box, you're good to go. I explained to them how to do that hard reset, and we're out of the door. Now, we're in a truck, start to pull off, and a cop stop us. Take us out of the truck, sit us down on the curb, and I'm playing it cool, telling the officer, listen, I was right up the street doing an install. I haven't seen anything, I just want to go home. They asked if we had weapons, and I said, yes, I have a weapon in my truck. Napoleon is sitting there on the curb, smelling like piss. The police are kind of being digbags, and I understand it, because they just been shot at. It takes another 30 minutes before they let us go. We drive to the end of the block, make a left, and when we're halfway down the block, I hear this screaming, pull over, bro. Understand, I'm thinking my mind is playing tricks on me, till Napoleon says, you hear that, right? So I pull over a few blocks later, and Blondie emerges from the covered bucket, and I'm like, Lord Jesus, what are you doing? Listen to me, I've never seen Blondie in such a panic. He says, listen, can't be around here, man. I need your help. I need you to take me up the street. It's about 7 miles to my other spot. Understand, I'm standing there with Napoleon. Another dilemma is on my hands. Leave Blondie here, and God knows how that will play out. But also, it was against company policy to allow any non-employees in the vehicle. Now, normally, I wouldn't think twice about giving Blondie a ride anywhere. But normally, I don't have no witnesses with me either. Nonetheless, I decide it's best to give Blondie a ride. Back inside the truck, I tell Napoleon, look, dude, you cannot talk about this. This is some streets. The company policies don't cover this type of stuff. Sometimes those company policies have to go out of the window. He just looks at me, says nothing. 30 minutes later, we're back at the office, and my gut is telling me, this dude is going to crack. This dude is going to crack. Sure enough, my boss notices we're back in the office early, and my boss says, well, what kind of crazy incident do you have to report to me today? Because you're back in this office way too early. Revelations.
Watch me, caught up in the light, I'm falling. Tripping to the night, I'm all in. Drifting in your tide, we're flawless. I can't help but think about it all night. Really take it cause you want so long. This feeling is swift like a river running to you. It made me go.
And this is how the conversation goes. Sir, nothing abnormal for the neighborhood. It was a shootout between a bunch of criminals and the police. So my boss goes through his normal line of questions with me. Anyone get hit or die? I'm like, no. Do y'all two have to deal with the cops as witnesses or anything like that? Come on, lay it on me. I said, no, sir, it's all good. Did you finish the job? Yeah, I finished the job. Okay, well, fill out the report and get back to me. Listen to me. I'm standing up, walking out of the room. Napoleon, who has been sitting there silently the entire time, breaks and says, I have piss all over my pants. I was caught in the crossfire of cops and robbers, then harassed by the cops, and he says this in the whitest way possible. I discovered that one of his homies is in a bucket hiding in the back of the truck from the police. And then he makes us an accessory after the fact by giving him a ride to his other dope house, where there are 15 thugs hanging outside with guns. It's not okay. Not by a long shot. Understand, my body is halfway out of my boss's door, and I'm like, holy, I know he just didn't tell all of the business. Sit down, my boss says. Do you want to fill me in on everything that he's just said? So I tell my boss everything, starting off with the fact that had Napoleon been all alone, he would have gotten murdered within the first hour because he blew the horn at a rap video shoot. Then I tell him the only reason he didn't get murdered is because I knew the guys and their boss. Looking at Napoleon, I say, since you want to tell all the business, bro, let's explain how you got piss all over your pants. So I tell my boss about him running outside while they're shooting and how I had to go outside and get him. My boss sits up in his chair with this confused look on his face and says, wait, you went outside when you knew they were shooting? Then I explained to him that I had to grab him, pull him on the side of a house out of the line of fire while he peed his pants. After that, I had to talk down the angry police. And I tell him, yes, boss, one of the gang members who's a don on the street hid in a bucket truck. I had no choice but to take him where he needed to go. Why? Because I need him. I need him to access that area of town and do my job with no problems. Imagine the scene. Now, we're both sitting in front of my boss's desk. He's leaned back in his chair. He looks at me and says, well, me. I'm going to need you to put all that in the report. But leave the part about criminal hitchhiker out of the report, please. I go on to spend the rest of that day writing that report, catching up on paperwork. At 5 p.m., my boss forwards me an email. It's Napoleon's report that he's already submitted, CCing Human Resources on that email. Clicking the PDF and reading it, this dirty son of a left the part about Blondie in his report. So now I'm back in my boss's office. He's on the phone with Human Resources saying, listen, it happens, and disciplinary actions are at my discretion. I choose to take no action considering the circumstances. Then he slams the phone down, hanging up. Looking at me, my boss says, I know there are things that happen out there on those streets that are on a need-to-know basis. But I need you to understand something. I need to know about all the things that happen when it has the potential to cost this company money. Listen to me, I want you to be careful. There's a lot going on in this company right now. Most of those things you don't need to know. But this time, I gotta tell you something. Now get this.
he goes on to tell me that it was not his idea to put Napoleon in the field. He says he wouldn't have never even hired that stiff-necked, big glasses wearing freak. He was dumped in his lap, the son of a friend who knows the regional vice president. Then he goes on to tell me that human resources has looked at my salary and they think they can get 2 people for the salary that they're paying me. Sitting back in his chair, hands up in the air, he says, I tried to tell them only you can go into that area. And somehow, that right there was picked. Now, son, don't underestimate him. He looks stupid as hell, but someone had to coach him into sending that email to HR, because I sure enough didn't. The words that come out of my boss's mouth, combined with the stress on his face, painted a clear picture for me as to what was going on behind the scenes. He said, listen to me. If this guy keeps on acting up like this, we're going to have to find a way to get rid of him for both of our sakes. Because if he keeps maneuvering like this, bypassing and going around me, it's going to be a major problem. My response? Simple. Boss, I have just the person for him to meet. Trust me, when I'm through with him, he'll be scared out of his mind. But listen to me, things did not go the way either of us thought. Because Napoleon was weird, yes, but he had one hell of a tactical mind helping him. Because 3 days later, my boss gets an email request from him asking to have another employee do the training. In that email, he cites the violence on the South Side and my handling of the situation with Blondie. Then carbon copies me, my boss, and my boss's boss. Now, my direct boss is pissed. So pissed that he wants to meet me in the parking garage. The man is literally texting me while I'm on the toilet from his personal phone, and I'm saying to myself, now I can't even take it in peace on this job. When I get downstairs, he's sitting in the passenger seat of my truck with a hard hat on and gloves, saying, I'm going into the field with you today. Listen, I'm confused at what the hell is going on. I say, listen, boss, that's a terrible idea. That I deal with is not for you. That's when he cuts me off and says, look, I'm going to do a performance evaluation and have it on record before one is requested. This is starting to turn into a paper trail game. So I'm covering both of our. Now let's go. When we get into the area, dispatch kicks out 4 jobs, 2 in Amazon's area, 1 in Skinny's area, and another in a section of the South Side I had never been. So I tell my boss, listen, we got 3 good locations and a possible show. I take out my phone and show him the territory map that I had created with the names of people that I knew and start to break it all down for him. I tell him, see, over here, this is Skinny's area. It used to be real wild, but now it's quiet because he was raided by the ATF or the FBI about a month or 2 ago. Not sure who did it. I'm still not sure what agency it was, so that job is going to be easy. I show him, down here, it's Amazon's territory, and it's forever expanding. He and I had dinner during my vacation, so we're good in this area. If we stump our toe the wrong way, they will help. Now, this area over here, word on the streets is that it's ran by an old head gangster named Punch. I heard about him, but never ran into him. So I explained to him my philosophy that I like to tackle the most difficult parts of the job early in the morning because most of the thugs are asleep. So we need to head over to Punch's area. That's when my boss sits back, smiles at me, and says, clearly, you know what you're doing. Let's go. When we get into the area, it's incredibly, supremely ghetto. We're talking about babies in Pampers staring at you out of the window, then coming, opening the front door, and walking outside on their own. And the dope house on this block was so easy to spot because these fools literally had a line outside of the door. My boss looks around at the situation that we're riding through and says, you know, these people didn't always live like this. When I was a kid, black folks had real families, fathers with their children, jobs in factories. They had land and farms. My parents would buy food from a black family. Now look at this mess. And you know what? They started moving into cities. Women got on welfare. That kept the men out of houses. And with no men around, the boys became emotional and violent. Tears literally began to well up in my boss's eyes. And you want to know what the worst part is?
It'll never change because this government sees them not as people, but as votes, as robots that as long as they're kept in this condition, they can count on them to vote the way they want to. So truthfully, black people are still slaves. And the few who get free, like the ones I know, are shunned. Listen to me, when I'm sitting there in complete and utter shock, I never knew my boss had this type of understanding of the black community. But that day, I learned. He came up working in Watts, California. Yeah, Watts. Rodney King getting beat down by the police. Watts riots, California. My boss goes on to tell me that the reason why he liked me was because I was a lot like him. He said, you're a man that sees people for what they are and deal with the situations the right way. You don't see a person as you want them to be, but you see them as they are. When we get to the house where we're supposed to do the install, the front yard is gated with a gigantic pit bull. This massive dog is barking. There's a weight bench on the front lawn, and my boss says, this is a strongman house. Hops out of the truck before me, walks straight up to the gate. This pit bull is snarling and barking. He gets down on all fours and starts talking to the dog. Good guard, dog. Good dog. Presses his hand against the fence, and I'll be damned, this dog starts licking his hand. Good boy. Good boy. Then this man pulls a piece of beef jerky from his shirt pocket, gives it to the dog, and as he's doing that, this muscle-bound comes out of the front door and says, hey, what are you feeding my dog? Listen to me when I tell you, this man was Incredible Hulk big. My boss completely ignores his question, saying, oh my God, those trap muscles on you are huge, bro. Listen to me. It was like in that moment, that gigantic, huge chunk of muscular man, his mind melted in the putty. Because the next thing my boss says is, you know that behind the back row is the only way to get the top of that muscle like that. You ain't no weightlifter. You a bodybuilder. Now that is science. You're a scientist. Man, next thing you know, him and this guy are standing over the weight bench talking. The dog is sniffing and licking his hands. I'm standing there outside the gate like, what the just happened? Turns out this homeowner was super freaking cool. His nickname was Blocker, an old head. He goes on to tell us that he tries his best to keep these youngsters on the block in check. That he started off in the same way, living that life. Did prison time. Came back to the community to try and help out. And he was one of the only community activists that actually lived in the hood. Listen to me. We're inside, talking, fixing his problem when he says, look, y'all got to be careful out here. Lots of these kids have no direction. They some real thugs. On my block, I keep them in check. But a few blocks over, it's a whole nother world. That area over there is controlled by a dude named Punch. And he stays on that. They around there shooting at the park, doing stupid stuff, getting innocent people hurt. Listen to me, I didn't know this side of my boss. He lifts his shirt showing a concealed revolver, saying, oh, trust me, big man, I didn't leave home without my problem solved. Let's just hope that for the next 20 minutes, we can all have some peace, you know what I mean? Again, I didn't know my boss was this personable. By the time we're leaving that man's house, he's made both of us smoothies and is thanking us as he walks us out of the door to our truck. Back in the truck, I'm shocked. My boss, the real deal. Listen to me, on our way over to Amazon's territory, he says, listen to me, on our way over to Amazon's territory, he looks at me and says, what do you think is the best way to get rid of him? Referring to the Napoleon Dynamite lookalike. I say, listen, let him continue doing the training with whoever he's doing the training with. But as soon as he's done, I just need you to get him over here by me for a week or two. And I'm going to have someone scare the living hell out of him. As my boss sits there inquiring about who, I explain to him that that's on a need-to-know basis, and it's best if he didn't know exactly who was going to do what. Listen to me, when we get to Amazon's area, as soon as I'm in the bucket, Chunk pulls up. And he's like, yo, my dude, what's happening? I'm like, nothing. Everything good. He looks at me, looks at my boss, and says, yo, I need to holler at you when you alone. Next time you come down here, make sure you see me. Then he pulls off. I go on to tell my boss about Chunk, Amazon, the shooting, everything that happened in this area. He looks at me with this angry look on his face saying, you didn't tell me all this was going on. And I remind him again that some things are on a need to know basis. And that was some stuff that he didn't need to know. But listen to me. Overall, that was one of my best days I've ever had on that job. The two of us worked till 8 p.m., telling stories, laughing, even went back over by Blocker to return his cups from the smoothies. When we finally get back in the garage, it's 8:30. He says, you know that thing you were talking to me about Florida and those headhunters? I'm like, yeah. He says, well, you know, they're always looking for new people. Then turns and walks back into the building. I go back to the truck, gather my stuff, head upstairs for a minute, and I see him in his office. On the computer smiling. Listen, things around that office go quiet for the next few months. My home life is back in order, and the streets, they're the streets. They ain't changing too much. However, during that time period, something happened unbeknownst to me. Amazon expanded his territory so far that he was way over there where Skinny used to be. Because I'm over there in Skinny's old territory, working. When Chunk pulls up saying, white boy, ain't you supposed to check in when you in one of my areas? Turning, looking over my shoulder, he's there, arm leaning out the window, this big old smile on his face. I'm like, listen, you a long way from home, ain't you? He's like, nah, this is home now, my man. That's what I was trying to tell you the last time I saw you, but you had that cat with you. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there leaning on his car. He's hanging out of the window. We're talking, and I notice Blondie and his crew coming around the side of one of the houses. And I whisper, yo, Chunk, you might need to roll out. This little dude right here is trouble. Chunk looks up at me and says, who, these little? I'm like, yeah, they some little gorillas for real, man. You might want to roll out. But nope. Chunk opens the door, climbs out of the car, and says, let's see. Now I'm like, oh. I'm patting on my chest, making sure I got my vest on. I knew I had it on, but I'm panicking because I know both these dudes is shooters. Blondie walks up to me and says, yo, cable guy, who's your friend? You know, talking through his teeth. And before I can say a word, Chunk says, I'm Chunk, little nigga. Who is you? I'm standing there thinking to myself, holy, this is getting off to a bad start, and it's going left fast. So now I'm trying to interject. I'm like, yo, Blondie, this is my man Chunk. We met further down south by the church. Chunk, this my man Blondie. Remember I told you about the dude at my job that was trying to screw my wife? Well, this is Blondie that took care of that. Chunk starts to laugh and says, oh, okay, so this the little dude that took care of that for you. Now I'm thinking I done smoothed everything over, right? But nope, that's when Blondie says, y'all church boys been taking over everything around here. But what I don't understand is how come keep rolling over to y'all. Y'all not coming up here and taking mine. I'll die for mine. Then out comes the guns. Listen to me, I've explained to you over and over, when you're in the hood, these type of situations tend to escalate quickly. But this one was escalating way more quicker than I ever thought it should. And I was way too close for comfort. But listen to me, it was in that moment when I understood why Chunk was Amazon's man on the street. Because he starts laughing. I mean, hunched over at the waist laughing, saying, little nigga, anyone can be touched. It's not about you touching me. It's about what happens after you touch me. Now he's standing straight up, looking all of them in the eyes and says, your mama, your cousins, your sisters, your uncles, you with me, your dogs and your cousins' dogs, all gonna die. Listen to me, that's when Chunk takes off his hat, showing the missing part of his head, and he says, besides, look, I'm tired of looking like this anyway. So you could do what you gonna do, little man, or I can make you a proposition. All the work you can handle. Understand, little nigga, we in 3 states. We don't need to eat away at your pockets. We just need a steady stream. Y'all boys out here trying to make waterfalls. Waterfalls? Waterfalls? Little nigga, waterfalls is noisy. We want more of a little babbling brook. Money slowly flowing in. Clean it and then put it back to work. Listen to me. If y'all wouldn't get with us, you'll own restaurants, bars, strip malls, beach houses. Or you can kill me now and your whole family, all your crew, your friends. They're all going to end up in an acid bath, baby. It's your choice. Now pause. Since I've been out here in these streets on the south side, I've heard some gangster talk. But this was the most gangster I've ever heard somebody say. Blondie looks at me, looks at Chunk, and says, "Cable guy, this telling the truth?" I tell him, "Blondie, listen, all I can tell you is what I've experienced. I'm on vacation with my wife in La Jolla, California, and I run into his boss. His boss owned the restaurant that we were having dinner in." I tell him, "That's real, Blondie. I'm not lying to you. Listen to me. I've never been that nervous in my life." But the guns get put away, and Blondie says, "So how do we start?" And Chunk's response was super simple. "We start by you taking a ride with me." Next thing you know, the two of them are pulling off into the sunset, and I'm left standing there thinking to myself, Jesus, that could have went so far left, it would have been insane. After that, I take the next 3 days off for me and my wife to chill. Turn on the news, and there's this crazy shootout in that area. I'm literally standing there staring at the TV when my wife walks over and turns it off saying, "Baby, I found a job in Florida and I think we should go." Understand, I remembered her telling me she was looking for a job in Florida, but I didn't realize that she had gotten so far. Listen, I'm caught off guard. She can tell. This look of disappointment comes over her face, and I say, hold on, baby. That's awesome. But how do you suppose we handle my employment situation? Babe, I'm not a man that can sit at home and do nothing. You know that will drive me crazy. My wife says, "Listen, just let me accept the job. I'll push the start date back as far as I can. And in that time period, you can work on finding something down in the area of Florida." Understand, my wife was right about my job being dangerous, and I go on to explain to her that my commitment is to us as a couple. So now I'm digging through drawers, looking for business cards, trying to find those headhunters. I find one, and a few days later, I give him a call. This guy goes on to tell me that it's funny, I'm the second guy from Chi-Town in the cable industry that's called him looking for a job down south, and goes on to say, give him about a week or so, he'll make some calls and figure out the lay of the land. But understand, now I'm feeling awful. I'm literally job hunting. My boss has been breaking his neck trying to help me, and part of me likes my job. As chaotic and dangerous as it is, it's kind of fun. If I move down to Florida, it's probably nothing but doing installs for fake boob, thirsty housewives. So I find myself perplexed as I'm heading into work. And when I get down to my truck, my boss is inside the truck sitting there waiting for me. And he says, "Listen, tomorrow our little friend is going to be in your area in a truck alone. And I haven't been keeping you in the loop on everything, but it turns out they're not training him to replace you, but they're training him to replace me." You see, he needs to have 1 year's worth of street field experience in order to qualify for this job. I'm working on things on my end, but I need a little help on your end. Under the circumstances, I'm like, "Sure, boss, no problem. I'll do what needs to be done." Now, normally when I start my day, I get my assignments from dispatch and just ignore the rest of the talk that goes on. But now I'm paying attention to every word from dispatch. And Napoleon gets assigned a job back over in the area by Blocka. Listen to me. There was nothing I could make happen over there. Blocka was a cool dude. He wasn't about none of that drama. So I found myself waiting for the perfect opportunity. Damn it, I'm on my own.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate.
Listen to me, there was nothing I can do over there by Blocker Blocker. And over the next few days, I swear, Napoleon just skirted all around the danger zone, never getting too close to where my people actually were. So I decided to send trouble his way. Literally. I headed to Blondie's area, tracked him down, who, by the way, at this point in time, had been shot in the leg. A bullet ricocheted off the ground, hitting him during that gunfight that was on the news. Turned out, that was him and Chunk cleaning out the skinny loyalists in the area and running them off. Now, normally, Blondie would have did the dirty work for me, but my man was immobile, and it was at this point that he introduces me to a dude named Trouble. He goes on to tell Trouble that I'm his guy, saved his life, and whatever I needed, Trouble should do. So now, I'm sitting in my truck explaining the situation to Trouble, and the dude seems slow, like retard slow. Maybe it was the blank stare on his face or the way his lips kind of twisted on the side, but turns out that Trouble was a hood genius. And I quickly understand why everybody called him Trouble, because he boiled my situation down like this. So you got old boy, this weirdo with the red hair, trying to get your boss's spot. Essentially, he trying to take your connect, but you can't murk him and kill him because he got a bigger connect. Is that what's going on with you? So you need to either run him or you need to expose him. Bet, I tell you what, I say we do both. I got you. Only problem is how I'm supposed to know where he at when he there. That's when I tell Trouble I'll let him know based on dispatch exactly where Napoleon is. He goes on to tell me that's cool, but he don't be outside before 10 a.m. He has to fix his grandma her grits and eggs, but after 10, he's out here in these streets. Then he goes on to explain to me his unique style of texting, a code language that was absolutely genius. You could hold a regular conversation and no one would ever have a clue as to how you were giving instructions to the next person. If the FBI actually had the text message in hand, they would never know what was truly being said. Listen to me. Over the next few weeks, Trouble literally terrorizes Napoleon. Kids throwing rocks at his windshield. People reporting him for bad driving. They slashed his tires at 5 o'clock in the evening, and when the sun went down, 10, 15 thugs surrounded him. Back at the office, you could see it was mentally taking a toll on him. One morning, my boss pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear, "You know I'm catching flack behind this little redhead bastard not being able to hold his own in the streets, right? Man, it's not looking good for the home team at all." Get this, that following day, I come to work and my boss has resigned. I'm like, mother, and it's one of them bland resignation emails like, "I would like to thank the company and my team for their years of support. Together, we accomplished a lot. I will miss you all as I move forward to this new phase of my life." Pisses me all the way the off. He could have said something to me, shoot me a text, call me, do something, give me some kind of warning. So now, I'm in the garage blowing up his personal cell phone and he ain't answering it. I'm like, you left me in this all by myself. When I head back upstairs, it's turmoil. Everybody looks confused. Napoleon, it's I in his office. But Lord Jesus, you will never believe the following day who steps off the elevator that morning. Preston Lambert. Yes, you heard me. They hired Preston to replace my boss. This had to be the most crazy, nepotistic I'd ever see go down in any office place. He comes strolling in the door, walking with the same HR lady who made the decision to move him on. And the woman has this look on her face that like, what the look on her face? She makes the gesture with her fingers to her eyes, pointing to me and then pointing to him like, watch out for Preston. Understand, my blood pressure is boiling, having a panic attack, pissed, confused. So I go to the garage, sit in the truck, call my wife at work, and tell her the great news. She literally falls silent on the phone, saying, oh my God. Preston is like the gift that just keeps on giving. But listen to me, this is where my wife begins to behave like the woman that I married. She says, listen, stay cool. He's going to try and get a rise out of you, and he'll try and do it publicly. But don't bite no matter what he does or no matter what he says. Wait until the two of you are alone, then let him have it, baby. Worst case scenario, honey, is you lose the job. We move to Florida. No big deal. But don't let him get the best of you. I'm sitting in the truck pissed off, and I say, yeah, babe, I understand, but I really don't like this. She says, honey, understand. Worst case scenario for us is that you lose the job and that we move on. Worst case scenario for him is that you lose your temper and you beat his brains in. So I need you to stay cool and calm, because if it goes in the wrong direction, now I'm going to be bailing you out of jail, baby. And I don't have no money to be bailing you out of jail. Just stay focused, baby. It's going to be all right. I'm sorry. I know a lot of this is my fault, but you can handle this. Remember, he never touched me. Remember that. I'm yours. No matter what he says, he never touched me. Heading back upstairs, I walk in on him holding his first team meeting, and he digs straight into me, trying to embarrass me. I'm so glad you could take time out of your busy schedule to join us, with this stupid smile on his face. Then he proceeds to talk about my old boss. The old guard, he called himself a stiff and rigid boss. But me, I'm going to play it fast and loose. Around here, we're going to kick it into high gear. Some of you are going to have to work weekends. And I know, you guys want to be home with your beautiful wives and children. But I made a commitment when I took this job. The commitment is to production, efficiency, and outcome. Listen to me, this mother meathead in the first 10 minutes pissed off 80% of his team. And it was right there in that moment that I realized I needed to carry my ass down the floor. Now things begin to fall apart.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now stepping.
So I head back out into the field, texting trouble, but there's no response. Then I call a headhunter, and he says there were 2 job posts in Pensacola, Florida. One of them was taken, and the other one was withdrawn. Sorry to inform you, but I have nothing else at the moment. But if I get anything anywhere in Florida, I'll call you as soon as possible. That feeling hits. You know the feeling when you know it punches me, bing, dead in the chest. For the rest of that week, I'm on pins and needles, waiting on Preston to start some out there on the job. I bump in a truck, and he can tell something is wrong with me. He starts to inquire, and I tell him. But from Chunk Street perspective, the situation was really, really simple. He says, listen, you know it's going to be some either way it go. So why you gonna sit around here and be terrified, man? Man, that. Find an excuse to go in there, file a report, do whatever you gotta do, but go check his temperature and see where his head is. Right now, you see, you all up in your head making up, dog. For all you know, your boss got a gay bodybuilding lover who's cheating on him. You don't know what's going on. But I'll tell you what's dangerous. What's dangerous is you living inside of your head. You need to find out what's happening, and you need to find out what's happening right now. Understand, Chunk is spazzing out in the middle of the street. He says, talk this through with me. Tell me what's got to happen for you to be forced to hold a conversation with him. I said, well, any incident has to be reported directly to him. Chunk says, well, what the hell is an incident? Define incident for me. I tell him, anything that involves lost or stolen company property is considered an incident. Then he walks around to his car, gets his handgun, and shoots my windshield. Is that an incident? Said Chunk with a smile on his face. Then he shoots again. Oops, looks like you got two mother incidents. He continues to spaz out. Man, listen, this tried to your old lady, and he got you shook because he your boss? Dog, come on now, you better than that. The worst this man can do is fire you. And truth be told, you already had him touched out here in these streets. So truthfully, he more scared of you than you are him. He just running around acting tough. You the one being a loup right now. Then Chunk hops into his car, rolls his eyes at me, and speeds off. I call dispatch and tell them that my truck was hit in a drive-by shooting. They call off the rest of my jobs for the day, and I head back into the office to file a report. However, when I get there, Preston is gone. So I write my report, email it to him, and tell him I need a meeting in the morning. Now get this, the following morning, I'm a few minutes late for work. It rarely happens, but it happened. Got caught in traffic. When I get there, his secretary says, Preston is looking for you. And from the minute I walk into the office, I knew this was going to be some. He has a pen and pad out. And he says, you're late. Make sure you put that on your timesheet. In that moment, I'm thinking to myself, it's about to go down. So I spit right back at him. I'll make sure I put it on my timesheet. Also, I'm going to put the extra time that I spent out there in the field. It should balance it off. He goes on to say, so what happened with your truck? One of your thugs turned against you? In my head, I hear my wife's voice saying, don't let it happen publicly. Make sure it's in private. Behind me, his office door is still open. And I say, listen, boss, it's a delicate situation. Do you mind if I close the door? He nods. I close it, and then I say, actually, it was a friend of mine who shot the truck. He was a little worried about me. Didn't like the fact that I was stressed out and aggravated. He felt it was better if you and I talk in private, so I'm here to talk. So you're admitting right now that you purposely damaged company property? I'm like, nah, that's not what I said. I didn't shoot the truck. Somebody else shot the truck. But he did it in order for me and you to have an opportunity to talk in private. Now pause, ladies and gentlemen, because any logical man would understand right now in this moment the threat that's posed to him. But Preston didn't get it. He was emotional, and I realized right then and there, sitting in front of him, how weak he was. Because he starts to squirm in his chair, reaches for his cell phone, and I realize that he's about to record the conversation. So I said, listen, you tried to f my wife, and I tried to get you fired. He cuts me off saying, no, you got me shot in the foot. I said, nah, I didn't have nothing to do with that. You was in the wrong place at the wrong time, my man. I would never do anything like that to you. They knew my name. I know you had something to do with it, but I just can't prove it. Then I get reassigned to a whole nother state because of you. So guess what? I'm the boss now. You won't have this job for long if I can help it. Again, I'm sitting there looking at him, realizing he's emotional because he's scared. I simply say, look, we should get past the past. That's what I would like to do. I want to work with you moving forward. Is there any kind of way we can move past our past? Just stares at me with this cold look in his eyes. And I said, well, you're the boss. I can only play by your rules. He looks me dead in the eyes and says, correct. And these are my fucking rules. You're getting written up for the damages to the truck. I said, you sure you want to go this route? Makes no sense considering. And then I lift my leg up, pointing to my foot. And he explodes again. Are you threatening me? Are you in here right now threatening your boss? Remaining calm, I say no. But you're scaring the hell out of me. Veins popping all out of the side of your neck. Man, you're a huge guy. I'm little. Please calm down. I don't feel comfortable with you being angry like this. Understand, I know by now that he's hit the record button, but what he never knew was I was recording the whole time as well. He excuses me. I get up, leave, go back to my desk, and I'm sitting there waiting because I already know that he's going to human resources. No doubt about it. Sure enough, 2 hours later, I get a call from HR to go down to the same lady's office who's been involved in this from the beginning. And the first words that come out of her mouth are, "You gotta be careful. Preston said that you're threatening him and he recorded your conversation." Understanding that I have the upper hand, I tell her, "Hey, let's hear it." She plays the conversation and it's been edited. He took out the part where I was asking him for us to move past all issues and the part where I denied having him shot. So I started laughing. I'm talking about hardcore Santa Claus jolly giggling. And she says, "You bastard, you recorded him, didn't you?" I take out my phone, play the entire conversation. She's sitting there with her hand on her chin listening, saying, "Ain't this a dirty low-down son of a..." The woman takes the paperwork on her desk, tears it up, throws it away, and we talk for a few minutes about my old boss. She says, "You know he took another job. He saw the writing on the wall." And I told her I had been reaching out to him, but he wouldn't answer. And that's what pissed me off. Then she breaks it down for me. She says, "He's an old man, darling. He's been with this company for a long time. Everything that he had was tied into the company. His office phone and his personal phone. He's not ignoring you. I have both of his phones right here in my drawer." Now, when I get back to my desk, I notice there's a red light flashing on my phone, thinking it's probably a threatening voicemail from Preston. I ignore it, get another truck, and head back into the field. Now, I'm out there texting Trouble to meet me, and when I pull up, he's like, "Yo, you ready for the grand finale? Park your truck and take a ride with me." He and I head directly over to where Napoleon was. And I'm like, "Trouble, how in the hell do you know where this man is?" He says, "Man, I've been put a tracker on his truck, and we have been screwing with him everywhere he goes. When he's sitting in traffic, there are thugs next to him. As soon as he leaves the parking garage, we are harassing him. This has been fun." We're sitting there in his car, and he says, "Watch this." Pulls out his phone, sends a text message. A few minutes later, an unmarked car pulls up. Police hop out, walk up to Napoleon, and they start to talk. You can see in his body language that he's confused. They open one of the toolboxes on the back of his truck and pull out a package and a wad of money. Now, Trouble starts rolling down the window with this proud look on his face and says, this right here, this is the best part. You need to hear this." And you can hear Napoleon saying, "That's not mine. I don't know where that came from, but that's not mine. Get off me. Get off me. What are you doing? You can't arrest me. I didn't do anything wrong." I kind of felt sorry for the dude. He looked tired and worn down. They had did a number on him. Trouble, sitting there smiling, says, "He ain't finna be in no major trouble, dude. Relax. He's a first-time offender. He probably lawyer up, fight it, walk away with probation. Either way it goes, he ain't your problem no more. You smell me?" Then we pull off and head back to my truck. I take a moment to ask Trouble, "Where in the hell did you learn to think this way?" His reply is, "Playing chess. His grandpa, before he died, taught him how to play chess. Told him that playing chess would keep him alive because it would give him an advantage over everybody else in the hood because he would know how to think." Trouble goes on saying, "And that's what I do, baby. I play chess with people. Blind is my boy. We came up together. And anytime he need me to play the game, I play the game for him, like what happened with Skinny." Looking at him, "Son, that was you that did that to Skinny?" "Yep, that was me. But you know this Amazon cat that you got us hooked up with? Now he's one hell of a chess player. Told Blondie we had to get with him. Understand, I'm waiting right now to get my intro to this dude so I can show him my skills." Understand this about Trouble. When he was passionate and he was talking about what he loved to do, he was so animated. He said, "I use my mind and other people's energy to make things happen." These dudes out here running around shooting guns, murdering children. You don't have to do none of that. None of that, baby. You just gotta outthink the next person. Man, the average street dude out here damn near kill himself if you give him a reason to. After that conversation, I call dispatch, let them know I'm back out in the field. They give me one job, and then I head home to talk to my wife. Over dinner, I explained to her that this is not going to end well. I let her hear the conversation between me and Preston, and she says, "Listen, honey, He's real emotional. That means he's scared. Just let him keep making mistakes. The next day I get to work and the office is all in a buzz about what happened to the golden boy Napoleon Dynamite. People are afraid, talking about it's not even worth it to work the job. The employees are becoming demoralized. Everyone but me. I'm chilling, sitting at my desk, and decide to check my messages. And there's two. I listen to the first one, and it's from Preston saying he requested a meeting with HR about my behavior. This fool still doesn't realize that I recorded him. So I emailed him asking a date and time, and he responds saying, right now. So now the two of us head back down to the HR lady's office, and it's her and her supervisor, the head of the entire HR department. No sooner than we sit in the chairs, Preston goes in on how I threatened him, and he recorded it, and wants to know what they're going to do about it. I say nothing. I'm sitting back, chilling, and waiting. He goes on, insinuating that the reason he got shot, the reason Napoleon was arrested, and all the troubles around the office was my fault. Now, if we're being honest, it was my fault. But I'm not being honest in this situation. And I tell him, listen, I'm just a cable guy. I'm not some kind of drug pen, guys. I don't know what he's talking about. Understand the situation that we're sitting in. He's highly emotional. And these two people were way too calm. When he's done ranting and raving, they look at me and say, well, what do you have to say about this? My reply is very simple. He's a liar, and his track record at this company speaks for itself. The scrutiny should not be on me, it should be on him. Preston, who at this point in time I really believe had to be on steroids, rages again and says, I'm your supervisor and you threaten me. That's why we're here at Human Resources, because you are going to get fired. Understand, the woman sitting there has only said a few words, and the head of Human Resources is sitting there looking at both of us. That's when he says, you know, there's a few things in this world I hate. I hate oysters. My wife loves to eat them. Raw, nasty stuff. Never liked the taste. You guys want to know what else I despise? Oh, when I tell you I despise it more than anything. Nepotism. Nepotism is worse than racism. Often confused with racism. Oh, no. I've been working in human resources for 28 years. Worked on Wall Street where they in the bathroom, did cocaine on their desk. But even those immoral bastards understood that nepotism leads to the destruction of a company when unqualified people are put in positions that they do not deserve. And from those positions, they abuse their power. He looks at Preston and says, I heard your edited recording. And then I heard the entire recording that this gentleman presented, and where he asked you to bury the hatchet and you said no. So here's what's about to happen. Both of you are going on a performance improvement plan. Both of you have 2 strikes. The next strike either one of you get, you're out of here. Gone. Now, y'all have a drink, play some cricket, have a circle jerk. I don't give a what you do, but you two need to work out your issues. Because if I hear a peep out of either one of you, you're gone. Do you understand me? Gone. Listen to me when I tell you, that wasn't what I was expecting to happen at all. But you know what? I can live with it. I'd already made up my mind. I'm going to Florida, come here to high water. Just a matter of me getting a job somewhere down there. Back at the truck, I tell my wife, listen, it's going bad over here. I'm not going to last much longer. Go ahead, talk to the people down there. Let's make the move. The woman is so excited. She's at her office screaming and hollering. We did it. We did it. We did it. I can't believe this is the end.
When you first told me your name, I didn't hear a word you said, but it was written all over my face. Should've known it was you I would love until the end.
I head out for the day and bump into Blondie. He's back on his feet. He's changed his hair color. His pants are no longer sagging, and he looks a lot less like a criminal. I tell him, Blondie, what's up with the new look, baby? You looking good. He goes on to tell me that it was Amazon's idea. Amazon told him that he shined way too much. He needed to cool it down, slow down the bullshit, and invited him to go to California, and that he had taken him up on the offer. I'm like, that's good for you, bro. He goes on to check in and asks me what's up, and I tell him, listen, I think I'm going to be going down to Florida. He says, on a vacation? I said, nah, I think I'm about to be moving down there for good. This look of disappointment comes over his face, but he smiles and says, yeah, you know, it's probably better that you get out the hood. It's dangerous around here. It's probably a good decision. But when you leaving? I tell him, Blondie, I'm not sure, but I tell you what, if you see a black F-150 rolling through the neighborhood, it ain't nobody but me, dog. Don't go crazy. Don't start shooting at me, right? You understand? Blondie just laughs and walks off. Back home that evening, I'm confiding in my wife and I'm telling her, babe, I really feel like I'm running from this situation. She says, no, honey, you're not running. You had plenty of chances to run when people were shooting at you and crazy stuff was going on in that neighborhood. No. You're not running. You're walking away from a bad situation. Listen to me. This was the woman that I married. Engaged, smart, attentive, loving. We had dinner that night, made love, and went to bed. The next 2 weeks were absolutely uneventful at the office. Preston and I were at a stalemate. The streets were violent as usual, but not in the areas that Amazon controlled. So I found myself working in peace, simultaneously being amazed at how one man could wield so much power over so many people. Get this, one day I'm sitting at my desk doing paperwork and I see I got one unchecked message. Understand, I'm thinking it's HR or it's Preston with some more of his. But when I check the message, it's my old boss. Get this, and this message is a month old. He says, I'm down in Pensacola, Florida. I have a new job and I have a position that needs to be filled. Chills come over my body because that's exactly where my wife has gotten her job at. Now I rush down the elevator to the truck, call him from my cell phone, and he says, well, goddamn, buddy, I figured you was mad at me. I tell him, nah, you know, it's just been crazy around here, boss. You know, they brought Preston back? He says, yeah, I know. Those were the rumblings. And when I told them it was either him or me, they chose him, so I left. I go on to tell him that Napoleon Dynamite had been arrested. He says, yeah, I heard about that as well. I figured that was all you're doing. Then he goes on to lay it all out for me, saying he's been holding on to this position for a month and a half. It pays $15,000 less than what I'm currently getting paid, but if I come down there with him, he'll work on the salary. I'm like, you damn right. When can I start? His reply is, whenever you can get here. I'll have HR call you with a full relocation package. He hangs up the phone and tears well up in my eyes. I could not believe it. Now I'm calling my wife at work, telling her the good news, and this woman is screaming like she's at a Chicago Bears football game. The next day, Human Resources calls me from the new company, schedules packers and movers. I get a $10,000 bonus for the move and the deposit. Over dinner, my wife and I discuss what we should do next. Should we sell a house? Should we rent it? We decide the best thing to do is list the house, put it on the market, get rid of it because we have absolutely no intentions to come back to Chicago. Listen to me when I tell you, we are excited because in 45 days, it's bye-bye Chi-Town. 31 days pass, and then all hell breaks loose. It's like Preston actually felt it coming. He starts with, I always get to work on time. Sometimes I get to work way early. I'm out in the field, and he starts emailing me, CCing Human Resources, asking where I am. Instead of going tick for tack with him, I simply reply with a picture of me in the bucket truck at work and never saying a word. Then one morning I come to work and notice my computer's already on. Listen to me when I tell you, I always turn my computer off in the evening. I always turn it off. Next thing you know, Preston is emailing me about inappropriate websites that I've been visiting. So I look at the browser history, and it's all kind of porn downloaded on my computer. Now we're headed back to the HR office. He is accusing me of downloading porn to my computer. The woman from HR is looking at him like he's crazy. She says, "Are you sure you want to file this? Because it will be investigated. There will be a very thorough investigation of this." But he insists, and I say nothing to either one of them because at this point, none of it matters. I pull out my 2 weeks notice, give her a copy, and give him a copy, and proceed to say this: I have to scan a badge to come in and leave this building. And the records of my coming and going will show that whoever did this on my computer did it while I was away from the building. Also, I have to scan to get a truck out of the garage and to get the truck back into the garage. So again, there will be ample proof as to when this happened and the fact that I was nowhere near my computer when this all went down. Then I get up, walk back to my desk, and start clearing my out just in case the head of HR over everybody decides to fire me that day. Out in the field, riding through the south side that day was really emotional for me. I had become attached to this place, the people, the drama. I headed over to Blondie's place, and they tell me he's still in California. So I text Trouble telling him to have Blondie give me a call, but he never responds back. Chunk and Amazon were gone as well. So I did my work. Headed back to the office, put my 2 weeks vacation time in the system, left and went home. The rest of that time started to pass fast. Next thing you know, the movers are there, packing our stuff. We're showing the house and getting solid offers. My time in Chi-Town is quickly coming to an end. So I hop in my truck, head on over to the south side looking for Blondie, but he still ain't around. Head over by Chunk, and the word is him and Amazon are still in California. A few days later, I leave the city slightly heartbroken because I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to none of my people. Now get this, we're literally in our cars on our way to Florida, moving truck in front of us, and I get an email from HR, my personal email, saying that Preston has been fired and they want me to come back because no one else is willing to go into the south side. It's my girl in HR, but I simply reply to her saying the company will find someone else to do the job. God bless you and thank you for your help. Now what happens next put everything in complete and total perspective for me. She simply replied to me with a smiley face. I found that to be absolutely amazing. All the stress, all the drama, all the things that went on at this job, the shootings, the stabbings, the robberies, the firings, the hirings, all this stuff had happened. And the company just moved on like I was never there. Had I seen it this way from the beginning, I would have made the decision to leave Chicago a long time ago. But I was deluded. I believed that my value was more than what it truly was. Now, my wife and I are in Florida. Life is beautiful. My job is good. We got a house on the beach. Things are freaking fantastic. But I'll tell you what, the lessons that I learned on the south side of Chicago can't ever be unlearned. Why? Because I don't want to ever unlearn them. I have a better understanding of people and human nature than I've ever had in my life. And I'm thankful for that.
It's in every single line. Hope you know it was you that I loved until the
The nation of Haiti is in freefall. Just 600 miles off Florida's coast, the country that is no stranger to struggle is facing a confluence of humanitarian, security, and political crises. Millions do not have enough food. Cholera is spreading. Gang violence has reached previously safe areas, and the government appears powerless to provide solutions.
When I was looking at my stomach, I saw a big hole here and another one here. I didn't die because they gave me care.
He's from Cité Soleil, Port-au-Prince's biggest slum.
Now it's hard to tell a story like this because a story such as this begs for details. However, I need you to understand, details in this situation may land not only me in prison, but Dark Waters as well. And the way I see it, most people probably won't believe this, so I just told him to share the story. However, with all that being said, here it goes. You see, when the nation of Haiti's government collapsed, after the assassination of its president, things went to shit really fast. The first time I got a call about traveling to do work in Haiti was because 2 U.S. citizens were trapped there. I took a look at the situation and told them that I would pass on this operation. Now, if you're wondering why, it's because I'm a 6'7" white man with tattoos all over his body. There was no way I was going into Haiti to do an extraction mission and getting out without drawing attention. Now get this, a week later I get word that those people died in Haiti and the mission was scrapped anyway. 30 days pass, I get another phone call asking me if I want to go again. Now pause for a moment, let me say something to you. These jobs that I take pay anywhere between $25,000 to $52,000 per week, depending on how dangerous, depending on the location. When I get this call about going back into Haiti, the offer is $42,000 for 7 days. I need you to understand, $42,000 for 7 days. Now, granted, the $42,000 isn't wired directly into your bank account in the U.S. There's a whole bunch that you got to go through to get to this money. And for those of you who listen to Dark Water Stories who actually operate, you know exactly what we have to do to get that money back into the country. And the only reason why I shared that minor detail right there with you is because I don't want y'all claiming that my boy is out here telling lies. I want you to understand that this story is true. Anyway, I get another call. This time the mission is to deal with one of the rebel gang leaders who's basically terrorizing people. You name the type of illegal activity, this guy was doing it. Now, in my mind, this was way easier, so I took it. And listen, let me say this. I've been a lot of places, dark corners of this planet, with things that happen and the things that you see make you feel like you're in the Middle Ages. Was something out of a freaking horror movie. Ritual sacrifices, rape, murder. The videos we were showed in this briefing were nightmare fuel. Now listen, I need to fast forward past the deployment, our points of entry, and even some of the names of our team members. But let me start here, and I'll be able to make you understand. We're in Haiti, and Haiti has gone through this extreme deforestation, meaning they cut down all their trees, they burn them off and turn it to coal that they can sell off to make money. And under those circumstances, we found ourselves literally digging holes into the ground to create concealment. As for actual cover, there was none in this location. We have been there in the same spot, concealed for 5 hours under the cover of night when it starts to rain, the outer bands of a tropical storm. Now to be clear, what happened next, we had no prior warning of this. It was not in our brief. Hell, I don't even think the powers that be knew this was going on. But we're there watching, and this camp gets surrounded. In the dead of night, people walking up slowly, these lumbering motions. Understand, our target and his men are inside shipping containers that they converted into makeshift homes. I remember laying there cold, wet, and muddy, looking at this. And one of our team members asking, what the hell is going on? Being told by our team leader to hold and wait. That's when the local contact that we had with us on this mission starts to freak all the way the hell out. I'm telling you, dude stands up and starts to try to run off. I grab him by his belt and yank him back down into the mud. He looks at me and says, this is the work of a sorcerer. With this panicked look over his face as he tries to explain to us that these are the bodies of the dead who didn't have their feet and heads cut off. They've been brought back to life. Now pause right here for a moment and let me say something to you. Everybody and their mother has seen a zombie movie. I don't care how old you are. Throughout your lifetime, you've seen some type of zombie horror flick. And for me, personally, I never imagined that anything like this existed. I'm serious. You know, I always thought that this was just some Hollywood thing that they made up. But no. This was legit walking dead people. So when I tell you I didn't believe this was possible, I mean, I didn't believe it was possible. But what happened next made me a believer. Because no matter what, we had to get this job done, get proof, so we can get paid. And as we're slowly moving downhill, my mindset was, if these are zombies, the animated dead, then it's a good thing, because we're going to put their asses back to rest. We are halfway down the hill when we hear this explosion, a tripwire inside the camp, and they all come outside. And then shooting commenced. So we hold and watch as they unload AK-47 rounds into these walking dead corpses. They fall down, get back up, and keep coming. Now, you know in the movies where they show zombies eating people and tearing them apart? That's pure bullshit. What I saw with my own two eyes were these things were killing men with just one touch. Strong, muscular men falling to the ground, dead with one touch. We watched this go down for 10 minutes as they fired, trying to kill the undead. And when it was finally all over, they had lost 12 men. And the rest of them decided that they were going to celebrate. And right then and there is when we moved in, taking all of them out, including the target. Now here's where all the crazy stuff starts. We safely extract, get back home, weeks pass, and I get a knock on my door, and it's the team leader. I've known this guy for 10 years, and he's asking me if I'm okay. I'm like, sure, yeah, I'm fine. What's going on? That's when he tells me one of the guys who was relatively new to the team committed suicide. He had told his wife that the spirits from Haiti followed him home and they wanted him to kill himself. Then, that's when my team leader tells me that he's having crazy thoughts of suicide. And I'm like, nah. I'm standing there at my front door, looking him in his eyes, and he don't look right. I tell him, nah, I'm good. Everything's okay on my part. Now get this, a week later, we're all called back in to meet with this priest. Our employer who sent us on this job discovered that our contact, the same guy who I pulled back down into the mud, had been chopped into pieces and his body used as a sacrifice on that island. The priest comes in and tells us he has dealt with this kind of stuff before, takes out his Bible and starts reading in Latin. Understand, we are in a government facility and the lights start to blink and flicker, and this giant shadow with red eyes manifests in the room and starts talking in Creole. Listen, I don't speak that language at all, but one of my other teammates did. And what he told me, it said scared the living crap out of me because it introduced itself as the god of that island. And the god of that island was pissed off that we butted into the business of that island. Understand, the priest is reading and this thing is talking. And I tell you, bro, that priest had balls of steel because it's literally right there 10 feet away from him. And he just kept on reading and kept on reading and it left. Now listen to me, I know many of you don't follow international news, but till this day, Haiti is still in shambles. And we've been asked to go back to that island, but our team jointly decided it was a no-go for us. I just have a feeling, I mean a bad feeling, that if I ever go back there, it will be my last trip to anywhere. And I'm not taking a risk. I'm not taking it at all.
This is gang territory in Port-au-Prince, almost as far as the eye can see. But it seems the world isn't looking. And the Haitian capital has become a gangster's paradise. It's morning in a middle-class suburb. Minutes after a shootout, a show of force by the police. But usually it's the gangs who call the shots. There are over 100 armed groups in the city, instilling fear and silence. Well, police are still searching the scene here. There's an AK-47 on the ground and some ammunition. There are also drops of blood. Now, this is an armoured car. Police say they were tracking it for about 2 weeks. They say it was being used by a kidnap gang. It's about 8 in the morning here, and morning and evening rush hours are peak time for the kidnappers.
There was a battle with police officers and the bad guys. One of them died, and we got the vehicle, and this is one of the weapons the bad guys had in their hands.
Do they have many armed?
So talk to me, where are we?
Now we are in the Voodoo Market in Kitchenville, and all of these are different voodoo portions that you will see here, and those are powder that they would use for bath.
Yeah.
And inside of those powder, there is good powder, there is bad powder. There is, this is the bad one. Et ça, qu'est-ce que ça fait?
C'est un mouvement, c'est pour leur faire traitement, expédition.
That's for expedition and so on. And this is the good powder. That's for chins.
For what, sorry?
That's for good lucks.
So I don't understand. What makes a bad powder?
So there are different leaves here, and there's different kind of mixture that you will find inside of this one.
So, but for example, when would you use this?
This is that you will use this one for expedition.
What do you mean by expedition?
Making a person go crazy, like losing their mind.
Okay. Maybe the definition of expedition means to me an adventure.
Oh, no. Expedition. Expedition.
Okay, maybe the definition is different.
It's different.
So you would give this to somebody.
Yeah.
To make them go crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Unknowing to them.
Unknowing to them, they would not know.
Right. So what would it go in their drink or their food or how?
Oh, you could just spread it on the ground or put it under juice. Yeah. They don't have to drink it.
Okay.
You have to prepare it and then you just throw it on the ground.
Right.
As they cross over it.
Sorry, there's too many people
Yeah,
talking.
as they cross over it, and then that will attack them.
What is an example of a reason? Why would somebody be that angry that they say, I need to go and get the bad stuff?
Oh, if they have done you some wrong or make the person lose his job, or stealing from them.
What is it?
This is a zombie powder.
Okay.
You wanna try it?
No, I'm not.
You gonna smell it?
No, I'm good.
Oh yeah, you're gonna.
I'd like to see for sure.
Yeah.
You just gotta watch the light.
I don't smell it.
Okay.
Do you smell it?
No, I'm keeping my nose closed.
It's coming. It's coming.
My nose is closed.
It's coming.
Well, you're all smelling it, so. Oh. Hey, not today.
Yeah?
What is it? Yeah. It's burning my nose now. But what is it made out of?
L'embral pour zombie. Opposite. Il y a plusieurs là-dedans parce que c'est pour l'air. Pour prendre esprit. Exemple même les noms de ce monde là. Zombie.
This is a mixture of different kind of stuff that they put in it. There is also woods, leaves, and the bones of the dead person, the corpse of a dead person, and the intestine and everything. It's inside of this one.
And do we have the sound? Do we have the sound? And we are streaming live, ladies and gentlemen. We should be streaming live, ladies and gentlemen. Let us see. I'm waiting on it to pick up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one and only Dog Waters, and we are streaming live. We're getting ready to have a phenomenal conversation about demons among us with Mr. Gorka here. But before we get started, you guys know I always start every interview, every live stream, everything with prayer. So let's get this rolling. Then we get down to business. Most gracious Heavenly Father, you are King of Kings and Lords of Lords. You are the mighty El Shaddai. You are Jehovah Jireh, our provider. You are Jehovah Shammah, our protector. You are the one that this business is dedicated to, and I come to acknowledge you publicly before I do anything, because this is yours, and I pay my acknowledgments to you, and I thank you for each and every person who will listen to this interview. I thank you for each and every person that has participated in building the Dark Waters channel, this brand, as the machine that it is, as the altar that it is to you. I ask that you build a hedge of protection around those who listen to this content tonight as we dabble into the worlds of dark and evil spirits and hold discussions on things that tend to go bump in the night. I ask that you plead the blood of Jesus Christ over that hedge of protection, and that you fortify that hedge so that nothing has access to breach that hedge without your express will. Father, we realize that as human beings, we are powerless against the spiritual forces of evil, and we're totally dependent on you and the power that you have handed over to us. So we stand in that power, and we say thank you. We say you are glorious, you're magnificent, you're all-powerful, and you're wonderful. We thank you, again, for the opportunity every day to get up and breathe and to participate in our daily activities. Protect those who listen. Guard those who have broken hearts and help them come to healing. For those who have physical ailments, bring healing to them as well, Heavenly Father. All these things I ask in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Now let's get down to business, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like talking about some stories, and we are off to the
Gonna get a lot of dough. Anything is possible. Turn me up in the headphone. Yeah. Trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Yeah. Trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Hey. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Hey. I grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Yeah, all I know is get paper. All I do is shit major. Bought a condo on the top floor and the building's a skyscraper. Feeling like I'm Kobe, LeBron for the Lakers. Feeling like I'm Idris, Paul Walker, Taker. New Rollie, no diamonds in it. New Porsche, all dimes in it. I'm infatuated with fine women. Corona extra with the lime in it. Just a chase to Henny. Used to be a penny pincher. Now I'm in plenty business. Grind hard, nigga, on guard.
Grind hard, nigga, on guard.
Yeah. We grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Hey. I grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. I lean with it, I rock with it. Locks under my socks fitted. Tahoe with the black tint. Houston girl, heavy accent, but my whole swag is magic. High five, fantastic. Make the money stretch like elastic. Making moves that you couldn't imagine. Eating, still watching my calories. Just to pull in that big boy salary. It's just the way that it has to be. I'm a bad boy, Mike Lowry. While I'm sipping this Henny, and all of my niggas is with me. Yeah, grind hard, nigga, on guard.
Grind hard, nigga, on guard.
Yeah. Grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Hey. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible. Hey. I grind to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and vomit nose. Anything is possible.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only Dog Waters, and I'm back. And tonight, I have a very special guest with me, Mr. Gorka. We're going to be having a conversation about
Demons Among Us, and we get some of his opinions on demonic activity and how it affects people's lives. So without any further ado, I'm going straight into this. I lost my graphic for some reason, but whatever, let's go with it. Brother Gorka, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks for having me on.
Hey man, I'm happy to have you with me. I am excited to have this conversation. I want to start. Let's see, where do we start with this conversation? Let us start with, instead of starting at the beginning, let's start towards the end of your story. So, clearly, you in the pre-interview, you talked about having to deal with dark spirits and demonic activity. So let's start with the latest encounter that you've had, how you've been able to manage it, and then we're going to jump all the way back to the beginning. I'm just doing this because I get tired of starting at the beginning. You know, you get bored, man. Like, where did you start this? When was the first time you saw something scary? It's boring. Let's start, let's start
Never
at the
had
end,
that
bro.
question before.
Yeah, it's like boring, man. Nobody mixes it up. Let's start there. Your first encounter, the most recent encounter with something demonic. What was it all about? What happened?
Well, it's not in the book because the book was published before this happened, and I don't want to start the show on a downer, but it involves my father had passed away recently, and for those who understand the demonic realm, these entities have the ability to transform themselves into any shape or form that they want. And this one happened to come in the form of my father shortly after he had passed away. And the story goes, I was in his room and I was packing up stuff in his closet, and he had a University of Miami shirt in there that I was, kind of folding up, and an old green sweater that he hadn't worn since like 1980 something, and is worn around the collar and stuff. And so just kind of going through his things, and so I went to bed that night, and I felt something enter my room, and I look up, and it's my father in that green sweater, but he would never have worn that sweater now, at this time. It was worn out. It was, he would have never put that on. So he's wearing this green sweater, and he's holding the Miami U shirt that I was folding. And I'm looking at him, and I just sensed this eeriness kind of coming off of him, just this disturbing kind of thing. And I know it's not my father. And although it looks exactly like him, and he kind of comes in for like a hug, and I'm laying down. He comes in for a hug, which is really weird for my father because we weren't like close in that regard. And so he laying down, and he comes in for like this weird hug while I'm laying down, and I know it's not him. And then he backs away his face from my face, and then as he pulls his face away, it's melting off like ash and fire, and behind it is this skull, and its eyes were gleaming, two yellow gleaming globes just piercing through me. And it was just like this skull that you can look into, but it had dimension, or deep dimension to it. It looked like it was only looking into space, and is the only way I can describe it. But it was pulling away its face, and it was like my father's face was burning off, and it was exposing like this evil skeleton kind of like demonic looking face. And that was my latest encounter with the demonic.
Bro, that's ridiculously scary. That's ridiculously terrifying and scary, bro. Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky. If I hadn't had so many encounters with the demonic, I would have been absolutely terrified. I have been very, very terrified before, and some of those stories are actually in the book. But once you kind of deal with demonic attacks, whether they're midnight strangulations, and with cold iron hands, and chest suppressions, and you just evil whisperings and bitings. And once you kind of go through these sorts of scenarios, you've go through them so many times that they take you back, but they don't take you back as though you've never experienced them before. So yeah, it freaks you out. It freaked me out a little bit, but I knew what was going on from the get-go. So it didn't freak me out to the point where I, just lost my mind,
All right, now let's go back all the way to the beginning. Did you do something that got you in trouble? Were you messing with some dark magic, or was it like, where did it emanate from? Where does this start from? From my experience, it's a couple of ways. It's either family covenant with a demon, it's either someone practicing witchcraft, or it's someone who's went someplace that was haunted and got an attachment. Where did it all start from with you?
Well, that's a really good question. Quite the opposite. Not that I was dabbling in witchcraft and the occult or went into a haunted house, but these things started happening when I became a believer in Jesus Christ. And the reason why that happens is because you switch teams, in a sense. You switch from evil to righteousness, and and many times, and many people don't even realize they're under the operation of evil or even under its government. So basically, you come out from under this government of evil, under the government of Christ and righteousness, and of the kingdom of God, and that makes you an enemy. And anyone who's a believer, a real believer, is going to suffer these kinds of attacks. You can bank on it. And if you're not, there's something wrong with your walk. But so these things, I believe I'm a target for evil because I am an enemy of evil spirits.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the devil came nothing but to steal, kill, and destroy. And that's what is written, and that's what it means. But it sounds like you have an intense level. Like I have friends now who are such a threat in this realm, in the spiritual realm, that like Satan himself has come and spoken to them and threatened them. You're up on that level. So what is it that you've been doing to where you got that type of attention from them? Because it takes a doing to get that type of attention. Has it been your being books? How many is it? The number of books you've written? What is it? Or what would you say it is?
No, I think it's because of my position in the church for a long time was an intercessory prayer leader.
Makes sense.
So, if there's a guy that you want to take down, is the guy who's running the engine block of the, of the church. And we pray very, very targeted prayers, and we pray very, very aggressive spiritual warfare. And so I think that makes me more susceptible probably than most, just because you're functioning in a high level of ministry, and the demonic and dark forces and Satan does not like that one bit.
No, you're 100% right, bro. Intercessory prayers are prayers that's launched straight into the courts of heaven, and they get answered. They go straight there. You know what I'm saying? So intercessors are very powerful people in warfare. So it makes perfect sense that that's what's going on. All right, so we got that established. Now we can take a left turn or we can take a right turn here. I'm in the passenger seat. I'm gonna let you drive. We can go encounters or we can go lessons from the encounters. Which one do you want to go? You want to go? Tell me which, right or left. Let's go. You pick.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with encounters, but I want to talk about a specific encounter, and that's why I actually wrote the book. Can we go there?
Bro, go wherever you want to go. I'm turning the wheel over to you. Start talking. Go.
Okay. Well, the reason why I wrote the book was because it's my answer to a series of midnight or nighttime assaults from demonic powers and dark entities. I had suffered a string of midnight strangulations, and so you have a spirit come into your room. You can't see it, but all of a sudden you feel something around your throat squeezing. And it comes with such a dark power, it freezes you. It literally paralyzes you from being able to move or or even it takes your breath away too, and so you can't even cry out for a moment, and so you literally think that you're going to die. I was experiencing evil whisperings that they come in and you can some sort of demonic language being spoken into my ear, right behind me. Whatever, and it almost sounded like buzzing bees in a sense. Whatever that language was, they were trying to speak something into my life, whatever that was. And then you kind of get bitings and things of that nature. So you really have these horrifying attacks that come while you're asleep. So you're waking straight from sleep into a fit of horror. And so I was going through that. It must have been like a week long or so, experiencing these episodes. And I didn't say anything to anybody for a while, and then one night we were having the intercessory prayer night, and after the end, it's a group of people in a circle, and that's when we kind of pray over people's needs and personal things in that nature. But I asked the group, I said, is anybody experiencing these nighttime attacks or these nighttime assaults? And then, to my surprise, one by one, reluctant hands started to raise. And by the time it was all said and done, it was 13 people out of like 25 or 30 or so. So we had these 13 people suffering these very similar attacks at the same time. But nobody wanted to say anything because they thought that people were going to call them crazy, right? Or they thought they were going to, people were going to think I'm crazy if I say anything.
Yep.
And so they didn't say anything. And that's when I realized, like, wow, the church is under attack. These people are under attack. And then I got to thinking that, wow, how many unsuspecting people are under the influence of evil in different facets and different regards and not even know it. And so Demons Among Us is really an answer to these nighttime assaults. And, it's my punch back to the world of the demonic. So what I do in this book is I expose their tactics, I expose their devices, and I expose their methods. And it's definitely something they don't want you to read. But if you read it, your eyes will be absolutely opened.
All right, so let's walk through some scenarios. All right, so
sure.
Let's say guys goes to bed at night, wakes up startled, the old hag or the being pressed down in your sleep paralysis. When people encounter that, what's your recommendation for it? Because I'm pretty sure at this point in time you done been through it all.
Yeah, I've been through a lot. I mean, they always have a trick up their sleeve for sure. Sleep paralysis is not really sleep paralysis. I really just think people try to tack on a name for something supernatural they don't understand. And it is my full belief that these are demonic attacks and assaults, invisible assaults, and it has been chalked up to the old hag and things of that nature, or the witch sitting on your chest or whatever. But what happens is, in my case, is it comes with such fear and such terror. It's palpable in the room, and it's not just I'm waking up scared. You wake up frightened out just from being woken up by some evil force, but you can literally feel the blackness in the room, and these things have they emanate a power and a hatred that's really palpable. So you can't explain away nighttime chokings around your neck. That's not sleep paralysis. That's being strangled and by some force. So to me, I never think of it as sleep paralysis. Again, I just think they're trying to slap a name on something supernatural they don't understand. But to me, it's a demonic force that's harassing you or out to, like you mentioned earlier, steal, kill, and destroy.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. And I can walk people through it. So what you're describing is the atmospheric change.
Yeah.
When they come in, I had one recently. Me and my friend D-Doss are talking. We figured out what the impetus of this attack was, and it was wild. I'll tell you this story. So
the impetus of this attack was another fellow Christian who prayed for a business that was dedicated to a demon, because we had a conflict with the business owner. She's in the business working. She decided she was going to pray for the protection of the business. Now, that same night that she did this, both of us come under attack. We were on the phone, bro, and I feel something trying to put me in fear. Like outside of my house, I feel like I hear something like it gets slammed against the wall, like boom, and I'm like, okay, what was that? And so I open the door to go see, and once I close the door and sit back down, I start to feel the atmosphere change. Like I know the atmosphere in my house is peaceful. You feel protected. I start to feel it change, and you can feel it pushing in on the atmosphere. And to me, there's no coincidences. So I'm sitting there saying, what kind of strangeness is this? I know my hedge that's on my house. I know what's here. I know what angels are here. I know what I call upon. I know what I ask for. I know they come. So I'm saying, okay, what kind of legal right does this thing have to be here? You know what I'm saying? So I go through the night. I start to try and change the atmosphere again. I say my prayers. I do repentance, so I know it's not that. I go back over my bloodline all over again. I'm touching every little knick-knack and cranny, nook and cranny that something could be finding a legal way to get in, bro. And I go to bed, and I wake up early in the morning. I'm in sleep paralysis, and it's pushing down on me, and I'm like, but I'm not afraid. And as I'm waking up, I'm like, well, Holy Spirit, do I have to worry about this? And he's like, not really, but you need to rebuke it. And so I'm trying to talk, and it won't let me talk. And I'm serious. It's like I'm trying to talk, it won't let me talk. And then finally, I say, I'm like trying to stand up out of the bed, like I'm moving my legs, and I jump up out of bed, and I'm like, in the name of Jesus Christ, I don't know what is wrong with you, but you might want to get up out of here right now. I was pissed, bro. I was mad, and so I get up and go, and it's gone. But we had to go figure out the impetus of it. Once we found out it was her who did it through a series of conversations, then we had to go figure out how we would deal with it without praying against our sister. And we found a way to deal with it. But it's the atmosphere actually changes. It's like they start pushing into your atmosphere, and you can feel them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, that's how I've dealt with it. It's the name of Jesus Christ that rebukes all of them. Absolutely.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, Jesus has given us such a supernatural power over these demonic forces that people are not aware. If you're not a believer, most people are just not aware of the power that Jesus had entrusted to those who follow him and those who believe him. I mean, he is literally giving us power over angels. These were fallen angels with supernatural. They're bigger than you. They're badder than you. They're smarter than you. They're like, in every way, shape, or form, a superior, being. But Jesus has given us in his name this incredible power, and all we have to do is speak that name. And I'll tell you, I've seen them vanish like smoke. I've seen them crumble it into themselves like water droplets just at the name of Jesus. I mean, it's an unbelievable thing that he has endued us with.
Well, so what it means is that, just to the audience who's listening, because a lot of people hear this and they'll say, well, this guy is crazy. You have to understand there's spiritual gifts that people function in. And the gift that he's talking about actually has the gift of seeing. He's probably had it for a long time. But there's spiritual gifts that people function in. There's people who have like the gift of the tongue and influence. There's people who have the gift of hearing spirits, seeing spirits. And oftentimes people who are born with those gifts, they end up attributing it to something other than God. And so therefore they take that gift and they say, oh, well, I'm a psychic. No, you got the gift of prophecy. You know what I'm saying? But you start misusing and abusing that gift, and then a spirit attaches to it, and now you got a familiar spirit that you talk to and get information from.
Exactly. Now you're functioning in high witchcraft for sure. Yeah.
Extremely high witchcraft. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but anyway, I'm doing too much talking. Proceed forward with the next lesson for the audience. I'm sorry.
All right, where are we going? Where do you want to go, man?
You driving? We go. We just made a left turn. Where we going now?
All right. Want to talk about one of my first experiences?
Sure.
All right, because this is all feeds into our demonic, our demon talk. So, so my first experience happened when I first became a believer. Before, as a believer, I knew nothing of God. I thought nothing of God, and I had no idea about God. It was just like this fictitious character in the sky, right? Somewhere. And so, when someone would call and someone talked to me about like Jesus, I mean, it literally did sound like, like you know, bat crap crazy, and and then I guess God just kept working on me, and I said, all right, well, let me, so I ended up accepting Christ, and then I went to prayer basically for the first time. I don't know what prayer is. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what it sounds like, and I certainly don't even know what to do, right? And so it was pretty much my very first time dealing with prayer. And so I'm in my bedroom, and I don't know anything but to get on my knees. I guess that's what you do to pray to God, right? I don't know. And so I'm there, and my prayer sounded like, God, I don't even know if you're a real kind of prayer, you know? Um, and so as I'm there, I'm on my knees beside my bed, and I feel this thing enter the room, this dark presence. And it's literally just changes the whole atmosphere around me. And I know it's dark, and I don't know anything, but I know it's evil. Right. And and it comes up right behind my ear. And so I cringe my shoulder just to kind of like cringe it away. I didn't want to turn around because I was afraid of what was behind me. And so as I'm there and I'm cringing my shoulder away, the voice spoke directly into my ear. And it said, "You may have gone to God, but you belong to me. You are mine. I'm never going to let you go." And the voice was not the voice you think of in Hollywood with some monster gravelly voice or anything of that nature. It wasn't, but the voice itself was very placid, an air of royalty, a silvery tone to it, and it was, but underneath that silvery tone, you sensed this very, very cunning, subtle evil. and that was the first time I heard the voice of evil. Whether it was Satan himself or another demon, I don't know. I still don't know. Um, but it was plain as I'm speaking to you.
You know, I'm gonna tell you something, and and you stop me if I'm telling you something you already know. You there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Yes.
So, what most people don't understand is throughout our lives, our habits and the things that we do, like we go through life, and the easy example is, let's say you and I hanging out, right? And we like to go to look at ladies shake their boobs at the strip club. We go to the strip club once, that's me and you at the club, right?
Yeah,
We go two times, it's me and you at the club. By the time we get there 3 or 4 times, we start attracting different spirits that like that because they want to live through us, because they're disembodied spirits. They want to experience that. So they say, hey, these two clowns like to go to the strip club. Let me hop up in them and take a ride. And as we do these things throughout life, we keep on picking up these hitchhikers. I had some guys talk about the hitchhiker theory, and I be trying to be cool about stuff and not really go deep. But it's like, yo, you pick up a lot of hitchhikers throughout life, and then all of a sudden that person says, hey, I'm gonna get saved, and that's fine. It's a great decision. Everything that's hitchhiked on you declares war on you immediately. It's a declaration of war. And so they try to kill you immediately. They strangle you. They do all that. So, guys, that's what he's talking about. That was its declaration of war on him. And the silvery tone, that might have been the big old Stitch himself that you was talking to. Depending on, we haven't had a lot of conversation about your intercessory prayer yet. But what I'm feeling is you're major when it comes to intercessory prayer. And old Stitch probably got pissed off because he's like, "Oh, now you're gonna go over here and go do what you're supposed to do, and I'm gonna smoke your game." And that's how they behave, bro.
yeah. I
That's how they
really have
behave.
yeah, I have a real strange suspicion that it probably was Satan. I mean, I don't know. if I'm important enough for the Satan to do it. Because when we talk about like the devil, a lot of times we talk about, yeah, a singular entity, but also we talk about it in the broad scope where he has like these, millions of millions underneath him, which we also refer to as the devil or the work of the devil.
Right.
So it's not just one entity running around the entire world spooking people. It's like, he has a kingdom, and
Right.
he's a king and a prince of his own kingdom in his own mind. So I have a suspicion that it was him, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure it was him. And this is what people don't understand. Remember when, just for you guys in the audience, so we can relate this to you. When Jesus Christ went out into the wilderness and he fasted, and Satan came to him, and he offered him all the kingdoms of the earth. People overlook how significant that was. He literally was saying, "No, I'll give you all of this if you bow down and worship me," which meant that he had possession of all the kingdoms of the earth. It wasn't like Jesus said, "Oh, get out of here, you're lying, bro." He didn't say that. It was he had the right to make that offer because he had all the kingdoms of the earth, and that kind of goes into these social media networks, the Hollywood, all the things that we see, around us daily that we don't really pay attention to. We kind of take things for granted as we move around. But again, I'm talking, you driving, get back to steering. Where we going next?
Let's talk about how these forces work. But first, it's actually scriptural too, though. It's actually scriptural. It says that the devil himself comes to steal the seed, meaning the word of God. As soon as you become a believer, his first thing is to try to steal that what was birthed into you, and so that's why he comes immediately while you're brand new, in order to steal that thing that was just born into you.
That's why I say I think it was him.
Yeah, I think so too. So let's talk about how some of these things work and function in the world around us, because there are many, many spirits, and not everybody knows or thinks of these things as spirits. And while they have many names, all of these spirits, however many millions and billions there are, they have roles and they have functions. For instance, fear is a spirit. It's called the spirit of fear. So if you're a fearful person and you're always at fear, and you might be under the influence of a spirit of fear. And there's also spirits of greed. So if your pursuit is money and gain at all costs at the expense of others, and hurting and conniving and cheating, greedy for gain and money, you may be functioning under the government of a spirit of greed. And we saw that in Judas, who betrayed Jesus. That spirit entered him. And that's why, at that final supper, Jesus said, whatever you're going to do, go and do quickly. And then Satan entered him, because he was functioning under the spirit of greed all the time under the ministry of Jesus. And it was that at some point it's going to enter and take control. And then you have other spirits that operate like spirits of anxiety, spirits of suicide. And the suicide rate right now is skyrocketed. And so you have all of these spirits functioning in the world around us, that people just think that, let me just medicate myself, or which is another spirit, a spirit of pharmakoi, where we get our word pharmacy from. And so you have all of these spirits functioning, working against you, but you don't realize they're there because you just never seen it in that capacity, or the veil hasn't been taken away from your eyes to actually see how the spirit realm actually functions. And that's why I wrote the book, to really sound the alarm of these things, of like, get the reader out of thinking that the demons and devils are these hairy monsters with horns. They're not. They're they're you know they're angels. They're wicked angels, and they function in these various roles to destroy your life.
No,
And
I'm
if you could
100%
think,
with you, bro. Go ahead.
yeah, and if you could think about it, I'm going to cut you off, but if you could think about it in the realm of influencer marketing, in a sense, and we know what influencer marketing is. We take this one guy who has a great audience on Instagram or whatever, and then he takes his product or ideas and he disseminates it out to his entire audience. And that's basically like exactly how the government of evil functions. And if I was a smart devil or smart demon, which they are, who would I go after? Right. Well, I would go after heads of state. I would influence judges. I would influence rock stars. I would influence comedians. I would influence network heads. I would I would influence every top person in industry and influence them to move my agenda. And that's how influencer marketing works. Demonic works as influencing marketing.
No, absolutely. And then the base, like, just so the audience understands the reason for that, and I think this is something that everyone really needs to understand. I keep repeating this over and over on every podcast, is when God created man and woman, and there's people who say, well, I don't believe the Bible, bro. Listen, you can believe whatever you want to believe. All I'm going to try and tell you is if you got problems with sleep paralysis and it's so many things, let me just stay focused. When God made man and woman, he said, let them have dominion. He gave man and woman dominion over the planet. And then the whole incident in the Garden of Eden was Satan coming in trying to steal that dominion and actually taking that dominion. But at the end of the day, all spirits that interact on this planet, they have to interact through a person. So they interact through, when you see a Beyonce on stage with an upside down cross, and you just at the concert like, oh, I like Beyonce, but there's an upside down cross, and then she says, my alter ego is Sasha Fierce, and her eyes change. Bro, that's a spirit that's working through Beyonce, and it's in her because of the influence that she has. The significant thing is, and you need to understand this, we are the territory. We as human beings are the territory that's being conquered. And so you got them influencing people in certain directions, and the demonic experience, and you have God's spirit influencing people in a certain direction. And that is the battlefield that we are on. That's the most important thing. If you understand that, everything else Mr. Gorka is saying is going to make all the sense in the world. But you got to understand that one thing. So therefore, if you understand that, this conversation is really, but you got to accept it. This conversation is really, really, really easy to understand. It took me a long time to figure this out, but oh, buddy, do I have it now? Oh, buddy, oh, buddy, oh, boy.
Yeah, it takes some time to see it, but yeah, I can't overstress enough that, you know, these spirits, these evil forces, they need people to work through. So they work through people who knowingly and who unknowingly, and some, or probably many, knowingly are functioning under the power of these forces. But it's important to understand that they work through people. You're not going to see a hairy monster, but you're going to see evil working through people if you know what to look for.
No, I'm with you. And then they work in tandem. So, for example, when you look at the suicide rate, right? You talk about suicide rates.
That and depression, yep.
So you look at depression in the military. There's the highest rate of depression in the military. There's a high rate of suicide. The spirit of depression and suicide come hand in hand. You look in the transsexual community, like guys who try and become women and women who try to become men. There's a high rate of depression and there's a high rate of suicide. And then there's another spirit that partners with that, which is the spirit of perversion, and that goes to depression, which leads to suicide. And so they come in threes and fours and fives. It's crazy, but they typically start with fear. Fear is, I don't know why. Maybe you can explain this to me, Mr. Gorka. Fear seems like it's like the marijuana of
spirits. It's like get a little bit high on some of this fear, and next thing you know, you move to something stronger. You're on crack, then you're on fentanyl, then you're laying up there dying. It's like fear is the introductory drug when it comes to spirits.
Yeah, fear seems to be like that home run hitter, man. Like he just like that spirit. I mean, there's no greater example than what was tried to, we'll just call it a pandemic. What was enforced or forced onto not just America but the world.
That was crazy.
You really saw a sweeping power of fear.
That was crazy. That was insane,
Yeah.
bro. That was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
And it's so fear is so powerful in the scripture. It says, "For God did not give us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of power, a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind." So to defeat one spirit, you need power, love, and a sound mind. That's how
right.
powerful fear is. That it takes three to beat that one. Crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And and if you were really in tune with what God was speaking at that time, uh, I might be getting it's a little too deep here, but there,
Go ahead.
there,
Go deep.
yeah. I mean, literally, the Lord shot or injected into my spirit, "This is nothing to fear." So I never wore a mask, and I fought with everybody because I didn't care what they were telling me. I heard from the King of Heaven. Who am I going to believe, God or this overlord, Fauci, or whoever else, whoever they were trying to, or the media, or some politician? Who am I going to believe, God or man?
That was the decision that people had to make. That was a decision about who you were going to trust.
Who
I'll
you
tell
gonna
you
follow?
who
Yep.
you going to follow. When I first started hearing about, I heard about it way before anybody, before it hit the news. And so I was like on a plane with a mask on way before, and I was like, I can't breathe in this thing. I'm gonna take this off, right? And so I kept on doing the research, kept on doing the research, and fear. God did not give us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and a sound mind. The sound mind goes out and researches things on its own. So I'm researching, and I'm like, okay, there's vitamins and supplements you can take. Let's start doing this. So we start taking all that, and then I was like, okay, I think I'm straight. It's just like people like, nah, I think I'm good, bro. I've read all the documentation. I think I'm good. I'm not worried about this, and I went on about my life, And but it swept the whole world, bro. It swept the whole world.
Man, people hated me everywhere. Everywhere I went, and it was just, I fought with doctors, I fought with restaurateurs, gas station attendants. I everywhere I went, because that spirit of fear was so heavily operating in people. Well, they literally, they literally lost their shit when they saw someone walk in without a mask. That's how bad it got.
Yep, bro. I almost had a fight with this couple in Dallas at this Royal Thai restaurant. I walk in. I came in with the mask because they're crazy, so I can pick up my food. They leave something out of my order. I go to the car, realize it's not my order, go back. I walk in. They're supposed to hand me this to me. I wait. They're supposed to hand it to me. I walk in. I walk up to the counter. This Russian guy and his wife are like, "You're too close to me. Back away." And I'm like, "Look, you guys can just back up a couple of feet. I'm just getting my order. Bada bing, bada boom." And the woman just starts spazzing, starts screaming and going crazy. And I'm like, "Listen, bro, I don't fight women. I don't touch women, but I'm gonna beat you up because of the way your woman talking. Come on, let's go outside." And everybody's like, "Wait, what?" I said, "No, you come outside." And she just talking. I said, "No, you be quiet. You about to get your old man beat up. Come on outside." I was like, "Come on outside," and I'm about to put hands on you. So he comes outside. It was hilarious. She came outside, and then she was jumping in front of him and cursing and screaming. I said, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say, woman. I'm not, bro. Come on. I'm gonna beat you up in front of your woman because of the way she's behaving. And then she turned around and dragged him inside. I said, "It's good. Take him inside because you about to get him hurt." And then I saw him fussing at her. I was like, "Man, y'all tripping." But that's how crazy it was, bro. People were insane. They were absolutely insane.
They lost their ever loving minds, man. And I have so many stories like that, and it's just so funny. It just so happened. This isn't sexist. This just so happened to be so many women. It was so many more women piping up about this than men. I had like one or two guys like really, but for the most part, it was always some woman that was trying to, you're gonna have the mask. And I was like, "Sir, your mask." It was always sir first. "Sir, your mask, your mask.
But bro, you know what it is. So psychologically, the people who orchestrated that, they understand that they understand the nature of man and they understand the nature of woman. That's how I knew it was really a spiritual attack. They know that woman's job, the man's job is to be a protector of the household, but they know at the end of the day that woman's job in this society, women tend to be more outspoken. They tend to be more sensitive and more fearful when it comes to things like this. And so that fear really targeted them. If you go back and look at the marketing campaign, it was hardcore targeted towards them, because once you got them, they were able to influence their husband through pressure, whether it be the sex life or whatever, and then influence the kids. So it was targeted towards women, and it worked for a while. I don't think it's working right now. Maybe it is.
No, I think we're done now. They're just kind of like waiting for their next round of shenanigans.
All right, we made a turn into
let's go
COVID land. Let's get out of that.
Yeah, let's get out of COVID town.
YouTube will be like, oh, we're banning you.
What's that?
I said we're gonna turn out of COVID land before YouTube tries to ban us. Let's go to the next
that's
thing.
Right. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. We're built for it.
Let's get out of COVID land. Let's go, man. Steer the ship. Where do you want to go?
All right, so let's talk about, you mentioned intercessory prayer. I want people to understand what that is. Give a definition and give us some examples of what intercessory prayer is, and can anybody do intercessory prayer?
Intercessory prayer is it's a level of prayer that what it means is you're standing in the gap for people, or standing on behalf of people who can't stand for themselves, who don't know or understand. Intercessory prayer is also what we call is spiritual warfare. So it's very aggressive prayer, and how we did it and how I do it is I just don't get up there and just start praying for stuff. I mean, you really have to dig into the Lord to say, what do you want me to pray for? What's on the battlefield? What are we shooting at? Because if you don't have the target, you're just shooting, rounds all over the place and not hitting a target. And so you want to have a very targeted thing. So it's very important to actually hear from the Lord what these avenues of attack is, because the Lord is the commander of the Lord of hosts, meaning that he's the commander of an army. So Jesus himself is a commander of an army. We want to take those field commands and take those commands and execute on that. So for me, that's what intercessory prayer is, taking prayer from the commander and executing them out into the field, and basically firing away targeted attacks, really throwing lead downfield to attack the enemy. And a lot of times, many times it was witchcraft spirits that were operating and functioning against the church. So you would hear, pray against witchcraft, or pray, and then there's other times where it's like, pray for healing. So intercessory prayer is literally just standing in the gap for others, and believing for them, that God's going to come through in their situation, in his own time, in his own way. And can anybody do it? Well, if you're a believer, yeah. If you're a non-believer, no. It's not even natural. It's not even in your lexicon. So it's so for the follower or the believer, yeah, we're all called in a sense, in some way, to be prayerful and in prayer. And intercessory is just really just kind of standing in the gap for people, in a sense. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me. I wanted you to give that explanation for them. I'll tell you, the first time I was called to intercede for somebody in prayer, it spooked me out. And this is for an individual. I'm laying in bed. I had just fallen asleep. And before I went to bed, because I was having these crazy journeys in the spirit realm when I went to bed, because I made the mistake of saying, well, Lord, I would love to see what happens in the spirit realm when I go to sleep. One time, I just said it one time. And bro, I was like, oh no, I don't want to see this anymore. So I was like, I'm not going to be looking at that. I was like, how about, you wake me up if you need me to intercede for somebody. Bro, bro, 3:30 in the morning, bro, I felt like something shook me, and I hear, get up, open the book of Leviticus and read this chapter. And I'm like, okay. And like literally, I don't hear it out loud because people think it's an audible voice. I like hear it in my head. And I start reading it on my phone. Lay on your face and read it. What? Lay on your face and read it. And then told me repent for this. I'm like, well, I ain't never did none of this. You're not repenting for yourself. You're repenting for someone else. Repent for this. Stay there. Read it again. Yeah. And I'm like, whoa. So bro, it's like an hour. And then I hear, go to sleep. I'm not. That's not my cup of tea right there. That is not, God, I'm gonna keep it real with you. That is not my cup of tea. Let's find out where I really function. And then he revealed to me where I'm supposed to function. He was like, okay, this is where you function, and this is what you're gonna do. Which was, I'll tell you that in private. That's insane. It's pure insanity. But
yeah, and it's true because the Lord will wake you up in like crazy hours in the middle of the night, and then you got to go up, and you're like, all right, what do you want?
Bro, it's like, get up. Like, wait, what? Exactly. I'm asleep. Yeah. What? No, I'm asleep. And but people, it's amazing though. I'll tell you this has been an amazing journey for me, and to learn these things. And for those of you listening, it may sound weird. You got to understand, I've never talked to Mr. Gorka before. This is our first time talking. And the rapport you hear is because we both experienced a lot of the same things. And every other person I've talked to who's a serious man of Christ and a serious man of prayer, they will sit here and they will tell you the exact same things. From the attacks, and we started off on the attacks. It's important that people understand the attacks, but he gave you the significant answer to everything when he first started. He said, if you understand the power and authority given to you in Christ, when Christ arose from the grave, he was given authority of all things on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. Meaning, therefore, all things are under his control and his power. Therefore, his name influences and moves against all things. If you just got that one understanding from what we're talking about, because we're almost out of time, guys, but if you just get this one thing out of this, the next time you go to bed, I'm going to give you a little bit more than that, but the next time you feel that fear coming on you, you'll say, in the name of Jesus Christ, I rebuke the spirit of fear. And the other thing is that Mr. Gorka talked about that you need to understand, he alluded to angels. He talked about them from the negative standpoint, that we have powers over those evil angels. And it's true because the scripture says, know ye not that ye shall judge angels. But also, when you request angels from the Lord to minister to you, to protect you, to actually do battle for you in your home. Like every night before I go to bed, I request, like I said, Lord, give me the worst bloodthirsty warring angels that are on our team to make sure they are here in case something comes over here when I go to sleep. And as I go to sleep and pass through the veil, send them there to that moment to where they're there with me. And since you stand outside of time and you see everything, and I know how powerful you are, hey, how about when my son gets up in the morning for the next 7 days throughout his week, any key points in his life, position angels there already waiting on him to minister to him and to protect him at any points of danger. And that's that. And then I'll call one of my sons and say, hey man, how would your day go today? Oh, Pops, it was awesome. It was amazing. And that's how it goes, bro. There's so much power in prayer that people don't understand. They just don't. All right, I'm off the soapbox. Your turn.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, the behind the veil of the paranormal or the supernatural is this whole world going on around us. I mean, there's demonic forces, there's also forces of good, and there's also, there's just a lot going on behind this veil, and a lot of what we think are ghosts or hauntings and things like that, those are actually those are demons in masquerade. So a lot of people who look at these shows or go to these haunted houses and things of that nature as a form of entertainment, just know that these are actually demonic powers functioning in these as masquerade, and much of the paranormal is like that. So to me, when it comes to the paranormal, much of it almost all of it is demonic. Uh, but Jesus himself is the king of the supernatural, and he's not an emaciated man on a cross. He's a warrior king. And so when and not many people know this, but when he returns, he's not returning like a baby in a manger or an emaciated, Gandhi like figure. He's coming back on a war horse.
Yeah, he coming to wreck shop.
He's coming back on a war horse. He's jacked up. His fire is in his eyes. He's he's angry, and he's coming back. He's in the reason why he's the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, which it says it's written on his thigh, is because he's the king over every king that ever existed.
Mm-hmm.
Any Caesar, any czar, any president, any ruler, any Hitler, any king that could be named, he's King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and they're going to bow to him. And one day or another, in this life or another, they're going to bow to him because that's how powerful he is. So he's coming back on a war horse, and he's coming back, and it says his blood is stained by his enemies. So he's crushing people like grapes. And this is the Jesus that's coming back, and they don't realize that. They just think this is the scrawny man on a cross. No, he's a warrior king, and when he comes back, it's not going to be pretty. So this is the Jesus I serve. I don't serve a weak God. I don't serve a weak Jesus. I serve a warrior king, because that's the kind of power I need to overcome these forces and this world.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. When I used to play for the other side, and I tell people, I really played for the other side. Like, dudes be playing. Like, I played ball. I was like, we had a 1990s Bulls basketball team. We had a championship team down here in New Orleans that just out of sheer audacity to be successful, bro, we played hardcore ball. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that the Lord set me down on was, I remember I went and I'm gonna tell you guys this story. This is crazy. I remember I went out one night, and these pastors invited me to go out smoking cigars. And when I say I still am very influential down here. I just don't participate anymore. So I go out. They asked me to go out with them. I take them to this place. There's a private room that I had a membership to. It's about 12 of us in there. We're smoking cigars. A couple of guys had a drink here and there. We're just talking. And so they start asking for, donations and stuff. And I tell them, I said, listen, I can't see myself giving money to you guys because and I just told them frankly, I said, because I frankly see where you guys are weak. And they was like, what? I said, you're weak. I said, your neighborhoods are dilapidated. There's crime everywhere. Only thing I'm going to give you my money for is my money to go into your pockets. I said, for all that, bro, I might as well just take you out and buy you what you want, and let's just cut it out. That's how I was, bro. Like hardcore, bro. Like hardcore. And so one day when God starts beating me down, which he did, I mean, he starts smacking me down. This is like 90 days ago. I'm talking about you walking in the house and you hear the Lord speaking, and it's like a jackhammer is hitting you in the spirit to where you can't walk. Like my knees are buckling. And he says, the audacity of you to say that. And I said, what you mean audacity? He says, the audacity of you to say that. He said, the church is my bride, and they're not right. He said, they mess up a lot, but they're not men like you. I put them in that room with you so you could teach them, and you insulted them. I said, well, I didn't know I was supposed to be teaching them. So I put you in the room. One of them told you. And the guy did tell me. He said, bro, I want these guys to learn from you, blah, 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 about how to acquire real estate and do this, this, this. He said, I put them in a room with you so you can teach them some things about real estate, and you insulted them. I said, oh, man, I'm sorry. I'm like, yeah, I did do that, huh? I'm sorry. And then he said, and it was clear as day. He says, now apologize to him. I said, what? Call him and apologize. What? You want me to call? Bro, I called this dude, and I've known this dude since we were kids, bro. I said, yo, my man, I need to talk to you. He's like, what's up, man? What's going on? I said, bro, the Lord want me to apologize for this particular day and this particular time. He gets quiet on the phone, and he says, bro, I don't know what the Lord doing with your crazy behind, because you've been crazy since we was 12 years old. And he was like, you've been in them streets since we was little. He said, but all I'm going to tell you is this. He said, whatever he about to do with you, you better put on a seatbelt, because if he humbled you enough for you to apologize, he said, bro, it's something coming. Click, and he just hung up the phone. Like, he just hung up the phone. And so he didn't say he accepted apology, but I knew he did because we known each other since kids. And I talked to him like 20 days later. And I'm like, yo, bro, I need to talk to you about this. And he was like, yeah, it's all good. I just wanted you to know, bro, I'm not mad at you. I said, I know you're not mad. And so literally he curses me out real quick. And then he says, bro, let's go smoke a cigar and we're going to talk about some of the things that we need to do that the Lord told me. So we'll sit down and smoke. And I gave him what he needed and made him understand and went on about his business. But that was one of the things, because I didn't know the aspects of God himself. You see, I saw it as weakness. Then when I started really, because if you don't know God, you're like, oh man, these people weak. No. Once you get to know God, you realize, hold on, God smoke your game real quick. You know what I'm saying? He'll tear something up real quick. So guess what? You need to chill out. But people don't know those things. Yeah. I did not know.
Well, listen, it's a learning process, and we're all learning as we go. That's for sure.
Bro, I didn't know. Okay. Where do people find this book? Where do they find your promotion? Do you have a YouTube? Do you have a Instagram? What you working with on social media right now?
Right. Well, you can find the book right now. It's available on Amazon. It's Demons Among Us, Shocking Real Life Stories from the Paranormal. And it's the black book with the creepy white face coming out of the cover. Right now it's available in Kindle and paperback. I will have an audio book coming soon. I don't have a date because it just keeps moving, but it's hopefully soon. And soon it'll be available at Barnes & Nobles and all that. But for right now, it's available on Amazon. And you can find me on social media. You can find me on Instagram at m.r.gorga. And you can find me at Facebook at MR Gorga.
All right, we're going to have to fix some of that stuff. That's a mess. We're going to help you fix that, get you squared away. All right, anything you want to leave the audience with before we end this live stream? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying this. I mean, this is a good conversation. This is really, everybody likes to talk about like werewolves and Bigfoot and worship Dogman and Bigfoot. Guys, this really is the information. If you're in this stream, you're really getting a treat, because this information is life-changing. The other stuff is really, you get a little fear from it, you get a little entertainment, but bro, this is that good stuff right here. Anything else you want to leave the audience with?
Yeah, I believe Demons Among Us is really an impactful book. Not only was it written just to give you the creeps, but it was really to open the eyes and to warn of those things that are actually functioning all around you. So if you're going to read Demons Among Us, read it with an open mind. And hearing that people are actually getting saved reading this book. So not only is it a great read, it could impact your eternity.
Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Dog Waters. I don't know if I'm going to do, you know what? We might as well do the traditional outro. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how we do it. Why just shortchange you guys? You know what I'm saying? It's the one and only Dog Waters. We're out of here. You're going to hear from this gentleman again, I promise you, because I'm about to offer him a deal as soon as we get off of here to help him with a whole bunch of stuff. So you're going to hear from him again as long as the Lord allows it. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. And that is it for tonight's show.
up, ladies and gentlemen? The one and only James Williams, Dog Waters. And I'm back. And we got a great interview for you guys today. I'm excited about this conversation with Dominic Morrow, the Narrow Path Society. And I think you're going to get a lot out of this. Now, this field that I am in is a field of darkness. Now, if you don't realize it or not, anytime you talk about monsters, demons, ghosts, it's a dark field. And it's always good when the light is shed into that field. So let's shine some light, ladies and gentlemen. Without any more further ado, I'm going to bring Dominic in and we're going to have us a phenomenal conversation. Dominic, what's up, my brother? How you feeling today?
I'm blessed. Hello, brother. Thank you for having me today. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, man, it's awesome. Let me fix this camera so I can show a little bit more of my chest. And then boom, we good to go. Man, I'm excited to have this conversation. And I'm going to start here. I always like to go into conversations about how people got to the point to where they are in life. Normally, I'm dealing with people who've been seeing ghosts and monsters and crazy stuff. But in your case, it's a little bit different. And we're going to have a conversation about our King, our Lord. So let's go back and rewind to the first time you came to the realization that he was just present, that he was around.
Well, I know all praise be due to our Lord. I had an experience because I passed away. Okay, I died. I was dead clinically, technically, medically for 3 minutes and 47 seconds. But I ended up going to a dimension that we all know is hell. Okay, I was dead and I went to hell. My encounter with the Lord, it wasn't visual, but I knew he was there with me because the things that I've encountered and I've seen and how he took me literally out of hell started the trajectory of me on my journey that changed my life. Just like right now, my whole life is dedicated to the Lord because of that hell experience. He was with me. I know for a fact he was with me. I know he took me out of hell. And ever since then, I've been changing everything, moving with a sense of urgency with everything. I can see him in everything. I can hear him in everything. Ever since then, everything has changed. I don't know if I'm going to go into the details of my hell experience, but that's when it started for me in 2009. That's when my journey really started.
No, that's awesome, man. So you had a near-death experience and it opened your eyes to it. I'll tell you what I've discovered. Again, I told you this is a conversation with just two dudes talking.
Yes, please.
I realized over time that he's always been there. It's just that my crazy behind wasn't listening and I wasn't open to it. Yes. When I had, I've been through extensive spiritual warfare, you name it, I done dealt with it. Mm-hmm. But over the time of growing into intimacy with him, what you're talking about is an intimate relationship where you actually know him and understand him.
Oh, yes.
Over the time of growing into intimacy, there will be these conversations where I would have with him. I'd be like, well, man, where were you when they were shooting at me in that car? And, son, why you think you didn't get shot?
Right.
And then he started showing me stuff. Remember the night you were driving in a Hummer and you were drunk and you drove by smoking your cigar and you looked at the police officer and he turned on his lights and he came and pulled you over and you got out the car and you locked the door and you stood there smoking a cigar? Yeah. Do you really think that you were the reason why you didn't go to prison that night when you was that drunk?
Right.
Yeah. No, that wasn't you, son. And then he just showed me boom, 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 boom. And bro, when he showed me, I was like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
It was hundreds of times. I'm talking about I was down bad. He was like, I just want to show you what you did. And so it's that level of intimacy, getting to know him through like retrospect, him showing you stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. And it's heart melting.
You make a great point because, he's been with us the whole time. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. But the thing is, we don't have the spiritual maturity or that relationship to recognize that it's him or that it was, because like I always say, before I do something or when I used to do stuff bad, I always heard a voice and it sounded like me to say, hey, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Right. But then there's another one that sounds like me saying, hey, do what you do. Ain't nobody looking. Ain't nobody going to know. Right. You see what I mean? And now that I know, like you said, in hindsight, that was him the whole time.
Yep.
That was him with me, trying to redirect me, and also that's why I say there is no excuse for no one, because he always tells us, he always gives us a way out.
Yep.
Always gives us a way out. And we define and try to follow our flesh and our own desires and butt him out. And then we complain that he wasn't there. See, People do. I used to do it all the time. I blame God for my situations. I blame God for my hardships. But I never blame myself, or I never blame the enemy. He was always there. So you're absolutely correct on that. And that's why I think people need to gain that intimate relationship. So his voice is louder than your fleshly voice. Where his voice becomes louder than your temptations of yourself trying to fulfill your own needs or the enemy voice inside you. That's the plus of having that relationship, because that I've been learning from experience, from the life that I came from. It goes from a whisper. When I was in the darkness, it was a whisper. Now it is full blown to the point where it's a part of me where now it's like it's a download at this point. It's not even a voice. It's an automatic download to me. So I think the more mature you get in your relationship with him, the louder that voice goes, to a point where it becomes a part of your being and your character, and the attributes become intertwined with his.
Man, I'm loving this. I finally found somebody I could really shoot it with. Watch this, guys. My brother's talking about relationship and intimacy. I'm going to share with you guys what I learned. As long as I thought I knew and I understood what was best, the Holy Spirit, Ruach Elohim, Ruach HaKodesh, however you want to name him, I call him my big homie, my friend.
Yes.
He's chilling. He's like, okay, you know how to do it? Okay, James, go ahead. Let me see how you do this. But I'm God. Let's go see how this work out. And bro, he just lets you bam, 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 bam.
Yes.
You spend your whole life, ladies and gentlemen, running into a wall until you realize, wait, hold up. I don't know what I'm doing. And he just chilling. Like, I'm gonna let you do it. You about to kill yourself. Okay, I'm gonna stop this. I don't want you to die, but you're gonna learn a lesson.
You're gonna learn.
The minute you say, hey, you know what? I don't know. I don't know how to do it. He says, oh, finally. So you realize you don't know. And then it's like, okay, let me help you. Boom. And then you get to the point where you admit you don't know more and more and more. And then he says, okay, now you get the point. Now you come to me for everything. And I'm your source of everything. Like I'll tell you, Dominic, for me, here in this YouTube sphere, when I partnered with the Holy Spirit and dedicated this channel to him, everybody, I get hate. People like, he bought views. He did this. No, I got on my face. I took all the paperwork, D. I laid it on the ground. I laid it on top of it. I said, I give it all this. In fact, I took everything out my safe. Gold, silver, diamonds, money. I said, all this is yours. I'm too immature and I don't know what to do with it. And I said, I give it all to you. And I said, I don't know how to manage nothing. I give my family. I give my relationships. I give everything to you because I know nothing. Bro, 7 days later, gone. And I was like, whoa, what is this? And he said, no. You said that you needed me. I said, oh, I do. Okay, well, let me go to work. Bro, the most powerful experience I've ever had. And so every day I just wake up. I don't know what I'm doing today because I don't know what to do. So you tell me, all right, son, do this, do this.
You know what? You hit on some valuable points. Like I said, this is very refreshing already. Management. When I came to the point where I couldn't manage myself, I couldn't manage me. I managed myself. I every time I think I got it. Everything starts off smooth at first, doesn't it? It always starts, but then all of a sudden,
bam,
chaos. It's like the fortunate vibe of everything withdraws itself. So like I say, now I get it when our Lord always said, hey, Father, not my will be done, but yours. Now I literally experience that, not just knowing what it means. I know what it means now because I gave up my will. I don't want free will. I don't want it. I'm sorry. I don't want free will. If you call it slavery if you want, okay, I'm a slave to our Father. So be it. Because it's the most dangerous thing. Free will is the most dangerous thing if you don't have the Holy Spirit management in your heart and in your mind. If you're not managed by the Holy Spirit, it's over for you. I don't care how it looks on the outside. I don't care how it may appear. I don't care how good you think things are going. If it is not managed, if you're not managed or governed by the Holy Spirit, which is a gift that the Lord left us behind, thank the Lord for that. It's over with. Not only that, what is so fascinating, not only do we have the Holy Spirit, we have a piece of the Father and him in us simultaneously at the same time. At the same time, this divinity that is in us, you all, I don't know how clear cut and how much more evidence that you need that is beyond anything in this world. It is beyond any money, Any ecstasy you may think you're feeling here in the flesh, in this temporal existence, I'm willing, like I said, like I've already done. When you lose everything, you gain everything. I think Paul said it the best. He said, I have nothing, but yet I possess everything.
I possess everything.
Now I know what he means. Because I lost everything, materialistically, financially. But then something came into my heart, which I know it was him. He said, if you just focus on me, I will add all things onto you.
Onto you. Yep.
And it is right. But you got to have that faith and that management to be able to drop everything, no matter what it is. I don't care if it's friends, family, materials, $1 million. Leave it and focus on him and watch what happens. It changes.
Let me say this. I'm going to add something to what you're saying. I don't mean to cut you off, but watch this.
Go ahead.
When I'm talking to the Lord about success, because I've had a lot of success in my lifetime, lots of real estate, consulting business. I said, Pops, Daddy, how come these things always fall apart? And I don't get an answer right then. A couple of days later, I'm at my altar praying on my face. And he says, Genesis 1:1. So I open it up. And he said, read it. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. He said, read it again, son. In the beginning, God. He said, stop right there. I said, okay, what? He said, that's the key to being successful at anything. In the beginning, God. In the beginning of anything you do, I need to be there. If I'm there, you will succeed. Then he said, son, look around. Has anything I ever created stopped working? I said, nope. The sun still shines, water still wet, the wind still blows, trees still blow. And I said, on top of that, I said, Pops, you know what? They trying their best to destroy your creation, and it still goes. Okay, son, if I did that and all of it's still there, then if you want to be successful in life, in your family, in your marriage, as a parent, don't you think I need to be there? I was like, wow. Okay. He's like, now tell people that. And I said, absolutely, I will. I don't have no problem telling people anything. And so, ladies and gentlemen, what Dominique is saying, if you go scripturally, Genesis, this is how beautiful the scriptures are. Genesis 1:1 gives you the key to everything you need to know to be successful in anything. And that's one verse.
Yes.
One verse.
Yes. And I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with this gentleman. You know, and that's another thing about the enemy. They always try to poke holes or find little flaws in you. But I was talking to this gentleman, and I said, you know what? I don't put God first. He said, see, I'm telling you. I said, no, I put him at the center of my life.
Right.
I put him in, that's beyond first. I put him in the center of everything, the center of my decisions. Everything I'm going to do, I don't care how minute or how big it is, I need you there with me. Okay, so while people think, you know, it's good to have the right idea, good intentions to say they put him first. But no, you need to involve him in the center of your life, in all things, small and big. That is called complete management, complete takeover, complete surrenderance. And people are not doing that and wondering why they're stumbling over themselves. It's because they try to micromanage what God wants to do.
Yep.
You can't micromanage. If you're going to surrender, surrender. If you're going to give it up, give it up. Don't try to micromanage, okay, with little faith. See, I'm sick of people with this little faith. This little, you know, the bar has been set so low these days. You know, because people set the kingdom of heaven requires extraordinary faith. It doesn't require the basic, I give you a little bit of this and then let me kind of just, no. I want you to take it all. Take over everything. And it takes work. It's not going to happen overnight. It really is. I'm not going to just sit here and just say I woke up the next day and it's going to happen. But it's called perseverance, people. It's called perseverance. It's called you have to daily. This is not a one week program, 1 day a week program, 2 day a week program. No, every moment of every day. And that's the point of having them in the center of your lives. And that's why people don't understand. This is the toughest decision you're ever going to make. I'm not going to sit here and butter it up and then say your life is going to be peaches and cream and roses. No, but the thing is, the difference is when he's with you, all the blows that come into your life is not as harsh. All the traumas that come into your life is not as hard as you think when he's with you. He's never going to say you're going to be exempt from these things. Actually, absolutely. These things build to your character. These things he uses to make you build your faith in him because he shows you his works through adversity. He shows you his power. So he uses the bad for our good.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times we blame the enemy for things that happen. No, I call it the father spanking.
It's called wise. It's called wise counsel from him.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes you need to get a little, hey, it is what it is. He only disciplining his children that he loves, that he sincerely sees. He's like a good parent disciplines their children. A good parent wouldn't let you abuse your free will and let you just do whatever you want to do and still take care of you. No. So people need to start having the capacity and the discernment to see the difference, to see that this is for, people these days are so get uptight with boundaries and rules, but not knowing these rules and boundaries were put in place to help us. They're not to make you a slave. They're not to make your life unfun. These things are put in place to help us. But yet we want to be just our own people. But then as soon as we get in trouble, guess who we calling out for?
Calling out for God.
Yeah. As soon as we get into a jam, the first thing comes out of our mouth, oh God. Well, then you want to pray all of a sudden. But you forget about the whole time you wanted to go over his boundaries. Don't want to be, take his spiritual discipline or his rules, but then yet want to, need his help when you're in trouble. When the world is spanking you, or when the enemy got you in a headlock, now you need his assistance. See, the thing is, he doesn't mind helping you. He doesn't mind, but also people take advantage. And that's why I want to get it clear. And I keep telling these people, stop taking advantage of our Father God. Because where do you think personality comes from? He is the master pattern of personality. He's not a fictitious floating fairy tale in the sky with no personality. He is personality. So
yeah, he's not a genie that people treat him like. I'm gonna stop you right here. Let me say this because I'm being told by the Holy Spirit we need to make sure we back up what we're saying with Scripture. I'll put it to you guys like this. When you go to James 5:13, is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing songs. Verse 16. Confess your faults to one another and pray for one another that ye may be healed. The effectual fervent prayer of the righteous man availeth much. So, guys. My brother is talking about father, daddy, and the intricacies of him. But in order to actually get to know him, you're going to get to know him in a place of prayer. So just so you guys understand, we do this in men's Bible study every Wednesday and Thursday, but I'll touch on some of the things. So there's these assignments of prayer. And this is why it's important that you pray, because as you pray, you go directly into what he's talking about. Prayers for transformation and growth, petitions and requests, decrees, declarations, and warfare and intercession. Each and everything that actually he touched on all these points as he was talking. He talked about how you'll transform as a man and grow as a man or as a woman when you pray. He talks about bringing things to the Father that you need help with. That's where your petitions and your requests come from. And then he didn't get into decrees and declarations, but we're going to leave that off the table because that's when you really get to know. And then warfare and intercession, which is when you actually are under attack. And so, guys, I want to make sure that we adding scripture into this. And I'm going to rewind to another thing that my brother just said. You guys remember the story where Jesus walked on water, right? What nobody remembers about the story is before he sent the disciples into the boat to go on to the other side, he said, look, he just finished dealing with a crowd. Jesus says, look, the scripture says he made them get on the boat and made them go into the water. He went up to a mountain to pray, right? So they on this boat and they go out and storm comes. They're sitting there rolling against the wind, bailing water out the boat. And here he comes just walking on water, trancing along. And his intentions, the scripture says his intentions were to pass them by. If you read it closely, his intentions were to walk by them.
Just keep it moving, yes.
To keep it moving. But then they cry out to him. Oh man, it's so powerful. They cry out to him and he stops and comes over. You see, when we switch teams, that's what you do when you become saved and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're technically switching teams because you're in the kingdom of darkness, come to the kingdom of light. Amen. Everything that you ever were involved in, it has the right to come back and test you. So it's coming. And so when he says, oh, it's not going to be easy. No, it ain't going to be easy. You're going to get put on that boat and you're going to have a headwind coming against you, but it's intentional because that's how you get to the point to where you call out to him for help. Because if not, you're going to sit there and say, oh, I can do this all on my own. He just sitting there saying, okay, you got it. But you're going to get hit with those winds. But I wanted to support my brother.
Yes, I appreciate that. No, I
appreciate
it.
Come in and say what he's saying in our scripture. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that. But I just need people to please First of all, stop taking the warning signs and the things for granted that the Lord gives you every day. All during the day, he's giving you an invitation all the time. And that's what we were talking about at the beginning, my brother, how we didn't have the capacity to be able to see these invitations, to be able to see him trying to sway us another way, because we're so engulfed in our flesh. It all ties in to the management. We spend our whole life pleasing our flesh, where your flesh literally becomes its own entity. Your flesh literally becomes, that's why I say your spirit is always battling your flesh. Your flesh literally develops its own personality. It becomes self-grandized to a point where it's its own self. It's its own entity. So we spend our whole life, we're programmed to do that. We're programmed to watch how we look, right? We're programmed to our stomachs and our body wants and our needs of our bodies become our own gods. Small God, of course. Because whenever we want something, don't we do it? Your stomach out, we go eat, right? You get lustful, guess what you're doing? You're trying to go get sex, right? Or whatever. You're thirsty, you stop whatever you're doing. I'm going to, because your body is running the show. Your body ends up running the show. So when the Lord try to talk to you, you're not hearing it. We're not seeing it. But yet he's steady giving us these invitations all around us. But we're so engulfed in pleasing our body and our flesh and ourselves, we're just pushing them to the side. We're just pushing them to the side. We have no anything. But what I'm trying to tell people is, behind each moment is eternity. Behind each moment is eternity. We're not promised the next 5 seconds. Me and you, brother, sitting here talking, our heart can stop like this. We're not promised anything. So that's why I always live with a sense of urgency. I'm always living diligently, accordingly. I always live like this is my last moment, okay? Because we don't know when it's over with. I don't know how many people we lost just in the past few months. I'm not over-exaggerating either. I mean, how many was like 5, 6? Just lost my brother Kenneth, and I hope him and his family are doing well because we do street ministry. We're going out here, and I'm telling you, it's getting worse and worse daily. You know how you can see trends change monthly, yearly, maybe? No. Now it's daily. Okay? Absolutely. We're out here on the front lines daily. That's why I move with a sense of boldness and urgency to tell people, do not treat God like a diet. You know what I mean by that? Like, for example, I know exactly what you mean. Eat right next week. I start my diet next week. So this week I'm going to eat whatever I want. God is not a diet. You don't put him off. You're not guaranteed next week. So don't gamble with your eternity. And people always do that. Well, I'm going to start. Who told you you're going to be alive tomorrow?
Yep.
Who told you you're going to be alive the next hour? Because I'm sure all the people that just passed recently,
they thought they would be alive.
They have plans for next week. They have plans for next year. They have plans for next month. Death was not on their agenda that day when they were getting dressed, when they were talking to people on the phone or whatever they were doing. Death was not a part of their schedule. So that's why I urge people to stop it and give your life to him right now. Whatever it takes now. Start listening because you have all the tools you need because he's in you. All you have to do is put yourself and your emotions to the side and just say, I'm yours. I'm yours. Show up and show out. And he never disappoints. He will show you. He will show up in your life. He will definitely show up. But you have to remove yourself. You have to start battling your flesh. I was telling my ministry, I had a sermon last week. It was called Kick Your Own Butt. They start laughing like, wait a minute. I said, no, literally every day. And what I mean by that, okay, you have to put yourself in check because it's by default, your flesh is rolling with demonic energies by default. Like I had this one man, he got upset at me, because he got upset at the Lord actually at first because he said, how can Jesus say we're just born sinners? That's just negative energy on top. I said, sir, I have one question for you. Do you have children, sir? He said, yes. I said, do you have to teach your children how to misbehave and be bad? He couldn't. He said, no. I said, you have to teach them how to be right? So they're born what? They're born what, sir? He had no answer. Wow. That's within itself. You don't have to teach your children when they're first born to misbehave. They're already born coming out misbehaving.
Right.
They're born sinners. So the Lord is not making nothing to knock you. He is telling you pure facts that you need to take heed to, and you need to move your emotions and your pride and your human arrogance out the way. That's what our problem is. We're always self-grandizing and thinking of ourselves and our pride and our image and our credentials and credibility to others who will face hell and judgment just like us. So it's useless. We need to die to self, because I'm telling you, our flesh by default is rolling with the enemy.
It's wicked. Scripture says the flesh is wicked. I'll say this to you, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Here's one of the things that Dominic touched on that I need you guys to understand. I've talked to a lot of people who say, I'll say, man, you need to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And they'll say something like, well, I have to get to a certain point in life. I got to get to a point where I feel comfortable. It's like you have to get to a point. Here's what I need you to understand. And this is what all people need to understand. Yeah. God is already there with you.
Amen.
Because he's in everything. He is everything. So he's already there. It's not like you're going to get, and then just think about it. If he knows all, sees all, and is everywhere, think about how foolish that statement is, that you need to get somewhere with a spirit that's holy, that knows all, sees all. That's how crazy that the enemy makes us think, that I need to get to a point. No, that's just insulting to him. Like, what? I'm God. I know all, see all. I know what you go. That's why they call him Alpha Omega, not Alpha and Omega, Alpha Omega. In the beginning and end. So he knows it all. So when you're at that point, if you're listening to this and you're like, well, man, you know, once I stop drinking, I'll get with God. You ain't gonna never stop drinking.
Nope.
If you're like, I'm gonna stop fornicating, you ain't gonna never stop. That's the trick. That's the trick, to get you to think that you're gonna be. What my brother is saying is that flesh is so powerful that you can't fight it. So the only help you got with that is him. And so don't fool yourself and be crazy. Just think about it logically. Okay, God knows all, sees all, above all, owns all, created all. What can you actually do in yourself that's going to help you save yourself? And when you digest that, boom, it's off. Then for those of you who have already accepted Christ, understand that he's inside of you. So he's inside of you. So you ain't got to go nowhere to find him. You just need to talk to who's ever inside of you and let that out and let that nourish you and go forward. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother. I just want to add that.
No, that was powerful, brother. Very powerful. And I'm glad you're bringing up great points. And another thing, the Holy Spirit, when you just said to those who are believers, to those who are the believers, I have a message for you. Don't get content. Become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Okay? You have a lot, that once saved, always saved mentality. You need to throw that away. This is diligence. This is work, daily upgrading yourself. This is not a one-time thing. And, this is like somebody go to the gym, they get muscles, and then they stop working out.
Yep.
What's going to happen? You catch them a year later after not working out. The muscle's gone to turn you flat.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple. That's the same way in the spirituality in your relationship with him. You just can't start off good and do, okay, I'm saved, and then now you're comfortable. And then you're slowly slipping back and backsliding to this world. And you're slowly going to turn the spiritual flat. You need to keep it up and keep your muscles up. This is for believers. And hopefully non-believers come into the fold so they can get this information as well. But I'm talking to the believers at this point. Do not get spiritually lazy. It's called spiritual laziness. You have to find new ways. Okay, it's a living word. This word is alive. That's why he said be a living example. You have to find ways to be creative in yourself to keep the fire going. You have to find ways in yourself to motivate yourself to keep that constant contact, to keep them involved in your life daily, moment to moment. Because I've seen it too many times where believers get too comfortable, and I see them 6 months later, they're right back to the world because they got comfortable. They were on fire at first. They were great, you know what I mean? But it's like a campfire. Speaking of fire, if you just start a campfire in wood, don't you have to continually add wood to keep that fire going? Or if not, it will dwindle out. So spiritually, you need to keep that wood in that fire to keep that fire going. Okay, and our God and our Lord is proactive. Our Father is proactive. He's not going to sit there and just sprinkle you with the things you want or the attributes that you need to your character. Okay, he actually is the opposite. I used to ask for patience. So you know what our Father would do? Put me in the most impatient situations.
Yep.
See, he just didn't sprinkle patience on me. No, I had to earn that. I had to go through things to develop. So then it's a part of my character. So then it's a part of my character. So that's why I'm telling you guys, hardships are blessings in disguise. Okay? When the Father gives you a gift, I'm telling you, when the Father gives you a true upgrade, it always comes in the form of a challenge or a crisis.
Yep. Every time.
There's nothing easy about it. It's always, but once you make it through, you're automatically upgraded. And that's what I'm trying to tell the people. Do not run away from those challenges because you're running away from blessings. You're running. That's why he tells us not to know. I'm just paraphrasing, not to be cowardly, not to be scared. We're supposed to face those challenges head on. Because first of all, if you it adds up. If you ask God to spend and be the center of your life, He's with you. First of all, through those challenges, so you have nothing to fear. And once you make it and have the capacity and the spiritual strength to unwrap, just like if you give somebody a gift, they put it in a nice, pretty package. You just unwrap it, tear the paper off. Well, to unwrap God's gift, you have to have perseverance, faith, strength to unwrap that gift. Once you unwrap it, I can guarantee you're instantly upgraded. Instantly. So stop looking at challenges and crisis as a crisis and start looking at it, what is in that for me? What is it? Why I have this problem? Instead of just going off the fleshes or your emotional reaction on the offset and just panic, slow down. Peace be still. So wait a minute. What is this? It's got to be a treasure in this situation for me to get. It's an upgrade. It's an upgrade in this situation for me. So
guys, I'm not going to take nothing from my brother. So I want to add something.
Yes, please.
It's actually his system of upgrading men. It's his system of training men. It's literally, think about it like this.
Yes.
If you understand him as being God, a Holy Spirit, a spirit that is holy, that knows all, sees all, he has systems for teaching us lessons. I'll tell you guys a personal story. After I dedicated my channel to him, he starts asking me to do things. And he starts attacking these things that I held sacred. First thing was money. He said, well, son, you worship money. I said, no, I don't. He said, yes, you do. I said, no, I don't. He said, yes, you do. Watch this. I go to the coffee shop. He says, all right, buy your coffee. Okay. Now give them $100 tip. $100 tip? I ain't give $100 tip. I pull off. He says, see, I come back the next day, give him $100, $150 tip. Ooh, don't do it. Say, see, then I go home. He says, now who do you love more, money or me? The next day I go to the coffee shop. And he says, give him a $200 tip. I said, I only have $200. He says, I had $205. I said, I only have $205. Do you trust me? Yes, I do. Give it to him. I gave them a tip. Talk about you $5 on the thing, but the tip is $200. Sign it. The lady looked, sir, I think you made a mistake. I said, no, ma'am, I didn't make a mistake. Okay. I go home. He says, okay, now we're assaulting these things. I want you to understand. Bro, Dominic, let me tell you something. I'm in the kitchen one day, and the Lord says, you're a coward. I'm standing in front of the stove, scrambling eggs.
Yes,
he says,
sir.
you're a coward. I said, now, Lord, you know I'm not a coward. You know what I did. You know I ain't afraid of no men. No. You a coward. I said, I'm not a coward. You a coward. I'm not a coward. Bro, when I tell you it felt like you dropped a building on my head, imagine you standing there and bam, you drop down on one knee. Didn't I say you a coward? I talked to myself. I said, okay, I might need to figure out what his definition of a coward is because we clearly ain't got the same definition.
Right.
So I go outside, smoke a cigar, grab the Bible, and he says, no, you're a coward because you know me, but you won't talk about me. I said, ooh. I said, ooh. And I said, okay, how about this? I give you my tongue to talk about you whenever you want to. That will not make you a coward. Bro, ever since then, boom, 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 boom. Because I understand you don't like cowards. And if that's your definition of a coward, I'm not about to be that.
Very interesting. In our ministry Bible study last night, I just brought up the same thing on how people, when they're around other believers, they're gun-ho, they talk about the Lord, but as soon as they get around unbelievers, right, they cower down.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of, and they let other people even defile our Lord.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
He doesn't need us to stand up for him, but no, you're not gonna disrespect my Lord in front of me. You're not gonna be disrespecting and blasphemous for my Creator and Lord, not in front of me. Mm-hmm. The same zeal I had on the streets when I was on the streets, I have it for my Lord 1,000,000 times.
Right.
Just because we're positive don't mean you're punks.
Right.
Actually, it's the opposite. You're a punk if you're not positive. You're a punk if you don't believe in God.
Right.
You're a punk if you don't have the Lord in your heart. So I need people to start bolstering up. We're already out of time. We have no time for kumbaya. We have no time to be playing games. We have no time for cowards. I call it how it is. We have no time for spiritual cowards.
Right.
We don't. And he always say, this is scriptural. What he say? You don't want to say my name. I'm not going to say your name when it's time to meet our Father. Then I'm just paraphrasing, but you know what I'm talking about. So if you want to be cowering up and let people, so that means that's true ultimate meaning of a shapeshifter. You're a spiritual shapeshifter, not a reptilian, not in the physical. I'm talking about spiritual,
right?
Shape-shifting. And I just warn people that don't do that. It's time to be bold. It's time to stop taking him for granted. It's time to represent him as loud and as much as you can with your actions, with your words, and don't be afraid and don't be embarrassed. Do not, because that is unloyal. That's unloyal. And then I wouldn't even trust to be around you.
Right.
I'm not going to trust nobody who can't even, you flipping on God. Imagine what you're going to do to me.
You're going to do to me. You're going to flip on me like that.
You're going to flip on me like a pancake. As soon as it gets hot, you're flipping up. No. You know what I call a popcorn Christianity?
Yep.
What I mean by that, you know how a popcorn kernel starts off hard? Right? But soon as a little heat get on it, they pop and it's soft, huh? All that solidness, the solidification of it is gone. It turns to a straight, soft, chewy thing. But you started off hard and firm. But as soon as you get a little pressure and heat, you turn soft. We can't do that. We cannot do that. We need to take the pressure and heat and stay solidified, stay anchored, have a foundation. Remember our foundation. I tell people all the time, they're like leaves blowing in the wind. They're like leaves blowing in the wind. I see them. Here in Minnesota, you can walk around, it's fall, you can see the leaves. Any way the wind blows, that's where they go, because they're not anchored to anything. They have no foundation. So any new fad or anything that goes along, they're going right along with it. Right along with it. From new age to this, from this to that, to this to that. Whatever's in spirituality, they follow.
It's what they're into.
Anything.
Now, I'm going to tell you this, guys, just so you'll understand. Let's talk about those of you who decide to talk about Jesus Christ and share your faith publicly. And when you become attacked, right? Watch this. This is a lesson I learned. This is real jewel. David talks about in the Psalms, where he talks about, yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall feel no evil, for thy rod and thy staff comfort me. You making me to lay down in green pastures. But then it gets to a point to where he says, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. I want to say this to you as a man who's had a lot of enemies since I've given my channel over to the Lord. I'm going to tell you what he does when you're bold in the presence of those people. When he says he'll prepare a table, he literally says, okay, you attack my child. Mine. This belongs to me. Now, if you don't understand, you've been bought and paid for by the blood of Jesus Christ on Calvary. That blood atonement, the word says that Jesus Christ was the propitiation, not for our sins, but the sins of the entire world. So if you're a Christian, you're bought in blood, you're paid for it, right? What he does in that moment when they start attacking you is, if you just step out of it, because you've done your job, and leave them to him, he comes in with a giant sword or a hammer or whatever he wants to use, and he starts playing whack-a-mole. Fight, fight, fight. And if you're smart enough to just sit back, because you've done your part, your job is to spread the gospel, spread the good news. You're smart enough to step back and watch, you will see him in a manner in which you can't help but love him. I mean, you can't help be like, yo, I love you. Like, I really love you. Look what you just did. Right. But if you're a coward, you never get to that point. So it's a level of intimacy where you get to the point you're like, yo, I love you. Like when I pray, I'll be like, you're my love. You're my first love. Because I know, look, if you play around with me, he ain't too happy about it. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna deal with you.
Yes. I like I say, you're bringing up some great points, authentic points. That's how I know that you have an established relationship with him.
Yeah.
It's that sense of fear that people talk about. Fear is the beginning of wisdom and knowledge, right? Because it starts off just like I have children. I had to start off disciplining them when they're young, right? But they get to the point now, my children fear letting me down. It started off from a physical, disciplinary, or taking things away, punishment type of fear, to the point where our relationship is so close, not a fear of letting me down. And that's the whole point of our system with our Father. You know, everybody say, oh, he wants you to be scared of him. He wants you to fear. It's not that type. It's a reverence fear. Because once you truly love him, okay, and truly know him, I personally have a fear of letting him down. And not only that, it's a reverence fear. It's beyond power, first of all. His power and his glory is beyond, can't even comprehend it. There's no word for it. That's the closest we can get to it. It's just saying power and glory. But what I'm saying is, you have to develop a true sense of fear to start off a true relationship. Okay? And then that matures. That relationship will mature and mature and mature. Because like I always say, people love the idea of God, but they don't love him. They don't love him. And I'm being bold to tell you, y'all don't love him, most of you all, because you love the idea of him. And I was the same way. Until now that I really know him, I realize I only love the idea of him. And it's a big difference. It's a huge difference between loving the idea and actually getting to know him and truly love him.
I'm with you. I do have to say one thing. I got to, because the Holy Spirit is telling me this. There's no, because I've been through this. There's no way we can let him down because we don't hold him up in any way, shape, or form. My brother is saying this, but he's talking about internally. There's no way we can let him down because we don't hold him up.
Yeah.
But I will say this to you, and I think the point he's trying to make is, as you become more intimate with him, the way you grow to love him is because there's these facets of him. So imagine people have a problem with God, the Son, God, the Father, God, the Holy Spirit. But if you really read the scriptures, you see where he came out of himself, right? So it's God, the Spirit that's holy, comes out of himself. That Holy Spirit comes out. Then out of that Holy Spirit is birthed Jesus Christ, who walked on this earth and rules and reigns. There's these dimensions of him that you get to know. So I know him as love. I know him as compassion. I know him as mercy. I know him as the man of war. I know him as Jehovah Rapha, the great healer, because he's healed me and healed other people. As you get to know these facets of him, of his nature, because you talked about his personality earlier. As you get to, that's getting to know him. As you know these facets of him, you can't help but love him because you know, oh, everything that I ever want or everything I've ever needed, you are it. So I don't have to worry about what men say. If you're a wife and you and your husband are not getting along and things aren't going well, you know that you can go to him because he's the Lord of spirits, and he will go talk to your husband and say, hey, you need to get this together. And then you will see that happen immediately. Or if you have a boss on your job that's been giving you problems, you can go to him. Daddy, I don't know what's going on with my boss, but he's doing these things to me and this. And he's going to say, okay, let me go see what's going on with this situation. But as you get to know those facets of him, and I just call it the nature of him, you can't help but love him. And so you go through, it's really that cowardly phase that you got to go through to get to know him, though. And that's what Dominic is saying. You got to go through. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I just want to make sure nobody came at you with that.
Oh, no. Actually, because I this is what I speak all the time, all around. I have my message doesn't waver and it doesn't change. Right. And it's the simple fact that, you know, see, one thing I do learn from my Lord is that the ability to speak. When I speak, just like I'm learning from him, he always, and I love it because no matter where you are, or no matter where you're at, on what level of association, you can comprehend his words if you're open to listen. If you're over to listen, because I know I ran across a lot of people who that when they speak, they try to overindulge at a point of intelligence to the point where it goes over some people's heads.
Right.
So I like to speak at a level that I know because everyone is capable and most have the Holy Spirit in them, even though if they don't feel it, even if they don't realize it. You know, it's like all this time, it's like you said at the beginning, in hindsight, so many things that he was in my way and I just choose to ignore, or I heard him and just couldn't comprehend all of it because a lot of people try to come and their intentions are well. The people have great intentions, but sometimes they over technify things or overdo it where it loses the oomph of the message in itself and people get lost in translation.
Absolutely.
Like, for example, I know a lot of intellectual parrots. I call them intellectual parrots. I call it how it is. They're very scriptural. They know the scriptures back and forth, inside and out. but yet I don't feel the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Right.
They sound good. They sound great. They sound on point, but they don't have the power. They don't possess that power. So that's why it makes me, I want people to be very careful. You know, I know people who say, I read the Bible and I read this book. Okay, you read it, but did you spiritually comprehend it and able and order enough to put it into practice?
Right.
Because if you're not putting it into practice, all the words and all that, it sounds good, but it means nothing. It has no substance. It has nothing. He doesn't care if you can read. This is not a school test where you're just remembering and paraphrasing and doing things like that. He doesn't care about that. He cares if you're living the scriptures. Are you living them out? And a lot of people are so worried about remembering the scriptures. He doesn't care if you don't remember the scriptures. Are you exhibiting the scriptures?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you becoming contagious for the kingdom of heaven? Where you don't have to even preach with your mouth, with your actions alone testify to his glory. I know many people who don't even know the addresses in certain verses, but they scream more of a glorification than any pastor on earth. And they're living it. And they don't even realize they're living out the scripture.
Right, because it's written in their heart.
Yes, exactly. We are at the point where we need to be exhibiting this, you all. It's not about remembering. This is not a test. You're going to say, is it A, B, or C? What scripture is this? No. Are you living it? Don't just read just to say to read, because he's not going to be pleased or at peace with you just remembering it. You're reading. He left the scriptures as a manual. These are manuals for us, you all. These are manual instructions, basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's the coin term that I heard a lot. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. This is a manual for us to live by and us to apply to our being. So don't get too tied up in just remembering the addresses and sounding good with the scriptures. Be more acquainted in living the scriptures. I want to warn people. I go to too many churches and speak at too many churches. And unfortunately, the churches are not on the same accord. The churches are fighting against each other. The churches are not even there. They're there to fill pews. They're there for the people. They want to just tickle people's ears and don't make nobody uncomfortable. Well, I got bad news and good news. The truth is going to make you highly uncomfortable. That's like I said earlier, you need to become comfortable with being uncomfortable if you want our real Lord, because everything is not pretty. Everything is not lovely. It is love-minded, but it's not. This is the hardest life you ever can choose. I'm not going to touch it up. Trust me, you're going to have some beyond great times once you establish a relationship. But also remember, we're on enemy's turf. Okay, we're on the enemy's turf. Even our Lord said, Lucifer, who's the God of this world, small G-O-D, okay, because Lucifer is running the show here on this earth right now, unfortunately. So, of course, you're going to be uncomfortable. The more authentic you get, the more you start living in the spirit, the more challenges you're going to have. But I can tell you the good news is these challenges, like I said before, are really upgrade to blessings because you are a believer, because you can see through it and not get distracted and get emboldened and empowered by them. So I want people to be very careful instead of study, don't sound too scriptural. Be scriptural. Be it. I run across them all the time, every day. And the Holy Spirit told me, and we ain't had time for that. I don't play when it comes to that. So you can sound good, but those merits are not going to hold up for you in eternity. I can tell you that much. I've seen a lot of things when I went on the other side, and those scriptures didn't help those people because they weren't living them. They didn't take them to heart. There's a lot of scriptures I do not remember, but I'm living them. I can't go verbatim say it, but a lot of people are like, oh, and I didn't even know that was in the scripture because I'm living it. Do you see what I mean? So that's why
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So it's always good to have brothers and sisters around to be able to say, hey, to contrast and say, hey, that's scriptural. Or okay, some people want to know. That's great. And I want people to be very concerned about once you get it into your mind and heart, eat that scripture. Eat it. Let it nourish you. Let it become a part of your being. So it's more important you living it than remembering it. There's different levels. There's information. And information grows to knowledge. Knowledge grows to wisdom. And that's why I thought it stopped. I thought wisdom was the cap to it all. Until the Lord said, experience trumps wisdom any day. Because experience is wisdom put into action. Do you see? You got earthly. Yeah, people sound great. People sound, whoa, it's great, but you're not living the aorta of it. Therefore, it's useless. It's right back to information. If you ask me, it's like a brochure. Information. It's useless. So I want people not to sound good, not to remember things good. I want you to live good, live in power, live in that authority. That's why he said he's the living word. He didn't say remember. I'm a remembrance word. I'm not just a talking word. No, I'm the living word, the living example, the living word. See, living means moving, alive, action. Has nothing to do with remembrance and sounding great. It's about being great. It's about being in God. That's what we're talking about, having that relationship. That's a living. That my relationship is alive. Out of an idea. So I want people to take it to the next level, because so many people think they love God. They think they're spiritual, right? Because they sound spiritual. They sound great. But if you have discernment, you can see through them like this.
Absolutely.
I don't feel no power, because Holy Spirit recognizes Holy Spirit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I can feel people when they have the Holy Spirit. They don't even have to open their mouth. I can see the way they carry themselves, and I can feel it. And they also can feel it coming from me. And that's all power. Yes, we need to become contagious with that power.
Yep.
We need to be able to teach people without even opening our mouths in some instances. Just because we have that power. Just
because your presence is there, they know the power.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why, I just tell people, don't sound good. Don't remember things that won't help you. It has no substance, especially with him. It's like in the book of Amos. He said, you got all your rituals, your burnt offerings, your songs and hymns, which he said, they hurt my ears. I don't care about your hymns and your songs. I don't care about your traditions and your rituals. I care about your righteousness. I care about how you're living. I need everybody to encourage that. Old Testament, the book of Amos, chapter 5, verse 18 on down. I'm just trying to tell you. That really showed me that the churches are kind of far removed from that, because they're all about grandizing the rituals and traditions of man and not living one iota, one stitch of the message. They're grandizing the messenger, but they're not listening to the power in the message and using it to transform their existence. And that's why we have to stop. We have to stop, and we're wasting time. A lot of times people, I'm just telling you, it's like what I said about when you pray. When people pray, and then right after they pray, they worry. I'm telling you, you killed your prayer.
You killed your prayer.
You deleted your prayer. And then you wonder why. You blame God. Your prayers don't work. He didn't even get the memo because you took it back before he even received it. You killed it. So that's called that relationship. And that relationship grows your faith to be able to trust in him. See, it all connects. There's nothing separate in our Father. It all connects for a purpose. So your prayers get answered. The more relationship you have, and the more intimately you know him, and the more intimately you know him, faith is your currency. Faith is your currency. Faith is your power. Okay? People don't understand that. You can pray all day, but if you have no faith behind it, it's useless.
Yep.
I don't want to hear people say, oh, you ain't praying enough. Or just pray. Just pray. You can pray 1,000,000 prayers. You have no faith, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your mouth. You're wasting your energy. You're wasting your air. Because it don't count. You just praying just to say you're praying. I'm telling you, if you have no faith to believe, that's why when I pray, I already thank him for the things that I don't even have.
Right.
I already thank him because I know it's going to happen. So I say, hey, Lord, I need you to heal me, but I want to thank you in advance for what you're going to do for my healing. I thank you already because that's called supreme faith. I want to tell people this. Our Lord's faith was childlike, but in no way childish. See, I'm going to say that one more time. Our Lord's faith was childlike,
but not childish.
But it's not childish in no way. You need to have the heart of a child, the love, the trust of a child to a good parent, to an authentic, loving parent. They have no problems, no qualms with loving and trusting and just falling into their parents' arms. We need to be the same way with our Father. But in no way is it childish. It is no way to play childish games. In no way does that trust violate anything of your spiritual maturity. And people need to start getting firm and really, really stop playing because you're wasting your time with faithless hymns, faithless prayers, faithless readings, faithless research. Without faith in action, it means nothing. So
let me stop you right there, and I'm gonna add something to this because again, the Holy Spirit is telling me to support this. Watch this, guys. Mark 11, verse 23 through 24. Verily I say unto thee, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe those things which he hath said shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is called the prayer equation, guys. So what it's saying is desires plus prayer plus believing equals receiving and having. And there's a difference between receiving and having. When you pray and believe, you receive, but having is the process of getting in your hand. So for example, you want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor. You have a desire, you pray, you believe. In the realm of the spirit, where everything is complete, you are a doctor. But between having that and receiving and having that, you're gonna need to go your behind the school of study. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what my brother's saying. But I want to make sure that nobody comes in his neck because that it's scriptural. It's 100% scriptural. He's telling you what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's the prayer equation, guys. I mean, that's it. And I can tell you personally, once you understand that equation and you pray more, and God's you pray, He's gonna show you. And then you're like, oh, that worked. You do it again. Oh, that worked. You do it again. That worked. In the scriptures, it talks about the armor of God, the helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, girt your loins about the belt of truth, shod in your feet with the gospel of preparation of peace. Then he talks about the shield of faith. And what my brother's talking about is extending the size of your shield of faith through your experiences with God. And that's how your shield gets so big. So, I mean, my man is killing it. I'm loving him. That mean we running out of time, but I'm telling you right now, dog, we coming back.
I gotta come back.
Bro, we coming back. We're gonna go into your NDE.
Yes.
And then we're gonna come back again and we just gonna go ham on some spiritual warfare stuff, bro. But I want to save some time because me and you need to talk about your channel and some things you need to do with your channel so that thing can go.
Oh, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Before you go and before we start the recording, tell everybody where they can touch bases with you because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people. I'm going to drop this into the short stream, which means that there'll probably be 400, 500,000 people see this interview.
All right. Well, you all, you can contact me and reach us at www.blessedtobechosen. That's not the number 2. It's blessed, TOBE chosen, CHOSEN.com. Blessedtobechosen.com. Also, my YouTube channel is Dominic Morrow, MORROWINC on YouTube. Also, you can actually, you can call me. I'm very accessible. You can call me. And also, we have a 24/7 prayer hotline. The area code is 763-447-8562. So those are the 3 platforms right now that you can reach me at. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you. And brother, I can't wait to come back. I can't wait. I appreciate it, man. You're a blessing. You're a blessing,
man. You're
brother.
a blessing to me, bro. I'll tell you. Because I'm in this field that I'm in is so dark, bro. This has been refreshing for me because every interview is about something crazy, demonic, insane. I'm like, yeah, you probably don't need to be talking to those things that's talking to you in your house. You probably need to rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ and plead his blood against it. They're like, huh? What? I'm like, yeah, or else it's going to continue to mess with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's been awesome, bro. It's been awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. I'm going to make sure all this information is on the screen for y'all, including the phone number if you need some prayer. And
we'll give my email address too. That's blessedtobechosen 7 @gmail.com.
All right, blessedtobechosen 7
at gmail.com.
All right.
Yes,
all right, ladies and
gentlemen. You all.
All right, we out of here, guys. Peace
Thank
out.
you, man.
I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on, and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So, I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking, and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night. And it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil." They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once. As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm gonna take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're gonna test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on, and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So, I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking, and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun, but this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you going to fear God or something else? Liz says, I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house? I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, come back anytime. I'm going to take a little nap. I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, they're going to test you. Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away. keeping my ease on the woods when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now, mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you, I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. Over the next 30 days, things were quiet, almost as if we were given a reprieve, a break from all the craziness. During that time, my wife and son spent a lot of time with Liz, and she asked me to mentor her grandson. She told me about his life. His father, her son-in-law, was arrested for attempt murder of the man who tried to rape his mother, her daughter. This happened in Little Rock. His father gets arrested for attempted murder. Then her daughter was overcome with what she called a spirit of guilt. Her eyes watered as she explained it all. She prayed, tried to pray that spirit off of her, but her daughter wouldn't let it go. Yas, short for Yasmina, just couldn't accept the fact that she couldn't have done anything different to prevent that wicked man from trying to rape her. Then one day, she saw him out on the streets, free, and her husband in prison. So she went to the car, got a gun, and shot him in the head in broad daylight, mafia style, walked right up behind him. Then she went home to be with her son and waited. When the police came, they took her, leaving the grandson with her and Frank. Well, I started to spend time with her grandson, and you could tell he was yearning for male attention, just someone to talk to. Now he had to get over the fact that I was white and that I was an ex-cop. However, after we got past that point, he and I hit it off well. That's when he opened up one day. We were at my house in the back. He was helping me with the lawnmower when he said, "You know what? I think these things in the woods, they want you to treat them like they are the boss, you know. They all seem the same to me. They want us humans to be afraid and fall down shaking in front of them, and when we don't, it confuses them." Warren went on to tell me this story about when he was 14 years old, and he and his grandfather went into the woods looking for their dog. The dog had been barking all morning, broke the chain, and took off into the woods. His grandpa, Frank, loved that dog, so they went looking. According to Warren, they walked for miles before they found him, and when they did, he was hiding inside a downed tree trunk. He said Frank knew where the dog was because they followed the growling and commotion coming from the woods. They could hear the dog barking and the sound of the chain. When they got there, they realized these creatures had chased the dog inside the log and had been rolling the log around. He said that's when Frank got angry, commanded them to show themselves. He said the leaf litter started to move, and it was like these creatures came out of the earth itself, and 2 of these big brown wolves stood there less than 30 yards away. Frank told them they had no right to mess with his dog, that they were legally in violation, and then he commanded them to leave. One turned and walked away, but the other just stood there looking, staring at him like it wanted to kill him. According to Warren, this was the most intense standoff he had ever been involved in. They just looked at each other for minutes before Frank said, "Get going before I call for backup." The wolf looked up towards the sky and then turned and walked away. When I asked him what he meant by backup, Warren said he never really understood it, but his grandpa told him that there were angels that would come if he called for them. When I asked him if he ever saw one, he said no. However, he did say he witnessed what looked like flashes of lights going through the woods when Grandpa would go out at night to confront them. Warren described it as lightning that went horizontally, burning trees and all. The next day, he took me to the trees on the backside of their property and showed me the trees he talked about. This was an entire set of trees still alive with holes through the middle of them. If you looked through the first, you could see where this energy hit and went straight through each of them, looking from one hole to the next. This was one of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Over the next few days, a sense of peace began to settle in as my wife and Liz grew closer, and my wife and I had more time to ourselves since Liz would babysit our son. She said it was important that the two of us keep a strong relationship. I can't recall the exact day, but it was early August when the activity started again. This time it was different. It was explosive. Have you ever seen trees swaying in the wind? How the treetops move with the wind? Well, imagine seeing them move back and forth without any wind and without any sound. That's what started to happen in the daytime. Trees swinging in the woods behind the house with no wind and no sound. It was as if the trees were dancing, but it was when the sun went down that the really weird stuff started to happen. I could feel it in the air. It felt like a storm was approaching, but there were no storm clouds and no wind. Yet the air was electric, filled with this static, and I could sense that something was coming. What made it worse was this urging to go outside and face it. You know that feeling guys get when your bladder is full, how you feel swollen. It's not so much pain, but an aching to urinate. That's the same feeling I had in my gut, an aching feeling, as if something had to come out. It started early, around 8 p.m., when I heard my name being called from outside. It sounded like a man calling me, but the tone was authoritative, like a father calling a son. Come outside right now. When I got outside, no one was there. To be clear, there was no person there, but something was. As I'm standing there, this light starts to move in the trees. It looked like a cell phone light, just a square, rectangular light, darting back and forth as if it were searching. Then it gets to this spot and brightens up, illuminating the entire area almost like a spotlight. This was the first time I saw one of the wolves. It was crouched low to the ground, moving in my direction like a lion stalking prey. What was even weirder was that it seemed unaware of the fact that it was completely lit up. It just kept stalking and moving slowly, its eyes locked on me. It was in that moment that I knew it saw me as prey. I'm not sure why I said this, but the words just came out. I can see you. It stopped moving and looked around as if it understood what I was saying. Then it started again. I said, I can see you. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but in a few minutes, I'm going back inside to get my shotgun and I'm going to shoot you in the face. Listen, this thing stops and slowly stands up. Watching this smooth motion, I understood how they could sneak up on people. There was no sound whatsoever as it moved. Now it's standing, every bit of 8 feet tall, looking directly at me. I think it realized that I could see it. Again, it's oblivious to the bright light suspended above it, and I'm looking at this thing in its eyes. Then it growls. This was different from the sound I heard before. This growl was like a spear. I felt it hit my body. It growled, then waited, and I said, "Look, I can see you. Stay right there. I'll be back." As I started to back up towards the house, it felt like I was walking in water. Every motion was heavy and laborious. I grabbed the shotgun and walked back right up to the wood line, now 15 yards away from me. It wasn't until I raised the shotgun and pointed it directly at this thing's head that it realized I could actually see it. It looked at the shotgun, then at my eyes, and a look of confusion came over its face like, "This one is different." And then it turned and walked away. I want to be clear, it did not flee like it was afraid of me. It gave me its back and walked off, as if to say, "I dare you to do something humane." After that night, I believe I was now fully on their radar, because we all went through this intense period of being watched. Now, this is the craziest part about the months I called the watching hours. It didn't matter where we were. By we, I mean my wife and I. If there was a patch of woods, brush, or trees, they were there. How that happens, I have no clue. But what I can tell you is this. When these things watch you, you can feel it. And they don't hide the fact that they are watching you. That was the most confusing thing about it all. Until Liz explained it to me one evening. She and Warren were at the house for dinner, and I asked her if she had ever seen the wolves watching her and Frank when they were not at home. She laughed and said, "Oh yes, they studied us like we were their homework. Looking for weaknesses is what they do. They studied Frank and me for over a year. Then they made their move. Yes, it was all about Frank, though. Everything was designed to scare my poor Frank. What they didn't know was all they did was piss him off even more. That led to a fire. He tried to burn them out of their home because they tried to run us out of ours. The worst part about all the watching was that it felt like they had all the time in the world, like time was on their side, and they knew it. We had stuff we needed to do, burdens of just being human, the busyness of life. But for these creatures, we were their business. I will say this, during that time period it was relatively peaceful. Not much craziness happened, at least to any of us. However, there was a period when all hell broke loose in the woods. Warren called it the rumble in the woods. I remember that day. Our families had reached the point where we had keys to each other's houses. It was 9 a.m. Saturday morning, and I heard the front door open and Warren's voice saying, "Hey, you guys awake?" 30 minutes later, we were outside in the back by the woods, and he said, "Listen, they will be fighting soon." All I heard was what sounded like birds singing, but the singing was off. According to Warren, whenever you hear those sounds, the fake bird sounds, it's the Bigfoot moving through the area. He said that Frank explained to him that this is when the fighting always starts. I'm standing there confused when he says, "Let's go see." I'm like, "See what?" "See if they have been fighting yet." Now pause, I want you to understand at this point, I had seen so much I was desensitized to almost anything. So we went into the woods and he explains to me that we are looking for signs where the game has stampeded and left the area. It was at this point that I learned how much of a true menace Warren actually was, because we are walking through the woods, and this is way before I understood what the signs of Bigfoot were in the woods, like the tree structures, the twisted limbs, and Warren is just messing with stuff. He walks over to these 3 trees that were neatly arranged and says, "See this? It's a Bigfoot marker to let the wolves know they are here and not to come any further." Then he gets a running start and rams into it, knocking it over. Looks at me and says, "That will help get the party started." We move further and come to this trail. He stops, looks, and says, "Oh, they have been hunting over here already. The wolves are not going to like this." Then he walks over and shows me this blind right off the trail, an ambush spot, less than 5 feet from the trail, filled with wax myrtle plants. He picks up a handful of that and starts to walk up the trail. As we are walking, just casually talking, he says, "We might want to step off this trail. Sounds like something is coming." He pulls me to the side, and we stand there. I can hear movements off in the distance, and it closes on us in seconds. And it's deer. They are hauling ass, 25 in a row, leaping and bounding. You know it's some weird stuff happening when a deer runs past you and looks at you like you're crazy, like Bambi from a cartoon, like, "Stupid human, don't you see us running?" You might want to run. Now remember, I told you Warren is a menace. After these deer pass, he says, "Seems like they are all hunting." He turns around, goes back to that blind, and crawls in and comes out with these wet leaves that smelled to me like 15 gallons of urine. He just starts to toss them all over the trail. Then he looks at me with this mischievous grin and says, "Well, there will be no more flushing game down this trail, so they will have to switch to their ground game and hunt at night. This is the main trail in this area. Now they will all have to hunt together at night until it starts to rain." Listen, we got back to my house and Warren starts to set lawn chairs out in the backyard. My wife and I are like, "Yeah, what are you doing?" He says, "No worries, y'all go do what needs to be done. I'm just preparing for later tonight." He has gone to the shed and gotten a little table, gets bottles of water, sets up this comfortable area, then says, "I'll come back later tonight." My wife is like, "Warren, we are not going to be up late tonight messing around with those things." He just looks and says, "I know you don't want to be up, but you kind of don't have a choice." Then he leaves the house. Fast forward to 7 p.m. We were having dinner when Warren knocks and comes in through the front door, sitting down at the table. He and my wife start talking, and he's visibly excited. She asks, "Warren, what is about to happen?" And he replies, "Trust me, you don't want to go to sleep. You have to hear this." We finish dinner and he takes her outside, showing her the comfortable spot he had set up for her, complete with a lawn chair, pillow, and blanket. By this time, Warren had started treating my wife like the mother he never had, and he was very protective of her. At the same time, he would listen to what she said and follow it. It was like having an older son that didn't live in the house, so now we were all outside just talking when we start to hear those birds again. They were bird sounds, but too deep to be birds, and Warren says they are hunting. He goes on to explain the sounds, and it was like we were given a key to a secret language of the woods. When the fake birds started, all other normal sounds of the woods stopped. No crickets, nothing. Warren says, "Okay, it's just a matter of time before it starts because there's no way they can all hunt in the same area." He reminisces about the last time they all fought. The woods looked like a tornado hit. Then he changes the subject and starts to talk about this book he and my wife were both reading. She had introduced him to Resurrection Bay, a book about a deaf detective. My wife tried to get me to read it, but I just couldn't get into it. Like, how are you going to solve a crime when you can't hear? It was just too much for me. Picture the scene. The two of them are geeking out about the book, and I'm getting up because now my wife, who wanted to go to bed, asks for a glass of wine. I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned. The two nerds are having a book club meeting. When I get to the back door, it starts. This yell, man, it sounds like a blowhorn going off. Warren says that's a sentinel telling the rest he spotted something dangerous. Then you hear this whooping from all over the place, and he's giving us a play-by-play. They're sounding off now, letting each other know where they are. Then it goes quiet, dead silent, for like 5 minutes. I go inside, get the wine, come back out, and sit down. Now my wife is all into it, asking, why is it quiet? Warren explains it's kind of a standoff. They're giving each other a chance to leave. There have been times this happened and then nothing else. Other times, all hell breaks loose. It was like nature, all of nature, was waiting for a response, and when it came, it sounded like a T-Rex dinosaur responded from way off in the distance. Then it was on. Growling, whooping, trees breaking off in the distance. Then we started to hear stuff near us moving, coming down the ridge to the west of us, and Warren said, "Now the big boys are coming. Cover your ears." Listen, there is this growl that converts to a scream, then to a roar, all in the same breath. And for the next 4 days, when the sun went down, it sounded like a war was happening in the woods and hills behind us. There was no sleeping during that period. There would be these brief pauses in the action where you'd fall asleep for a few hours, and then it would sound like a tree was being ripped in half and thrown. This entire time, we had another neighbor who was super standoffish. Frankly, he was weird and rubbed me the wrong way. Never spoke, but always was eyeing my wife. Warren said he never liked the man ever since he was a kid. Our meeting him was almost as violent as the fighting going on in the woods. Make a mental note right now that I am speaking in hindsight, defined by me as knowing and understanding Gordon better now than I did at the time of these incidents. The day I met him, I got a call from Liz asking me to come up to her house. She said Warren was about to get the gun and start shooting. I'm thinking Warren is having problems with something in the woods, but when I get up to her house, I see a 65-year-old man beating on the front door. Skinny, he weighed about 165 pounds, soaking wet. He had a long gray beard and was wearing one of those blue traditional Greek fisherman's hats. Imagine the scene as I'm pulling up to the front door of Liz's house. He is now pacing back and forth on the front porch screaming, "I know you did it. I know you did it. Come outside, you little son of a bitch." Now I'm outside of my truck, walking up to the porch, and Gordon's attention turns to me. He explodes off the porch, doing what in that moment looked like a double overhand chopping motion. I guess his plan was to chop me on top of the head. My natural reaction was to sidestep and toss him, and he goes bouncing across the ground on his face, grass and mud, all in his mouth and teeth. I'm not sure if you have ever seen a man get even more angry when he realizes that you just made a fool of him. Having plenty of time being a cop, it would just be me and someone one-on-one. The first time you put them down, they can write it off as you got lucky, so they come again. The second time is more ferocious than the first. They lie to themselves. Well, Gordon comes at me again. This time he pulls out a knife, and as he lunges towards me, I grab his hand trying to get control of the knife and can't. So I foot sweep him and toss him to the ground and run for my weapon in the truck. As I'm running to the truck, the front door opens, and it's Warren, and he shoots right at the ground where Gordon is. Old, slightly rusted shotgun, and he says, "Now, Mr. Gordon, I know you're upset, but if you get up and attack my dad, I'm gonna have to kill you." Pause right here and understand this was the first time I realized that Warren, who is 18 years old now, considers me his dad. Gordon looks at him and says, "Your daddy is in prison where you belong. You know those things came over and killed all my dogs, my chickens, and my hogs. They never get to going crazy like this unless you or your granddaddy goes out into the woods and messes with them." Warren breaks the shotgun and loads 2 more shells and says, "Now you're talking about my dead granddaddy. Say one more word and I am going to prison." Looking at the kids, I just knew he was serious. It was during the silence that Liz comes out the door and says, "Gordon, you know you're wrong for coming to our house like that. I know you miss Frank, but you can't be doing these kinds of things, Gordon, or we are going to have to call the law on you or worse." Gordon stands up and tears start to flow. I mean a river. And he says, "Those things, they took it all, killed everything, Liz. What am I going to do? Stop and pause right here and listen." As this all unfolded right in front of me, I started to realize something. These people were all bonded, united in the trauma they experienced at the hands of the things in these woods. Because she takes the shotgun from Warren and tells everyone to come inside the house. Now, we are all sitting at the table and Gordon apologizes to me. It was looking in his eyes right then and there that I saw it. He was bipolar, being an ex-cop. It's this look people have in their eyes. It's like right behind their eyes there's a fire raging, and the right words are the gasoline. Well, we are sitting down, and he starts to explain that he had spent yesterday picking up body parts of his dogs and his chickens and his hogs, and it's just too much for him to do alone. Then he talks about how they were his food source and his companion ever since his wife died of cancer, and he breaks down crying again. "I can't do this alone," he says. Then he turns to Warren and apologizes, saying, "I came here for your help and I insulted you. I'm sorry, Warren. I've known you since you were a little boy." With the situation now in hand, Liz says, "Now, Gordon, remember the first time this happened. Your livestock insurance covered those animals. You still got that. And you see this light turn on inside his head." He says, "Yes, I still have it, but you know, my wife was the one who handled all that stuff. I'm not that good of a reader at all." That's when Liz volunteers me and Warren to help Gordon. It was also during this time period when I learned why Gordon was eyeing my wife. Imagine the scene. We head over to Gordon's place. I'm not sure if you have been able to gather much about the terrain, but Liz's house was uphill. Gordon was a lot like me, downhill on the other side of their property, except he was further back off in the woods. In fact, he was uncomfortably deep in the woods to me. At least Liz and I could get to the road without traveling through the woods. Not so for Gordon. When we got to his house, it looked normal until you go inside. Once inside, he had 2 sets of doors. A standard door that looked normal, but inside, behind that, was another door frame with these metal doors. Looking around the house, there were metal shutters inside the house with metal latches that would support them. Then I saw the picture of his wife. Her name was Melanie. And when I tell you my wife looked like her younger sister, I realized that all those times he drove by in his truck staring. He was not being a perv, he was thinking about his wife. He walks us quickly through the house and out the back door, and when we walk out that door, the stench of death is everywhere. Looking around, it was nothing but death. Animal parts thrown all over the place like Michael Myers had stopped over for a party. black garbage bags full of chicken, hog, and dog parts. It was crazy, and this was the first time I ever saw the level of destruction that these creatures from the woods were capable of. Sheer savagery. This was not done for food. This was done in spite. You understand? This was done because they could. They wanted to. Warren says, "You know, it's going to take a hard rain for this stench to go away, right? But let's get this over with." So we all start the task of picking up the remains, and it's over 50 chickens, 10 hogs, and 5 of his dogs. The dogs were the worst. Lungs ripped out, skin peeled off. It was sad. Warren wanted to burn it, but Gordon told him the last time they used the policy they had to call the insurance company first to make sure they didn't need pictures or anything like that. Now Gordon is looking at me and says, "Will you call them?" So we head inside, leaving Warren out there in the carnage, and call the company. Well, the first person I talked to just doesn't seem right. The man came across as if he was already aggravated, so I decide not to give him the information but to ask him questions. I pretend that I have a bunch of livestock and that I am experiencing wild animal attacks, and ask him what coverage he would recommend. He says he is in claims and not sales, but I tell him then he knows what the company would pay for. So he is the perfect person to talk to. It was during that conversation that I learned the dogs were not covered, nor the chickens, only the swine. Also, there was a limit to the amount that this company paid with the mortality clauses, and they needed a special rider to cover wild animal attacks. By the time we hung up the phone, I was dazed, saying, "There is no way they are going to cover this." Well, Gordon gets up and walks over to the kitchen, opens the cabinet, and takes out this binder. It has tabs and everything, opens to insurance, and notes written by his wife. "Gordon, or whoever is helping him take care of this is our livestock mortality policy. It covers up to $75,000 in case of fire, wind, and freeze. However, we have the rider that covers up to $50,000 if our animals are killed. Call this number, give them this policy number, and tell them you have pictures of the kills and will mail them to them. They won't ask many questions, have not in the past." So I follow the instructions and pretend to be Gordon, and everything goes smoothly. The woman on the phone says she needs us to email her pictures of the livestock, just to confirm that it was a wild animal attack. Now you can hear her reading the script, and she says, "Wait. There is a note here in the system from the last claim. There will be no adjuster visiting the site." She hesitates for a second and stops reading out loud. Then she says, "Was there an incident where an adjuster was injured on your property, Mr. Gordon?" And he shakes his head, remembering I'm pretending to be him. She says, "Okay, sir, that is all I need. I will process your claims based on what's here in the system. Do you still have 87 swine on your property and 3 cattle and 2 horses?" Then Gordon looks at me. I'm like, "Yes." She says, "Great, thanks, I will be in touch soon," and hangs up the phone. Off the phone, I ask Gordon what the woman was talking about, and he says that happened long ago. I say, "Gordon, what happened?" And he starts to walk away, heading outside. So I follow him, insisting, "What happened to the adjuster?" He replies, "I don't want to talk about that." As we go back and forth, Warren chimes in while he is holding the paw of one of the dogs and says, "You mean that crazy man who tried to prove that you and Miss Melanie were lying and went missing?" Warren starts to laugh. He was the dumbest city boy I have. If you travel all the way from sunny California and people tell you there are monsters in the woods, why in the hell would you go into the woods? I mean, look around, look at this. He picks up a half-gnawed-on chick and says, "How do you fake this for insurance fraud?" Gordon goes quiet for a solid 15 minutes. Then he just starts talking about him and Melanie, his wife, and how they met. She was a liberal girl from Austin, Texas. You know how city girls can be. They think the whole world owes them something. That was my Melanie. Then add to that her father being a big-time lawyer. Yes, we were like night and day. When she decided I was the one for her and decided to abandon that city, her parents lost it. Her friends turned their backs on her. It was just me and her, so when we got this house, it was a true victory for us. Warren, you were just a little kid back then. Liz and Melanie used to take turns babysitting you. In fact, you were here the night it all started. The very first night they came and took everything from us, you were right there in the living room with Melanie playing with a red ball. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then, we had this shaggy, soft rug. You were lying on your back, tossing that ball in the air, when we heard the pigs start squealing, the worst sound I have ever heard. The sound of a painful death filled with fear. Then the sound of flesh being torn like paper bags. Melanie grabbed you and covered your ears as I went out the back door with a flashlight, only to see something that a man should not have to see. Monsters. Real wolf-like monsters, killing everything. This was a pack of 9 in total. 2 had attacked my dogs. I had 7 dogs back then, and those dogs didn't stand a chance. The rest were slaughtering everything. I'm standing there in shock, knowing I have Melanie and Warren in the house with me, and if they came to the house, there was nothing I could do. So we put you in the truck and left, Warren. We went up to Frank's place. I'm ashamed to say it. But we hid from them. The entire time, Frank was saying he and I needed to go down there and command them to leave, and if they didn't, we could kill them. But I was afraid, and Frank said it was my land, my choice. Then the adjuster came. The entire time he was talking, looking over at Warren like he remembered anything he was saying, and Warren was looking at me like, I was a kid. I don't remember any of this. Gordon goes on to explain that, firstly, the adjuster insisted they leave the property as it was until he arrived to see for himself, or else the claim would not be paid. Imagine a mess 3 times worse than what we had just cleaned, sitting there for 2 weeks in the summer heat. Then when this fool finally came to town, he looked around and said he couldn't tell if it was a wild animal attack. Gordon explains that he wanted to kill the guy right there and bury him on his land. However, Melanie had been reading the policy and challenged him, and the guy took it personally. He said he needed evidence of the wild animals. Gordon recounts how the adjuster planned to go into the woods himself to look for evidence. He says that when he warned the guy it was a bad idea, the man essentially backed him and Melanie into a corner, creating a conundrum. If there really was a wild animal, why wouldn't they let him search the property for evidence day or night? According to him, if they didn't allow it, it meant they were hiding something. It was Melanie who pointed out that, according to the contract, he had the right to inspect the property for 48 hours. However, she insisted that he call his company and speak to his boss. So Gordon, Melanie, Frank, and Mr. Satcher called his boss in California to explain the situation. Satcher's boss was confused as to why he needed to be informed, and Frank explained it straightforwardly. There are wild animals, and then there are animals that are wild. These are the latter and not the former, sir. We just want to make it clear that if something goes wrong, it will not have anything to do with us. We will be calling the sheriff as well to let him know. Satcher's boss seemed distracted and distant but agreed, and then just hung up. Frank told Satcher, "Listen, I will go with you so you can see what did this and I can get you back out of there safely." Satcher just laughed at Frank's warning, boasting about his years of experience facing mountain lions, bears, cougars, and other wildlife. Despite Frank's repeated assertions that these were not ordinary wild animals, but rather animals that act wild, Satcher didn't listen. 2 days later, he went onto the backside of Gordon's property and was never seen again. However, every night his screams for help could be heard, yet he remained unseen. The sheriff and others were involved in the search, but they found nothing, not a trace. And still, at night, his cries of, "Help, help me," echoed through the area. Frank believed it wasn't Satcher, but one of the creatures trying to lure people into the woods. As I listened to this story, my hair started to stand on end. It was insane, but it happened. When I asked Liz about it, she confirmed, "Yep, poor Mr. Satcher. They took him, took his body and his voice." She speculated on how many people that man's voice had led to their deaths over the years. There are things in these woods that change skin, steal voices. They look human, but they are far from it. Liz explains that people often misuse the term skinwalkers, not understanding its true meaning. To walk in human skin refers to something far more sinister than simply wearing animal skins. She suggests asking Gordon for more details, as he has more experience with these beings. They would often come to him disguised as Melanie. She recounts how Gordon, while drunk one night, accidentally let one of these creatures into his house. He and Frank had to confront it, but it wouldn't die easily. It's frustrating when someone has all the answers to your questions but refuses to talk. That was the case with Gordon until my wife spoke with him. Then he began to open up about everything. He shared that for about 60 days after his wife's funeral, he thought he was losing his mind. He would hear her voice calling him from the woods, but something always felt off, as if his gut was telling him it wasn't her. So he ignored it and often sought company with Frank and Liz, especially when he felt lonely. One night, with Frank, Liz, and Warren in Little Rock, Gordon went to a bar for some drinks. One drink led to another, and soon he was driving home, drunk. He sat on his sofa thinking about Melanie and how much he missed her, eventually falling asleep. Around 4 a.m., he woke up to the sound of someone pounding on the back door and calling his name. Gordon describes the disorienting sensation of waking up still drunk, blurred vision, the overpowering smell of bile, and muffled hearing. In this state, he flung open the back door and, confronted with what he believed to be another one of those creatures, yelled, "What the fuck do you monsters want now?" Gordon, having already lost everything, opened the door to find no one there. In his frustration and grief, he stepped outside and cursed loudly, proclaiming that the tormentors would never find peace and would roam the woods until they died. Then he turned back to go into his house, leaving the door open behind him. He was halfway to the sofa when he heard his name. Turning around, he saw Melanie standing at the threshold. She said, "Aren't you going to welcome me home, Gordon? Let me in." Gordon knew instantly it wasn't his Melanie. The skin was peeling by the ear. Despite recognizing this, his longing for her was so strong that he invited her in. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the creature accelerated in a blink and was upon him, choking him. Gordon found himself in a desperate struggle, made worse by the creature mimicking his deceased wife's voice, pleading, "You're hurting me, Gordon," causing him to hesitate. Imagine the horror of beating something that looks like your dead wife with an iron skillet until it flees the house. That's what Gordon endured. When he finally talked to Frank, they both had to fight it off, engaging in a 3-night battle. Each time, the creature's skin regenerated to look just like Melanie. The emotional torture of repeatedly killing his wife was unbearable until they discovered that fire was the key. This revelation happened by accident. Trapped against the wall with his grill, with Frank knocked out on the ground, Gordon was being choked by the creature. It threatened to send him to be with his wife, and in a moment of instinct, he grabbed lighter fluid and squirted it in the creature's face. The terror on its face was evident, and when Gordon reached for the lighter, the creature stopped choking him and struggled to prevent him from lighting it. That was when Gordon realized that fire could kill it. After a tense struggle over the lighter, he managed to set its face ablaze. The creature panicked, running in circles. Gordon doused it with more lighter fluid, causing its entire body to catch fire before it ran into the woods, never to be seen again. Are you still there? Hello? Remember, I encountered the same thing and had no clue what I was dealing with. It all made sense now why it presented itself as Elizabeth. Then the winter months rolled around, bringing quiet. I despised the winter because it felt like we were suspended in limbo, knowing that when the weather changed, it would all start again. It was always in the back of our minds that they would return when the conditions were right. The winter months seemed like they would never end at times. It was during this time that I felt myself starting to get depressed. Now, to be clear, I have never been a man to even believe in depression, I mean clinical depression like one would be diagnosed with. The depression I mean is like these thoughts constantly bombarding my head. Not suicide or anything like that. Things like I would worry about my son and him growing up around this stuff and how it would affect him. That transformed and morphed into dreams about my son being left alone in the house with these things outside. Those dreams turned into nightmares where these things in the woods would kill my wife and son. Vivid nightmares. The worst of them was just this loup. I would wake up, it was nighttime, roll over, and my wife was not there, but the bed was wet. However, the room was pitch black, and I would get up and turn on the light, and the power was out. I would be walking barefoot down the hallway to the closet, and I remember the carpet being soaking wet. When I got to the closet and turned on the flashlight, there was blood on my feet. Shining the light, there was blood everywhere, drag marks from my wife's side of the bed. And when I followed the marks, they met with another set of drag marks, went downstairs and out the back door. When I got outside, the trail led into the woods. And when I followed that trail, I would find pieces and parts of my family along the trail. I would wake up in the dream and be back in darkness thinking I was awake for real, reach over for my wife and feel the wetness again. Understand this was happening every night to the point that I only knew I was awake when I reached over and felt my wife's body. After suffering this for a week, I mentioned it to Gordon. I was over helping him fix a fence post. He says, "Oh, those nightmares are the worst, man. Do you know what it means?" He asks. I'm like, I have no clue what it means. He says that Frank told him that when the spirits can't get you afraid in the natural realm, they work on you in the dream realms. They disturb your sleep, plant seeds in your mind, and eventually in your body while you sleep. If you're listening to this story, understand I was confused. This made zero sense to me. However, what I knew was that everything else I saw and experienced was real, so there was no way that what he said was a lie. There was no incentive for him to lie to me. So I asked, "What did you do?" He said, "I learned how to pray." Well, Frank taught me how to pray. You know, most people before they go to bed, their prayers are still childish, like when we did when we were kids. I started to pray like this: Father God in heaven, I acknowledge you and your son Jesus as the author and creator of all realms of existence and universes. Father, your word says in "When you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet." So, Father, I hold you to your words, Father, and I expect to not be afraid by anything from any realms or dimension. And Father, I thank you for the promise of sweet sleep, and I claim it in the name of Jesus. He looks at me and smiles and says, then I would go to sleep, and if anything crazy happened, I would be mad, and then pray that God's angels attack it. It took a long time for me to get to that point and to actually believe it. The key is, you have to move past just believing the words. You have to know that it's true, that God cannot lie, so what he says he does, in fact, it's already done. Stop right here and let me say this. Gordon didn't strike me as a religious man, and back then I didn't know the difference between a religious man and a man with a relationship with God. I said, you know, Gordon, I never thought of you as the church-going religious type. He cuts his eyes at me and gives me this look and says, religions can change, God does not. I have a relationship with God and his Christ. That is a huge difference, Frank taught me that. This was the first time I came to understand that a relationship with God was possible. Gordon went on to talk about what Frank would pontificate on daily, about how the closer you were to God, the more power he gave you access to. Then he told me a story about how he saw Frank make it stop raining. Gordon said that there were times when the area around his house would flood. He and Melanie had only been living in the house for 3 years when a torrential rainstorm came, raining for 5 days in a row. The water started to rise in the creek behind the property, and it kept rising. Liz had Frank drive over to check on them because she had a bad feeling. When he got there, the water was rising, and there was nothing they could do. Frank said it looked like it was going to end badly and started to hum this song. Then he took off his socks and shoes and walked out into the rain, talking to the clouds. He said, "Hear ye the words of one of the sons of God, a priest according to Jesus Christ. Mighty clouds, shut your bottles of water, and spare this land. This I decree and declare in the name of Christ Jesus." Then he turned and came inside, went into the bathroom to dry his face, clean his feet, put his socks and shoes back on, and started to talk about football. They were sitting there talking, and 15 minutes later it stopped raining. Then the sun came out. According to Gordon, you could hear the thunder off in the distance. It did not rain in that area for more days. The waters receded, which didn't make sense to Gordon or Melanie because the creek was fed by water further north where it was still raining. Over the next few months, the dreams died down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going on with Liz. However, when I asked her how she was feeling, she always said she was fine. It was during one of these conversations that I realized that Liz was truly having issues. She never really said it, but it was what she started talking about. One evening she said, "I have been teaching your wife everything I know about how to deal with what's in these woods. I wish Frank was here to teach you, but I have something I need you to understand. However, you have to be ready to understand these things." I said, "Yes, I'm ready." Liz began talking about the realms of existence that we are protected from, that this protection comes from God. She said anyone who says that God does not exist and Jesus is not real is a damn fool, and that one should never waste time with them. She also said that anyone who claims that God has different names and it makes him a different God is a fool as well. Then she started teaching me the names of God, explaining that each name is a level of intimacy with him. Liz explained that I had already reached a level of intimacy that I was not aware of and she needed me to understand. She explained to me the name Jehovah Shalom and said, "Even though you live with all this crazy stuff, you still find a way to have peace. Right? Your wife and you are not fighting, bills are paid, you're healthy. Understand that truly is God's peace that you are living in. It's like a bubble. Most people would have packed up and run away after seeing what you have. But nope, you are still here when you go out to face down whatever decides to come out of the woods. You are interacting with him in so many ways. He is your Ebenezer, your stone of help in battle. He is your strong tower. He is your light that shines in darkness." As Liz went on to explain what I had already experienced, it brought me to tears. Part of me believed that I faced these things myself, and instantly I was ashamed. She explained to me that the God of heaven is always with you, and when you realize that, you become more powerful than you can ever imagine. When he stops being something off in the distance, he becomes the one that you sit and talk to, and he will answer back. Over the next few months, Liz basically took me to school on everything that was, is, and will be of God. Then she started to tell me how Frank did the things he did, how he was so confident that he knew those things would work. She said Frank understood the ordinances of heaven. I can't teach you them all because they were taught to him directly by God over the years we lived here. I would watch him walk outside and talk to nature. A patch of dead grass, Frank would command it to grow in the name of Jesus Christ. Then he would watch, come running to me excited about the grass growing. He walked with God through the woods, winter, spring, summer, or fall, and he would just talk. Every time he came out, he had something new. You need to start walking with God, do you understand? I looked at Liz and said, "How do I do that?" She said, "By believing that he is with you at all times." Frank would do it early in the mornings, be gone sometimes the entire day. However, I knew where he was. Try it sometime. Let me know how it goes. 2 days later, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. To be clear, the only other time I had ventured into these woods was with Warren, and we all know what that led to. However, I got up, put on my jacket, boots, and as I walked out the door, I said, "Lord, I believe you are walking with me. Can we talk?" And I just headed out into the woods. It was quiet out, the sun was just coming up, everything was dead from the cold weather, and I was about 300 yards into the woods when I thought I needed to go get my shotgun. As that thought popped into my head, a voice inside my head said, "If we are going to walk together, you need to trust that nothing can harm you when you are with me." Stop, pause, and let me say this. When you experience that, you think you are crazy, I mean really crazy. It's a struggle, and after going through that struggle, I realized why it's like that. Nonetheless, I decided to keep walking, and again it was quiet, still as I walked. I was just talking out loud and asking God why these things were here. I mean, I thought this was supposed to be my dream home, and it was. Now I'm in a battle, and for what I don't even know. Imagine the scene. I'm just walking along and talking, not fussing, but expressing myself and how I feel about the situation. This goes on for I don't know how long, and I look around and realize that I might just be lost. At first I didn't panic because I could see my tracks, so I started to backtrack and I was just talking away. I'm not hearing anything back, but it felt so good just to talk to God, so I did it. As I'm walking along following my own tracks, there comes this point where they disappear. The ground looks fresh, like I never walked in that direction. I mean, there is a footprint and then there is nothing, so I'm like, okay, here we go with the weird stuff. So I keep walking, and then the entire area does not look the same. Now I know I had gone in this direction for sure. The footprints led this way, but man, it does not look the same. Well, I'm walking along, and that voice in my head, God says, tell the earth to stop hiding your path. I walk along for a few more minutes, roaming, lost, and finally, out of frustration, I say out loud, Earth, stop hiding my path. I stand there and look around, and over to my left, I see my footprints again. I'm dumbfounded. Then what happened next was freaking. I start to walk in the direction of my own footprints, and up ahead is this shadow, 12 feet tall, broad daylight, just standing there right in the path, and the voice says, keep walking. I stop and I'm looking, and the voice says, I said keep walking. So now I'm walking, timidly, and it gets bigger, 12 feet to 14 to 15 feet, and it gets wider. So I stop again, and God says walk, don't be afraid. So I keep walking, and it gets wider to the point where it just looks like a wall of darkness in front of me. I'm now standing right in front of this darkness, and he says, all shadows have doors, tell it to return and close the door. Now I'm thinking I'm crazy, like really losing it, but this shadow is here, and I say, return, shadow, to the door you came from and close it behind you. Seconds pass, and nothing. Now, I didn't hear this, I just remember Liz saying that Jesus was the Christ, and that is why his name had all power. So I say it again. In the name of Christ Jesus, return to your door, shadow, and close it, never to come again. Listen, when I tell you it was like that darkness folded in on itself, you know how you fold a piece of paper over and over again until it gets small. That is what it did. I'm standing there in shock and amazement. That evening, I went to see Liz and told her what happened, and in her words, she said she was proud. Then the weather changed, and Warren made a decision that, quite frankly, was immature and childish, but I understood why. Warren's entire life was dictated by his experiences. No one other than the other kids around perceived him as normal. So when he finally got a girlfriend and she urged him to have a party at his house, I can see why he wanted to do it despite the danger. However, when I tell you that ended badly, it ended horribly badly. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet, and then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up, and he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair, and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these two young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over, talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, "Son, get down, we have to go right now." He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. "You are not taking these kids," I say. "Do you hear me?" It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, "What is that going to do to me?" And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it, I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are two different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster, but being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, "You have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever." That grin stops, and it has this serious look, like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, "Everyone separated, one was taken." So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, "She is in the earth. She is in the earth." I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, "Follow me." Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face, and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed, when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, "Help me dig. She is here somewhere." So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, "I got her." Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her, because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, "Hey, we are trying to help you." Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her, it was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl, and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet. And then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up, and he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair, and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these 2 young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, "Son, get down, we have to go right now." He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. "You are not taking these kids," I say. "Do you hear me?" It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, "What is that going to do to me?" And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it. I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are two different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster. But being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, "You have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever." That grin stops, and it has this serious look, like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, "Everyone separated, one was taken." So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, "She is in the earth. She is in the earth." I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, "Follow me." Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face, and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed, when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, "Help me dig. She is here somewhere." So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, "I got her." Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her, because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, "Hey, we are trying to help you." Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her, it was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. It turns out that when everyone went into the woods, she was the only one apprehensive about it. According to her, 15 yards in, she knew it was evil back there. She saw what looked like 100 shadows moving among the trees, darting back and forth. She told them that after 45 feet she wanted to go back. They literally grabbed her by the hand and pulled her into the woods. 50 yards in, she could see the darkness closing in from all sides. Then there was silence and darkness. The laughter, that's when they all realized something was wrong. So they started to make their way back, but darkness closed in. She described it like a wall of darkness. Then she heard talking, and when she looked at her friends, their eyes were glowing red. They all just ran off into the darkness. She felt herself being pulled, yanked violently away, and up into the air. Seconds later, she felt hands all over her body, touching her in private places as she floated through the trees, swinging wildly up and down. Then she was dropped from what felt like 20 feet in the air, and when she stood up, she was topless. Looking around, it was dark. She had no clue where she was, so she started walking in the direction she thought she heard talking. As she walked along, something pulled her by her hair, yanking her backward to the ground and started dragging her. She said at first she was afraid, but she knew she needed to fight. So she turned and twisted to get a look at what it was, and it didn't look human. She described it as having peeling human flesh, but beneath this, pale, hard skin. She described the process of hitting one of its legs with the other, tripping it, then crawling towards it and beating it with a rock. She couldn't get to the upper body, so she hit it as hard as she could in the waist, hips, and legs. According to Jewel, it started to bleed. She could feel the moisture from it. Then she was snatched again, this time by something stronger, hit in the head, and all she remembered was me shining the light in her face. The sheriff had her take a medical examination after Jewel said she felt like she'd been violated, and she was. I'm sure you are wondering how this all played out. It didn't go well. You see, her parents didn't believe the story. It turned out that they had their own ideas of what happened. That someone in the woods did this to her, a person. The sheriff was involved, and he even explained what he saw and encountered. But her dad insisted that someone had violated his daughter. It was a few weeks after the situation that he popped up at Liz's house looking for answers, angry, hurt, and confused. The man was on the edge of going nuclear, and it was understandable. Warren called me to come up to the house. Initially, he blamed Warren, for having the party in the first place. Warren agreed and apologized, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I never imagined that anyone would get hurt." As he stood there, I noticed he was printing, had a gun under his shirt. So I tell him, "Listen, I'm not sure what you came here to do, what you expect to accomplish, but this is not the way. There are things in those woods that cannot be explained." As all this conversation is going on, Liz is over in the corner, mumbling to herself, and all of a sudden she says, "This is not like what happened to your sister. I see it now. You were a kid then. There was no way you could have protected her. Honey, you have been carrying that weight your entire life. That is not fair. The man who did that to her is dead. God took him when you asked him to." She stands up and walks over to him, touches him on his shoulder, and hugs him. Listen, I don't know if you have ever seen a person experience a word of knowledge from God. That was my first time. I watched what looked like years of shame and anger fall off that man because he starts to cry, and snot comes out of his eyes, his ears, his nose. As she hugs him, he hyperventilates and falls to his knees, crying uncontrollably for 15 minutes. Liz somehow gets down on the floor with him and holds him, a complete stranger. She looks up at us and waves us off. An hour later, Liz calls for me and Warren. We were out back talking, and she says, "Now, I have explained to Norman here what is back there in the woods, and he wants retribution. He has a right to it. However, he can't do it. Take him there, and he is going to read what I wrote down for him to read. Then y'all leave." Okay. Looking at Norman, the poor guy was a mess. Clothes all messed up, hair a mess, but he was determined to go deal with it. So we walk into the woods, and he pulls out a piece of paper and starts to read. I speak these words from my exalted body, standing in heavenly places with my Savior Christ Jesus. I bind every principality, power, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. In the name of Jesus Christ, you shall not touch my family or my bloodline. According to God's word, you shall not come nigh to my dwelling. I petition for warring angels of the Lord to strike down whatever touched my child. As these words come out of his mouth, the tears start to flow again. He struggles for a moment, and then he says, "Lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Lord, something wicked has touched your heritage and your reward. I ask that you, the mighty man of war, make war and strike down what had done so. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." Listen, I knew in that moment something was about to happen. You could feel it. We head back to the house, and we are about to go inside. And Norman says, "I think I'm supposed to be outside alone for a second. I'll be fine." We leave him at the back door and go inside to get some water, and then thunder, the loudest thunder I have ever heard. I want to be clear that there were no storm clouds in the sky, but after that thunder it rained for 2 days, and we saw the most miraculous lightning in the sky I have ever seen. That was the first time I saw the lightning that Warren told me about. Lightnings that went horizontally back and forth through the woods, darting around trees, slicing through them. It was an amazing sight. Norman took a liking to Warren, and the next thing I knew, Jewel and Warren were a thing. Then tragedy struck, shaking us all to our cores as Warren called me one Saturday morning and said that Liz would not wake up. We called the ambulance and rushed to the house only to find her dead, smiling from ear to ear. She had her hand resting on the open Bible, open to a highlighted section, Nehemiah 9:6. "You alone are the Lord. You have made the heavens, the heaven of heavens with all their host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all of them, and the heavenly host bows down before you." Have you ever been happy and sad at the same time? It's the juxtaposition of the feeling that made these days so difficult. I was thankful, yet hurt. Happy, yet sad. However, through it all, I had peace knowing where Liz was. No doubt in anyone's mind when it came to her. Then the funeral came, and it was massive. People from all over the place. Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, all descended on our little town for Liz. The stories that came afterward, pastors she would pray for on the phone, who had accidentally dialed her phone number, and she told them God wanted her to talk to them. Hardcore gangsters from Shreveport that tried to rob her, and she told them what she saw around them, and they dropped their guns when they saw 15-foot-tall angels. Then she gave them money anyway and made them promise to call and talk to her. You never really know a person's life until they die. It is in that moment that the rich tapestry of the events is laid before our eyes for all to see. The days after the death of Liz were surreal. You know how it is to go to a person's house expecting to see them. I knew she was dead, but I still wanted to see her, still expected to see her. I guess in time it goes away, but it was a long time before it went away for me. Then the clearing of the house started, and Warren struggled. Lord, did my kids struggle with it all. I remember him coming over one night and just sitting there talking to me, saying how he had no one left. It was just him all on his own, and as he was talking, I noticed what looked like a shadow dark behind him. And in that moment, I knew it was more than just the loss of Liz. This was an attack, a spiritual attack. I started to ask him a few questions like, has he been feeling heavy or afraid? And he says yes. Right then and there, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, and I bind that wicked spirit trying to kill him. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but that is the end goal of all demonic spirits, for you to die in sin and join them in hell. Warren, in that moment, realized what was going on with him. He went into tears and said, "Dad, I'm not sure what to do." I told him, "Son, no worries. I will help you." Over the next week, it seemed like everything around us was mourning. I remember the birds, quails, 50 of them, landed on Liz's house. I remember looking at them and thinking that these animals are paying their respects. I didn't realize how right I was until one evening I'm there with Warren and Jewel. I went out the back door and was just standing there. When I looked out into the woods in the dark places, the places where there was no light shining, I could see eye shine all over the place, green eye shine. It was just there, looking at the house. I didn't feel like I was in danger. In fact, I felt great sadness. It was overwhelming, and it was right then and there in that moment that I realized Liz meant something to what was in those woods. She represented more than just a woman. Liz was a peacekeeper. How do I know that? Because a week later, it's Friday night, I'm in bed, and it sounds like a T-Rex is outside in the woods. This roaring goes on for over an hour, like there was a challenge being offered. Now I'm outside in the backyard listening when I see those Indians again. It was when I saw them, I knew there was about to be a fight somewhere in the woods. One of them looks at me and then walks into the woods. There is another one just standing there, looking at me, staring, so much so that I say, "What do you want?" But it just stays there staring and looking. Again I hear this roar and I'm like, "Whoa, what in the hell is going on?" I got something roaring in the woods and this dude over here is looking at me like I owe him money. So I decide to go inside and get a bottle of water. As I'm walking in the door, the voice in my head, which I now know is God, says, "So when are you going to pray and deal with that?" Pause right here and let me say this. Understanding the voice of God was a challenge. Why? Because I had to learn that it is possible for other things to speak to you in your head as well. When God gave us dominion and authority, every spirit knew and understood that if they wanted to participate in the realm of the earth, they needed a partner that was human. So they try to force themselves on you with negative thoughts to bring you into fear. If I were to tell you the kinds of things I faced to hear God's voice, it would intimidate you. However, instead, I'm going to share with you a cheat code. God is His Word, and when you study His Word, then you will know who is speaking to you. You do this by knowing not necessarily what God is, but more so what He is not. Example, God is not the author of confusion, so if you find yourself having confusing thoughts, that is not God. The best way to know what God is and what He is not, you have to study His Word. His Word is His Son. Hence, as you study, you get to know Jesus. What you will then understand is that warfare will happen no matter what. There is no escaping it. You cannot hide. You have to deal with it. If not, someone else in your family will have to deal with it. I'm sorry, let me get back to the story. So God says, when are you going to pray about this? And I'm thinking, what am I supposed to do with these things fighting in the woods? They clearly have an issue with each other. What am I supposed to do? Then nothing, radio silence. I get the bottle of water and go back outside and sit down. I'm not sure if you have ever heard of Bigfoot. I mean an alpha male Bigfoot roar, but there is nothing like that sound. It cannot be mistaken. As that Bigfoot is responding, the Lord says, "Son, you need to stop this before it starts." As I'm there thinking up, Warren walks around the side of the house and he says, "Dad, I'm not sure what is going on, but they don't act this way. Something is crazy." I ask him if this has happened before, out of the blue, and he says yes, when his grandpa died. I ask, "What did Liz do?" He says he doesn't know. He remembers her walking outside, but he didn't go. Again, I pray, but I don't know what to pray, and then I hear "coward." Oh, it's clear as day, "coward." As that is being said, I see those Indians starting to manifest in the woods all around, and Warren is like, "What the hell is going on?" Again, I hear "coward," then I hear "speak." So I just start to pray, "Father, I come before you asking for assistance with what is going on around me right now. I don't even know what to say, but I turn my tongue over to you. You speak to what is there and bring it to heal." Now, it was at this point where I can honestly say I do not remember what came out of my mouth. I do remember zooming past the Indians that were standing there. Like my spirit was taken out of my body, I remember looking back and seeing Warren below me, standing next to my body with his hand on my shoulder. Then just light. The brightest light I have ever seen, light that felt like it burned, and me saying, "Oh, it hurts." Then I saw this ruin. It was like a stone building on top of the hills in the woods. It was being rebuilt and then destroyed at the same time. Each brick that was placed was crushed as it was put in place. Then there came this fist that smashes this ruin, and by ruin, I mean it was a stone building. It was smashed into dust, fine powder. Then, just like that, I was standing next to Warren when I opened my eyes. It felt like I had been hit by a truck. Looking at him, he had this look on his face like, "What in the hell is going on?" In that moment, I hear what sounds like trees parting and moving and look towards the woods, and back off in the distance like 20 feet in the air are these eyes looking down on me and Warren. These eyes are glowing on their own like freaking flashlights, and it was like something as tall as the trees, moving them and looking at us. The freakiest thing that happened, it was like whatever it was wanted us to see its eyes, because seconds later you hear trees bending and the eyes are gone. Then that roar happens again, like a freaking T-Rex, and nothing, just silence. After that, I remember Warren helping me inside to the sofa and saying, "I will stay with you," and then him calling my wife. When I woke up, there was blood on my shirt, and when I asked Warren, who was sleeping in the recliner, what happened, he said, "Honestly, I don't know, but you need to sleep," but I was hungry. Looking at the clock, it was 4 a.m., and I was starving. So I went into the kitchen and made a sandwich. Warren went back to sleep. I went to check on my wife, and she was out cold. So I go back outside and sit and eat my sandwich. And again, I hear the trees moving, and look in the distance and see those same large eyes. Eyes so big they look like two green floodlights 12 feet apart. And then God says, "Son, you binded them. They are looking for you to let them leave before the sun rises. Tell them to go in peace." So I say, go in peace and stop this madness. Now, I don't know how else to describe this, but have you seen where companies use ship anchor chains to clear the woods? They connect the chains to 2 bulldozers, then they pull the chains, knocking down everything in between. That is what it sounded like when these 2 things left. It sounded like everything in the area broke, ripped, and torn into pieces. When the sun came up, I was wide awake, so I went into the woods to see. Listen, it was not until then that I realized they were way closer than I thought. 95 yards into those woods were 2 trails of destruction, like 2 freaking bulldozers took off straight in opposite directions. That was the day I came to realize that they were not afraid of me. I was nothing, but they were afraid of the Spirit of God in me. An even more important lesson was that being a coward was unacceptable in God's kingdom. I mean, completely unacceptable. There is one thing we fear in the kingdom of heaven, and that is the King himself. Let me stop right here and give you an opportunity to join the kingdom. It's simple and it's private between you and God. Just repeat after me. Jesus Christ, come into my heart. I invite you in. Give me your renewed mind. I believe you died for my sins, and I accept you as my Savior. Now back to my story. Over the next few days, there was this peace in the woods that was amazing. It felt like everything dark had been pushed back. That was the beginning of what I call the time of dominion over the woods. I started to take longer walks in the woods and learn even more from God. It was amazing, the lessons that I was taught. It was a season of peace. Warren and Jewel became closer, and her father Norman would come over and hang out with me. I learned more about him and his childhood. I asked him how things had been around the house, and he said ever since he was with Liz, his life had been amazing. There was so much peace that it took me a while to realize that Gordon had not been around. My wife was the one who brought it to my attention. She said, "Honey, where is Gordon? I called for him, and he is not answering." So I headed over to his place, and his truck was there, but no answer, so I went around to the side of the house, got his spare key, and went inside. There was no sign of Gordon. What I mean is, it was like he had not been home. However, there were no cell phones back in those days, so I had to wait. When I tell you I was going to Gordon's house every morning, I went to his house every morning looking for him for a week, then I got worried. I started praying with my wife, and the next day we got a phone call, and it was Gordon. He said he was down in Louisiana, fishing and hunting. He was excited, saying he had booked a little airboat fishing and hunting tour, and that he was sorry he didn't tell anyone. Well, you can imagine how concerned we were about him, considering everything that was going on. But I was fine, just knowing that he was all right. Another day passes, and he calls me again. This time it's 8:30, and you can hear fear in his voice. "Stop right here. I need you to understand there was no internet, no cell phones, nothing in those days. We had no clue that these creatures were anywhere other than in our woods. We thought it was an isolated occurrence. Well, Gordon says that the cabin he and the other two guys are in is not in the swamps of Louisiana, but on the outskirts, and that he had to walk over to the main little restaurant to call me. I ask what's wrong, and he says he is seeing eyeshine like what we see back at home here. I can tell that Gordon is afraid and in the process of being made completely afraid. My response is, "So, what's the problem? You have dealt with this before." And Gordon explains, "Yes, I have, on my land. This is not my land. I'm not sure if this will work here." As he is talking, you hear a woman saying, "You can't tie up our phone all night. We have customers calling in to make orders, honey." He says, "I just need a few more minutes." Then he says he is not sure what to do, and frankly, I wasn't sure either. I say, "Listen, maybe you and the guys should just leave." He says, "I suggested that, but they think it's just hogs and coyotes in the woods. I didn't drive myself, so I'm stuck here." He asks if I can come to get him. I talk to my wife and ask her what she thinks, and she says I should go get him. Listen, we are talking about an 8-hour drive. However, I got on the road. Little did I know, while I was racing to Phoenix, Louisiana, they were under siege from these things in Louisiana. Imagine leaving your house at 10 p.m. with the mindset that you are going to drive through the night until the sun comes up. Now, add in the fact that your bedtime is 9:30 p.m. and you never stay up past midnight. Well, that is what I was facing. I carried my shotgun with me and my Bible, figured that would be about all I needed. No extra clothes, no extra underwear, just me and the open road. Things went well until about 2:45 a.m. I'm on Highway 67 just south of Winfield, Louisiana. I'm driving the speed limit when I see this cop behind me with his lights on. At first I'm thinking, okay, this is a trooper and there is an emergency, so he is gonna come speeding past me. Right? Well, wrong. He gets right up on my tail and pulls me over, jumps out of the car, moving fast, flashlight in hand, shining it inside my truck. Then he bangs on the window and demands that I get out. Now, I'm not sure what kind of emotional roller coaster this guy is on. Being a former cop, I understand that we are all just men. For all I knew, he just found out his wife was sleeping with his brother and his dog has cancer. What I did know was that we were all alone on the side of the road and it was 3 a.m. Prime time for some crazy stuff to happen and one of us loses our lives. So I roll the window down, smile and say, "Hey officer, what can I do for you?" That is when I get a good look at his eyes and there is this look of panic and anger. He says, "Sir, please step out." I tell him I'm a retired cop and I have done nothing that requires me to step out of my vehicle. Now he is shining the light at the bed of my truck and he says, "Sir, please step out of the vehicle." He nods his head, motioning toward the back of the truck, and I notice he has his hand on his weapon. So I step out and he pulls me to the front of the truck and I'm expecting him to pat me down. Instead, he starts to whisper. He says, "Sir, I pulled you over because I'm not sure what I saw in the back of your truck, but it was freaky and weird. I can't explain it to you. I need to have a closer look." It was right there. In that moment, I was shown something. Call it a vision, call it whatever you want. But it was a spider jumping from one part of a web to another. And as he walked away, God spoke and said, "Stop him." "Sir," I said, "1 second. I don't think you should check it alone. I have my shotgun. We will go together." He said I could come with him, but he didn't want me with the shotgun, so we went, circled around the driver's side of my truck, headed to the back. Then we didn't have these hard-top covers like people do today. We had the soft-top truck bed covers, and as we are moving, he shines the light, and that soft black cloth cover is moving. As he shifts that light around, we notice it has a slit in it like it's been cut open with a knife, in an arching motion. You know how in those movies they have those jump scare scenes that make you almost poop your pants? It was lining up to be one of those moments for the two of us, but this was way worse than any movie. Because this long, skinny, pale forearm comes out of that slit. And the craziest thing was the closer it got to the wrist, the wider and bigger things got. The wrist was wide and the hands were wide and the fingers were long and thick. The forearm is so long that this thing is feeling around, reaching over the side of the bed of the truck like it's searching. The two of us look at each other and he signals, "Yeah, you better get that shotgun." So I tiptoe open the door, grab the shotgun. We were in the process of signaling what we were going to do to make sure that we would not be in a crossfire when, not if, but when, we started shooting, when this thing comes tearing through the fabric. Listen, I have seen a lot. I mean, a lot of terrifying, pardon my language, stuff in the woods, but this was something I had never seen. From the trunk emerges a gaunt, pale, humanoid creature, almost translucent with these deep, sunken eyes. But it hung from the bones as if it had this flexibility. It's hard to explain. What was most terrifying was its head was upside down. It had these sunken-in black eyes. It's looking at us, and its mouth is moving up and down like it's talking, and its teeth are making this clacking noise, a chatter. Then it leaps, while looking down at us, off and at an angle, landing 25 feet to the right off the edge of the tree line next to the road, and then blends in with the trees. Understand by blending in, I mean it's there, the light is on it, and then it blends in right in front of us and disappears. When I tell you that the cop looks at me with this look of fear unlike anything I have ever seen, it was like his heart was about to stop beating. This man was no more than 26 years old. His face was turning blue. It was like he was experiencing heart failure. He stumbles back towards his car, and he is just looking at me. I say, "Are you okay?" And he says, "I don't know what I just saw." Listen, then this cop walks around to his car, gets in the vehicle, and leaves me standing there on the side of the road in the darkness. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the hell out of here. We're going to pause right here, and let me explain something to you, or better yet, let me ask you a question. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where it seems like all hell is breaking loose on all sides? I mean, in every aspect of your life, things are going wrong. Your health, your finances, your relationships. It's an attack on your life. I mean that definitively. I had no clue that what was taking place at this moment was one of the worst attacks my family and I would ever experience. By family, I mean everyone you have heard me speak of in this story. However, this was the launch of an attack unlike anything I have ever seen. While I was on the side of the road, Gordon was under siege, and if that was not bad enough, back home, my wife was calling Warren to come to the house because something was beating on the back door. When she went to take a look, it looked exactly like what I had just encountered. However, in that moment, I didn't know that was going on, and she had no way of contacting me. Down in the swamps of Louisiana, Gordon was wide awake. He had already vehemently expressed his desire to leave, and the other two men thought he was going crazy. That was until the walking on the roof of the cabin started. We are talking about the swamps of Louisiana, raised cabins on stilts 12 feet in the air, making the rooftops 30 feet above the ground. It was when that walking, the sound of wood bending, started that they decided that something might be going on and all met up in the living room. Gordon told them the best thing to do was to wait and leave at sunrise, and even then, there was no way to guarantee they would be safe. However, most men, those who have never seen strange things, underestimate the danger of the supernatural. Call it arrogance, call it pride, I call it stupidity. Well, that combination reared its ugly head, and William, the man who drove them down there, decided to go outside with a rifle. Imagine for a moment the front door opens to pitch blackness, and according to Gordon, he knew it was a huge problem when the light from the flashlight scanned the water. Alligators' eyes glow red at night, this bright red. Well, when that light shines over the swamp, there are 15 alligators in the water, some on the left and others on the right. However, in between are 3 sets of eyes glowing this amber yellow. Gordon knew right then in that moment they were in major trouble. What made it worse was these bright red eyes of the gators were all looking at the amber eyes, and the amber eyes were looking right at the front door. There was a swath of land, about 50 feet before the water's edge, just enough for the steps to be placed. Those amber eyes were 20 yards away from the water's edge. Gordon told me that he knew this was a setup. So I tell William to come back inside. There was this porch, and you know how when there is a covered porch, there is an edge of the roof, right? Well, Williams is walking towards that edge of the covered porch, and you can hear something is above. So Gordon grabs him and pulls him back, and William starts to tussle with him, calling him crazy. This goes on for a few seconds, Gordon staying close to the entrance to the door, when you hear this splash of water. Gordon said they heard and felt this thing jump from the roof. He was not sure if the earth gave way when it landed on the ground, but all he knew at that moment was something jumped from the roof and hit the water. When he shone his light, he saw its back, black fur, and this giant hump. That was enough, and he said, "Screw it." Ran inside to the room he had, closed the door, and he started praying. He said it took a moment for the other 2 guys to comprehend what they were seeing. But when they did, he said the sounds they made, these men, those sounds of fear were unlike anything he ever heard. Then there was a slamming of the door and the furniture moving and just all this commotion. Gordon said he knew the only thing that could help them was God. Now here is the weird thing, according to Gordon. He was praying, his adrenaline was pumping, fear raging, and then the next thing he knew, he was asleep. Woke up the next morning on the floor, back hurting, feet numb, below hurting, and when he walked out of the room, the other 2 men looked like they had been rode hard and hung up wet. They just looked at him and said, "How could you sleep through that, all that growling and splashing?" According to Gordon, he heard nothing. They took Gordon up to the local store and left him there. He said the fear on these 2 men was so intense that they could barely speak. When I finally arrived, he was at a small diner having coffee. He tells me this entire story of what happened, and he is laughing as he explains. When he was praying, he said, "Lord, I can't take this. I don't want to die like this. I feel so much fear. I just wish I could go to sleep and you fast forward to when it's time for me to go home." He is laughing and says that's exactly what happened. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were okay, my wife, son, and Warren were under siege in a way I would have never imagined was possible. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were having coffee, my son was lost in the woods. The night before, my wife had called Warren over because something was beating on the back door. Warren described the scene like this. He said it was a struggle to stay standing, like a force was pulling it back away from the house, and that it would eventually be pulled back to the woods. It would get a running start, and you could see it struggling to move forward like it was fighting an invisible wind. He said it was crazy, and at first he was afraid looking at this 7-foot-tall creature. When the fear hit him, he decided that he was not going to give in. He asked my wife for the shotgun, loaded it, opened the back door to go out. And as he crossed the threshold, he felt what was like an invisible giant hand on his chest holding him back. He pressed forward and was pushed back, and the door closed on its own. Now, he and my wife stood there looking as this thing struggled and was forced right back to the edge of the wood line. It was like it was being held there, and then the door opened on its own. Now, to be clear, I have a giant sliding glass door. This door slides open on its own, and Warren said in that moment this rage came over him. It was like he was soaked in anger. It was in his bones, in his chest. His feet were burning. And he just ran out the door, screaming, ran as fast as he could, raised that shotgun, and started shooting. When the first shot hit, a chunk of flesh flew off its shoulder, and he said this look of fear came across its face like it didn't expect to be hurt. So he shot again, this time in the leg, and the entire leg flies off, and it falls to the ground and starts to crawl away. Warren said all he saw in that moment was red in his peripherals, like he was looking through goggles with red paint on them. He said it was dark back there, but he could clearly see this thing, and he shot it in the back, exploding pieces of it all over the place, and it was still moving. He fired again, hitting it in the head, and then it stops, turns, starts to walk back to the house, and he sees out of the corner of his eye the Indian that I had been seeing, and he says this anger wells up again inside of him, and he says, "I rebuke you, wicked spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ, our lives are not for your entertainment," and it turns into a ball of light and folds in on itself. Then he goes back inside, and the second he crosses the threshold, all the anger is gone, but his body feels like it's been connected to a 9,000-watt generator, and he knew he was not sleeping that night. The house settled down, and when the sun comes up, he falls asleep on the sofa, only to be awakened by my wife panicking at 8:15, asking where my son is. Stop, pause, I want you to realize something. I have not mentioned the name of my wife or my son. That is done intentionally, and I think I should warn you, starting at this moment. I have watched how people behave in this field, the creators, some of the listeners. Their immoral behavior, the downright devilish acts that you people, talking to the ones who behave that way, that behavior is appalling. So, I will say this to you right now, you may be able to find where we are and you have free will to come. However, if any of you show up, or talk about my family, or attack us in any way, especially if you leave where you are to come here, I will view it as God's judgment against you. I will take your life and send you to meet him, because in my mind, he brought you here for judgment. Back to the story, my wife is in a full panic, and Warren is awakened to her screaming for my son. When his eyesight clears up, he notices that the back door is open. She explains to him that when she woke up and went to his room, he was not there. When she came down, the door was open. However, it wasn't wide open. It was slid just enough for a child to get out. Now, mind you, I have no clue what is going on, and there is no way to reach me. So Warren and my wife venture into the woods. This was my wife's first time being in the woods, something I didn't let her do. The Bible says we as men are to cover and protect our wives. Under the circumstances, she and I had an agreement the only time she was ever to go into those woods was if it was an extreme emergency, and this qualified as such. She told me that the second she stepped foot into the woods, she heard grunting like things were talking to each other, things she could not see, and it was terrifying. But she was not leaving our son in the woods alone. The two of them walked for 20 minutes, calling his name, gripped in panic before she remembered something that Liz told her. Liz said that the love of a wife and a mother conquers all things, and that love covers a multitude of sins. So she stopped, took her shoes off, and stood still. Warren was still in a full panic, and she prayed, saying, "Father, I'm not sure what happened to my son, where he is, or if something has taken him, but I trust you fully. I trust your love for me and our family. So I will not be brought into doubt about his safety. I refuse to be brought into fear. Father, I ask, according to your word, where you say to make our petitions and requests known to the Lord. Father, I ask that you have these woods return my son safely to us." She said it was right then and there, with their eyes closed. She could see him walking with this tall man, 12 feet tall. She knew in that moment it was an angel with him. The man looked at her, and his eyes shined like fire, raised his hand and motioned for her to come. So she walked, and as she was walking, Warren was freaking out. "Where are you going? We need to go this way." She calmly looked at him and said, "He is fine, Warren, and he is this way." They walked for another 300 yards and saw him standing there, talking to what looked like a tree. I mean, he was having a full-on conversation with this tree, asking, "So, how long have you been here?" When he spotted his mom, he took off running. Warren told me they ran to him, and when he looked back up, the tree that he was talking to was not there. He said it freaked him all the way out. When they got him back to the house, nothing was wrong with him, not even a scratch, and he just told them about the adventure he had in the woods. Earlier, he thought he heard his mom calling him to come outside, so he went. Then he heard her voice in the woods, so he went. But once he got in the woods, this tall man stopped him. He went on to describe this man as having pretty eyes, and that the man told him it was not his mother. But he did not listen, so he kept walking, and the man followed him. He said he got to where the creek is, and then the voice calling him changed. He said it sounded scary, so he started to run. And the man told him not to run, just walk with him, and he would protect him, so he walked with him, and the voice went away, and they talked about the woods. Then he excitedly said, "He showed me that there are monkeys in the woods, Mom." Well, he showed me the young ones. They are big, but are babies. They are not human, but they are not bad. He told me that the young ones know me and watch me when I go outside. Then he asked if I wanted to see something cool. I told him yes, and he made a tree open its eyes. Excitedly, he said, "Mom, do you know that trees can sing and that the grass can sing?" It was amazing. They all started to sing. Then he told me you were looking for me and that you were afraid and worried and that we needed to walk back, but we were far away and he would get us back fast. I was talking to him, then looked over, and there you were. My son goes on to tell my wife how much he loved her, and the entire time, according to Warren, he was sitting there with his head about to explode. So when I finally got home, this is the story that I was met with. Part of me was angry, but the other part of me was so grateful that my son was okay. When I asked him the man's name, he said that he didn't have a name. He told him to call him a servant. Then he says, "Daddy, what's a servant? Is it a slave?" "No, son, not this guy. He was no slave. He was an angel." The look that came across my son's face was priceless. Over the next few days, I would catch him talking to himself, or so I thought, and when I asked, he said he was talking to the servant. I wanted to make sure that it was not a wicked spirit or something trying to deceive my son. So I turned on some of that old school gospel music that Liz used to play, turned it up real loud, and my son starts dancing around the house and clapping, and I ask what he is doing, and he says, "Servant and him are dancing." I turn off the music, leave the room, and come back, and he is still dancing, and I say, "Son, the music is off." And he says, "No, it's not. I can hear it, and the servant wants you to know that he understands why you put it on and that you should play it outside sometimes and see what happens." In that moment, I was thrown aback, but I decided to try it. I took the speaker. Back then, they had these thin wires, and carried it outside and turned on the gospel music and just played it and came inside. Went to the bathroom. Was talking about just a quick glimpse. Went to the bathroom. When I came back out, I got a glimpse of the man he was talking about, just a quick glimpse, and it freaked me out, because he was looking at me, smiling, and he looked like a grown-up version of my son, except he was the perfect specimen, slender but muscular. It was amazing. This was the start of my son having encounters in the woods and the beginning of the woods keying in and focusing on him. Warren calls it the targeting of the next generation. He took it personally, remembering the things he experienced when he was a little boy. This only brought my two sons closer, and indeed they would need to be close because I was about to go through a bout with sickness. When I say that I was about to face a bout of sickness, I would like you to understand that this came from nowhere. I was healthy, no blood pressure issues, no heart problems, nothing abnormal at all. Then one day, I just felt sick. It was like I was walking in water and mud. Every movement was labored. The first few days, I figured I needed some rest. So I just took it easy, but then it only got worse. So much so that I went to the doctor, and they ran a bunch of tests but found nothing abnormal. It was like my body was being toyed with. Fatigue, overall weakness. Things I had never felt in my life, and I'm not talking about due to stress or old age. It was like my body was breaking down at a rapid pace. The juxtaposition was my son was becoming more and more active and wanted to be outside more. During this time period, I thanked the Lord for Warren. The two of them would spend a lot of time together. As much as I wanted to teach my son about what was in those woods, the duty fell to Warren, and he was up for the task. Stop right here, pause, and let me say this to you. What I would later learn is that what I was going through was called my body being afflicted. This was something I learned during my conversations with James. You know him as Dark Waters. I think I need to explain something to you about the agreement that he signed to get this story to you. The reason why this story is being read by a computer is because I have dictated each and every word. These are my words, and this computer is replacing my voice. Granted, he is the most talented storyteller there is on YouTube, but I wanted complete control over details about my family for our safety. So when I say this, it's me talking, not him. There are men of God, and then there are godly men. James is a godly man. That means that the Spirit of God lives inside of him and functions through him. How do I know this? Because over the years, I have met many men like him. Men who have been tamed by God. Warriors, fighters, vicious individuals that God has taken residence inside of them and made them anew. I want to thank him publicly for the amount of leverage he has given me in sharing this story and say this to the Christian audience. I have watched him be persecuted for being a Christian online, watched people lie about him, steal from him, do everything to destroy him, and in the face of it all, the Lord has blessed him. This too is a form of affliction, and Jesus said that it would happen to those who believed in him. Now I say all of that to say this. In Psalms 34:19, it says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all." So you see, persecutions and afflictions, know and understand where the deliverance from it comes. It comes from the Lord. Now back to the story. So while I was dealing with health problems, the two of them, Warren and my son, were off into the woods on these adventures. The first adventure that I can remember was when Warren told me that my son had taken him to where the baby monkeys lived. Warren told me that the boy just walked into the woods and was moving around like he had a map in his head. They worked their way up this hill, and at the top was a plateau, 75 yards across. He said my son just sat down on the ground and said, "They will be back. Let's give them some time." Within 15 minutes, he said he heard what sounded like birds making noises, but the bird sounds were slightly off and breathy. Then my son stood up and starts to look around. Warren says he then sees what looked like something from Planet of the Apes, peeping from behind a tree, and my son just waves and then it hides. This game of hide-and-seek goes on with multiple ape-looking creatures until they hear a heavy grunt off in the distance. He looks at Warren and says, "Well, playtime's up. The adults are coming back. We need to go." So the two of them leave. As they are working their way back, Warren asks him how he knows about those things, and he explains that Servant taught him. So he asks if Servant told him anything about the wolves, the big one, and he says yes. My son tells him that not all the wolves are bad, but they all do have bad things that talk to them in their ears. Sometimes those bad things can get them to do bad things. He says it's best just to stay away from them, but the monkeys, bad things talk to them too, but they don't listen as much as the wolves do. The way Warren described the conversation was straightforward and matter-of-fact, like the kid knew what he was saying was true, no hint of doubt. Then there came a stormy night when I realized that my son had learned a lot more than I could have ever conceived. I was going through this phase of my affliction where body parts were just not working the way they should. For example, there were days when my legs were so weak I could not walk. The next morning I would wake up and walk fine. Then there were other days where it was my right arm. Well, that entire day, it was my legs that were just exhibiting crazy weakness, pain. I could barely walk. When at 1 a.m., it's storming outside, and I hear this growling outside. And I already know the wolves, not sure why they are here. They had been quiet, no activity at all. I was wondering why they would come. When I hear the door to our bedroom opening, and my son walks in and says, "Daddy, I need to use your window." This kid walks over to the window, opens it, and says, "Why are you listening to those bad things? Return to your home. Go. You don't belong here." He closes the window, climbs in bed with me and my wife, and goes to sleep, and all the noise stops, and I just lay there in tears, crying, trying to be silent. Do you know what it feels like to be helpless? And your son, a child, stands up and faces things that most men would find terrifying. It was such a mix of emotions. I was proud, but I was ashamed and angry because it was my job to protect this family and because I was not able to. That was a night where I was almost broken, and doubt came in. You know, like, God, why is this happening to me? I didn't want any of this. However, I caught myself and realized what had just happened was wonderful. I was not going to let something weigh me down and make me feel bad, so I closed my eyes and rested. Not slept, just rested. The next morning, we woke late, 11 a.m. It was like everyone was in a slumber except my son. He was already up and moving around. School started in a few days, and he was trying to have as much fun before he had to go, so he and Warren went back into the woods again. It was when he went off to school that I really realized my son was being followed by the things here in the woods, both good and bad. It was the third day of school. He said they were playing football at recess, and one of the kids went over into the woods to get the football after another kid kicked it and came out saying there were a bunch of monkeys in the woods looking at them. This would be a recurring theme when it came to him, them growing up watching him and him acknowledging their presence. Fast forward a year, and I'm still dealing with sickness, the only way to describe it, and no one knows what is going on. One day I'm reading the Bible and I stumble across that scripture about affliction, and I just say, "Lord, your word says you will deliver me from them all. Why haven't you kept your word?" In that moment, I hear, "I am my word. Have you asked me according to my word?" I realize in that moment I prayed, sure, asked for help, but never did I support that prayer with what he said. So I say, "Lord, according to your word, you will deliver me from all affliction, and I hold you to your word, Lord, deliver me." 2 days later, I felt like the old me. It was amazing, and it was great to be back to myself again because things were only going to get more interesting when we found out that Jewel was pregnant.
Mariana Mas.
The beginning of the testing of the next generation was both amazing and terrifying. When we learned that Jewel was pregnant, I started praying for her and the baby, and those prayers were needed. The first thing we did was make sure the two of them got married. I called over Norman and had a conversation. He was excited, but felt the same way, that the two of them needed to be married before the eyes of God. So we spoke to Warren, and he was in full agreement. And he and Jewel wanted to, so we called one of the local pastors. Warren got a ring and they got married, and Jewel moved into the house. Then the crazy stuff started with Jewel. At first it was dreams that she was going to have a miscarriage. She would wake up in the middle of the night afraid, and this was in the first trimester. These attacks only escalated as the pregnancy progressed, this fear, intense fear and anxiety raging in her. I remember Warren and my wife talking, and he told her that she would spend more time with Jewel. The two of them started talking and hanging out, praying over the baby. This helped, but then something in the woods decided to visit. This was the first time I had ever seen or heard of something like this. Stop, and I want you to know something. These spirits work in teams of two. The spirit of fear opens the door to confusion. I believe that it was this fear that she was constantly being bombarded with that started all of this confusion that happened next. The day this thing came out of the woods, we were all having lunch together, Jewel and her father, me, my wife, my son, and Warren. The days had been going well, then all of a sudden it was like confusion came flying in. Jewel was in the kitchen, and her father was joking with her, and she got offended, saying, "I can never do anything right for you." She got offended, and then he got offended. The two of them started to argue out of the blue, and next thing I knew, Warren was jumping into the mix. I was standing there confused because he was just joking, and then it hits me. This is an attack. So I just start to pray out loud. Lord, I rebuke the spirit of confusion from this household, bind it, and cast it to the dry places according to your word. This I decree and declare in the name of Jesus Christ. It was like they were all broken from a spell because it stops. There is this silence, then it was awkward. This silence was there for a few minutes, and then my son broke it by saying, "I'm hungry. Can I have some chips?" Later that evening, just as the sun was going down, is when this thing came out of the woods. We were all sitting around watching TV. We hear this screaming. I mean, it sounds like a woman screaming, and you could feel it. The presence coming from the woods. We get up and go to the back door and go outside, and it sounds like a woman is being murdered. When we looked, it was a woman who looked exactly like Jewel, except she was off. She was pregnant, but her belly was dragging across the ground like she had multiple babies inside her belly. We are standing there looking like, "What the F is this?" And Jewel starts to freak out and hyperventilate and starts to black out. Warren catches her and takes her back inside the house, and her father and I stay outside. I wanted to get the shotgun and kill it, but something told me not to. It was not my place, so I looked over at their father and told him, "You need to rebuke this. It's a physical manifestation of the miscarriage of your grandchild." It was in that moment that Norman starts to walk towards this thing, and you can see that it was surprised. It was almost like it got a memo that it was time for it to show up, and it was late and didn't realize that the environment was not right for its appearance. Because as Norman walks forward, it slows down and starts to look around, like it's not just seeing him, but he is seeing something walking with him. Then Norman says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You will not have my grandchild, and I cast you away to a dry place on another continent. And I bind you from entering any human body or animal body to return. I assign 2 warring angels to chase you and fight you, and I blot out your evil prophecy against my family." I'm not sure if you have ever seen a portal open, but they look like flashes of light. There is a flash of light, and then it closes. It was a crazy encounter, and over the next 6 months, she didn't have anything strange happen. In fact, when the baby came, they named him after his grandfather. That baby was anointed and consecrated to the Lord the minute the blood was wiped from his body, and as soon as he was put in his mother's arms. Things calmed down for a few months, and all was good. Then Gordon was back on deck for trouble. He calls me one night and says that the wolves are on his property again and that he needed help. I'm still not sure why, but they love to mess with Gordon. This time they were just showing themselves to him in the day and night, trying to bring him into fear. Based on the sound of his voice, it was starting to work. When I got there, I asked how long it had been going on, and he told me it was going on 2 weeks, and they have been getting closer and closer. Mind you, it's nighttime, and he and I went outside, with the understanding of what my son disclosed to me, that these things were hearing from wicked spirits. So I tell Gordon, listen, tell them not to listen. He says, to what? I said, this is your property. You have to tell them not to listen to those spirits and bind those evil spirits from traveling onto your property with them. So he says, I bind you wicked spirits from entering this property. Then this is when it got crazy. This was the first and only time I saw these things behave that way. They came out of the woods into the open and showed themselves. It was 12 of them. They stood there where we could see them, and then they turned and walked away. They didn't hide themselves in any way whatsoever. I personally have come to believe that we were going through the process of taking dominion of these woods from the spirits that had been running amok for years, decades, and probably centuries. That is what I felt was happening. I will give you an example of why. A few days later, we are at home, and my son says that a servant wants to show us something in the woods. So we go into the woods, and he is just walking along, and you can hear this grunting and huffing. He looks and says hello, and keeps walking. Then I realize we are being shadowed as we are walking through the woods. He looks at me and says, that is their parents. They are just walking with us, Dad. We keep walking, and they do, and then it stops, and my son says, okay. The servant is saying that we are getting close, and we turn right and start to go up this hill, and remember those ruins I told you about. Well, there are these stones that are there, and I know that this is the place from that vision. My son's servant is telling me this is where it all started and that you need to know it. Then my son walks off and says he sees one of the little wolves and starts talking to the bushes and asks where its parents are. Then I see the bushes move and this giant wolf head comes out, and I'm like, son, move away from that thing. I start to head in that direction, and he reaches out his hand and it licks his. I'm flabbergasted by what I'm seeing. Then it pulls its head back into the bushes, and then my son says, okay, that is all the servant wanted you to see. Let's go home. So we head back home. That was the start of the wolves visiting my property, just looking. Nothing aggressive or crazy. They were just there.
Vibrate before Yahweh Elohim. There is a courtesy that they understand. One of such courtesies is a courtesy of reverence. Another courtesy of standing before a spirit that is holy is the courtesy of honor. Another courtesy is a courtesy of expectation. If your heart is not full of expectation, you will walk past where creatures of glory are walking through, and you will not connect with the energies of Zion. We are ascending the mountains of God. Those are not songs. They are chants of war. They are summons into heights of glory. They are not songs, brothers and sisters. Only men that make it to the top of the mountain will command the armies of God. They are certain that we not make it to the top. Life will not make so much meaning on ground. Hi, hi, hey, hey, so you reign, you ancient Zion's king, Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty on your throne. You reign, you reign, you reign, you reign, you ancient Zion's king, Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty.
time where things seemed to level out around the area. I mean, there was a presence of wolves and Bigfoot, yes. However, it was as if they had peace. I came to believe and understand that this was due to us partnering with God to subdue the territory. Then things started to change again when someone bought the property across the road from me and began to clear the land. I remember it like yesterday. These crews came out with construction equipment, bulldozers, to clear the land, and they started working fast. In days, they had cleared the land, and then they started leveling it. The foreman on the job, Eric, came over and knocked on the door, and he was a gentleman. He said, "Sir, I know over the next few months there will be a lot of traffic in this area, and I want you to know that if for any reason there is damage done to your property, we are fully insured. We plan to put a modular house here, and eventually we will be bringing out a crane to set it on its foundation. I will coordinate with you when that day comes. I just wanted to introduce myself." I was impressed by him, and he went on to tell me that he had plans to develop in this area 5 more houses. In that moment, I thought to tell him that was a bad idea, but I didn't want to sound crazy. However, I did tell him, "Listen, Eric, I would not sink too much money into this land all at once. Take it slow and let things come to you. These are tough lands, and I hate to see you have problems." This look came across his face, and I think he took it more as a threat than a warning. However, I'm not sure how you warn someone about monsters and demons. You know, that is a conversation that has to start after they come to understand what is in these woods. It didn't take long for things to escalate, not long at all. About 2 weeks in, they left their equipment out there, and in the middle of the night, it sounded like a freaking car accident was happening. I looked out the front window and you could see one of those bulldozers rolling like a freaking tumbleweed across that cleared land. And what made it worse was the trailer that they used to bring it to the construction site. The wheels were laying in the middle of the road, and I knew in that moment that this construction was going to be a major problem. The following morning at 8 a.m., there was a knock at the door. It was not Eric, it was one of his guys, and he was pissed. I understood, and he was asking what happened, and I told him I did not know. He accused me of doing something, and in that moment, I didn't know what to say. "How do you explain what happened?" I just told him, "I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with it." An hour later, Eric knocks on the door, and he is more diplomatic about it. He says, "Sir, do you have any clue who was here and did this?" I say, "Eric, it was not a person that did that. Who do you know that can do something like that? Rip the wheels off the trailer." The look on his face was strange as he grappled with what was being said. He looked at me with this blank look and said, "I don't understand?" I tell him, "I know you don't." I tell Eric, "I know you don't understand, but just don't leave equipment here overnight. It's not a good idea." He is just standing there trying to comprehend what I'm saying, and then he turns and walks away without a word. That entire day was spent salvaging the trailer and getting the bulldozer flipped over. The next day I wake up and see trees and logs on the cleared lot, roots and all. So I walk out there and look, and I want to be clear with you. These trees and logs are not from the immediate area. They are thrown all around, some of them driven into the ground. Imagine seeing a 15-foot log driven into the ground like a pile driver was used. I'm standing there in amazement when Eric pulls up, gets out of the truck, and says, "What the freak is going on?" Listen, I have seen something since I lived here, but this was crazy. There are 3 of these that made a triangle. Now Eric is mad, I mean pissed, but I don't know what to tell him. He just stands there and looks silently. So I go back to the house, and they spend that day removing all the logs from the plot of land. That evening, he knocks on the door and asks if we can talk. I say sure, and he comes inside and starts to ask questions. I'm doing my best to work him into understanding the bad decision he made to buy the property when my son comes into the room. He is listening, and you know how kids are. He says, "The things in the woods are not going to let you build on that land. They don't know you." Then he walks off. The look on Eric's face is even more crazy than before. He says, "What is he talking about?" And I start to tell him our story, the same story you have heard. I get about 10 minutes in, and he looks at me like I'm crazy and says this makes no sense. He excuses himself and leaves, and then makes a huge mistake. 2 days later, he comes out with a witch. He knocks on the door and tells me that he has a solution to the problem, and when I looked at her, immediately I knew she was a witch. As he is talking, I tell him, "Listen, don't give that witch dominion over your land. You have dominion, don't hand it over." She looks at me with this look of anger, and I tell her, "You know exactly what I'm talking about." She says, "That is his choice." I warn him again. I say, "Eric, you don't know me or anything about this place, neither does she." As I'm talking, she starts to back away, looking like she is scared, and she keeps going back and back until she is in the road. I say, "Eric, you are making a mistake. I can explain to you what needs to be done, but this is a mistake." He does not listen, so I close the door and watch through the window as they cross the street, and she sprinkles some stuff all around the property. 3 days pass, and there is nothing. They are not digging a foundation and preparing to lay the slab. You know how you lay the wood frame, and rebar for the foundation, right? They do all of that, and that night it rains. At 4 a.m., it sounds like World War VII outside. It wakes my entire house up, and we look outside. But it's dark over there, but it sounds like stuff hitting the trees. This goes on for about 30 minutes, and when the sun comes up, the rebar has been ripped out and is up in the tops of trees, and there are logs driven into the ground right where the foundation was. I already know this dude is going to freak out. When he gets there, I tell my wife if he knocks not to answer the door. Sure enough, he knocks, and we ignore it. He had made his decision, and it was his choice. Later that day, the witch shows up again, and the window is open, and I hear them talking, and she tells Eric that I'm a sorcerer. "Stop right here and let me explain something to you, those who are children of darkness. Lying is a part of their religion. They lie boldly even when lying makes no sense." I'm listening, and I walk outside and call for Eric, and I say, "Eric, I want you to listen to me. I heard what this woman has told you, and it is a lie. I warned you, but let me ask you a question. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you go to church?" He says, "Yes." I ask him, "Then why did you turn to a witch instead of God?" And he looks at me like I'm crazy. He had no answer. Then I turn to her and say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." She looks at me and turns and walks away. Over the next month, Eric and this woman came back and forth, and every time she came, it got worse. I would just ignore Eric and his issues, and when I prayed, God said he will come when he figures out what is going on. Well, I don't know if it was his idea or her idea, but Eric decided to park his truck in the middle of the lot and stay there overnight. I remember coming home and seeing him sitting there as the sun went down and thinking, "Dude, you are in for a rude awakening." Sure enough, it happened, but this time it started early, 9 p.m. I'm just getting out of the shower, and I hear what sounds like another car accident. I didn't even get a chance to get to the bedroom before he was beating on the front door, and when I opened it, I knew Eric now understood what was going on. He tries to barge his way into my house, and I stop him, putting my foot behind the door. "Stop right here and let me teach you something. Anyone who has come into agreement with a witch, you should never come into agreement with them if you are Christian. You open yourself to their consequences, and you darn sure don't let them in your house." So I go outside. He is in full panic, and when I look over, his Ford truck is flipped over on its side. Taking a closer look at him, he is bleeding from the back of his head. Again, he insists that I let him in, and I say, "No, I will take him to the hospital, but he isn't coming into my house." So we get in my truck, and I ride him over to the hospital, and he is in a daze. I get him to the emergency room and leave him. His truck sits there for 2 days before he returns and has it flipped back over. Then he comes to talk and tell me what he saw. He said he was sitting in the truck and he thought he saw something move in the trees. So he turned on the headlight, and when the tree line lit up, it was nothing but golden Aishin in the woods. Then he says, "You know how you see something moving out of the corner of your eyes?" I say, "Yes." He says, "That's how fast it happened. There was motion out of the corner of his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his truck was flipped on its side and being pushed sideways and down into the earth." Then he asks the million-dollar question, "What is going on out here, and what do I do?" Over the next few days, I explained to Eric what he has gotten himself into, and at first I thought he understood. But you know what they say? A hard head makes a soft behind. Because he comes back out with the witch again. Now, mind you, it has been over 2 months, and all he has successfully done is clear the land. Everything else is sabotaged. When I see the two of them, I go inside and watch TV. I never thought that what happened next could happen. It was crazy. So, you will understand, about a mile up the road is where the creek crosses over. It runs behind Gordon's house. There is a little bridge over the road, so that means the creek is a mile away from this man's land. Well, I wake up and the whole thing is flooded underwater, and I'm like, this is new. I got to go see this. So, I head to the bridge where the creek is and listen. The water that was flowing through the creek, if you stand on the bridge and look to the left, it flows for about 45 yards and then it drops into this hole in the ground and dries up. Somehow, these things had diverted the water underground and to Eric's property, and I'm standing there like, okay, this is wild. When I'm walking in the woods next to the creek, it's dry, so I go back to try and find where the water is coming from on his land, and I can't get back in there. I knew this was going to be it for Eric. This was too much for me, but again, hard heads make sorry behinds. Now, you would think that after me explaining to Eric what was going on and him seeing for himself, he would reconsider. You know, take a moment to reflect on what has happened and come up with a new plan. However, pride kicked in, and man, when I tell you that he decided he was going to go to war with the creatures in the woods, he did. Eric bought even more land, mind you. He has not been able to build a house yet, but he sinks more money into the project. This was done at the advice of the witch he was seeking wise counsel from, and what I will say is this. That was the worst decision that this man probably has ever made in his life. It was at this point, when 6 bulldozers came in, that I knew Eric didn't stand a chance. We are all at my house having dinner, Gordon and I are talking, and he is asking me why I didn't explain things to Eric, and I tell him I did, gave it that good old Boy Scouts try, and he wouldn't listen. That is when Gordon shares with me what has been going on at his house, that it has been silent, quiet as a Baptist church on Saturday morning. He says, when the woods go quiet like that, it is not a good sign. We all knew he was right, but what could we do? This point right here is where I first encountered the dream walker, that witch, walking into my dreams and interrogating me. Stop right here for a moment, and let me teach you something that I learned the hard way. The dream realm is real, very real, as I have told you before, but I didn't know that a person could come into your dreams. One night I'm asleep, and I'm having this dream that my family and I are sitting at the dinner table talking. But there is this other person there in the conversation. It's a female, and I can't see her face, but she is asking all these questions. One I remember clearly was, have you seen an altar in the woods? I remember answering the question in the dream and waking up at 4 a.m. feeling like I was violated, then going right back to sleep and into the same dream, where I was being asked questions, and then I said, I'm not telling you anything else, and the person gets up and walks out of the house. This goes on for about 3 more nights until I talk to Warren, and he says his dreams have been crazy, people asking him questions, people he does not know. Then it is confirmed by Gordon that he is experiencing the same thing. We are all sitting around talking one day when Warren excuses himself and says he will be right back. He's gone for 30 minutes and comes back with Frank's diary and starts to read about the dream realm. And he said, I knew I had heard of this before. Grandpa used to have people come in his dreams once in a while. Some would share information with him. Others would try and get information. That is when I learned the true meaning of the wheat and the tares in the Bible. Matthew 13:24-30. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced a crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servants said to him, Do you want us then to go and gather them up? But he said, No, lest while you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, First gather together the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Frank had meticulous notes on this scripture that explained that we are God's field, our body, spirit, and soul, that God is always planting in his field. However, there are those who come along at night and plant alongside what the Lord had planted in our life. He goes on to explain that when Adam was with God, the dream realm is where he communicated with him what he could not during the daytime. But when Adam fell, all of creation fell with him, opening the entire creation to the influences of darkness, including the dreams of man. Frank furthermore explained that sleep is only for men. Angels don't sleep, spirits don't sleep. They rest, and that God never sleeps or slumbers. That sleep is only for the world of men, including animals. Frank laid out how he stopped people from dream walking, and it was all in that scripture, a true understanding of what was being said. It was angels coming to the Lord, informing him that tares were planted, and that the Lord gave specific instruction to tear up the tares, bind them, and burn them. That the tares were demonic programs sown into our body, soul, and spirit, waiting on a day to manifest in our lives. Also, that the enemy could be a person, a spirit, or a fallen angel. So we must ask the Lord to reap the harvest early and separate the wheat from the tares and burn the tares and arrest the enemy. We are all there looking at each other after he reads this and are like, wow, that is wild. However, we prayed right then and there in that moment. And when I tell you that it was like electricity flowing in our bones, it was crazy. That night, I went to sleep, and it was the most peaceful dreams I had ever had. The next day, Eric is back, and they are clearing more land, something that we all knew would stir up everything in the woods. That is exactly what happened. He decided to hire a security crew to guard the property at night. That only lasted for 2 nights. The first night, it sounded like a zoo outside. All the noise coming from that side of the road where his property was. But the second night is when the gunfire started, small arms, but they started shooting. My family and I spent time on the floor trying not to get shot. That shooting lasted about 15 minutes. Then you can hear the trucks starting up and peeling out down the road. The next morning, Eric is back, and at this point, he is not speaking to me anymore. He just gives these evil glances like I'm the reason he has problems. However, at this point, it was his problem, not mine. They continue to clear the land, and it just gets worse. Over the next few days, an entire bulldozer disappears. Now, you explain to me how an entire bulldozer goes missing. The thing was dragged off into the woods. That was the most amazing thing I have ever seen. This goes on back and forth, him taking land and them destroying his equipment. One day he tells me that he has lost over $500,000 in equipment. I simply say, Eric, you need to leave it alone. It will only get worse. He looks at me, and again that pride kicks in and says, I have never started a job and didn't make money. I will not lose to some monster in the woods. Eric was serious because the next day there was a crew of hunters that came out. 6 men went out into those woods with rifles, and I knew that we would not hear from those men again. Imagine for days those men's trucks were parked right out on the road and never came back. I'm not sure where they were from, but after 4 days, their trucks were loaded on the back of 2 trucks and taken away. Never heard or seen from them since then. The next time I saw Eric, he looked down and dejected. He tells me he is having problems with the bank. From there, it only went downhill for Eric. Part of me felt sorry for him, but at the same time, it was his decision to make. Years later, that land still sits untouched, undeveloped. The last I heard about Eric, he went bankrupt. I never really ventured into the woods across the road from my house. Hell, I had my hands full with everything that was going on behind me. Then, after years, Warren and I decided to take a walk in those woods. The two of us are just walking along, talking about how crazy things had been, the death of Liz, the birth of little Frank, all the stuff that happened. In that moment, I realized that Warren had become a man. Although he was left with a good amount of money, he was managing it and his family well. I was proud of him. We walked for about 35 minutes before we started to hear what sounded like metal clacking together, but the sound was coming from above our heads. We looked at each other and turned around to start to leave. We were on our way back, and this noise was just constant, and it was forcing us to look up and around, and I noticed that the wind was blowing in the trees, but it was weird. We didn't feel any wind on the ground. We kept walking, and it was like we left the sound behind, but you could still hear it. Warren says he wants to go back and see what it was, because it doesn't make sense to him. I vote against it, and we go home. Well, the next day, about 12 noon, Warren shows up and tells me, "You've got to see this," and tells me to follow him back into those woods. Now there is no noise at all. Then when we get in that area, the noise starts again. He says, "Look up at the tree." When I look up, it's two pieces of metal hung on a rope, and this rope is going from tree branch to tree branch, and you can see that it's being tugged. This is when I learned that there were little people in these woods, because we follow that rope, and the next thing I know, 2 hours have passed, and we did not walk for 2 hours. Hell, we did walk for over 300 yards, but it took 2 hours, and I was tired. When I realized what was happening, we turned around, and that is when I saw one of them. Listen, have you ever seen something and did a double take? I mean, look at it twice. That is what I did. Right next to a tree was this little greenish being, and it was just looking at us and smiling, showing its yellow and black teeth. I tap Warren and tell him to look, and he is like, "What the hell is that?" Then it vanished right before our eyes. Now, what was crazy is that everything else in these woods brought on fear. This thing just brought on confusion. I mean, like stumbling words, trouble thinking confusion. Over the next few days, I just felt off. My words were not clear, my thoughts were not clear. It was pure insanity. And when I talked to Warren, he was dealing with the same thing. What we all encountered next was so different that it took a while for us to even figure it out. What I'm talking about are the tricks that started to happen around the property. I now know why they call little people tricksters. The first thing that starts to happen to me is stuff just goes missing. We aren't talking about little stuff. My entire shotgun is gone from under the bed. I ask my wife and son. No one has seen it. Then keys that I always hang right next to the door, missing, gone. I find them later inside the microwave. Then my son comes to me one day and says that a servant has told him we have little people around the house, that they are spirits that love to mess with stuff. That same day, a lamp goes missing and we find it outside in the shed. Now, while this was going on at my house, the stuff happening to Warren and Jewel was a bit more scary. Jewel was complaining about diapers going missing and random stuff that she needed for little Frank, just disappearing. Then it escalated to one night she wakes up to check on little Frank, who was in the room with them, and finds the cover over his head and him struggling. She had a bad feeling like something was in the room, so she sat on the edge of the bed and watched in the dark, and something from under the bed grabbed her ankle and pulled. That woke Warren up, and while he was looking under the bed, something pulled little Frank from one end of his crib to the other, and after that they started praying. It stopped, but in their house, these little people were targeting little Frank so much that they would not leave him in the room alone. This went on for a few days before Jewel showed up and asked if she could stay with us, signaling that it was a major problem. So Gordon and I go up to Warren's place and talk to him, and Gordon lays out all he knows about the little people. He asks when we encountered them. Did we bring anything back from their area? And I said no. Gordon goes on to explain, by anything he means a blade of grass, soil on the bottom of our shoes, anything at all. That is the day Gordon talked about territorial spirits, and that is what little people were. That when you enter their territory, it's their domain. If you bring anything back, you have agreed to them retrieving it from your territory. In other words, you have opened a door. Gordon tells us this story about when he was in his early 20s, he met a native girl, started dating her, and the girl's dad didn't like it at all. You know how things were back then. Racially, it was a no-no. Well, the girl had 4 brothers. One of them was a little more or less traditional than the others, and when they went on a date, that brother and his girlfriend joined them. They went to this burger joint and had a great time. Well, when he takes everyone home, one of the other brothers comes out and talks for a while and then hands him this quarter, tells him it's a token of appreciation for taking care of his sister and making sure nothing bad happened to her. Gordon said in that moment, both his girlfriend and the other brother who was hanging out with them looked strange, and as he went to the car, his girlfriend asked him to give the quarter to her as a gift. He told her no, he appreciated it and kept the quarter. Well, Gordon leaves, heads to the gas station, pulls up to the pump, gets out of the car, leaving the keys in the ignition, and walks inside to pay, and when he comes back out, his keys are gone. The car is there, keys are gone, all of them. He checks his pockets, checks the floor, checks everywhere, but nope, nowhere. That started a series of events that affected his entire family. His father, his mother, stuff that just didn't make sense until one day it affected his girlfriend. She wanted to go out to dinner, so she came over to the house early that day, brought her purse, put it on the sofa. Her father had given her money that morning, but it was the money for all the bills in the house. I was supposed to take her to the bank at 2 p.m. We got to my house at 1:33 p.m. Well, she put her purse on our table. It's just me and her in the house. We go into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and I go to the bathroom to pee. The plan was to get right back in the car and go to the bank. As I'm relieving myself, I hear her fussing and screaming, saying, "Give me my purse back." When I come out of the bathroom, she is talking to the room, looking around. Her purse is gone. That is when she loses it and tells me what her brother did, saying the only way to get that purse back is to destroy the quarter that her brother gave me. Stop, pause, listen. My mind didn't interpret the words. All I heard was that this entire time stuff has been going wrong. She knew why and didn't tell me, and I was pissed and I let her have it. She starts to cry and begs me to find the quarter or else her father would be mad. It was all the money they had. Well, the problem was I had a lot of quarters. Hell, I had a mason jar full of spare change, and I knew for a fact that I put that quarter in that jar. So now we are taking every coin from that jar and drilling holes in them, trying to destroy them. This goes on for an hour. Then all of a sudden she says, "I think we got it." We go back inside and look, and her purse is right there on the table. After that, we had a long conversation about what had just happened. She explained to me that her brother did it. That is why she tried to take it, because she knew what he was doing. She tried to help, in her own words. However, that was it for the two of us. That is when Warren realized that he did take something from the woods. He had taken a small piece of metal from the woods. He goes home, takes it, and throws it back across the road into the woods. Then Gordon questions me about whether I had taken anything from the woods, and I told him I had taken nothing. He suggests that I throw away the shoes that I wore into the woods, and I say, "Damn, I'm not throwing a good pair of shoes away." And I decided to just pray and cast them out. Never had another problem. The following day, I wake up to a bunch of fancy cars on the road, and Eric is back. Now let me say this. To me, that was the dumbest man I had ever met. Turns out he has a group of investors that he is trying to pawn this land off on. As I come outside to look, I see Eric walks up and whispers to me, "Listen, don't screw this up for me." I tell him that it's a bad idea, but he does the deal anyway. And the next thing you know, there are signs on the property, "New homes coming soon." Well, sure enough, in a few weeks they had a foundation and were framing the house and things were going fast. Next thing I know, they got an entire house buttoned up, and I'm frankly surprised based on everything that had happened. Well, they have that home as a model home, and I go over and meet the investors myself. Turns out, one of the investors is a man named Pastor Hines. Well, we get to talking, and I congratulate him on the house, and he says that the land was bad, but he dedicated it to the Lord and took dominion over that land. I tell him, "Sir, you have no clue how bad it is here." He goes on to explain to me that the Holy Spirit told him, also gave him the design for the house itself. He walks me through and shows me this small room, and he explains that every house he builds has a prayer closet. That was why his business was successful. Every house that he builds is dedicated to the Lord, whether the buyer is Christian or heathen, it doesn't matter. The Lord has a place in every house. Well, as construction went on, Pastor Hines and I got closer, and when I tell you this man knew things that he should not have known, it was crazy. One day he comes to the house, knocks on the door, and says, "I know now why the Lord had me buy this land. I saw it in a dream. You people have been subduing this darkness on your own. Can I come in?" He comes into the house, and my son comes running out of his room, and he says, "Hello." Pastor Hines is looking around and says, "This house is amazing." But he was not talking about in the natural realm. He says, "Yes, it's nice, but if you could see your house in the spirit realm, you would really be amazed." He starts to describe these things he sees. He says, "You have flaming swords that swing in circles on your ceiling and all the windows." In that moment, it was like he was hallucinating. He just starts walking around my house and goes out the back door and stands there looking and says, "Holy cow, there is a hedge that goes all the way into the woods. This is amazing." He asks if I have an altar. I tell him I have a place where I pray. He says, "Great, I will be back with a gift for you." We talk for a little while and then he leaves. A few days pass and he comes back and brings me this anointing oil and asks for my permission to anoint the house and pray. I let him. And when I tell you that it was like my house got brighter, the lights seemed brighter in the house. Well, Pastor Hines took a liking to my son, and we ended up going to his church, all of us. They built out all their houses, and then it was crazy because the house just sat there. It seemed like nobody wanted to buy it. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches, The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on? That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trashed, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this. So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on, and that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that. And the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then when I looked down that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch, and inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny, it was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen anything like that in my life, it was crazy. However, that was how I got to know my neighbors. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines, and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches. The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, "Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on?" That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trashed, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, "Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this." So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand. I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on, and that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something.
Yes, we are back here on the Dark Waters channel. And I noticed that Dark Waters had to check some of you yesterday about the lizards. Yes. You see, many of you do not understand. We keep it 100% real here in the Dark Waters, as some of you may say. This next clip that I am going to play for you is a caller from Chasing the Truth with Sean Graham. He is one of the show hosts on the Dark Waters Network. Yes, I have told you over and over again that we only deal in the real stories. But people do not listen. So, again, listen for yourself and see what the people have to say.
Second anonymous caller, we'll get you on the air here. And you're live on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
Beth, North Carolina.
Hey, Beth. What's on your mind tonight?
Hey. I really don't have anything to do with the cow mutilation situation, but my husband and I have experienced a lot of stuff where we live at, so...
Okay. So what kind of stuff that you got going on now?
Well, it started back in 2019. My husband and myself used to go hiking. I grew up here where I live at, and we live about 13 to 15 miles from Uari National Forest in North Carolina. And we were outside, and at this point in time, I didn't really believe in Dogman or Bigfoot or anything like that. Like, I was totally kind of like against stuff like that. When I was a small child, I had seen like what I had thought was a UFO, but my dad told me it was, possibly a military hovercraft at that point in time. But anyway, we were outside. My mother had gotten sick. She passed away. We were outside at the house we were staying at, and it was after midnight, and we were taking the dogs out, and I had a little Chihuahua and a Shih Tzu, and also a dog we had rescued that was bigger, and our Chihuahua did this really big jump back, almost like a cat would. So we were like, it was just kind of awkward. So I thought that he may have seen like a copperhead snake or something. So we brought the dogs back inside the house, grabbed flashlights, went back outside, and we looked around, and I started hearing like popping noises to my right, like tree branches breaking, and then across the street from us, because our house is surrounded by woods, and then on the left, and then above me, and I'm thinking, this is kind of weird, like it's coming from all directions. So at that point in time, we didn't really think much about it. It was kind of like creepy, but I thought maybe it was coyotes or something like that was kind of creeping up on us. And we all of a sudden, like immediately after that, was really fast. Like we heard something like yell. It sounded like a guy like hyped up at like a football game, like really like quick. And we turned around because it sounded like it was coming from beside of our house. And when I looked back, I didn't see anything. There was nothing there. So I'm like, okay. And the next day we went walking around like the perimeter of our wooded area around our house, and there was some places that looked kind of bare, like things that, things have been sitting there or laying there. And but after that, like all kinds of stuff just started happening, like one thing after another. We had discovered, like I did, there was a place like right out by our heat pump at the light pole we have an outside light, but it was right near there. There was like it looked like a tunnel, and it was, I would say, like 8.5 foot in height, but it was built by branches, and it went straight in and then curved around, and there was this huge like nest thing that was built with sticks. And my husband was in the Marine Corps, so I'm like telling him, what could be doing this, thinking about a bear. We really don't have bear in this area, but I was like, at this point, I was just thinking about, like, what could it be, you know, because I had 3 kids at home, you know, like, this is weird. It's just not making sense. And, you know, he was like, no. And, I mean, I had thought about everything that you could think of, you know, just trying to think there was a logical explanation for it. And eventually I turned to a Bigfoot site on Facebook, and I started digging in, and, you know, I had seen things like, you know, tree branches and, like, structures and these alleged things people were posting, and I was still on the fence about it. And I had people that were inboxing me, you know, talking about, you know, maybe it was a Dogman, and I was like, okay, this is a little bit too far now. Like, you know, Dogman, I don't think so. At that point in time, I really did not believe in, like, any of these things, and I was just kind of, like, really not knowing, you know, what it was. But we still were going outside at night. I created, like, a private group on my page where, like, I was just inviting people that I trusted in that group on my personal Facebook page. And we were going live because, like, for some weird reason, like, I felt more comfortable going live at night because I'm like, if something gets me, somebody's going to see it, you know. And but there was, like, so many nights we were sitting outside, and it was, I mean, it sounded like an elephant coming through our woods, and I'm not lying. And I have never experienced anything like this in my life. Like an elephant, you could hear every tree branch, like, breaking, and this thing would stop, and it would start huffing. Like, I mean, it was like these big huffs, like breaths. Like something, it was ridiculous. And my husband was like, be still, don't move. And, I mean, there was times where I was in tears, and, you know, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, you know, who to reach out to. I was like, you know, I was in fear for my kid's life. We've had our door pushed in at our house, our front door. There's been things that's knocked on our house, which was odd, and my kids were, like, thinking it was me and my husband coming home, and it, you know, was not us. There's been so many things that I could not even, like, attempt to, like, explain. But we were on Facebook Live one day also, and if you continue by our house and go up the road, there's a big field. And this is the same field that brought me back to, like, me seeing this UFO thing when I was a child here. There's a big field on the left, and it used to be a cow pasture. Now it's more of, like, farmland where, you know, another person owns it, and they usually farm tobacco and soybeans. And we were walking through that area because I didn't really, like, not want to go outside of my house at this point in time. But we were walking through that area one day, and I told my husband, I was like, I feel weird. Like, I feel like, you know, something's watching me. And there was these structures that we were seeing, like, those, like, igloos and things like that. And I have, like, a lot of pictures to back all this up. But we were on live stream, and I just felt really awkward. And we heard this big thud. And as soon as that thud happened, I told my husband, I'm getting out of here. Like, I'm like, we're going back home. This is it. I'm done hiking, walking, anything, looking for anything. I'm done. And so when I got home and I replayed our live stream, you can literally see, when you slow the video feed down, you can see these things that look approximately like 4.5 to 6 foot in height running across the screen. And, like, they look like little monkeys. It is the weirdest thing. And I never sent anything in because I had people saying, well, if you do, you know, the government could be, you know, possibly something might happen. I mean, I had the fear of life, like, for my kids. I'm thinking, okay, the government's going to see something. You know, I'm going to have all these people at my house. I don't know what to do. But it's just, you know, I had to take it, like, kind of day by day. There's been howls over here at night. Like, every single night there's howling. It sounds like, it's not really Cody howls. It's like these long, like, drawn-out howls, like, constant for, like, a few hours. And then it turned to, we were seeing orbs. That started happening, and it's just been, like, a chain reaction. It went from, like, 1 degree of this, like, you know, then there was an orb situation after that video feed. That night was really bizarre and crazy. That story. And then after that, we got growled at in our driveway. That was the worst. I've never been so scared I couldn't tell. Something growled at us.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. It was horrible. Like, I was we were out there. There was a ball of light, and I would say it was about the size of a basketball, approximately 200 yards away down the road from our house, going toward the main road. And the main road's still a back road, but it was on the left side of our road, and it just looked like it kept floating continuous, like in the air, just like back and forth, like floating. And it was about 6 foot off the ground. And my husband was like looking at this thing, and I'm like, you know, he thought it might have been a person out down the road with like a flashlight, you know, or like a lantern. He didn't know what it was. But, you know, after all this stuff had happened, I'm like, you know, I'm not going down there. I'm not messing with it. I don't care nothing about it. You know, I didn't give a shit. Like, I didn't want to be around stuff like that, like, after all this other stuff had happened. So, anyway, he was so caught up in going down to see this ball of light one night. We're sitting there, and he's trying to take his phone and, you know, take video feed of this light. And he got some images of it, but they were kind of, I don't know, it's kind of funky looking, like, you know, with pixely. And you can't really make out what it is. It just looks like a ball of light. But when he was down there at the end of the driveway and he was looking at that thing, I was looking up in the sky. And, you know, because we started seeing these things that were like, you know, solid lights in the sky, just like kind of hovering around. And I made the comment, I said, for some reason, I can't get these things to pick up. And I couldn't, like, with my phone. Like, I would think I was videoing something, and it wasn't videoing. I was thinking I was taking a picture, and for some reason I could not. I could see it with my eyes, but my phone was not picking it up. But as soon as I said that, like, something growled, and it was, I can't even, it was like a Bengal tiger and like a grizzly bear combined, but worse. Like, it was, like, my whole body vibrated. It was unreal. And when I told it, immediately when it done that, I turned around and looked at him, and we both ran, like, as fast as we could. And when I got to our, right at our house, I, like, folded over, and I couldn't even talk. That's how scared I was. And I've never been that scared in my life. I don't know. I didn't see anything. I didn't, you know, like, I didn't even give time to even look for anything. But, like, as soon as that thing growled, I didn't, you know, looking back on it, I didn't see anything at all, which is the weird thing. But I really don't have an answer for what that was. So I kind of just, you know, I started leaning, like, thinking maybe these things are connected to UFOs, or maybe it's just like a whole, you know, thing with, like, paranormal stuff going on, and, you know, the UFO thing going on, and you have the cryptid thing going on. You know, you start digging in thinking, you know, like, what ifs. You know, it's just, you know, so much stuff. I mean, I watch Skinwalker Ranch a lot, and I'm thinking, you know, with the anomalies they have there, you know, maybe there's something like that around this area, because it's so much stuff. It's just absolutely, like, I have to get something out and write a book. It's just, that's how much stuff's happened here where we live at. When I was 12 years old, my dad and my mother were in here, and I was young then, and there was a humming sound for like 45 minutes and bringing me back to the UFO thing. But my dad said, you know, told my mom, he says, Brenda, I'm going to go on the front porch and see what that noise is. And my dad's like, does not believe in anything, not even ghosts. And so when he walked outside, me and my mother, you know, I remember going out with him and looking to the left where that field's at, and I remember seeing this big round circular thing that had lights all the way around it, just hovering there. And I'll never forget the look of that thing. And, you know, he told my mother to bring me back into the house, and she did. And he told me for years that it was maybe military hovercraft or something, you know, them practicing or something like that. And, like, he kind of left it at that. And he just really doesn't believe in anything, never did when I was younger, and still doesn't believe in anything like that. So I don't know if it's just that he doesn't believe. He just may not want to face reality. I don't have a clue, but he's 81 years old.
Oh, okay. So did he see this warp thing your husband caught on video, or what?
Which one? The ball of light?
Yeah, the ball of light, or any of this evidence.
The ball of light, he caught that on video. We have, like, a lot of video, a lot of pictures, a lot of stuff. He caught that on, he has it on video, but there was one night I don't know, and this sounds crazy. I probably sound like a lunatic saying this, but he got to where, like, it was almost like it was drawing him down there. He was like, I'm going to go down there and check that out. And I'm thinking, no, you're not. You're not going down there. So I get in my car, and I'm like, okay, I have to go down there and see what it is, because, mind you, he was in the Marine Corps, so, you know, he thinks he's, I guess, you know, could handle it. I don't know what he thought at that point in time, but we went down there, and I was on live that night, too, on live stream, and I remember talking to people, and it still showed that I was on live stream when I was going down there, and just to see what it was, and, like, all of a sudden, I stopped the car, and I don't recall thinking or, like, you know, seeing that light anymore. It's so weird. Like, my mind just, like, kind of forgot, like, what actually happened. But I remember looking out the car window, and I had a flashlight in my hand, but I was looking back at my car, and all this smoke was rolling up from, like, around my car. It looked like, just like if you've seen really dense fog, about 2.5 to 3 foot in height, just rolling up from around the car. And so I told my husband, I was like, the car's smoking. And after that happened, all I can remember was me, like, I was at this fire department, which is on the main road, like 2 blocks up. And I remember looking at my phone, and I had seen, because my daughter, she was 12 at the time, and she was at a friend's house for the night. And all I could think of was, like, oh, my gosh, because I had seen where she tried to call me. Like, I went to this, like, major panic mode, like something's, you know, wrong with my kids, something's happened to my kids. So I'm trying to call her back, and I'm pushing redial, like, over and over and over. And my phone just kept going beep, 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 beep. It would not let me call out. And I started panicking. So I flew back to the house. And when we got back here, we went to the front porch, went to sit down. I got back on live stream because I'm like, well, I lost everybody. And when I looked, it was 4 a.m. in the morning. It was literally like 12 o'clock when I was on live the first time. And I'm like, because I had a girl that was from Canada that was watching me, and she's like, she's like, what happened to you guys? And I'm like, you were on live, I thought, but I lost you, so I'm back now. And she's like, do you realize it's 4 a.m.? And I'm like, no. And so I really don't know what happened to us that night. We kind of like think, I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know if something happened to us. But there was a loss of time that night, which was really strange. And so I really don't have an answer because I don't know exactly. I can only remember bits and pieces of, you know, that whole trip just to see that light, and then that was it. And but there's been so much stuff happen here. It's just, I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of stuff that's happened here. There was another night in particular after that we were going, you know, and it was kind of like at this point I was like digging, trying to figure out, you know, what's going on. Like, you know, here I am. You can't pack your stuff and move away. You know, you can't just up and leave because, you know, nobody has the money just to, like, you know, move your whole household out of nowhere.
Right.
But we were riding up. We were coming home. First we went, and we were going to the grocery store. We come home, and I told my husband, I was like, look up there in the sky. There's this, like, this big, it looked like a big planet. At first it looked like a planet. I'm like, is that a planet? I mean, it was orange. And he was like, oh, I think that might be the moon. I'm like, no, that's not the moon. I was like, what is that? And when we turned on our road and went up the road, there was a big orange, like, ball of light. But when we got up to the road and turned around and come back down by that field, this is no lie. I can put my hand on the Bible. This is the weirdest thing, but, like, we were sitting there watching this thing, and it turned into this huge, like, red, infrared ring of light, and it come down behind this tree and dissipated. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here now, like, stopped on the road watching this. And then after that happened, it was like the snap of your fingers and something like these. It looked like gigantic lightning bolts. They were shooting out like white and red from where that ring of light was across the wood line. And then, like, it was just like like if you were to cut a light switch on, there was a triangular shaped, like, it looked like red eyes. Like they were, I don't know, I can't think about exactly how many sets of eyes there was, but they were in a triangle, and they were all like glowing red. There was no, it was, you know, we thought it might have been eye shine at first, but it was all just, you know, they were glowing red. And it just, like, after that, we seen those things in a triangle, and I'm thinking I'm crazy, like just sitting here looking at this stuff. But after that happened, it was just like a snap of your finger again, like that quick, and it went from where they were at in a triangle, these creatures, I couldn't see their body, just glowing like red eyes. They were all in a line like an army, and these things started marching at us, and they were huge, and they were walking toward us, and like with every step you could see their heads sway, like right to left, and there was two on the right-hand side that I was kind of like focusing on, which would actually be my left side, but they were on the right side of, I guess, if they were lined up coming toward us. But one took off and like was going toward that wooded area where we had seen them black, ape-looking things run that day on live stream in the daytime. But one took off to that wooded section, and I was sitting and watched them take steps, and then another one took off. And when I told my husband, I was like two just went, that way, and he's like, said something about them flanking us. He's like, get out of here. And because we realized at that point in time, or he did, I was kind of like drawn into this, but he realized, they had taken about 6 to 8 footsteps, and they had gained, how many feet had they walked, Kurt? How fast? Yeah, it was like 100 yards within like 15 seconds. It was just ridiculous. And we left. It was just crazy. And to think back at all the stuff that's happened, there was another night after that where we were up there and we're on the road, and again we stopped, looked in the field with a flashlight, and I happened to look over in the woods, and it looked like a stadium light in the woods, like at a football field. It was 4 squares of light, and I was looking at it, and I was like, what is that? And I said, Kurt, look at that. There's something in the woods right there. Well, this thing rose up like treetop level. It come up about, I would say, where it looked like it was about 20 foot up in the air above the trees. And all of a sudden, it looked like that one light split into 2 lights. And then, one light went behind the other, just like in a row. And these things sort of flying over. And it went right above our car at treetop level, and they were these triangle-shaped crafts. They didn't have a center on them. They were hollow. And they had lights, all like, it was almost if you drew an arrow with like the tip of it, like just like, there was no center to it. It was just a triangle of lights. And there was really no noise about them. It was just kind of like, I guess you would say like thrust, or, just like a low, sound. It wasn't anything loud at all, almost silent. But it was very weird. That happened. There's been a lot.
I got a question for you. That point where you were on your live stream, you mentioned between midnight and 4 a.m. there was some time variance there. Can you go back and explain that a little bit? What was going on? Did anybody notice anything weird watching the live stream?
No, not that I know of. They recognized that, obviously they recognized that, that what we were doing, obviously we were going to see what that light was. And, they didn't ever say like, well, we've seen this, because to me, it looked like that they were still live and my video feed was active and there was people on there because it said live, but everybody was gone. And, obviously, so when I, got back and I was like, hey guys, I'm back, sorry about that, I lost you. They were like, what happened? Do you know it's 4 a.m.? And I'm like, no. And that was the weirdest thing. And, I know what our intent was, my intent was to get my husband to stop walking down the road toward this light. I didn't want him going on foot down there without me, or without, being in a vehicle. Like, you just feel, more safe and secure, because it had been there for a few nights. I would say about 5 or 6 nights in a row in the same location, just kind of floating around. And so I didn't want him going by himself. And, when I went with him, that was our whole purpose, was I was taking him and we were trying to see what this was so it could be like some closure to it. And then, like I said, when I rolled the window down and we had the flashlight out, there was nothing like noticeable besides I noticed there was smoke, or fog rolling up around the car. And then, it was just kind of like my mind went blank after that. And I woke, like almost like if you wake up somewhere, but like I really become like, I guess, conscious or whatever, or like that I was more of like this big state of panic, which was so weird. And it was at the fire department, and I was like, I don't really remember like all the details of like the drive there or anything. I just remember looking on my phone, seeing my daughter had called, and I'm not really sure if like it was my subconscious mind knowing that all that stuff had happened here at the house, or what was really going on, that I was like, something's after my kids, is something wrong with my children, you know what I mean? Just like I had a lot of racing thoughts at that point in time. And to make it even worse, like I said, when I was trying to contact my daughter back, and I had seen she called, my phone wasn't allowing me to dial out. It was just like rapid beeps. It was just like I would push send, and it was like beep, beep, send, beep, beep, and it was just doing it over and over and over. And I remember telling my husband, something's wrong with Morgan, my daughter. And I was like, I got to get back home to the kids. Something's wrong with the kids, And it was the weirdest thing. It was so strange. And I don't know, like, I still think something may have happened to us that night because, I have, like, I try not to think of, like, crazy stuff, but I have watched other, things about, like, just all sorts of stuff, just trying to figure out like what's kind of going on, if it's just, around this area, because, we do live around Uwharrie. I didn't realize Uwharrie was like a big, UFO, Bigfoot sighting place, until this all happened either. So, but, there's just been so much that it would probably take me a lot to explain everything. I'll let you talk if you have any questions for me as far as anything else, or
I've got a question. Let's go back to when your family was being, I'm guessing, harassed by whatever it was in the woods there, and you said that your door was pushed in, and your kids complained about something slapping the side of your house. Did it leave? Did you find any kind of physical evidence that something like that happened?
We have
besides
got pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got pictures. Of, I don't know, whatever it was. There was a muddy handprint on our brick foundation.
Okay.
It was near the end of the house, near my son's room. And there was something had wrote "help us," which was awkward, very weird. And if you look at where it said "help us" on there, the way it wrote it, it had been like scratched in. And we have like a wood paneling. What is that called, Kurt? The wood paneling on the outside of our house, just wood paneling. Okay, we have wood paneling on the outside of our house. It's, painted, and the wood green pattern, I guess, runs vertical, not horizontal. But it had, the way it had wrote "help us," and we've got pictures of this, would, for a human being to, or anybody, a child, an adult, anybody, to actually write that out the way it had written it out, because it was almost like the H's where the lines crossed. It looked like it was connected to, like, other letters. Like, for example, like the H was connected to, like, the L, or just say a line of the E will be connected to, like, the U on the us. And, like, somebody had to, like, whatever done that had to think it through or something while they were writing it, it was very weird. And I asked my kids, I was like, you guys weren't outside, doing anything. And it was off the ground a good way. I wouldn't even think they could even reach that without some type of ladder to get up there, like a step ladder or something, or a bucket. So they didn't do it. Of course, we didn't do anything like that. But we seen that on the outside of the house. Back to our door getting pushed in, we left to go to McDonald's that night, and we live in a small town, but left to go to McDonald's. And when we come back home, our front door during this time frame, it had been pushed in like 2 to 3 inches, and it actually busted the door frame where the latch is. So that was very weird. And my son, my oldest one, he would hear things like knocking, like if a person was knocking on the house. And then my children would say, well, I thought I heard you, and my husband's their stepdad, but they said, I thought I heard you and, Kurt outside talking. It sounded just like you guys.
Wow.
And that started freaking me out because I'm like, if something's like replicating our voices to try to draw my kids outside, that's not cool,
No, that is not cool.
And then we have 2 outside dogs. One is on a 60-foot runner, and he has been his lead's been unhooked from his collar numerous times. He's gotten off, and we thought maybe it was, he might have just done it by, accident, kind of like the way he was like pulling or something, but there's really no way because you have to actually pull the latch back. And if it did happen that way once, maybe twice at most, I could see maybe like just by some weird coincidence, but not numerous times. Like we had actually thought that he had broken his runner, and every time that he's been off of it, it's just like something went over there and like pulled his lever back and unhooked his lead. It's just strange. Yeah, we even got brand new latches on everything, on his lead, extra ones. We've done a lot of stuff just to like kind of prevent. We've got cameras now at our house. We've got night owls and the doorbell things. They go off constantly, and like either there's nothing there or there's like orbs. We have a screen-in porch in the back, and it looks like a ball of light comes through the screen and goes back out the screen. And it's not a lightning bug or anything because obviously it wouldn't be able to do that, because there's screen wire there. But there's just been like an extreme bit of things happen. I'm not sure if it's if there's like paranormal stuff happening here in combination with like UFO, in combination with like other stuff, but I've never really experienced anything to this degree. I know that right near our house, I can say that we live in our town is like very small, like the 2 towns that surround our house, and then we live in the outskirts in the country. To kind of give a better description, it's kind of like mountainous terrain, or semi-mountainous terrain around here. There is some flatland around here that people farm with and stuff like that, and we do have a creek that runs to a main river that's near our home, and a huge power line. When I say the big power lines, like the ones that are like, what are them the big ones called, Kurt? I'm gonna ask my husband what they're called. The big power lines? Are they just like
the high tension
or
stuff?
whatever? Is that what you call them? Yeah, they're really big power lines. If anybody knows George Workman on Facebook, like his profile picture, like he's with the Bigfoot, Dogman, things like that. But he has a picture. His profile picture has a power line similar to that in the background, but it's just like it's a big clearing where the state comes and they cut out the trees through there, and there's just huge power lines that run all the way from where we live to miles to the power station. So that's right next door through the woods from our house, and then that creek that runs to a main river that runs all the way from west to east. So we do have that here. Before all this stuff started happening to us, I do know that 2 things we did that was different. Well, actually 3 things that happened that was different than what they were before. The first thing, I've always been like an outdoor kind of person. We started hiking. Like I said, my husband was in the Marine Corps. We started hiking just to kind of get, I guess some alone time, with kids and everything, to that creek. And I haven't been there since I was a kid. And we would look for crystals and rocks, arrowheads, things like that, just kind of like as a side hobby. And then we were down there right before this started happening, and there was a footprint, and I drink the Starbucks Frappuccinos in the glass bottles, the vanilla, and there was a footprint down there, and my husband, he looks for, he's a avid hunter, like he's, really smart with hunting and fishing and things like that. But we were looking around, there was like a small dog print, like, probably was a coyote, I'm assuming. And there was like this big footprint. Well, around that creek the creek has a sandy-ish, type of, soil around it. So it's like a combination. Some parts are clay, but most of it's sand around the perimeter of the creek itself. And where this, whatever it was, had landed, it looked like, at that point in time, it looked like a dinosaur hand. That's all that I can explain, or something that you would think of, like, not even realistic. Like, the imprint was just weird looking. And I do have a photo of it, but you could see where it had, whatever it was, and my husband kind of pointed that out to me. It had landed, and the sand had, like, kind of flung out from where it had stepped, landed, whatever. And that was on the, like right there at the bank. And there was another one that was, I would say, like 5 or 6 foot from that one to the right side. But it wasn't as clear, but you could definitely see where something had stepped. Like I said, this point in time, like, we didn't even have anything going on here that we were aware of, other than him and I sat on the front porch at night. We would just enjoy being outside. I had my front porch, had flowers all over them, as far as like my hanging baskets, things like that. And we just enjoyed sitting outside, getting night air, listening to music. And when we got back home, and when the kids went to bed, whatever, that was just kind of our moment to relax. And but all I did was take a picture of it compared to my coffee bottle, which was, quite larger than my coffee bottle. And both prints, and we had come back, and then all that stuff started happening to us here at the house. That happened. We started sitting out, like I said, at the porch, because it had started warming up, like, frequently every night, just to get some, peace and quiet away from the kids, and enjoy the night air. So we were outside, like, nightly. And then a neighbor of ours, which, he had been living here since I was a small child, but there was, pretty thick woods that separated our house from his. He had passed away, and he was elderly. He was in his late 70s. Maybe it may have been 80 at this point in time when he passed away. And he knew me since I was a small child. And so he passed away, and then I also had found a place in our backyard that was really abundant in quartz crystals. The whole time we were looking at the creek, we thought, we started digging in our backyard by accident one day, and we ran into a quartz vein, and we were pulling out these huge, like, candle quartz, cathedral quartz, real clear crystal quartz rocks, and but those were the only thing that was, like, different from anything else. So, I really don't know, like, what happened. I have no idea. There was a time when I was young, too, that I was with a friend. I was about 9, 10 years old, that I used to walk up in front of our home down dirt roads. There was a split-level home there. This girl ended up moving to Florida with her family. But I used to play with her a lot when I was growing up, and there was a point in time where I had thought that I had been chased by, like, wild dogs. My dad told me there were wild dogs. But they were just, I don't really recall a whole lot, but we were walking to my house through the woods, kind of the same area of woods that we would travel to that creek, me and my husband. But we were walking back to here, and I would say 11, 12, but I knew that these dogs were chasing us, and but when I looked back, they were kind of like in a row. They kind of looked at, I guess, on all fours, like the size. Again, I was young, but maybe like a domesticated dog. But they were, just solid, like dark in color. I didn't really notice anything like, you know, out of the ordinary, but I was young and I was really scared, to be honest with you. I ran just straight, and all I know is I was looking over my shoulder. I was running so fast I didn't even care about my friend at the point in time, which is awful, but I did. But now that I look back, when I told my husband, I was like, you know, there was a weird thing that I think about now looking back. It was as soon as I got to the main road, or to the road that goes to, you know, our house sits on, as soon as I got out of those woods, like my feet hit the road, like I stopped running. And I'm like, that was weird because, you know, at that point in time when I was a child, I didn't think about it, you know. I was like, you know, you don't think about it. I guess I felt like I was in my safe zone. She come out behind me, and I was like, well, you know, we're fine. But now that I look back on it, you know, if there was these alleged wild dogs that were chasing us through these woods, like, why would we just stop at the road? You know what I mean? That's just strange. And, but, you know, there's been things happen, like I said, since I was a small child, all the way, you know, and not really a whole lot, but there's been paranormal stuff happen here when I was a small child. You know, just like I said, that thing that I seen, the UFO, I think it was UFO. I'm pretty dead set on it. It was something like that because it was just not natural at all. The wild dog